Volume 1. Chapter 1. Infinity Dex System. December 2nd, 2009. The movie set was alive with restless and disarrayed movements. It was a modest production, a mid-budget film of a second-time lead actor and a senior director who had a hit-and-miss career. The crew moved hurriedly, adjusting lights, rearranging props, and shouting instructions to anyone within earshot. Extras, take your positions. The young assistant director instructed while the director was discussing something with the cinematographer behind the camera lens. As if on cue, a handful of people in business attire moved to their designated spots. Among them was a young man who stood out, not because of anything dramatic, but because he carried himself with a quiet ease and uninterestedness. His name was Regal Seraphsail, 23 years old. Next to him, another extra stationed himself near the door, rigid and straight-backed like someone playing the part of a junior employee fresh out of college. Regal, however, remained still, his sharp gaze roving over the room as he tried to take it all in. No one had bothered to explain much to him or the other extras. They had been given simple instructions: stay in character, stay in place, and let the scene happen around them. With the snippets he had overheard and the setup around him, Regal pieced together the basics. The setup was simple. The lead actor would walk into a bank, scouting the location for an eventual heist. For the extras, it wasn't about stealing the scene. They were just there to make the background feel real, faces that would flash by for maybe 3 seconds when the lead stepped through the door. Regal let out a small sigh. That was fine by him. All he wanted was to finish this quickly and leave. Soon, the camera began rolling under the director's instructions. 1 take, 2 takes. By the third, the director clapped his hands. Cut. That's a wrap for today. The crew exhaled collectively, the frantic energy dissipating as quickly as it had built. The extras were ushered off to return their rented costumes, one by one receiving the payment they had agreed to. As Regal tucked the crisp bills into his back pocket, a hand clapped his shoulder. So, first day on set, how was it? He turned to see a familiar face. It was Darren, a friend from his university days. Just like him, Darren also dropped out in his final year, and it was through him that Regal had landed this gig. It was fine, Regal replied, his tone casual. Fine, huh? Darren grinned. So, you coming back tomorrow? Regal shook his head, a small shrug accompanying the gesture. Nah, I just wanted to see what it's like on a real set. That's all. Your call. Hit me up if you ever want more gigs like this. Darren started walking off, throwing a wave over his shoulder. Thanks, man. Regal called after him before turning toward the public transport. The night air hit him with a faint chill as he walked to the nearest bus stop. Moments later, the bus pulled up. Regal climbed aboard, tossed a few coins into the fare box, and slid into a seat by the back window. He pressed his temple against the cool glass, eyes half closed, watching the city lights blur into streaks as the bus jerked forward. Buzz. His phone buzzed again. Regal glanced at it, irritation flickering across his sharp features. Another notification. He tapped the screen and saw it was still Cryball. Another banal check-in message. Still alive, I hope? He smirked faintly and typed back. Busy. Call you later, before sliding the device into his jacket pocket. Then, something flickered. His sharp blue eyes snapped to it, a faint outline, hanging midair. To anyone passing by, he might have looked like he was zoning out. But Regal wasn't. The real reason behind why he was suddenly accepted to work on set rather than roaming around studios to hunt for opportunities as a writer like he always did is because this. The translucent blue screen hovered in front of him, glowing faintly, casting shadows across his tired face. Be a part of a film set for a day? Ding. The user has fulfilled the prerequisite for system activation. Does the user wish to activate the system? Y/N. The first time it appeared, he had chalked it up to stress or too much screen time in front of his computer. However, that theory lasted all of 5 seconds because the screen didn't go away. Ever. It followed him everywhere, like an annoying gnat but quieter. And glowing. Eventually, he stopped questioning it. Not because it wasn't bizarre, it absolutely was, but because by that time he had already experienced and accepted something even stranger. Transmigration. The word still hit like a cold splash of water, a reminder of how his old life, against all his wild imagination, had ended in the least cinematic way possible. It wasn't a heroic sacrifice, No tearful farewells, not even a moment to process it. Just, poof, lights off and curtains down. Yet, here he was, still alive. Regal Seraphsail. Same name, different timeline. New packaging, though. This wasn't some magical realm of dragons and knights, or a futuristic utopia with galaxy-spanning empires, nor was it a world of epic battles, towering mechs, or superpowers. Nope, it was Earth, or something annoyingly close to his old yet distinct and fascinating ways. It was as if someone had taken his life, hit rewind, and decided to have different people leading to remix a few parts of history for kicks. Also, it is the year 2009 in its last month. So approximately 14 years into the past, in a world eerily familiar, yet undeniably skewed. His eyes flicked to the floating screen again. Regal mentally clicked on why. Then the system began to shift as new sentences and words formed on the blue screen like a video game panel. All the while, Regal's eyes didn't flinch even once. Successfully activating the Infinity Dex system. Processing sign-in bonus. Ding. Skill. Upgrade. Director. Novice. Advanced. Ding. Ultimate skill unlocked. Insight. Ding. Token acquired. Search card. Ding. 1.5 million EP credited. This. It is going to take a while. Regal sighed, still coping up with everything happening in front of him. When the bus finally came to a halt, he stepped off and started the 9-minute walk to his small 5th-floor apartment. Once inside, he quickly freshened up, grabbed a light snack, and headed back out. Time for the night shift at the convenience store, his part-time job. Gotta feed himself, right? On his way, he kept fiddling with the system to explore it more during any spare moment he could steal. Next day. With this, 2 days had passed since Regal woke up in this world. The first day had been a blur of confusion, trying to piece together his memories, make sense of the system, and survive the night shift at his part-time job, while the second day was spent on the set before heading back to the convenience store. Regret lingered. Wasting the entire first day still stung. By the time he called Darren to check for gigs on anything related to a real movie set, all opportunities had dried up. It was out of his hands. Today, however, Regal had talked the store owner into giving him a morning shift instead. Now, freshly returned from work, he prepared himself for what came next. The countdown was nearing its end. In just a few minutes, 12 hours would have passed since he activated the system after his stint on a movie set. That 12-hour mark? It was crucial. Why? You will see soon enough. Now, as for the name of the system he had awakened, Infinity Dex. Its purpose and functions are simple. Everything. Every set of skills and source of entertainment he had ever loved about in his old world, scripts, novels, poems, comics, even those embarrassing fanfics he secretly binge-read on weekends. The good, the bad, the painfully cringeworthy. All of it. Every story he had ever read, watched, heard, or ignored was sitting at his fingertips. For someone like him, who had a borderline obsessive love for filmmaking, this was the jackpot. So, as he scanned the glowing text on the screen, his lips curved into a half-smirk. This was a dream come true, wasn't it? A gift straight out of the heavens, tailored just for him. Regal exhaled sharply, leaning his head back against the wall. Yeah, sure. Every script at my fingertips. Yet here I am, in 2009, broke, confused, and still single. Thanks, universe. Really nailed it. But even as the sarcasm rolled off his tongue, his gaze sharpened. True, this wasn't the action-packed adventure of swords, spaceships, or magic he had read about in countless transmigration and reincarnation novels. But he had never wished for those things. What life had taught him, in no uncertain terms, was this: you don't get to pick your cards. You just figure out how to win with the hand you're dealt. And Regal Seraphsail? He was going to be a storyteller. So, if the world wanted to hand him blank pages, he would write his own damn story. 2 more minutes for the next refresh. I hope that pin or whatever works like the system mentioned. Regal muttered under his breath, his gaze shifting once again to the screen. Index. Name Regal Seraphsail. Items. Skill slots. Bulletin board. EP available. 1.5 million. Bulletin board. Question mark. 2 minutes and 48 seconds. To be continued. Chapter 2. Volume 1. 2 more minutes for the next refresh. I hope that pin or whatever works like the system mentioned. Regal muttered under his breath, his gaze shifting once again to the screen. The layout was simple, exactly what you would expect from a system, nothing flashy or unnecessary. His name, Index, sat at the top in neat, unassuming text, Regal Seraphsail. Beneath that, a few other options were listed, but his attention was drawn to the last two lines. EP available, 1.5 million. Today's bulletin board, question mark. 1 minute and 30 seconds. The first line was self-explanatory. 1.5 million EP. The system's currency, he assumed. Initially, Regal didn't know what the actual value of EP was in this system, but just seeing 1.5 million in his account was enough to make him feel a little lighter. The second info? The timer, ticking down relentlessly, 56 seconds left, which is now less than a minute. Without giving it another thought, he clicked on Bulletin Board. The screen flickers slightly before transitioning into a new window. Bulletin Board. Refresh time. Question mark. 52 seconds. Movie scripts. Beyond the Horizon. Rank. F. Price. 253K EP. Crimson Odyssey. Rank. C. Price. 786K EP. Eclipse Protocol. Rank. B. Price. 1.28 MEP. The Eternal Frontier. Rank. A. Price. 2.2 MEP. Web novel. The Forgotten Chronicle. Rank. F. Price. 8K EP. Books. Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets. Volume 2. Rank. S. Price. 790K EP. Private music album. Shadows and Serenades. Rank. C. Price. 530K EP. Manga. The Demon King's Bargain. Rank. D. Price. 90K EP. Force refresh 100K. Search token available 1. Pins available? Smiley face 1 in use. The bulletin board was similar to one of those random offer boards in online farming games. New things popped up every so often, with different types of entertainment, movie scripts, books, music, manga. Every 24 hours, a new set of random offers would appear, and there is less than a minute for the next refresh. Of course, there was also the option to force refresh the board, bringing up a completely new set of items. But that came with a cost, 100K, which he couldn't afford to waste on gambling at the moment. Regal's eyes landed on the second-to-last line of the screen. Pins available? 1 in use. Following that, he briefly glanced at the books column. Books. Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets. Volume 2. Rank. S. Price. 790K EP. As one can see, this particular book had an extra symbol next to it, while every other script, manga, or web novel didn't. Just as he finished scanning the details, the timer hit 0, midnight. The bulletin board refreshed. A new list started filling the places of the previous items, except for one column. Books. Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets. Volume 2. Rank. S. Price. 790K EP. Regal exhaled in relief. Okay, it works the way it should. This was exactly what Regal had been hoping for when he wondered if the pin system would work the way he anticipated. He quickly scanned the rest of the new list. Nothing caught his eye. Not a single script felt worth his time. But even if something did, it wouldn't matter. By now, Regal had everything planned out. He only had 1.5 million EP. From his observation in the 2 refreshes, that amount would only get him a rank C script at best. So even if he found in rank S script, he won't be able to afford the EP, nor will he have the funds it requires to produce it. Still, the path ahead was clear. Purchase the sure-shot hit book from the board, find a publisher, print it, make some money, and then use that to fund the production of the movie. Simple enough. But there was a problem. The book currently in the bulletin board is actually the second volume of the series. He needed the first volume to get started. That's where the item he had received as a sign-in bonus came into play. Immediately, Regal went back to Index and clicked on the Items option. Items. Search token X1. Description: a one-time use item that lets you search for specific scripts by name in the bulletin board. A user can directly use it by clicking on it. A search token. Regal knew exactly what this item was for after reading the description. And, truth be told, He had a pretty good guess before even reading it. It could bypass the randomness and let him look up exactly what he wanted. However, just before he used it, he hesitated. Until now, he had been cautious and kept himself at bay to not use it, as he didn't know how to get search token. He couldn't just go around using it without understanding the consequences. But now he had no other choice. Well, he did think of two options. The first was to go the book route he is taking now, and the second was to use the search token to look for a low-budget movie with a good script, though he stopped as he couldn't be sure whether he could afford the EP. However, since he got the second volume of its 790K EP, he is confident that the first volume will definitely be under 1 million, even in a worse situation. Well, this is it, Regal muttered as he pressed on the search token, using it in one go. A search bar immediately popped up, and Regal mentally thought of the first volume of the series. And then the display popped up. Book. Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone Volume 1. Rank. S. Price. 832K EP. Sigh. Regal let out a quiet whistle. The price was a little higher than the second volume. 832K EP instead of 790K EP. This was exactly why he hadn't jumped the gun on the second volume and had pinned it for later. He couldn't afford to make a mistake here. With this purchase, he would be left with 688K EP. If he had just bought off the second volume by now, he wouldn't even be able to afford the first volume. Fortunately, he didn't, which means he even got some spare EP he could use on something else that mattered now, since the second volume won't be of any use to him until he published the first. But now he could use them to upgrade his skills. Without wasting any more time, Regal bought the first volume. Ding. Purchase complete. Book, Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone, Volume 1. Your total EP is now 668K. The parched item will be stored in the items slot. Checking the last note, Regal opened the items slot again. Sure enough, the book had successfully transferred into his possession. Items. Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone, Volume 1x1. A user can directly consume the book by clicking on it. With a click on the item, Regal began to consume the book. He didn't expect anything painful or overwhelming, and it certainly wasn't. Instead, it was like unlocking a part of his mind that had been dormant for far too long. The scenes, the characters, the dialogue, all of it flooded his thoughts. It was as though every moment of the book had been stored in his memory, replaying itself like a vivid, intricate film in his mind. The book became a part of him, and in that moment, Regal knew exactly how to bring them alive on paper. But before he dove into that, he decided to check out his skill slots. It was his final step. Skill slots. Slot 1 Director. Rank Master. Upgrade cost 5 MEP. Slot 2 Writer. Rank Intermediate. Upgrade cost 600K EP. Slot 3 Cinematographer. Rank Novice. Upgrade cost 200K EP. Unique skill insight. Skill slots available 3 in use. Note user can awaken new skills by striving and reaching a minimum understanding and requirement of it. He has a total of 3 skills: Director, Writer, and Cinematographer, each at different ranks: Master, Intermediate, and Novice, which also means his skill slots were now full. Actually, the Cinematographer skill had just been added today. After reading a note at the bottom, Regal tried out a few things. The first one was to click a pic and record some random things, checking if he could meet this so-called minimum understanding and requirement. And it actually worked. But it's just that he had to waste 1/3 of his day for this. Anyway, with this he understood a few things. But right now he was more focused on his other 2 skills, Director and Writer. Especially Writer, which is going to be very helpful with what he is going to do next. While Director's skill was directly upgraded to the Master level, which is just below the ultimate peak, world-class level. He was happy, no doubt, but in this situation it would have been more convenient to have better writing skills. Anyway, now he needs to use EP to upgrade the Writer as much as he can before starting to write the book. Currently, Writer's skill is at Intermediate level. He needs to get it into Expert level. According to the system, the level cap and the EP required to level up are like this. World-class 5 MEP. Master 2 MEP. Expert 1 MEP. Advanced 600k EP. Intermediate 200k EP. Novice 100k EP. So Regal spent all his EP on upgrading his writer skill to expert level. Thankfully, for some reason it wasn't in the novice, and instead in the intermediate. Regal thought it might have something to do with his writing experience he already had. Now with the upgrade, Regal has prepared every card ready for his next step. Chapter 3, Manuscript finished. Next day. It was late, 10:58 p.m. Regal just came back from finishing his part-time job, and his small flat was still bathed in the soft glow of the street lamp outside. However, currently he couldn't be bothered with any other things right. As soon as everything was set up, he yanked out the chair at his desk and powered up the computer. The hum of the device powered on as he cracked his knuckles, his sharp, blue eyes fixed on the blank document. For a moment, just a moment, he paused. Then he began typing. The first words appeared on the screen. Tap dash, 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 followed by, the document began increasing in size, chapter by chapter, all coming down with eerie clarity. Hours slipped by unnoticed. The night outside deepened, the city sounds fading to nothingness except for his typing sounds. Regal finally leaned back in his chair, exhaling slowly as the faint gray of dawn filtered through the windows. The screen before him displayed the finished manuscript, a full volume, meticulously typed out. He blinked at the clock in the corner of the screen. 5:23 a.m. A dry laugh escaped him as he rubbed at his bleary eyes, his lips quirking into a tired but triumphant smirk. The hard part was done, but he wasn't finished. With a stretch of his arms and a roll of his neck, Regal pulled the keyboard closer. Now, it was time to polish. This wasn't just about copying, it never was. The foundation was solid, but it wasn't perfect, not yet. He started with the glaring holes, the ones fans from his old world had ranted about endlessly. A weak explanation here, a clunky piece of logic there. With this system, feeding him clarity and recall, Regal dissected each inconsistency with surgical precision. Every line had to make sense, every thread tightly woven. As the hours passed, he moved on to what really excited him, the additions. Harry is still the wide-eyed, slightly clueless boy from the original, but he added infused nitpits of intelligence shown through in quieter moments, and even doubting his own place in the wizarding world. To reinforce this, he gave Harry small but meaningful habits, a tendency to doodle on parchment when nervous, and an uncanny knack for recognizing patterns. Harry was still kind-hearted, but carried more physical scars from his upbringing. However, in the end, not all of those scars were entirely negative. They were the very marks that had reshaped who he had become. He carried signs of resilience born from hardship, mental toughness, calloused hands, remarkable endurance, and made him understand the preciousness of showing kindness to others. These traits weren't just superficial. They became a quiet part of his identity, subtly influencing his daily life at Hogwarts. Whether it was handling grueling Quidditch practices, navigating the castle's corridors with his friends, or enduring challenges others might shy away from, these qualities added depth to his character. All this because as a fan himself, Regal wanted Harry to feel less like a vessel for the plot and more like a real person thrust into an extraordinary world, making him stand out not just as the boy who lived, but as someone shaped by his past in both strengths and vulnerabilities. These details would not only make him relatable, but also set the stage for more dynamic growth. Regal also changed the antagonist a little. He wanted a tad bit more of an aura surrounding him than what was shown, like being extra secretive and taking his name, while also exploring his carkiness and twisted idealism. The wizarding world, as magical as it was, felt smaller than it should have been. So he stretched its horizons. The world itself became a character under Regal's revisions. He fleshed out magical politics, giving the Ministry of Magic internal factions vying for power. Regal introduced underground magical societies, rogue potion makers, black market wand smiths, and even magical archaeologists uncovering long-forgotten secrets. He expanded the reach of magic beyond Britain, planting seeds for any side stories and future arcs. The existence of magical beings like phoenixes, centaurs, and goblins was now tied to intricate legends, with hints that some of them knew secrets even wizards had forgotten. hidden citadels buried in the folds of time, a deeper lore behind magical creatures, connecting them to legends that made their existence feel rooted in history. Then came the foreshadowing. Oh, how he loved foreshadowing. Subtle hints, barely noticeable on a first read but clear as daylight in hindsight. The tiniest mention of a cursed artifact here, a fleeting reference to a shadowed figure in ancient text there. Regal added every detail he could in the first volume. A bedtime tale hinted at the Deathly Hallows, while Ollivander spoke of legendary wands with veiled significance. Hagrid's recounting of Voldemort hinted at his obsession with immortality, and whispers of cursed objects foreshadowed darker magic to come. Regal deepened character layers too. Neville's quiet parallels to Harry hinted at his significance, while Draco briefly questioned his father's beliefs, showing early signs of inner conflict. Hermione, in an unguarded moment, confided her struggles with belonging, and Snape's cryptic remark about loyalty foreshadowed his complex motivations. The world itself felt richer. Harry stumbled upon hints of other magical schools and ancient murals depicting forgotten battles, teasing a grander magical history. Legends of the founders were woven into subtle discoveries, like a cryptic riddle tied to Salazar Slytherin. Regal smiled to himself, imagining readers catching these breadcrumbs in later books, their amazement as they realized it was all planned from the start. Still, he made sure the story stayed true to its roots as a children's book. Any additions aimed at older readers were subtle, serving as small nods or takeaways without overshadowing the core narrative. Actually, he deliberately made sure these elements went unnoticed by a 10-year-old audience. He wanted younger readers to simply skim past them, captivated by the next exciting line, while the deeper layers lingered for those who could appreciate them later. By the time he leaned back again, the light outside was brighter, the morning well underway. This is going to blow them away, Regal murmured to himself, his voice hoarse from hours of silence. He finally rose from his seat, his body stiff from sitting in the same place for a straight 28 hours. A few quick stretches loosened him up. He made his way to the kitchen, grabbing a bite for breakfast. Well, lunch at 3:29 a.m. Afterward, he collapsed onto his bed, completely drained. Sleep came quickly, and he needed it. He had a job to report to at 9:30 a.m. It had been a long, deliberate night he had planned from yesterday evening until now. Over the next 4 days, Regal shifted between verifying his work and handling his part-time job. Every detail was checked, rechecked, and refined. Finally, after a thorough review of everything, he felt confident enough to secure the copyright for his novel. As soon as the paperwork was complete, Regal didn't hesitate. The hunt began immediately. He wasn't naive enough to think it would be easy. He knew how tough it was to break into the publishing world. The big players wouldn't give an unknown writer a second glance, not with zero credentials. Still, he dove in headfirst, sending query letters to every major publisher he could find, the manuscript polished and ready to go. Each pitch was meticulously crafted. Regal highlighted the uniqueness of his reimagining, the depth he had added, and the twists no one saw coming. He made sure to emphasize the originality, the raw potential. But as expected, the responses were mostly silence. The few that came back were the same painfully polite rejections that felt like pre-written templates. No surprises there. He knew it wouldn't be a quick win, but it still left a bitter taste each time. What did surprise him, though, was how little attention even the smaller, independent publishers gave his work. His manuscript was too bold, too different for them to consider a debut novel. Still, he kept continuing. And for God's sake, why wouldn't he? When he already saw it with his own eyes, the potential this book could reach. So he simply kept at it. Days turned into weeks. More and more unanswered emails piled up in his inbox, with a couple of rejection mails. But then, one evening, an email arrived. It was from a publishing house called Everleaf Press. And despite it not belonging in his initial sought-out list, he remembers the name. He read some intriguing stories about a named publishing house with some decades of history. However, many reports claim that currently the house is on the verge of shutting down due to a string of unsuccessful ventures. For some reason, Regal felt he might get his book done here. Again, not like he had many choices to begin with, so without hesitation, he emailed them his manuscript. And now seeing an editor reach out to him made his guess more solid. They liked it, and wanted to meet. Regal didn't waste time. His reply was instant, his words clear and professional. Within minutes, the meeting was set for tomorrow. Chapter 4. Gwendolyn Alworth. Next day, Regal found himself standing outside a sleek building, the glass windows reflecting the early light of the day. He reached the location 30 minutes before his scheduled appointment with the editor. Regal wasn't nervous, because he didn't have many hopes to begin with. Even though he knew the undeniable success potential of, he wasn't naive enough to think he would secure a publisher on his very first tryout itself. He prided himself on being a realist, someone grounded in the here and now. Years of rejection in both his past and present life had toughened him, and this was just another step. It no longer fazed him. If someone didn't recognize the value of what he was offering, that was their loss, not his. At exactly 10:25 p.m., he walked into Everleaf Press. His white shirt pressed and tucked, the strap of a sling bag snug over his shoulder. The building was modest, the office on the second floor. The open door beckoned, and he stepped inside without pause. Behind the desk, the receptionist glanced up. She appeared to be in her late 30s, offering Regal a polite, professional smile. It was the kind of practiced expression designed to convey just enough warmth without veering into familiarity. "Hello, how can I help you?" Regal responded, maintaining neutrality. "I am Regal. I have an appointment with an editor." Her fingers glided over the keyboard as she quickly scanned the day's appointments. A few moments later, she nodded, recognition flashing in her eyes. Rising from her seat, she gestured politely. "Right. Please follow me." Regal nodded, trailing behind her as he took in the surroundings. The space was compact, housing a team of perhaps 20 to 25 employees. They stopped at a door, and she opened it with a quick motion. "Please, wait inside. Someone will join you shortly." "Thanks," Regal replied, stepping into the room. It felt more like a small, enclosed cabin, with a few racks lining the walls and a table in the middle flanked by two sofas. As he settled in, a peculiar quietness struck him. The silence felt unnatural. The receptionist who guided him, still outside the room, offered a choice, coffee or tea. He hesitated briefly, then opted for tea. Within moments, a cup was placed on the table before him. "So, miss, are you the editor?" Regal asked casually as he picked up the cup, though he already knew she wasn't. "Sometimes, you just need to break the ice." The receptionist blinked, momentarily surprised by the question before recovering quickly. No, I am not," she said, offering a small, polite smile. "Actually, the editor who was supposed to meet you today is on Lou Dash." As she explained, Regal took his first sip of tea. But suddenly, the door creaked open again. Regal's focus snapped to the entrance as the door swung open. A woman stepped in. Was she the editor? No, that didn't fit. He was sure the receptionist had just mentioned something about the editor being on leave. But if, by some twist, this woman was the editor, she wasn't remotely what he had pictured. She looked young, perhaps his age or a shade younger. And her face, there was something strikingly familiar about it. Did she always wear glasses back then too? She paused just inside, surveying the room. Her hair was swept into a messy bun, secured by a pin, though a few loose strands framed her face, softening her otherwise sharp features. There was a quiet charm about her, an understated confidence that felt entirely natural. Her outfit struck him as unconventional, a crisp white button-down shirt, sleeves rolled up as if she were perpetually ready for action, paired with a black miniskirt that ended high on her mid-thigh. She was pretty. Regal's eyes drifted downward. She wore no footwear, only sheer black pantyhose, her toes flexing lightly against the tiled floor. Is that why I didn't hear her approach? An instinct stirred within him, subtle but insistent. This woman wasn't an editor. He didn't need confirmation. His gut told him everything he needed to know. She was the one running this place. The thought barely settled in his mind before his system pinged quietly, cementing his suspicions. "Boss, I have told you not to walk around barefoot in the office." The receptionist's voice sliced through the moment, grounding Regal's thoughts. And with that, everything clicked into place. She continued, her tone polite, but carrying the weight of repetition. "This room is reserved for a meeting to happen." The woman in the doorway barely acknowledged her words. Her attention flicked toward Regal, sizing him up with a glance that lasted a moment too long before she casually returned to the receptionist. "I smelled the tea." she said with a casual shrug, her voice light and unbothered. Thought little Maggie might be enjoying a break. Didn't know I was interrupting. A faint, playful smile tugged at her lips, a teasing glint in her eyes that made it clear she wasn't at all apologetic. Regal's grip on the teacup tightened, and a small smile formed on his face. Little, huh? The comment lingered in his mind. Internally, he raised an eyebrow. The receptionist, little Maggie, was clearly in her 40s. Before Regal could dwell on it, the woman in the doorway shifted her weight and dismissed the moment with a breezy wave of her hand. Anyway, you seem busy. I will leave you to it. She didn't wait for any response. Her presence disappeared as swiftly as it had arrived, like a sudden breeze moving through the room, leaving only an unsettling quiet in its wake. Regal couldn't let it end there. Something inside him stirred, an instinct, a flicker of ambition. Words formed before he could stop them. I have the best-selling book for the next decade with me. Thud. The door clicked shut behind her. Her footsteps didn't stop either. Regal exhaled through his nose, focusing his mind. He listened closely. Her barefooted steps were light, almost ghostly. Each one grew fainter until silence. His jaw tightened. Did it fail? He couldn't shake the feeling something was off. Seconds ticked by, stretching into an agonizing minute. Guess it did not, Regal thought, giving up as he leaned back in his chair. But then, thud, 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 thud. The echo of footsteps returned. However, unlike before, they were louder, authoritative, and purposeful, like trying to make their presence known. The sound of the footsteps reached its peak before stopping again abruptly. This time, Regal wasn't confused. He knew exactly where she had halted, directly outside the door. She had returned. There was a brief pause, and then, creak, the door opened again, revealing her. She looked like a completely different person. No longer in a loose shirt and skirt. She now wore a coat draped over her outfit. Her hair slicked back into a polished ponytail, and sleek heels now adorned her feet. She stood in the doorway, her gaze sharper than before. Regal lips curved into a smirk. So, do you still stick to your earlier claim? Her voice was playful, yet carried an undeniable edge, as if daring him to backpedal. He didn't hesitate. Confidence radiated from him, unshaken. 1 minute and 25 seconds. That's how long it took you to return after hearing my claim. Impressive how quickly you readjust. But yes, my words still stand. Her eyebrows rose, a flicker of surprise breaking her mask of indifference, but she quickly composed herself. That's quite a compliment, she replied, her voice measured. I'm not sure if I should thank you or feel insulted. If it leans toward the latter, Regal said, his tone light. I will be sure to apologize. Her eyes paused on him. Then in a moment later they melted into something more curious. I won't lie, you played that well. You have got my attention. Glad it worked out. Regal replied, his tone tinged with satisfaction. She didn't say anything, just stared at him for a beat longer, the silence stretching. Regal broke it first. He stood, extending a hand toward her. I am Regal Seraphsail. Her hand met his. Gwendolyn Alworth. Right, Miss Gwendolyn, he said with a nod. Shall we begin? Her eyes narrowed slightly, sizing him up once more, before she wordlessly moved to the couch and sat down. Regal took his seat again, but his attention flickered to his system window, where a familiar cascade of information appeared. Name Gwendolyn Alworth. Skill. Planning, rank, S. Management, rank, A. Traits relaxed, venturesome, leaderly. Unique skill, resourceful. Regal swallowed hard, fighting the urge to react outwardly. His mind raced beneath his calm exterior. She is the real deal. Since acquiring insight, Regal had scanned hundreds of people in his day-to-day life. She was the first person he had encountered with a unique skill, aside from himself. His gamble, based on her traits, had paid off. Relaxed, venturesome, leaderly. He had seen the relaxed nature in her casual entrance, but it was her venturesome trait that he had been counting on. And he had been right. That trait had worked in his favor. Thank goodness for that. He allowed himself a small, relieved smile. Otherwise, he would already be out the door. Chapter 5. The man casually extended his hand toward her. I am Regal Seraphsail, he said with a relaxed smile. Gwendolyn shook it, as she replied automatically. Gwendolyn Alworth. Right, Miss Gwendolyn, he said with a nod. Shall we begin? Gwendolyn didn't answer immediately, Instead, she took a seat, feeling the weight of her tiredness pressing down on her. Wait, what am I supposed to be doing with him again? Her mind wandered, still sluggish from the remnants of the previous night. She had stayed late at the office again, grinding through paperwork until her eyes burned. She couldn't remember when she had finally dozed off, but the next thing she knew, she had woken up on the office couch, groggy and disoriented. It was morning, and the clock read 10:30 a.m. And, of course, there was the lingering irritation. Why hadn't someone woken her up? That was literally their job, but she also knew she can't blame them. Anyway, remembering she might have to continue her day, she shot up and headed to the restroom to freshen up. But midway through the building, the smell of Maggie's tea made her pause, drawn to the familiar scent. It led her straight into this room. Now here she was, sitting across from Regal Seraphsail, a man who, in the span of a few minutes, had confidently declared he held the best-selling book of the next decade. The absurdity of it made her inwardly scoff. It sounded like something plucked from a cheap sales pitch. Yet, she had walked right into it. She wasn't sure, but something about his presence, whether it was his calm confidence or the lack of pushiness, had kept her there. Regal, for his part, wasn't privy to the chaos that had landed her here, nor to the unconventional state she had been in just minutes ago. But one thing was clear to him. She was exhausted. Her posture, the faint sluggishness in her movements, it all mirrored a feeling he knew far too well. So he didn't waste time. "Miss Gwendolyn, I don't want to waste your time," Regal said, then pulled out a thick stack of papers and set them on the desk in front of her. "Here is the manuscript. You can take a look whenever you are ready." Gwendolyn didn't respond immediately. She just nodded and looked back down at the pages, her thoughts momentarily silenced by his casualness. Satisfied, Regal turned to Maggie, who had been hovering by the door, unsure of her role in the moment. "Miss Maggie, could you bring Miss Gwendolyn another tea? She might need it while she looks through this." "Thanks." His request sounded like a natural flow of this conversation, making Maggie blink for a moment, then nod, as if she, too, understood. Gwendolyn watched Maggie's retreating figure for a moment before returning her attention to the manuscript. Her fingers skimmed the pages, but her mind was racing, her thoughts tangled. How old is he, really? She couldn't help but wonder. He looked young, maybe around her age, but there was an undeniable maturity in the way he carried himself, something that seemed more suited to someone with far more years under their belt. Where did it come from? Was it genuine? Or was this all just an act? Gwendolyn wasn't the type to be easily fooled. She had seen enough in the industry to recognize the signs of ambition, even arrogance. Their once top publishing company was now barely hanging on by a thread. Everyone was pushing hard, reviewing manuscripts with a fine-tooth comb just to keep the doors open. She had been doing the same herself. Every manuscript had to go through a rigorous review. Most debut authors had no experience, and she had learned long ago not to expect anything groundbreaking from them. Writing was a journey, a skill earned over years of hard work. Rarely did someone hit it big on their first try. But she couldn't deny that it did happen. Every now and then, a debut author would pull off the impossible and create something extraordinary. She needed a miracle, a breakthrough, anything to save the company. With a quiet sigh, she flipped the cover. "Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone, huh?" She skimmed over the title with mild indifference. A children's book, probably. She wasn't sure if she was in the mood for something light, not when she had so much on her plate. She opened the first page, already mentally preparing for another slog through boring dialogue. The Dursleys were introduced, an overly ordinary family. Strange things start happening around them. People in cloaks celebrating and talking about someone named Harry Potter. Soon, Dumbledore, a mysterious figure, arrives on their street, carrying baby Harry. He explains that Harry's parents were killed by the dark wizard Voldemort, but Harry survived the attack. Dumbledore leaves Harry on the Dursleys' doorstep, telling them that they are his only remaining family. This sets the stage for Harry's journey, leaving her curious about what will happen next. Gwendolyn couldn't help moving to the second chapter, titled, "Harry's Life with the Dursleys Feels Incredibly Unfair. He is treated terribly, with his cousin Dudley being spoiled and demanding, while he is left to suffer." On Dudley's birthday, they visit the zoo, and Harry ends up in front of a snake's enclosure. Harry finds himself in front of a large glass tank containing a boa constrictor. When Harry accidentally makes the glass disappear, the snake escapes, and he shares a brief moment of communication with it. The snake thanks Harry for setting it free and tells him that it was born in Brazil before slithering away. But then, Gwendolyn came across the part about the owl tapping at the window. She stopped. Huh, that was a bit odd. It was a small moment, but for some reason, it caught her attention more than she expected. She read it again, a little more carefully this time. Was it her imagination, or was the tone of the writing starting to shift? It wasn't just a typical children's book opening anymore. She continued, her pace quickening as Harry received the letter. The words felt lighter, more playful now, while also building an undercurrent of intrigue, giving her an odd sense of anticipation. She found herself invested in the brief mention of his birthday and then the mysterious arrival of Hagrid, the giant of a man who came to inform Harry of his true nature. The moment Harry first learned he was a wizard was so deftly handled, so full of raw astonishment and wonder, that it made her smile, genuinely. By the time she finished the second chapter, she felt slightly embarrassed by her earlier dismissal. What had she been thinking? She had almost missed this. Maggie, who had been sitting quietly beside her, caught the subtle shift in her expression. She raised an eyebrow, clearly startled by the change. Before Gwendolyn could speak, Maggie, looking a little sheepish but clearly intrigued, picked up one of the sketches from the pile and held it up. Sorry, I couldn't help but look." Gwendolyn shot her a glance, but didn't seem annoyed. "It was over, huh?" Gwendolyn muttered, finishing the last page of. Currently, she was in her place. It's the same day she got the manuscript. After reading for 2 straight hours, as if noticing her tired eyes, Regal excused himself, gave her his contact info, and left. Now, after a few hours of rest, she had finally wrapped it up. "I am glad I was so wrong," she thought to herself. She had forgotten what it felt like to get completely lost in a book. Regal's writing was simple but packed with layers. And the characters? Harry was so real, from his loneliness to his struggle with his new identity. She couldn't help but connect with him. Ron and Hermione, though secondary, were just as well done. Their friendship with Harry was believable, formed through shared secrets and experiences. The trio was definitely the highlight. The suspense with the letters, the slow build of Harry's life before Hogwarts, had paid off. The magic? It didn't feel forced. It felt like a natural part of the world. Even the side characters, like Hagrid and McGonagall, brought richness to the story. Each had their own purpose. The plot twists at the end, she hadn't seen them coming, and they had her on edge, heart racing. With every turn, Harry's first year became more thrilling. The stakes were constantly rising, and she found herself fully invested, caught up in the tension, the mystery, and the sense of discovery. The themes were spot on: belonging, bravery, and identity. By the time she hit the final page, she couldn't help but mentally retract every assumption she had made. Regal's confidence suddenly made sense. He wasn't just hopeful. He believed in this work. She could feel that belief in every word. In this day and age, that kind of pure conviction was rare and admirable. It was something that could truly connect with readers. Number 6. Chapter 6, Side Hustle. December 30th, 2009. Trang. Trang. The sound of his phone alarm sliced through the silence. Regal's eyes flickered open, barely registering the alarm as he turned his gaze toward the desk where his phone lay. His blurry focus shifted to the clock on the wall. Of course, it was only 4 in the morning. Nonetheless, his hand reached out to the table and silenced the alarm with a deliberate tap, the sound cutting off mid-ring. Why am I continuing to wake up at this hour? For a moment, his mind wandered. He saw a younger version of himself, a boy hunched over a desk in the pre-dawn hours, scribbling stories in a notebook before the grind of part-time jobs swallowed his day whole. That boy had dreamed big, fueled by caffeine and hope. The memory was fleeting, fading as quickly as it had come, leaving behind a new thought. Acting on impulse, Regal grabbed his phone and fired off a quick message to his employer. It was brief and direct. He wouldn't make it in today. That made 2 days in a row. Yesterday, he had skipped work for something that felt like a long shot, a meeting with his so-called editor. What he thought would lead to a predictable string of rejections had snowballed into something much larger, an impromptu conversation with the CEO of the publishing house. And now here he was. Late last night, he got a text from the company. Short, To the point, they liked the book and wanted to meet again. Today, they hadn't explicitly said anything concrete, but Regal had a gut feeling. Unless some catastrophic disagreement about the contract blindsided him, this was it. Things will move forward. From the start, he hadn't been chasing fame or something extravagant with his writing career. He wanted just enough recognition to carve out his space, maybe a few million to fund his first big project. It wasn't unreasonable, right? When that happened, he knew life would get hectic. So, maybe it's time to quit, he whispered. He was referring to the part-time job that had kept him afloat all these days, the one that helped pay for groceries, rent, and the occasional splurge when he dared. His employer had been kind, even understanding during his tougher days. But now, things are changing. If he was going to leave, he owed them at least one thing: respect. A proper resignation, delivered in person. But first, I need to stretch. Regal let out a sigh, stretching his arms above his head. My body feels like it's been through a blender. He didn't waste time. After a quick wash, he changed into something comfortable, and he was out the door. His room, tucked away on the 5th floor, gave him peace and quiet, but the lack of an elevator made his trek down the stairs an unpleasant routine. Today, it felt even worse than usual. Stepping outside, he caught a breath of fresh air, the kind that felt sharp and cold. It was early enough that the streets were mostly deserted, save for the distant hum of traffic. The park wasn't far, and the morning air cleared his head a little. As he reached the park, he slowed to a walk. The path ahead was empty, save for a few joggers that looked like athletes. Regal noticed a bench nearby and decided to sit for a moment, taking in the calm around him. He closed his eyes and smoothed his rough breathing of chest, letting the cool breeze mess with his hair. It was almost peaceful, but the thoughts crept in again. The next step. What came after all this? The meeting time is set today, 10:30, today at the same office. After the quick jog, Regal returned to his apartment. He headed straight to his room, pulled off his damp shirt, and tossed it onto a chair before stepping into the shower. Minutes later, feeling a little less like a sweaty mess, Regal emerged, hair damp and clothes far more comfortable. A slice of dry bread, some jam, and a half-hearted attempt at breakfast. He plopped into the creaky desk chair, chewing absent-mindedly as he powered up his old computer. The desk around him was a quiet mess: scattered notes, a capless pen teetering on the edge, and a cup stained with old coffee rings told the story of countless late nights. Regal pulled the keyboard closer, chewing another bite of bread, eyes on the screen. Lately, Regal had been scouring the bulletin board for a solid side hustle to earn some much-needed EPs. Ever since wrapping up the final draft of, and even before that, it had become a habit of checking the system bulletin board every now and then, hoping something worthwhile would pop up. And, well, a few things had. Some of them were outright insane. Take the script, for example. Yeah, that James Cameron magnum opus project. Regal had stared at it longer than he cared to admit, his hand hovering dangerously close to the pin button. The thought of directing something so iconic made his heart race. But deep down, he knew better. Making his debut project? That wasn't just ambitious, it was suicidal. The funding alone would be astronomical. Money he didn't have and wouldn't have anytime soon. Could it be his second project? A pipe dream, at best. He hadn't even locked in his first project yet, so tying up his one and only pin on something so uncertain was out of the question. With a heavy heart and a sharp pang of regret, he let it go. Instead, Regal turned to something more practical: the web novel section. It was the only thing remotely within reach of his meager 68K leftover EPs. He needed something low-risk and high-yield to tide him over. After all, it would be at least a month before his book hit the shelves and started generating income. According to the system, EP came from one thing: entertaining people. So the plan was simple: find a decent web novel, pour his efforts into it, and earn. After some digging, Regal landed on 2 masterclasses ever written in this form. And unlike, he doesn't have to hold back here. The first is about a man who becomes the only person aware of a world that shifts into a game-like reality, using his knowledge to survive and navigate the dangerous new world. The second tells the story of the weakest hunter who gains the ability to level up alone, growing stronger with each challenge he faces in a world full of monsters and dungeons. One is rank S, while the other is rank A. This happened right after he applied for the copyrights for exactly 21 days ago. Within a week, Regal had churned out 3 entire volumes for each story, 75 chapters per each volume. It was an insane output. Once he deemed the content sufficient, he started uploading. He hit every major web novel platform he could find, leaving no stone unturned. Top 5 platforms. Check. He wanted maximum reach, even if it meant some readers might find it annoying seeing the same book on multiple sites. He didn't care. The response? Explosive. It didn't surprise him. Regal was a seasoned web novel writer in his past life. He knew exactly what hooked readers: consistency. Readers preferred to follow a story that updated frequently rather than waiting endlessly for sporadic brilliance. 3 chapters a day, uploaded in the morning. Each one is over 1,800 words. It was a monumental output, and he didn't lock the chapters either. Regal wasn't about to limit his audience. EP, the system currency, was earned by entertaining people. Locking content might generate a quick buck, but exposure was the real goldmine. Pirate sites would steal and upload the chapters anyway. Fighting that battle was pointless. So he leaned into it, letting the story spread as far and wide as possible. Readers noticed. Fans poured in day after day, their numbers growing with every upload. Some readers were so invested they offered to donate money, eager to support him. Regal didn't hesitate. He quickly set up a Ko-Fi account, streamlining the process. Before long, both novels dominated the top charts across multiple platforms, despite only having 50 chapters released. Regal's reputation exploded. Website owners even reached out with exclusive deal offers, eager to monopolize his content. He turned them down without hesitation. So yeah, his consistency, volume, and quality were winning him an ever-growing audience. Just minutes ago, he had uploaded today's quota of chapters. Number 7. Chapter 7, Lie 120. December 30th, 2009. Gregor's apartment, downtown. The 2000s had arrived with an avalanche of new technology, reshaping how people consumed entertainment. With every new app and gadget, the traditional hobby struggled to keep up. Light novels, and books once the main source of entertainment, slowly began to take a back seat. But then came web novels, a new breed of storytelling. Unlike the polished and heavily curated light novels, web novels were raw and immediate. There was no waiting for approval or months of meticulous editing. Chapters were uploaded as they were written. Most of them were messy, often amateurish. But to the readers who had embraced this new format, that was the very charm of it. And despite the quality ranging from laughably awful to surprisingly brilliant, the sheer variety of genres makes up for it and keeps pulling more people in. Web novels fit perfectly into the cracks of busy lives. You could scroll through a chapter during a coffee break or devour an entire series in bed at your fingertips. And they couldn't get enough. Gregor was one of those readers. At 35, his online name, Machi Snatcher 84, was a well-known name in online forums for his surprising behind-the-scenes details and encyclopedic knowledge. Since the boom of web novels, Gregor has gone from casual reader to full-blown addict. No, scratch that. He was consumed. He had read everything, every trope, every cliché, and he had an eye for what worked and what didn't. He had read it all: power fantasies, epics, even the odd guilty pleasure. Nothing was off-limits. But lately, everything felt stale. Gregor slouched in a creaky, mismatched chair, balanced a half-full coffee mug precariously on the edge of his cluttered desk. His eyes were glued to the laptop's screen and glowed in the dim room as he scrolled through updates of his favorite stories. In Gregor's humble opinion, he had developed a discerning eye for web novels, the good, the bad, and the downright forgettable. But lately, nothing seemed to stick. The stories all blurred together, weighed down by overused tropes and lazy writing. That was, until 2 novels recently appeared on his radar. And both were penned by the same author under the pen name, Lie 120. Gregor had come across his fair share of bizarre usernames in the online world, but this one stuck with him for reasons he couldn't quite pin down. The first novel, or, as the author had dubbed it in short, had caught his attention during one of his usual late-night rabbit holes of forums and recommendation threads. He had been scrolling through endless forums and recommendations when something caught his eye. World insertion. It was a new trope. It wasn't something that had been fully explored in the web novel scene yet. The concept itself was intriguing. Characters from the real world suddenly thrust into fictional universes, forced to adapt and survive in environments completely alien to them. Caught his attention precisely because it did something different with the idea. The protagonist, Daniel Kim, wasn't just some random person inserted into a fantasy world. He was already a reader of that world, a fan of a web novel that was eerily coming to life around him. The twist wasn't just the world insertion. It was the fact that the protagonist knew the story before it happened. He was the only one aware of the rules, the plot, and the dangers that lay ahead. The idea felt fresh, and he couldn't recall having seen anything quite like it. He had read stories with characters who suddenly found themselves in new worlds, but the concept of inserting a reader from our world into a fictional universe was still novel, something he hadn't seen many others attempt. He was hooked. The pacing was fast, the stakes were high, and the protagonist wasn't overpowered, far from it. Daniel Kim's advantage of knowing the story ahead of time didn't guarantee him victory. He still had to make tough choices, face danger, and fight for survival. For Gregor, it was unlike anything he had read before. Then there was. At first glance, the premise seemed somewhat familiar, another progression story, where the protagonist starts weak and grows stronger over time. The deeper he read, the clearer it became. This wasn't just another tale of rebuilding from the ashes. The main character, Jake Sung, wasn't simply growing stronger by completing tasks or defeating random monsters. The world he was thrust into was deadly, with life-or-death consequences at every turn. And the way he leveled up, through a system that was both dangerous and addictive, was an interesting twist that Gregor hadn't encountered in many other stories. He found himself drawn in by the blend of suspense, action, and the gradual but intense growth of the protagonist. There was something darker about, a sense of rawness that felt unlike the polished, overly edited light novels he had grown used to. But what truly fascinated Gregor wasn't just the stories themselves. It was the sheer audacity of the author, Lai 120. This writer somehow managed to juggle both novels and release 2 chapters a day. 2. Every single day. And the kicker? They were free, no locked chapters demanding in-app coin purchase. Gregor couldn't help but marvel at the dedication. He had tried his hand at writing once, after reading one too many lackluster novels. Fueled by frustration and fleeting inspiration, he sat down to create something better. The reality hit fast. Writing wasn't easy. Crafting even a single decent chapter had drained him. He quit before finishing the first arc. His dream of being an author quietly shelved. So when Gregor saw Lai 120 pulling off this Herculean feat, he couldn't help but be in awe. He became a loyal follower, checking for updates like clockwork, savoring each chapter. Of course, with popularity came chaos. The comments section turned into a battlefield of debates, critiques, and hot takes after every update. And Gregor? He was right there, in the thick of it, defending Lai 120's work like a true believer. For him, these stories weren't just entertainment. They were proof that even the most unconventional ideas could turn into something extraordinary. Machi Snatcher 84. Honestly, can we just agree that, and are both top tier? There's no way the same author wrote these 2 completely different kinds of stories and made both of them so damn good. That's some serious talent right there. Machi Snatcher 84. Also for chapters a day? For free? Like, how is Lai 120 pulling this off? The consistency is unreal, and the quality is always on point. I'm low-key amazed. But that's when the chaos started. The comments section had become a battlefield, and the warring factions were at full tilt. Dragon Sith 69, bruh, don't even try to compare to. Is straight fire. The power progression? Insane. Every time Jake Sung levels up, he is basically bending the universe to his will. It's pure rush. And those boss fights? Don't even get me started. But, nah, it's too slow, too philosophical. Daniel Kim knowing everything doesn't make him cool. It just makes him OP in a boring way. It's all about raw, unfiltered excitement. The real Snackman, nah, I gotta disagree, is hands down the better one. I mean, it's got that unique hook, Daniel Kim knowing the plot and still struggling. That's so refreshing. It's like you are reading a story where the protagonist is more aware of his fate, and that awareness adds such a cool layer of tension. The writing's so smart. Meanwhile, it's just your typical power fantasy. Jake Sung gets stronger, but we all know he is going to crush everything in his path eventually. It's fun, sure, but it's not as deep as. Waifu Hunter 69. Elmao, why are we even comparing these two? OMG, both stories are so cute in their own way. It's all about getting stronger and protecting everyone, which is so macho. But I can't even. Daniel Kim is so tragic and thoughtful, it just pulls at my heartstrings. I love them both in different ways. Hee hee. Gregor paused for a moment, reading the comments fly by in a steady stream of arguments, pithy remarks, and occasional insults. He scrolled up, shaking his head at the madness of it all. And he had a feeling this would only get ugly, but he had to admit, the debate was fun to watch. People were passionate about these stories, even if they didn't always agree. And he got it. It was easy to get caught up in the hype, but that's what made Lie 120's work stand out. It sparked genuine reactions. Epic Fail 420. Look, let's be real here. In my opinion, both and have their flaws. Is fun, but it's like Lie 120 just picked every action trope and crammed them in. The power-ups and fights are getting a little too repetitive. As for, the pacing is just slow. Daniel Kim knows everything, but being stuck is frustrating after a while. He feels distant, like the author tried to make him too deep or something. Well, the novel is just in its early phase, but I doubt the author is capable of making it perfect. 2.25/5 for each. Lunar Queen 88. Keep your opinion to yourself. Epic Fail 420. I honestly don't know what you're talking about, but I completely disagree. The pacing in is spot on, and as of now the fights are the best part. The power progression and stakes keep it exciting every chapter. As for, it's a masterpiece. The world building, the emotional depth. I have never seen a web novel like it. As for Daniel Kim's character, it is still in progression, as you said, and from how the author delivered it, I am expecting big things to happen. Love you, author. All the best. October 10th for both of these. Can't wait for more. Gregor leaned back, rubbing his eyes. He had seen this happen in every online community. The I hate it versus its amazing battle. But this time, it felt different. Lie 120's work was stirring up something deeper. It was like everyone who read it had some stake in the game, whether they liked it or not. But there was something else creeping into the comments, a sense of awe, of people realizing that Lie 120 wasn't just another author. There was something extraordinary about how the chapters flowed, how they built worlds that felt so real, so alive. Skeptical Steve. Come on, Lie 120's good, but not mind-blowing. 4 chapters a day sounds great, but the quality's all over the place. Is fun, but the fights get repetitive. Has a cool idea, but the pacing and world building are a mess. It's decent, but let's not pretend it's groundbreaking. Ramen King 69. Skeptical Steve, just salty. Lie 120's work is fire. 4 chapters a day, no locked content, and the plot keeps evolving. You just mad you can't do the same. I will take whatever Lie 120 gives us. You're not on that level, huh? Gregor chuckled, leaning back in his chair as he scrolled further down. Not your dad 69. Alright, real talk. I get the hype behind both, but my guy Lie 120? The name became legendary in my dictionary. Who even comes up with something like these? I can't even imagine being that creative. Gave me chills, but has that swagger that makes me want to join the fight too. Hype level? Infinity. Honestly, I'll take both. Thanks. You guys are acting like it's over already, but we're just getting started. Caffeinated Lemon. Been here since day one. Can't choose between them. Is so unique, and is my obsession. They hit different. Lie 120's gonna be huge. We're all witnessing greatness. You can't judge it all yet. There's so much more to come. Just wait. Gregor grinned to himself. People were obsessed, and for good reason. These novels weren't just stories. They were an experience. The twists, the dark humor, the way they made you feel. There were so many layers to unpack, and no one could stop talking about them. Grizzly Ghost 39. But I am a little surprised. I thought by now some platform would have contacted Lie 120 for the exclusive rights. What are they doing? Just how dumb are they? Should the WB Fiction be the first ones to grab? The real Snackman. WB Fiction are just trash, bro. They don't understand a good story. Gregor's fingers hovered over the keyboard as he read the last 2 comments again. The corner of his mouth twitched in irritation. He clicked the reply button, fingers tapping away quickly as the words formed in his head. Machi Snatcher 84. Maybe the WB Fiction team did contact author Lie 120 and he rejected the offer. Who knows? The management isn't that bad there. Surely even a blind person can see the potential of these stories. The response came almost instantly, the words clashing with his thoughts. Buddha Vibes 77. What are you even saying, bro? Who in their right mind would reject an offer from WB Fiction? The kind of deal they're offering could change your life overnight. If I were Lie 120, I'd be cashing in, like yesterday. Stop dreaming. In a few more days, the novels will probably be pulled from other platforms or even deleted. Just wait and see. Gregor exhaled slowly, a calm, deliberate breath. His eyes narrowed slightly as he read Buddha Vibes 77's comment, the arrogance of it itching at him. He couldn't help but feel a little amused by the certainty of the response. Well, he did reject it, people. He muttered quietly to himself, his gaze now fixed on the screen. How did he know? The answer was simple. He was one of them. From WB Fiction to contact him. Gregor's fingers hovered over the mouse for a moment, his satisfaction growing. He had been trying to get in touch with Lie 120 for days, but every attempt had been ruthlessly shut down. It was strange, though. He had been persistent, yet Lie 120 never took the bait. No matter how many times he tried to offer advice, or even just fan mail, it was always the same, a polite, but firm, rejection. But Gregor understood why now. Lie 120 wasn't just in it for the money, it wasn't just chasing fame. There was something deeper here, something that WB Fiction couldn't touch. He leaned forward, closing the laptop with a decisive snap, his mind already turning. I am going to be the first to get that author's next book when it comes out. I just know it. Lie 120 is the real deal. With a satisfied grin, he turned off the screen and got up, already looking forward to whatever Lie 120 had planned next. Number 8. Chapter 8. Quit. So yeah, Regal's consistency, volume, and quality were winning him an ever-growing audience. Just minutes ago, he had uploaded today's quota of chapters, yet he didn't leave his chair. Instead, his attention shifted to the clutter of tabs open in his browser. Most of the open tabs were actor profiles, images and bios of performers, some instantly recognizable, others entirely foreign to him. But no, he wasn't seriously looking to cast anyone. Not yet, anyway. He didn't even have a finished script, so why would he? Besides, the names staring back at him were the kind that dominated headlines, the A-listers of this era. This was the early 2000s, a time when the internet was booming but not quite the playground for everyone it would later become. Back then, having a Wikipedia page wasn't a given and is still a bit reliable. If you had a personal page, it meant you mattered. You were a top-tier actor, director, or producer. Still, scrolling through these profiles wasn't just idle curiosity. Regal wasn't hunting for collaborators. He was hunting for something else. Familiarity. He was trying to place the faces of this world over the ones from his past. As he scrolled, he searched for features or names that clicked. And some did. Enough to make him sit up straighter. Regal had long come to terms with the fact that this world wasn't his own. Parallel Earth, alternate reality, whatever it was, it came with plenty of quirks. But knowing something and experiencing it were two entirely different things. Some actors were younger than they should have been, while others seemed older. Some had different names or completely altered backgrounds. And some, they were missing altogether. It was disorienting. Shouldn't they have aged by now? And why is Essie still young? The inconsistencies were everywhere, subtle yet glaring once noticed. Regal smirked, the absurdity of it all bringing a faint flicker of amusement. So, for all I know, I could just run into some mini version of RDJ on a random street. His excitement, however, was rudely interrupted by the low growl of his stomach, the sound echoing in the cramped silence of his apartment. He frowned, his gaze dropping to the desk in front of him, crumbs scattered across its surface, a half-eaten piece of stale bread resting forlornly on a plate. Yeah, definitely not cutting it. A glance at the clock on his desktop, 8:45 a.m. His meeting was in an hour and 15 minutes, and he wasn't about to tackle the day fueled by nothing but sugar and air. Sighing, Regal grabbed his wallet, locked up his flat, and slung his bag over his shoulder. Inside, a flash drive containing the final version of his rewritten rattled against the spine of the book he always carried, a habit born of equal parts paranoia and hope. Hollywood might not be waiting for him just yet, but opportunities had a funny way of sneaking up when you least expect it. His fingers fumbled with the lock for a moment before it clicked into place. He spared the apartment one last look over his shoulder. Crumbs, chaos, and jam-streaked regrets stared back at him. Later, he muttered, slamming the door shut behind him. The day was calling, and so was breakfast. A mental map of the neighborhood popped into his head, his thoughts zeroing in on the nearest convenience store. 10 minutes, maybe less if he skipped waiting for the crosswalk light. By the time he reached the store, the neon lights buzzed and flickered lazily against the late morning haze. Regal pushed open the glass door, the faint jingle of the bell above him announcing his arrival. Behind the counter, Jordan sat as always, his face unreadable except for a faint twitch at the corner of his mouth, caught somewhere between a smirk and a yawn. Back, huh? Jordan's voice sliced through the air, sharp, with that casual retail worker questioning tone. Regal shrugged, already closing the gap to the counter. I was just a little hungry. He had just walked an extra 10 minutes instead of taking the shortcut to the other store. And the reason is, this was the place where he worked part-time. The place was his second home, or maybe more like a really bad hotel room where you weren't allowed to complain about the sheets. Jordan snorted. What now? Shift swap. Nope, Regal said, leaning on the counter, mock seriousness plastered across his face. I am here to quit. Straight to it, no sugarcoating. Jordan didn't flinch. Regal hadn't expected him to. Straight talk was Jordan's thing, a no-nonsense, all-business approach to life that bled into everything he did. Maybe that's why his wife had left him, a fact Jordan had let slip after one too many drinks during a late night at the bar. True to form, Jordan's reaction was minimal. He raised an eyebrow, his expression settling into a quiet, unsurprised look. Not shocked, not disappointed, just resigned figures. Regal hadn't exactly been subtle. The past few days had worn him thin, and Jordan, observant as ever, had clearly picked up on the signs. Got a new job lined up? Jordan asked, the casual tone now slipping into something a little more curious. Regal scratched the back of his head, pretending to think. Sort of. I am going to be a director soon, he said, like it wasn't the most ridiculous thing he had ever said. You know, Hollywood stuff. Probably start a production company, get a star in it. You know, the usual. Jordan didn't even blink. He had heard the whole, I am going to be famous line more times than he could count from Regal. But today he was in a good mood, or at least pretending to be. All right, well, break a leg, kid. His voice was dry, but not unkind. Just don't forget about us lowly convenience store folks when you hit the big time. Regal grinned, the kind of grin that stretched wider than it should. Nah, I am pretty sure the fame will be so overwhelming, I will forget about you by next week. Jordan's lips twitched, but he didn't respond. It wasn't the first time Regal had tried to joke his way out of an awkward situation, but honestly, Jordan didn't mind. It was a welcome distraction from the usual, predictable grind. Grabbing snacks off the shelf, Regal set them on the counter. The transaction was quick and wordless, and Regal was halfway to the door when Jordan's voice stopped him. You know? Jordan's smirk resurfaced. This is why I can't stand hiring kids. You all think you can just bail the second something better comes along without a word. Regal paused, casting an exaggerated side-eye over his shoulder. He didn't rush to respond. There was no real sting in Jordan's words, just that tired, world-weary honesty that came from hearing the same old thing time and time again. I have seen it before. Jordan continued, his tone lighter now. But hey, if you think you have got it all figured out, good luck. Just don't come crawling back when it doesn't work out. Regal chuckled, the sound more genuine than it had been a moment ago. I hope you still hire kids like us in the future. I will try, but you guys are a pain in the ass. Jordan muttered, shaking his head with a grin. He didn't really hate Regal for it, though. Jordan understood, it was just the nature of the game. After all, he had been there himself. Regal flashed him a thumbs up and turned to leave, but not without one last jab. Thanks for everything. And I will be sure to name a character after you in my movie. Probably the grumpy old guy who runs a convenience store. Jordan's deadpan response followed him out. Perfect. I will be here when it flops. The door chimed softly as Regal stepped outside, the cool air greeting him again. He took a deep breath. On to the next appointment, he murmured. Regal stood at the bus stop, shifting from foot to foot. He adjusted the strap on his bag and gave the street a quick once-over. After waiting for over 5 minutes, finally a bus rumbled up and the doors creaked open. He stepped aboard and swiped his card, the doors closing behind him with a familiar hiss. Inside, the usual mix of "don't talk to me" faces. In the era of booming technology, most passengers were lost in their little worlds resembling his modern day from his past life. Well, that was none of his business, as he took a window seat and stared out, letting the city blur into some half-familiar smudge. LA was a dream, or so they said. Bright lights, glitter, fame. But, of course, peddlers like him won't be able to afford living there, ridiculous maintenance cost. So for now, Echo Park would have to do. No, it wasn't glamorous, but it is a roof for many like him. Number 9. Chapter 9, Contract. About 30 minutes later, Regal found himself back in the same office as the day before. The same room, the same time of day. Sitting across from him, the same faces. Gwendolyn sat across the desk, composed and effortlessly stunning. Maggie stood nearby, having just returned with 2 cups of tea and snacks, a small but thoughtful gesture to smooth over the morning. If one were to look at Maggie, she is a woman in her early 40s and had been a loyal employer for Everleaf Press even before the present boss took over the company. Despite the tough times to the point she had to occasionally do odd jobs, similar to being a receptionist yesterday, she was dedicated to continue. Overall, she is a part manager, part assistant, part friend, part well-wisher, and always there to lend a hand to her current boss, Gwendolyn. And yes, of course, she receives the immense respect and pay bonus she deserves from Gwendolyn, who holds her in high regard. Coming back, by the time Maggie set the tea and snacks down, the polite pleasantries had run their course. And now, it was time for business. On the surface, everything seemed unchanged. But Maggie could feel the shift. There was a subtle change in the air, a quiet mutual respect that hadn't been there before. Maggie had a pretty good idea why. Her boss, Gwendolyn, had made her intentions clear before the start of the meeting. She wanted to collaborate with Regal, and there was no changing her mind. Maggie had also read a portion of Regal's manuscript, something she had done just that morning. Surely, it wasn't enough to judge the entire book, but it was light years ahead of the usual junk they often get in the name of manuscripts. After reading it, one thing was clear: Regal had potential. Maybe not today, but tomorrow? There are some chances. Maggie understood why Gwendolyn's took such a stance, even if it is too bold. She wasn't blind to their situation. They have been in their downfall with many of their past ventures falling and were in no position to be picky. The company needed a win, and Regal? He might be it. But something didn't sit right with her. Regal was being too forward. And more than that, he was showing it on his face. Why? They needed this deal to work, but Regal? He shouldn't be that desperate like them. Sure, he was a debut writer, but he didn't have to be inclined to this opportunity like they were. From what she had seen, Regal Seraphsail, a young man in his 20s, prided himself on his worth and believed his book was something special. Whether that belief was justified or not didn't matter. But often, people like him tend to dream big and usually don't settle for small companies unless they are in an urgent need, recognition, money, or a break. Even if it means taking a few losses. It was the only logical conclusion she could reach. So that automatically makes them have an upper hand in this deal. Of course, their company is as desperate, if not even more than his, but Regal didn't need to know about that. The atmosphere shifted, turning serious as the conversation was about to begin. But despite the tension, there was an undeniable ease between Gwendolyn and Regal. Maybe it was their similar ages, or maybe they saw a similar spark of ambition in each other, or something else entirely. Maggie couldn't quite put her finger on it. What she could expect was a heated back and forth. Regal wouldn't fold easily, and neither would Gwendolyn. She was almost looking forward to how it would unfold. But then, Gwendolyn shattered her expectations with a single sentence. "Regal, if you would like, allow us to publish your book." The silence that followed was deafening. Maggie's eyes widened in disbelief. Had she missed something? Gwendolyn had just tossed away their biggest bargaining chip, as if it meant nothing. It was an unspoken rule in negotiations: never reveal how much you need the other party. Yet here was Gwendolyn, laying it all bare without a hint of hesitation. Regal, for his part, choked down his tea internally, his expression betraying nothing. He set the cup down with a light cough, masking his surprise. Boss, believe me, Maggie. I have already thought it through. We are doing this. Maggie began, her voice filled with uncertainty, but Gwendolyn cut her off with a soft yet firm wave of her hand. As the seconds ticked by, the weight of Gwendolyn's boldness hung in the room. Maggie's thoughts spiraled. What's her angle? She had been told this would happen, but why say it like this? So openly. In fact, she fears Regal might misinterpret that they are scheming something underhanded, when she could see Gwendolyn genuinely wishing to assist him. But how would he know that? He had only met Gwendolyn once before this meeting, and it was very brief. Her attention moved on to Regal, who seemed to be thoughtful, as his gaze locked onto Gwendolyn as he was suspicious of her. Hey! However, to her shock, Regal let out a mirthful laugh and gave his terminal answer. Okay, I agree. Gwendolyn. Maggie. The confusion was evident as they both exchanged a glance. That's it? Neither of them had expected him to gullibly accept without doubting their intentions. The conversation to take this turn so quickly. After that, despite their skepticalness, they dove into the details of the contract. Gwendolyn, as the CEO of the Everleaf Press, put forth a straightforward contract. Still, it is better than what a debut authors would get. The deal laid out was simple enough. An advance of $10,000. The amount will be divided into two halves, with the first half being paid right after signing the contract and the other on the day of launch. Royalty rate, 12% of net sales for the first 50,000 copies and 15% for all copies beyond. Initial print run, 5,000 copies. Marketing budget, $3,000 allocated for social media campaigns, bookstore signings, and mailing copies to influential bloggers and early reviewers. Retail price for hardcover book, $16.99. Regal skimmed through the details carefully before putting the contract down on the table. Can I get a pencil? He asked, his hand already outstretched without even looking up from the paper. Gwendolyn nodded, and Maggie handed him a pencil. Regal leaned forward, making a few adjustments to the contract with quick strokes of correction. After a few seconds, he handed the paper back to Gwendolyn. She picked it up and began scanning through the changes he made. Are you for real? She questioned, rubbing her forehead with one hand, the other still holding the contract. Maggie, a little surprised by her boss's reaction, leaned in slightly, trying to see what had caused this shift. But the moment Gwendolyn caught her, Maggie quickly pulled back, feigning innocence. Regal shrugged, unfazed. I am betting on myself just as much as you are betting on me. Gwendolyn's gaze sharpened as she laid it out bluntly. You wouldn't get a penny if this book didn't work out. I will be printing money if it's a hit. Regal countered. You are being too greedy. She replied, though her tone wasn't harsh. It was more like a gentle reprimand. I just know exactly what the worth of this book is, Regal said with confidence. Gwendolyn let out a soft sigh, not out of disappointment, but concern. She had already been juggling a lot with her newly formed relationship, and this added stress wasn't exactly helping. Maggie, now even more intrigued by the back and forth, leaned in again, this time without trying to hide it. Her curiosity was obvious. That's when she finally saw the details Regal had changed on the contract. The advance payment was cut to 0, and the royalty rate? It had been slashed from 12% to 3% for the first 100,000 copies, a massive jump from the initial 50,000. But to balance it out, the percentage for copies beyond that was bumped up from 15% to 20%. The half of the advance payment was now requested to be used for printing the initial copies. The rest was to be allocated to the marketing budget. As for the copyrights, the publishing rights for the book would belong to Everleaf Press, granting them control over the distribution and marketing of the final work, including the international. However, Regal retained the adaptation rights, ensuring that any future iterations, whether in the form of sequels, spin-offs, translations, merchandise, or adaptations for other mediums, remained under his personal control. Still, as Maggie read through the royalty distribution Regal had proposed, she felt the blood drain from her face. Clearly, it was a one-sided deal, entirely in their favor, even if the book turned out to be a hit. For Regal to see any real profit, the book would have to make massive waves, enough to compete with the best-selling books of the year. That's when she remembered his initial pickup line to her boss when he first pitched the project. Regal passed her the water bottle from his side, looking at her with a faint grin. Curiosity kills the cat. Maggie, startled by the sudden call-out, straightened up in her chair. Even before she could take a sip, the sudden interruption was enough to quell her hiccups. Regal knows what he is doing. Right now, more than anything, he needs cash. Cold, hard cash. Not some chump change. It isn't just for his survival. He needs enough money to kickstart a small indie film. He was dead set on it. For Regal, now living in this young man's life, it felt like a bittersweet irony. The boy had been so much like him, an aspiring director brimming with ambition but crushed by relentless bad luck. 6 months ago, things had taken a sharp turn. The boy's father, Regal Seraphsail, died in a car accident. He is a man who spent his late 40s chasing the dream of success as a scriptwriter. He hadn't found it. Dreams remained just that, dreams. Anyway, with Ryder gone, the boy lost the modest income that had kept the household running. No debts, thankfully, but no savings either. Left on his own, he scrambled to stay afloat, juggling too many responsibilities on far too little sleep. He had worked tirelessly to get into a prestigious film school, believing that education was his ticket to a future in the industry he loved. But without financial support, things unraveled fast. He already quit college due to looming tuition bills. Rent for his tiny apartment went unpaid. He is barely eating 3 meals a day. Still, he didn't quit on his dream. Between part-time jobs and freelance gigs, he wrote scripts, sending them out in the hope someone would notice. And there was also his twin sister. Unlike him who dropped out, she is still in her final year of college. Regal was lucky enough for the fact that she stayed in the college dormitory, far enough from home to avoid seeing the mess he had made of his life. If she had been closer, there was no chance he could have dropped out. She would have fought him every step of the way, like she always had when he made rash decisions. There was also the fact that she couldn't stand the film industry. And frankly, the boy, and even Regal, understood why. Their father had spent his life chasing success in it, too often putting his family on the back burner. In the end, all he had earned was the bitter title of failure. For the last 3 months, the boy had avoided meeting her in person, crafting endless excuses about his busy college schedule. The last thing he wanted was for her to see the hollow shell of his life. He thought he could make everything right with his success. Then a few days ago something happened. Regal woke up in the boy's body, his memories and struggles now his own. It was frankly cruel to wake up in the life of someone so similar to his own. Number 10. Chapter 10, Twin Sister. And her boyfriend is. After finalizing the last details of the contract, Regal stepped out of the building. He was informed that after another round of discussions and a few verification steps, the final signing would take place tomorrow. Catching the bus, he was already on his way to the next and final destination of the day, his thoughts shifting to the text he had sent earlier that morning to his sister. Before diving headfirst into what he hoped would be his big break, Regal knew he had to confront the tangled mess of relationships he had let fall apart over the years. Or, more truthfully, what little remained of them. His sister was the only person still in his so-called circle. Regal Seraphsail, his twin younger sister, was attending the prestigious Valmont School of Fashion Design in the Arts District, located in downtown Los Angeles, right in the heart of the Arts District. The bus screeched to a halt, snapping Regal out of his thoughts. He grabbed his bag, stood, and disembarked without missing a beat. A short walk, and he arrived at the CAF they always met at. It had been months since his last visit. He pushed the door open and spotted her immediately. There she was, absorbed in her phone like it was the only thing keeping her from combusting. As he made his way over, she glanced up. Her eyes locked with his, and a slow, almost smug smile crept across her face. "You made it," she almost shouted. Regal rolled his eyes, shaking his head. "Calm down, Saren." He slid into the seat across from her and waved over the waiter, ordering a coffee for himself. As he looked across the table, his eyes landed on 2 empty cups beside her and the half-filled one in her hands. He raised an eyebrow. "How long have you been waiting?" "Not long," she said, tilting her head slightly, her chin resting on her palm. A glint of curiosity flickered in her eyes. "Only 10 minutes. Why do you ask?" "Nothing," Regal replied, brushing it off with a casual wave. He had been late, sure, but not by much. And he knew his sister well enough that she couldn't down 2 cups of coffee back to back. But, then again, he wasn't even speaking about her alcohol tolerance. The silence between them stretched for a few seconds before Saren broke it. Finally had some free time? Her tone had shifted, and Regal instantly knew what she was getting at. He wasn't planning to dodge it. Actually, he drawled, taking another slow sip, then setting the mug down with a little too much emphasis. I dropped out. A few months ago. Saren froze, her brows knitting together as the realization sank in. Her face darkened, eyes narrowing. You dropped out? Why didn't you tell me? Just like that, the floodgates opened, and her volume rose again. Regal leaned back in his chair, his expression neutral, but there was a faint shrug of indifference in his posture. I didn't want to make a big deal out of it, and you always wanted me to quit anyway. For a heartbeat, Saren just stared at him, lips pressed tight, trying to piece together whatever was going on behind his eyes. He knew the look, the way she was trying to figure him out. Then, her expression softened. Regal saw it coming before it hit, the glimmer of emotion in her eyes that meant one thing. She was about to get sentimental. I hate you, she muttered, quickly wiping her sleeve over her eyes to catch the tear that had threatened to fall. Her voice softened, wobbled a little, almost childlike. You always do whatever you want. You told me you had enough for tuition when I asked. Saren was childish, yes, but she wasn't dumb. She could connect the dots in ways she hated to. Regal watched her, the way her shoulders slumped just a bit, the sniffle that followed. It was hard to tell if he should chuckle or apologize. She looked like an abandoned puppy. God, she is 22 now, Regal screams internally. An adult, or so they said. But deep down, Regal couldn't shake the feeling that he was probably the only person in the world who still found her cute in all her emotional chaos. Before he could decide if he should say anything, or worse, let her stew, someone's voice sliced through the tension. Hey, that's enough. Regal's head snapped to the side, his eyes narrowing as he tried to place the source of the interruption. A guy, late 20s, maybe? Definitely a few years older than Regal. Instantly, Regal's response was ready. Fuck off. Who the hell just barges into someone else's drama without knowing the first thing about it? Saren wasn't exactly making a scene. She was upset, sure, but she wasn't out here screaming for attention. If anything, she was more sulking than throwing a tantrum. But this guy? Apparently, he thought he was the hero in some dumb scenario. And then Regal turned fully toward him, their gazes locking. And just like that, everything in him froze. What the hell? Regal's brain short-circuited for a moment. Just because you are Saren's brother doesn't mean you get to decide who she wants to be with. The man's tone was bold, almost rehearsed, as if he had been waiting for this moment. Regal's confusion only deepened, more question marks popping up in his mind. She is my girlfriend, and nothing will change that. The words hit like bombs, one after another. Regal's gaze darted between the two of them, a sinking feeling crawling under his skin. Just as he was about to voice his disbelief, Saren cut in, her voice like a shriek from a suddenly exploding volcano. You dummy. What are you doing here? I haven't even told him about us yet. Her face was practically fire engine red, and she wiped at her damp cheeks with quick, frantic swipes, her embarrassment clear. Regal didn't react right away. He let his eyes linger on the guy for a second longer, then shifted his focus to Saren. The silence stretched thin, a quiet tension, humming in the air. Then Regal decided it was time to cut through the mess. Hey, Saren, he asked, his tone a mix of feigned calm and thinly veiled sarcasm. You his girlfriend? His eyes locked on her, and he could feel that simmering irritation bubbling just under his skin. Saren knew exactly what was at stake here, what her answer would mean if it didn't align with her brother's expectations. The guy wasn't walking away with all his teeth intact, no matter how much he tried to look like some generic action movie hero. In the meantime, Regal's hand twitched instinctively. He already knew what he would do if the answer was no. A punch, straight to the guy's face. It didn't matter who this guy was, even if he was Keanu Reeves, the future superstar himself, one of Regal's favorites. He wouldn't blink. The response came quickly. Saren's answer came swiftly, but it was not quite what he expected. No, that's it. Regal's fist clenched instinctively, the muscles in his arm tightening, ready to unload a punch straight to the guy's face. But then she added, her voice barely above a whisper. It's the other way around. He is the one that's my boyfriend. Regal froze. His fist remained clenched, but his frustration shifted. Of course, it was always like this with Saren. She had a knack for complicating everything just for the hell of it. Her childish pride nearly wrecked things, but in the end, did it matter? Was the order of things really such a big deal? He relaxed. His grip, a sharp exhale escaping him as his irritation melted into something else. In a fluid motion, he turned the potential punch into something else entirely. He extended his hand, the smirk that spread across his lips part amusement, part smug satisfaction. Regal Seraphsail, a future director, he said, voice rich with irony as he offered the handshake. The title rang proudly. The man hesitated, clearly thrown off by the sudden shift in energy. He knew what Regal had just attempted to do, and he wasn't one to back down either. He was ready to go for it if he wanted to. But after a brief pause, he accepted the handshake. Just like that, Regal had unknowingly met the first actor in what would become not only his debut film, but the start of an iconic collaboration in the years to come, which he would only realize in future. Keanu Reeves. He introduced himself. Number 11. Chapter 11. Why don't you audition for my film? After the misunderstanding was cleared up, Regal and Saren returned to their seats. But this time, there was a new face sitting beside her, like some unexpected cameo. Regal took a slow sip of his coffee, his eyes drifting toward the guy who now seemed to have comfortably wedged himself next to Saren. His lip twitched, a wry grin forming. Well, looks like I am not the only one who finds Saren's grumbling cute. A faint chuckle rumbled in his chest as he sized up the stranger, his curiosity piqued. Never in his wildest dreams had Regal thought his uptight sister would actually bring a guy as her boyfriend. And not just any guy. This one was practically the world's Keanu Reeves. But he is a bit young for 2009. Then again, that's probably to be expected. He was also pretty sure this guy hadn't made a name for himself yet. Regal had found no information about him online. Is he even into acting here in this world? The question wouldn't have crossed his mind if the one making the introduction wasn't Saren. Because, as he well knew, Saren hated the entertainment industry. Saren, who would probably punch anyone who even suggested acting as a career choice. So how did he manage to convince her? Or did he lie to her? But that seemed unlikely. Saren wasn't one to be easily fooled. His mind raced with questions, each more confusing than the last. Finally, he broke the silence. So, Saren, are you going to properly introduce him? Before she could answer, the man in question stood, offering a polite smile. I am Keanu Reeves, Saren's boyfriend. Nice to meet you. Regal raised an eyebrow, unsure whether to laugh or question him further. The way the man introduced himself seemed deliberately clever. Clever enough to appeal to Saren, for sure. Regal Seraphsail, he replied, standing to shake his hand. Her older brother. Keanu blinked, clearly confused. Wait, older? Saren said she is the eldest. Though, honestly, I don't get how that works since you two are twins. Regal shot Saren a pointed look. She avoided his gaze, already caught in her little fib. He questioned teasingly. Really, Saren? You lied about something that basic. Saren, already flushed with embarrassment, crossed her arms defensively. Blue, I never lied. Keanu, sensing the shift in the mood of Saren, diverted the topic. Anyway, you mentioned being a future director earlier. What's that about? Saren immediately cut in, her tone dismissive. Don't bother. He has been going on about that since we were kids. Regal smirked. Not anymore. He added, I have secured funding for my first film. Technically, it was more like he had managed to set up a path to secure the funding. But that was a detail he wasn't eager to share just yet. Saren scoffed, not buying it for a second. Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure. Regal echoed with mock seriousness, keeping his gaze steady. As if, she added, narrowing her eyes. Regal's gaze remained steady, his silence a response in itself. The energy between them shifted as Saren's skepticism began to waver. Her arms uncrossed slightly, the defiance melting away. You are serious? She asked, her voice quieter, the surprise evident. Regal leaned forward slightly, resting his elbows on the table, a sly grin tugging at his lips. Dead serious. Currently looking for actors and crew, hoping to start the production in 2 months. This was the trajectory Regal had meticulously mapped out for himself. He estimated a month to get his book out into the public and another month to sort out his share of the profits. That left him with plenty of time to prepare. For the first month, Regal planned to use the EP he had earned from his 2 web novels to purchase a script from the system. He had been keeping a close watch on the bulletin board, patiently waiting for the right opportunity to pin. After the book's release in 2 months, the EP he anticipated earning would allow him to upgrade his skills, or perhaps even acquire a new one, to support the project's development. As for traditional currency, the revenue from book sales was slated to become his primary investment. Regal was confident in his plan, and every piece of it felt like a step toward his vision. Saren blinked, clearly trying to process the news. Her posture fully relaxed now, her earlier doubt transforming into something softer, more genuine. "You actually did it," she muttered. Saren continued, still studying her brother, as if trying to reconcile the image of him as a persistent dreamer with the reality in front of her. Finally, she added, "Congrats." "Yep," Regal said, popping the P with exaggerated smugness. "Turns out, all that nonsense I was spouting wasn't so nonsensical after all." Keanu, who had been quietly observing their back and forth, asked, his interest piqued. "That's impressive. What's the film about?" Regal's grin widened. "I haven't decided yet. But even if I did, you will have to see when it hits theaters." Saren rolled her eyes, her usual skepticism resurfacing. "Oh, come on. You are not even going to give us a hint." "Nope," Regal replied smoothly. Keanu chuckled. "Fair enough. But congratulations, really. That's a huge deal." "Thanks," Regal said, his tone more genuine now. Keanu leaned back in his chair, watching their banter with quiet amusement. Then, with a curious glance, he asked, "So, does this mean you are scouting talent already?" Regal's eyes twinkled, the playful glint of interest surfacing in him. He tilted his head, a smirk pulling at the corners of his mouth. "Why? You thinking of auditioning?" As soon as he spoke, Regal glanced at Saren, waiting to gauge her reaction. Keanu shrugged with an effortless smile, though the mischievous glint in his eyes didn't go unnoticed. "Who knows? Maybe I have a hidden talent for acting. I did do a few theater performances, though." The words hung in the air for a moment. "Just a few?" So he wasn't fully into acting yet. But just now, when he mentioned auditions, there was a flicker in his eyes, a spark. Looks like he might already be sensing his calling. Geniuses really do recognize their paths instinctively. Regal found himself curious. "Yeah, no thanks, keep it hidden for now." Saren cut in, narrowing her eyes at Keanu. "No way am I letting my boyfriend get involved in your world." "Huh, she could be a problem here," Regal sighed internally but immediately shrugged it off. "Nah, I just have to be a little cautious." Regal shifted his focus back to Keanu. "Theater performances?" he asked, nudging him to elaborate. "It all started 2 years ago, Keanu started, but Saren interrupted with a sharp comment. "As a last-minute substitute, and he totally bombed it," she said, her tone smug. Keanu defended himself, sounding a little defensive but good-natured. "Hey, I got the script 5 minutes before the show. What do you expect? Besides, it wasn't all bad. That's where we first met." He paused, then added, "And for the record, I got a lot better in the next play. Not that you would know since you never bothered to show up." Regal raised an eyebrow, turning to Saren. "Wait, what were you doing there?" To Saren, the theater was nothing short of an unholy place. Saren let out a small sigh, her arms crossed in annoyance. "I was hired to do touch-ups on costumes." Keanu was part of the cast. Regal noticed the irritation in her voice. Clearly, she hadn't been thrilled about that job. He smirked, deciding not to tiptoe around the subject anymore. "You know what, Keanu? Why don't you audition for my movie?" He had pieced together a few things about Keanu during their conversation. First, Keanu likely hadn't fully realized his knack for acting yet, or if he had, something was holding him back. But Regal wasn't going to wait forever to find out. Still, there was only one way to find out if this guy was just Keanu Reeves in appearance or if he carried the talent too. The audition. Saren's eyes narrowed, her gaze darting between her brother and her boyfriend. "What are you playing at, Regal?" Regal's tone turned unexpectedly sharp. "Since when did you start meddling in other people's decisions? Let's be clear, the choice is his, not yours. You don't get to complain about it." Saren glared at him, her voice laced with irritation. "I can complain, and I will. I am saying this again. Keanu doesn't need to get tangled up in your world, Regal." After a moment, she let out a frustrated huff. her annoyance clear but choosing not to argue further. Regal studied her, reflecting on how unlike her it was to outright object to someone else's decisions. Saren wasn't the type to impose her preferences on others. He was living proof of that. Despite her distaste for the entertainment industry, she had never criticized his ambitions. If anything, she had quietly supported him in her own way. His gaze shifted to Keanu, and the flicker of excitement in his eyes was impossible to miss. He might not have said anything outright, but his enthusiasm was practically radiating off him. Regal glanced at Saren again, noting how her eyes briefly darted toward Keanu. She had noticed it too. Keanu raised a hand slightly, his expression amused but uncertain. Hold on, let's not start a sibling debate over this. Saren's got a point, though. I am no pro. And, I thought you weren't a big fan of me dating your sister. Professional and personal matters are separate. Regal replied coolly, still leaving his opinion. About their relationship vague. He turned slightly towards Saren, his next words clearly directed at her. And anyway, it's not like he is guaranteed to pass just because he is auditioning. You know how I handle my work. The implication was clear. He wouldn't cut corners, not even for Saren's boyfriend. Saren shot Regal a wary look. Her lips pressed into a thin line, but she said nothing. Despite her reservations, she knew her brother wasn't the type to compromise his standards. If Keanu wanted to prove himself, he would have to earn it the hard way. Judging by the way Keanu remained calm and unbothered, it felt as if this wasn't the first time this kind of conversation had played out between the two of them. Perhaps the topic of him stepping into something bigger has been recurring recently. Saren leaned back, a lopsided smile forming on her face. I guess it's just an audition then. No harm in trying, right? Yeah, no harm done. Regal agreed, his gaze shifting to Keanu, sizing him up. Number 12. Chapter 12, Junior, Senior. The next morning, it was official. The contract between Regal and Everleaf Press was signed. Editing and proofing took center stage as the entire editorial team at Everleaf Press dove headfirst into the manuscript. Every editor in the room knew the stakes, and they were ready for what they thought would be an exhausting, detail-heavy week. From their first glimpse of Regal's work, they would know the stakes were high. The story was intricately set in the UK, weaving together its landscapes, culture, and history. Every detail, down to the colloquialisms and historical references, would need to hold up under scrutiny. To streamline the process, one of the editors tentatively proposed relocating the story's setting to the USA, arguing that the team's familiarity with the region could save countless hours of research and avoid cultural missteps. Regal, however, declined the suggestion with polite but firm resolve. The UK, as he explained, was chosen deliberately. It provided the most neutral ground for the story. With the suggestion off the table, the team steeled themselves for what they assumed would be an avalanche of revisions. But when they began combing through the manuscript, something unexpected happened. Instead of an overwhelming mess, Regal's manuscript was perfect. The vocabulary, the phrasing, everything felt authentic. It was as though the words had been penned by someone who had walked every street and alley of London. What truly left the editors stunned was when Regal, almost nonchalantly, handed over an alternate version of the manuscript tailored for American readers. This version wasn't just adjusted, it was flawless, as if it had been crafted with American readers in mind from the very beginning. The editors exchanged looks. One of them muttered, "Did he have a whole team working on this before handing it over?" It felt like the kind of perfection you only see in polished final drafts. After months of back and forth, with the heavy lifting already done, the editing and proofing process breezed by. Instead of the grueling marathon they had expected, the entire job wrapped up in just 2 days. Even then, the pace was so relaxed it felt more like a vacation than work. By the end of those 2 days, they didn't just finish the manuscript. Regal and the team had also designed a sleek book cover, picked out an elegant title font, and brainstormed a few catchy taglines to market the book. Next on the list was setting the launch date and finalizing the printing schedule. After a brief discussion, they agreed on a date exactly 25 days away. For the launch, they secured 3 distinct locations, each chosen with care. The main event would take place at an independent bookstore called Books and Books in Miami, Florida. This would be the only big event that is planned, with Regal as the author, who would get his limelight, and Gwendolyn would be there to help him handle everything. The other two locations were more low-key. One would be a bookstall set up at the nearest New York Public Library branch to Everleaf Press's office. The other would involve pop-up stalls at various coffee shops and cafes around San Francisco, California. These stalls would be staffed by a small team from Everleaf, ensuring the book gained broader visibility without stretching the budget. Speaking of the budget, Regal's decision to not take any advance payment paid off in unexpected ways. Instead of printing the planned 5,000 copies, they bumped it up to 6,600. With this added 1,600 books, the team was confident in attracting the attention of the minimum readers. They planned a giveaway of a few hundred books, adding an air of excitement to the launch. Everyone loves free stuff, after all. While Regal's busy with the creative, Gwendolyn and her team take the physical work. Printing the books, marketing, and making sure the world knew about the launch was now their mission. Their reach will be small no matter what, but they made sure they were still being effective. Using platforms like WordPress, they set up a clean, straightforward website for the book. It showcased the cover, a gripping synopsis, and all the details about the launch. Then they took to social media, sprinkling posts across platforms to create buzz among book enthusiasts. Flyers were printed and distributed to local coffee shops and libraries, places where readers were most likely to take notice. 1 month later, February 1st, 2010. The day before launch. Late evening. So, dear Junior, shall we begin? Gwendolyn rose from her chair. Gwendolyn was back to her casual self Regal had witnessed in their first unscheduled meeting as she crossed the room with a neat stack of papers tucked against her chest. Her lenses were removed, eyeglasses were on, her coat draped over the chair, heels cast aside, and the collar was unbuttoned. Regal sprawled across the middle of the couch like he was trying to sink into it, let out a long, heavy sigh. You are still stuck on that. Her lips quivered into a smirk. Of course, it suits you. Gwendolyn calling him Junior was a battle she had never planned on conceding. To be fair, she wasn't wrong. Apparently, they both attended the same university. Back then, she had been his senior, though she hadn't even known it until he had offhandedly mentioned it during one of their conversations. Of course, that didn't mean she was older than him. Nope. In fact, Regal was a few months older. He had just started college a little later than usual, while Gwendolyn had gotten a head start. Now, as she sifted through the stack of papers, Regal's thoughts began to wander. He hadn't expected to run into anyone from his college after he dropped out, especially not when walking into the Everleaf Press office. Of all people, Gwendolyn had been a name most of his peers' students knew. Sharp, brilliant, and beautiful, she exuded an effortless charisma that made her impossible to overlook. People were naturally drawn to her. He too was one of them. So when she didn't bat an eye upon seeing him that first day in her office building, it didn't catch him off guard. To her, he must have been just another forgettable underclassman, lost in the sea of faces. However, the irony is that now they are in the same office, playing the roles of author and publisher and working toward the same goal. It still felt surreal. When Regal had arrived for that first meeting, ostensibly to meet his editor, he hadn't come unprepared. He had done his homework, digging into Everleaf Press after receiving the editor's call. It was a company unfamiliar to him, not something he remembered from his past life, nor his current memories. The CEO, as it turned out, was listed as Ashton Alworth, Gwendolyn's father. This, too, he had only uncovered recently. Apparently, 6 months ago, Ashton's health issues had forced him to step back from his position, leaving Gwendolyn, fresh out of university, with no choice but to step into the role. Regal recalled how Gwendolyn had downplayed the situation during their earlier conversation. She had mentioned it as though stepping into her father's role had always been the plan, just slightly accelerated. Even so, knowing the full story had sparked an unexpected flicker of admiration for her. Lost in thought, Regal barely noticed her presence until she was right beside him. Without hesitation, Gwendolyn casually dropped onto the couch, perching herself on the edge. The distance between them was minimal, but she seemed utterly indifferent, her attention fixed on the stack of papers in her hands. Regal tensed involuntarily. The sudden closeness caught him off guard, making him acutely aware of her proximity. He quickly diverted his gaze, finding refuge in the far wall or any other point of focus that wasn't her. Gwendolyn, however, seemed completely unfazed, her focus unwavering as she flipped through the documents. From the corner of his eye, Regal observed her and felt a faint twinge of disappointment. "What are you thinking about so seriously?" Her voice was light, curious. "Huh?" Regal blinked, snapped from his thoughts. He waved a hand dismissively, trying to mask the awkwardness. "No, it's nothing. Just zoned out." Gwendolyn raised an eyebrow but didn't push. Then, her expression shifted, like she had figured something out. "It's normal to be nervous before something big like this. That's why I came prepared." She held up the papers triumphantly. Regal knew that wasn't the reason, but he just rolled with it, unwilling to get into the details. "Thanks," he muttered. "Guess this junior of yours will owe you one." Gwendolyn didn't react, nodding slightly. She knew which comments to let slide. "All right, let's begin." She cleared her throat, scanning the first sheet. "First question, what was your inspiration for writing the book?" "Inspiration?" Regal echoed, tilting his head like he was considering it. After a brief pause, he shrugged. "Honestly, I just thought about making some money." The room went silent. Gwendolyn froze, her eyes narrowing as she processed his words. Her fingers tightened around the paper, the edges crinkling. She had expected this. Regal wasn't the type for flowery explanations, no nonsense to the core. But still, the bluntness stung more than she expected. If she interrupted, it would just look like they were silencing the young author. Not that Regal cared, but the optics, she knew how they would be. "These are the questions people will ask you tomorrow," she said, holding up the crumpled sheet with exaggerated flair. "Actual human beings, sitting right in front of you, expecting thoughtful answers. Do you really think money is what they want to hear?" Regal scratched his cheek, looking mildly sheepish. "Well, it's true." Gwendolyn shot him a look that could freeze fire. "You are lucky I anticipated this, Junior. Otherwise, you would be walking into your own disaster tomorrow." Regal groaned, muttering under his breath. He wasn't sure if it was the nickname or the scolding tone that bothered him more. All right. Let's just keep going." "Good." Gwendolyn nodded, her gaze flicking back to the papers in her hands as she shifted a little closer, her presence now even more tangible. Regal this time just gave a side eye, then he also forced the task ahead. Gwendolyn was already flipping to the next sheet, her tone matter-of-fact as she spoke. "Next question. What would you say to people who think your book lacks depth?" Number 13. Chapter 13, Launch Event. February 2nd, 2010. The next morning, by 10 a.m., one of the sections in the independent bookstore called Books and Books in Miami, Florida, started to buzz in preparation for the launch event of a book. Regal and Gwendolyn arrived 30 minutes later. By then, the space was alive with activity. Everleaf Press ground staff were already done with the main things, like setting up the stage with decoration works ongoing. Overall, the empty venue space slowly began to take the shape of an official event. Regal didn't hang back. He jumped in to help where he could, his eyes catching the simple but thoughtful setup. A 5-foot-tall banner featuring the cover of Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone stood as the centerpiece, and fresh flowers dotted the tables, giving everything a neat, welcoming vibe. The seats were arranged in a tidy semicircle around the small stage, enough to hold 30 to 50 guests. Regal glanced at the stack of books on the display table near the entrance, each one ready for curious hands to pick them up. Next to them, a cash box and card reader were set up alongside, looking more official than Regal felt. On the refreshment table, cookies, crackers, coffee, and juice were laid out as offerings from their side. Gwendolyn had been the mastermind behind all of it, even managing to score the snacks as donations. "Looks good, right?" she asked confidently, walking by with a clipboard in hand. She had just finished contacting to verify how things were going on at the other 2 locations. Regal simply nodded and leaned against the back wall, watching the technicians adjust the microphones. Testing, 1, 2, 3. The sound tech's voice crackled over the speakers before fading into silence. After a few more clicks and some static, everything was good to go. The room was slowly filling with guests. Credit to the effort of the team members handing out flyers to passersby, pulling in anyone who looked remotely curious. Gwendolyn and Regal kept busy, double-checking the flow of things. Every so often, a few passersby stopped by the entrance, their eyes scanning the room with a mix of curiosity and interest. "The doors are officially open," Staff members greeted guests warmly, guiding them to their seats or pointing them to the refreshment table. Regal occasionally caught the snippets of conversation as attendees browsed the book display or helped themselves to coffee. A couple of kids sneaked cookies, giggling as they tried not to get caught. Gwendolyn had already stepped into host mode, greeting the attendees with utmost professionalism. Meanwhile, a sign-in sheet was passed around, asking guests to leave their names and emails for future marketing. Regal, on the other hand, found himself on the receiving end of congratulations. Strangers approached him with polite smiles, offering kind words about his debut. He returned their smiles just as politely, but inwardly, he was unsure how to interpret their remarks. It would have been easier to take in their congratulations after the event had proven itself successful, but hearing it now, before anything had even begun, felt premature, like people were already expecting a mediocre time and softening the blow of potential disappointment for the young author. Luckily, not everyone approached him with empty praise. A few guests lingered by the book display, taking their time to flip through the pages. Regal caught glimpses of their approving nods, which did more to settle his nerves than any obligatory compliments. From his vantage point, he observed it all, the mingling guests and the curious glances toward the design of the cover. For now, everyone moved at their own pace, exploring the venue and finding their footing before the event officially kicked off. Despite being highly confident, only now did Regal feel a strange mix of emotions, part excitement, part doubt, and a dash of cautious hope. Thud! Something bumped into his leg, jolting him out of his thoughts. Startled, he looked down and found a small girl, likely around 8 or 9 years old. Her wide, sparkling eyes held a mix of curiosity and mischief as she stared up at him. Her tiny hand clutched the edge of his pants, as if trying to confirm he was real. Regal blinked, crouching down slightly to her level. Hey there," he said, his voice caught between confusion and amusement. "You lost, or just really interested in my pants?" Hee, the girl giggled, her grip tightening just a bit as she tilted her head, still silent. Regal glanced around, but there was no sign of anyone looking for her. It seemed she had wandered off on her own. "Well, if you are here for the cookies, you are going the wrong way." He pointed toward the refreshment table. The girl followed his gesture with a curious gaze, before shaking her head vigorously. "No cookie. Books. I want one," she said, her little hands gesturing animatedly, as if the entire world should understand her desire for a book. Regal raised an eyebrow, scanning the room once more for any sign of her guardian. But the little girl stood firmly at his side, her face glowing with innocent resolve to get her hands on a book. "Books, huh?" He grinned. "Well, you're in luck, princess. There's a whole table of them right over there." He gestured toward the display. "But you have to promise me something first." The girl tilted her head, her wide eyes locking onto him, waiting for the catch. "After you read it, you have to tell me what you think." "Deal." Upon hearing the deal, the girl's face brightened, and she nodded enthusiastically, her curly hair bouncing with the motion. Regal straightened up and gently guided her toward the book table, her small hand tugging on his sleeve, as though she couldn't get close enough to the books fast enough. "All right, little one. Pick whichever one you like," he said, motioning to the neatly arranged stacks of books. She paused, scanning the covers with all the focus of someone making a life-altering decision. Despite his suggestion, Regal knew all the books were the same. After a few moments, her face lit up, and she pointed excitedly at one particular book. "This one." Regal picked up the book she had chosen, handing it over to her. "Good choice," he said, offering a smile, his eyes flicking around to make sure no one was paying too much attention. He lowered his voice slightly. "Also, don't tell anyone I gave it to you for free, okay?" The girl's face practically radiated joy as she hugged the book to her chest, her feet hopping in place as she skipped around excitedly. Just then, Regal noticed a woman approaching. She was scanning the room, her eyes sharp, until they locked onto the little girl. Her pace quickened as she called out, her voice cutting through the chatter in the room. "Lily." The girl turned at the sound of her name, holding up the book like a trophy. "Look, Mommy, I got a book." The woman smiled warmly, bending down to meet her daughter at eye level. "That's wonderful, sweetheart." She turned her gaze to Regal, her smile still in place. Her eyes flicked briefly to the ID card hanging from Regal's neck, recognition flashing through her expression as she took in his staff badge. "Thank you," she said, standing upright. "I am sorry. I didn't realize she had wandered off. She is quite persistent when it comes to books." Her smile softened, the apology clearly lingering in her tone. Regal shook his head, glancing at Lily, who was now hugging the book close to her. "Not at all," he said, his voice softening. The woman gave a slight nod, shifting her weight, and then scooped Lily up into her arms. The little girl didn't protest. Instead, she turned around, her grin wide and utterly infectious, the kind of unguarded joy that only children can so easily wear. "Thank you, mister," she shouted, turning over her mother's shoulder as she started walking toward the row of chairs. Regal watched them go, his hand rising instinctively to wave them off, a strange warmth pooling in his chest. He found himself standing there for a moment longer than he expected, a little lost in the fleeting but pure moment. The book launch had been nothing short of an uphill struggle, full of uncertainties and stress. But this? It felt like a win. When Regal finally shook his head and glanced around, his eyes landed on Gwendolyn, who had clearly been watching the exchange with an amused expression. She gave a subtle nod. Regal tilted his head, a faint smirk forming. "Is this what a fan moment feels like?" he muttered, more to himself than anyone else. Gwendolyn caught it, of course. She always did. Her smirk widened as she shot back. "Don't get too cocky, Junior." Regal rolled his eyes. Soon lights flickered for a moment, signaling the start of the event. A hushed murmur of anticipation filled the room as the host stepped up to the microphone. "Good afternoon, everyone." The host began with a warm smile, looking out at the gathered crowd. "Thank you all for being here today to celebrate the launch of this incredible new book. We are about to hear from the talented author, Regal Seraphsail." The host continued. "Today's event is not just a book launch." A few more words of praise, and then the host grinned, his eyes scanning the eager faces in the room. "Without further ado," the host said, "please join me in welcoming Regal Seraphsail to the stage." Polite applause added as Regal made his way to the podium, adjusting the microphone as the sound of clapping faded quickly. Then, a high-pitched voice cut through, unmistakable and full of excitement. "Mama, look! It's him, that mister from before." Regal's eyes instinctively darted toward the third row. There, the same little girl from earlier, her face glowing with enthusiasm, was tugging at her mother's sleeve. Her small hand pointed straight at him, eyes wide with unrestrained joy, blissfully unaware of the significance of the event. Regal blinked, surprised. He shot her a small smile and a wave, trying to shake the awkwardness. "Well, I don't know about the number of readers I have gained with this event," he said into the mic, his tone casual, "but I think I have definitely gained a new friend. Though, she is maybe a little too young, or just a bit too eager." Laughter rippled through the crowd, some chuckling at the unexpected warmth in his voice. The mother's surprised reaction mirrored that of several others in the room. Despite a few nodding, it was clear they hadn't anticipated Regal to be the author. It wasn't hard to see why. His youth was obvious, but it wasn't just his age that threw people off. It was his easygoing demeanor, the stark contrast to the polished image many had of an author. He let the silence hang for a second, watching them all. Then, he cleared his throat. "Hey, everyone," he began again, a more grounded tone settling in. "Thanks for showing up today." He scanned the room, continuing with a half-smile. "I am not much for speeches, so I will keep this brief. As you can probably tell, I didn't do this for fame or recognition. It's simple. I just wanted to tell a story. And yeah, maybe make a little money along the way." He paused, letting the words hang. His eyes flicked over to Gwendolyn, the sight of her offering the faintest spark of reassurance. With that, he grinned. "Thanks again for being here. I hope you enjoy the book, and if you don't, well, I guess I will try harder next time." The crowd laughed, and Regal gave an easy shrug before stepping away from the podium. The Q&A wrapped up quickly, the usual questions coming and going without much fanfare. A line began to form at the signing table. Regal took his seat, pulling a pen from his pocket and setting it in front of him, ready for the next step. It wasn't a huge crowd. He knew the book was still fresh, but this was just the start. He greeted each person who came forward with a smile. Then it was Lily's turn. She stood there, still holding her mother's hand. Before Regal could say anything, the mother spoke first, clearly flustered. I am sorry, she said, her cheeks flushed a little. I didn't know you were the author. She has been talking about you nonstop since she saw you on stage. Regal chuckled softly, shaking his head. Then his eyes darted to Lily. His attention shifted to Lily, still wide-eyed. So what do you think of the book, Lily? He asked, fully aware she probably hadn't read it yet, but still curious. Lily's face lit up. She nodded vigorously. I like it. I want to read it, but my mama says I have to wait until I reach home. Well, I think you're going to love it when you read it. Regal replied, keeping the tone light and playful. He scribbled a quick note in the book, making sure to add a personal touch. To Lily, the future wizard, may your adventures be magical. He handed it back, giving her a wink. She beamed, and her mom smiled in appreciation. It was a small moment, but it made Regal's day. As the line slowly started to wind down, Regal leaned back in his chair, looking at the books stacked on the table. Number 14. Chapter 14. First-time claim reward. The book was officially launched yesterday. Now, the waiting game began. Regal, however, wasn't one to waste time. Yet, starting anything new wasn't an option. He simply didn't have the funds. At least, not until his first paycheck arrived, which was still a month away. Of course, whether the book would be a hit or not was a question hanging heavily in the air. It was not about him. There were plenty of others even within Avarleaf Press, including some senior editors, who shared the uncertainty. To be fair, that uncertainty wasn't unjustified. After all, this was his first step into the publishing world, and skepticism was natural, expected, even. From what Regal had observed, Maggie, the woman who worked closely with Gwendolyn, seemed particularly skeptical. She hadn't minced words about her reservations, and while her skepticism mildly annoyed Regal, he grudgingly appreciated that she didn't impose her doubts on others. To her credit, she admitted the book had unique qualities and was good in its own way. However, she also mentioned that, under normal circumstances, she would have opposed such an ambitious collaboration on a debut project. Regal understood where she was coming from. The book might seem like child's play to some. Yet, deep down, a stubborn spark of determination ignited within him. He wanted nothing more than to prove her, and anyone else doubting him, completely wrong. Still, he decided not to waste his energy convincing her or anyone else. The person who mattered, Gwendolyn, believed in the project, and for the rest, only time and results would speak for him. For now, his focus remained fixed on the screen in front of him. The notification panel displayed prominently, newly introduced with his official entry into the world of authorship. Not with this book, though. Interestingly, according to the system, his official debut as an author had already occurred when his web novels were released. It made sense, even if he had used a pen name. Notifications. Solo leveling web novel, rank A. Collect rewards, Y/N. Question mark. 50 days, half an hour of accumulated rewards. Omniscient reader's viewpoint web novel, rank S. Collect accumulated rewards, Y/N. Question mark. 50 days, 1 hour of accumulated rewards. Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone book, rank S. Collect accumulated rewards, Y/N. Question mark. 1 day, 5 hours of accumulated rewards. As you can see, it has been 50 days since the launch of his web novel and his official debut as an author. This was the system's notification panel, the space where Regal could collect the rewards he had earned for his work. The moment the first chapter of his web novel was launched, Regal had become eligible to collect rewards. The same went for his other works, including, and now, his printed debut novel. The accumulated rewards for were already accessible, waiting for him to claim. Yet, despite that, he hadn't touched the rewards of either of his works. It wasn't as if there was some grand reason behind his decision. It was simply a matter of timing, or rather, the lack of it. Over the last month, his schedule had been consumed by the final push for his book release. Even if he had collected the rewards, he wouldn't have had the chance to do much with them. But now the slate was clear. With the book launched and the waiting game for results beginning, Regal found himself with an open schedule for the next month and very limited resources. First, he checked his EP balance. EP available, 2K. Down to a mere 2K. Of the initial 1.5 million EP he was rewarded by the system, $832K had gone toward buying, $600K toward a skill upgrade, and the remainder on 2 web novels. Now he needs to collect EP to afford anything worthwhile. Regal moved his finger to the first Y button beside and clicked. Ding. User successfully collected solo leveling rewards. Total view count 5,706,622. Total EP earned 570,662. Your total EP is now 2K plus 570. 662 equals 572,662. The results were in, and Regal gained approximately 572K EP with his first web novel venture. He quickly moved on to the next reward. Without wasting time, Regal clicked the Y button for ding. User successfully collected Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint rewards. Total view count 2,569,912. Total EP earned 256,991. Your total EP is now 572,662 plus 256,991 equals 829,653. The numbers added up, and together his 2 web novels had accumulated over 8 million views, bringing in a total of over 829K EP. Regal leaned back for a moment, considering his next move. The first thing he decided to do was to purchase Volume 2 of the sitting in his bulletin board for who knows how long time. It wasn't something he had planned on doing, but in his current situation, there wasn't much of a choice. He knew he could take his time with the second volume. There was no rush. Since it is just the first volume that was released, and irrespective of its success that might come, it wouldn't be a problem even if he were to space out a year or more to release the second volume. So, in the current situation, Regal considered using his EP elsewhere on something that might give him a more immediate return. However, 2 problems remained. The first, and most pressing, was the fact that Regal had only 1 pin left. The pin. He had used it sparingly on Volume 2 until now, but with only 1 to begin with, he had to be extremely careful with how it was used. Pins available? Smiley face, 1 in use. With the pin, Regal could prevent anything from disappearing off the bulletin board with every refresh during the 24 hours time interval. But this also meant letting go of some scripts that were within reach, scripts he could have at least pinned down, even if he didn't have the EP to buy them at that moment. Like Time, he mentioned the script just passed by in one of the refresh, and all he could do was sit and watch. The bigger issue, however, was this search token. He still hadn't figured out how to reliably obtain one. Without it, he had to depend on luck, hoping the system would display what he needed on the bulletin board. He had hoped that this time, the system would reward him with a search token during the claim, but once again, it didn't happen. If he had that, he wouldn't need to go through with this purchase. Man, this system isn't making things any easier for me, he murmured in an annoyed voice. He hadn't expected the Infinity Decks to be this complicated. For now, he focused on the task at hand, buying Volume 2 of so he could finally free up his pin and use it on anything he would come across in the new refresh. He opened the bulletin board and proceeded with his purchase. Ding. Purchase complete. Book, Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets, Volume 2. Your total EP is now 829,653. 790,000 equals 39,663. The parched item will be stored in the items slot. And just like that, the 829K EP he had painstakingly accumulated was reduced to 39K. He immediately navigated to his items slot, his eyes locking onto the new edition. Items. Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets, Volume 2, X1. A user can directly consume the book by clicking on it. He didn't click on consume yet. There was no rush. Unlike the frantic pace of writing the first volume, where he had pulled an insane 28-hour marathon, this time, he planned to take things slower. Volume 2 would be written bit by bit, whenever he felt bored, allowing him to pace himself and finish it by the end of the month. Even then, he wasn't planning to hand it over to anyone right away. For now, it would stay with him, waiting for the right moment. Over the next month, Regal had a few priorities lined up. He planned to delve into studying direction, and maybe even try his hand at drawing sketches too. Number 15. Chapter 15. Rumors. 1 month later, March 4th, 2010. Maggie, do you think I am not pretty? Gwendolyn tilted her phone, examining her reflection like it held the answer to life itself. Maggie stared at her, face blank, her expression screaming, "What is wrong with you? Come on, just say it." Gwendolyn whined, her voice dipping into a childish pitch. Maggie sighed. She wasn't in the mood for Gwendolyn's theatrics today. Instead of indulging her, she decided to steer the conversation elsewhere. Before I answer that, can we talk about how you keep calling Regal Jr. or Dear Jr.? Gwendolyn blinked, confused. Huh? What is wrong with that? It's spreading rumors. Maggie replied, her tone matter of fact. Rumors? What kind of rumors? Gwendolyn leaned, frowned. Her curiosity piqued. Maggie set the file down, locking eyes with her. I overheard some staff gossiping. Apparently, they think you both shared some history back in college. They are assuming Regal dumped you. What? Are you kidding me? Gwendolyn shot up from her chair so fast it nearly tipped over. Her voice was loud enough to rattle the office. Before Maggie could reply, the door creaked open. A junior employee stepped in, holding a stack of papers. His face froze mid-sentence. Boss, I need you to. De-dumped. By Regal? Gwendolyn's outburst echoed through the room, her voice practically rattling the office walls. The poor guy hesitated, his survival instincts kicking in. I will come back later. He mumbled something and carefully backed out, shutting the door. As if trying to trap the chaos inside. Gwendolyn barely noticed. She was pacing across the room, her arms flailing as she worked through this supposed scandal. Why would anyone think that? Just because I called him Junior? Seriously? She spun on her heel, glaring at Maggie. Who in their right mind would dump me? Apparently it was enough. Maggie said slowly, trying to inject some logic into the chaos. It doesn't make sense. Gwendolyn threw her arms up. Even if it was enough, shouldn't it be the other way around? I would be the one dumping him. Not that I am saying I would actually do it. Or maybe I would. I don't know. Maggie raised an eyebrow, unimpressed. Gwendolyn, did I hear that right? Gwendolyn slumped back into her chair and shot Maggie a glare. Yeah, you did. So what of it? Maggie deadpanned. Nothing. But her tone was the verbal equivalent of a shrug. Ugh, do you think Regal's heard about this gossip too? Gwendolyn groaned, glaring at her phone as if it were somehow responsible for all this. Maggie didn't even bother responding this time. The silence stretched between them, thick and awkward, until Gwendolyn broke it with a sudden burst of determination. But Maggie, I am pretty, right? Maggie groaned. You are exhausting, Gwen. Meanwhile, Regal had just entered the office, his casual outfit giving him an air of effortless charm. By now, he was familiar enough with the staff to exchange quick nods and greetings as he walked through. Passing by a pair of employees chatting near the break area, one of them was the same person who just a second ago interrupted Gwendolyn. Regal couldn't help but overhear the hushed conversation as he passed by. Wait, so it's true? Our boss really got dumped down by him. One whispered, his voice tinged with disbelief. Yeah, dude. For real. The other replied, nodding. But I also heard something else, that Regal dropped out of college because of her. Hearing his name, Regal paused for the briefest of moments, his stride faltering as the words registered. What the hell? He didn't turn around, though. Instead, he kept walking, maintaining an air of indifference, even as his mind raced. The absurdity of the rumor was enough to throw him off, but as he approached the Everleaf CEO's office, one thought took hold. Did Gwendolyn hear these rumors too? Huh, she didn't, right? He wondered as he stooped in for her office. Back in Gwendolyn's office, after their little exchange, Gwendolyn and Maggie focused on their tasks, slipping effortlessly into their roles as CEO and assistant. The office fell into a steady rhythm of typing that filled the air, accompanied by the occasional shuffle of papers. Knock, knock. The sound interrupted their flow. Gwendolyn glanced at the door, then straightened in her chair. Come in, she called out, her voice calm but authoritative. The door swung open, revealing Regal. His gaze swept over the room before settling on Gwendolyn, who unconsciously adjusted her posture, as if caught off guard. Hello, you two, Regal said casually, striding in and dropping into a chair across from her desk. Hello, Regal. I assume you are here for your check, Gwendolyn asked, sliding an envelope across the desk. Yeah. he replied, walking over to the chair. It had been exactly a month since his debut book hit the shelves, and today he had been called to collect his first paycheck from his royalties. To call the book successful was an understatement. The sales had been climbing steadily, with demand only increasing with time. 30 days since its release, the book had become a hit, a very huge one at that. In the first week, it sold 19,500 copies, a figure that already exceeded Everleaf's marketing projections. Then something remarkable happened. Readers began finishing the book, and word of mouth started to spread. At first, it was a few enthusiastic reviews from niche bloggers, Goodreads influencers, and early adopters. They praised the book's imaginative world-building and its relatable, multidimensional characters. What began as whispers turned into a roar. By the second week, sales didn't just climb, they soared. From 19,500, they surged to nearly 100,000 copies. A fourfold increase. By now, for many, this was already the dream. Proof Regal had hit the jackpot. Yet, only Everleaf Press's inner circle knew the real game wasn't the first 100,000 copies. The contract Regal negotiated had been unconventional. While his royalty rate was cut from 12% to 3% for the first 100,000 copies, a standard deal most debut authors would take without question, he had taken a risk. A massive gamble. He negotiated a 20% royalty rate for every copy sold beyond that initial milestone. It was a bold move, one many considered a long shot. By week 2, the gamble started paying off. The book gained traction with mainstream media. A glowing feature in the New York Times propelled its reputation further. Retail giants like Barnes and Noble placed bulk orders, cementing its status as a must-read. Then came week 3. That's when everything changed. Sales doubled almost overnight, rocketing to 200,000 copies. The momentum became unstoppable, an avalanche no one could predict. By the end of the month, the final tally was 201,709 copies sold. And Regal's cut? A staggering $396,870.94. Nearly $400,000. As Regal glanced at the check, Gwendolyn leaned back in her chair, her tone casual. I didn't ask before, but what are you planning to do with the money? Regal's eyes flicked up to meet hers, his expression sharpening with purpose. I'm going to make a movie. For a moment, silence hung in the air, thick and disbelieving. Gwendolyn's composure cracked, her face paling slightly as the implications of his words sank in. Beside her, Maggie froze mid-motion, her wide eyes fixed on Regal as though he had just suggested they build a time machine. The check, which Regal was just about to pick up, his fingers mere inches away, slid back across the desk as Gwendolyn placed her hand firmly on it. Her eyes narrowed. Hold on, she said, leaning forward. Are you seriously telling me your first thought is that? A movie? Do I look like I am joking? He countered, leaning back with a faint smile. The whole reason I wrote the book was to fund the movie. Both women stared at him, stunned. Gwendolyn blinked, trying to process what she had just heard. Maggie, however, was quicker to recover. Wait, so you are not planning to keep writing? Like at all? I never said that. Regal replied calmly. I enjoy writing, but the goal was always filmmaking. The book was just the first step. Gwendolyn exchanged a look with Maggie, her mind racing. For all the success Regal had achieved with his debut, she hadn't anticipated this. Ads by Pub Future. Gwendolyn exhaled sharply, pinching the bridge of her nose. Let me get this straight. You spent months writing a book, debuted it, marketed it, hit a level of success most authors can only dream of, and now you are just, what? Switching lanes entirely. Not switching. Regal corrected, his tone calm but resolute. Expanding. Gwendolyn crossed her arms, clearly unconvinced. And do you even have a script? A team? What about funds? Regal nodded. I have got the script. The team will come. As for the funds, this check will do. Number 16. Chapter 16. Impact of Our Baby. Gwendolyn crossed her arms, clearly unconvinced. And do you even have a script? A team? And what about funds? Regal nodded. I have got the script. The team will come. As for the funds, this check will do. Maggie chimed in, skepticism etched on her face. You do realize how risky that is, right? Movies aren't exactly a guaranteed success. In fact, you might ruin your reputation. I know, Regal said firmly, then paused. But I love cinema. The room stilled, and for a moment, Regal seemed like an entirely different person. His always casual eyes were lit up when he spoke the word cinema, as if it embodied everything he cared about. Gwendolyn, who had always seen him as detached and unflappable, found herself caught off guard by his rawness and passion. She had assumed his nonchalant reaction to the book's success was just part of who he was, a man who didn't get fazed by much. But now she saw someone who genuinely loved what he was talking about. It was jarring. Jealousy flickered briefly in her chest, unexpected and unwelcome. Gwendolyn sighed, sliding the check back toward him. I hope your movie is as good as your book, she said, her lips curving into a faint smile. Regal smirked, taking the check. It will be better. Sensing the shift, Maggie stood up, grabbing her tablet. I will leave you two to it. She glanced at Regal as she headed for the door. Good luck. With that, she was gone, leaving them alone. They chatted briefly after that, the conversation lighter now, but eventually, Regal stood. To leave. See you around, he said, standing and heading for the door. Just as his hand reached the handle, a voice from behind stopped him. Boyfriend, why did you dump me? Her tone carried the mix of her characteristic complaint and whining. Regal turned, startled. What? Gwendolyn was still in her chair, avoiding his gaze. Her chair had swiveled slightly to the side, and her puffed cheeks gave her the air of a sulking child. You dumped me. What? She huffed, finally meeting his eyes with a meaning look. Was I not good enough? Oh God. Regal sighed internally, almost screaming inside. Gwendolyn's expression was so cute, he almost couldn't help himself, but he managed to stop himself. That's just a rumor, and you know it, he replied, exasperation creeping into his tone. She waved a hand dismissively. Doesn't matter. You still dumped me. Regal sighed, a chuckle slipping out despite himself. Are we really having a conversation over this topic? But before he could say anything more, the door opened again, interrupting the moment. Maggie stepped in, carrying a tray with 3 steaming cups, 2 coffee and 1 tea. The smoke rising from the cups hung in the air. Maggie glanced between the two of them, her brow furrowing in confusion. Why were you standing near the door? Gwendolyn smirked, enjoying the chance to shift the conversation. Little Maggie, can you believe it? Regal was just about to leave. She trailed off, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Regal's shoulders dropped slightly as he realized he wasn't getting out of this room anytime soon. Gwendolyn, what are we doing here? Regal's voice was low, but the exasperation in it was impossible to miss. The bookstore they were now at was quiet, the kind of stillness that only came well after closing time. Yet here they were, standing amidst rows of shelves like 2 people who had lost track of reality. Regal sighed, glancing at the dimly lit street outside. This wasn't how he had planned to end his evening. But just as he had initially expected, leaving the building had been anything but straightforward. Just an hour ago, he, Gwendolyn, and Maggie had wrapped up dinner at a nearby restaurant, claiming it was Gwendolyn's treat for celebration. After that, Maggie said her goodbyes, leaving Regal to believe his night was finally winding down. By now, Regal should have been heading home, or, at the very least, standing at the nearest bus stop as per Gwendolyn's earlier promise. But instead, here they were. Shoo, Gwendolyn hissed, holding a finger to her lips with dramatic flair. In her other hand, she held a copy of Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone. We are here to witness the ground-level impact of our baby, she whispered, her tone dripping with mock seriousness. Regal sighed inwardly, choosing to ignore her calling his book their baby. He wasn't entirely sure if she was teasing or subtly hinting at something deeper. With Gwendolyn, it was always a guessing game. One moment, she was lighthearted and playful, and the next, she would act like it was all in Regal's head. Ding, dong. The bell above the entrance jingled softly, interrupting his thoughts. 2 teenage girls entered the store, their chatter breaking the quiet. One of them was practically bouncing with excitement. Just give me a minute. I need to grab something, she said, already heading for the shelves. Her friend trailed behind, arms crossed, her expression a mix of impatience and indifference. Make it quick. The excited girl darted down the aisles, scanning the shelves. But soon, her excitement gave way to frustration. Unable to find what she was looking for, she approached the store's counter. Excuse me, she asked the store owner, holding up her phone. Do you have a copy of this? The man glanced at the title displayed on her screen and shook his head apologetically. Sorry, we sold out. The last copy went earlier today. Disappointment clouded her face. Behind her, her friend shrugged, clearly unmoved. She said flatly, just wait until it's back in stock. You don't get it, Jessica. The first girl replied, clearly distressed. My friend said it's the best book they have ever read. At that moment, Gwendolyn stepped forward with a confident smile, holding the book in her hand. On the other hand, Regal just stayed back, not expecting her to make a move. You can take this, Gwendolyn offered, extending the book with a sense of pride that was almost palpable. Regal could see her expression. She was too proud of how well the book was doing, and she wasn't hiding it. No. Ho, Jessica began, her tone laced with suspicion, as though trying to figure out why a random stranger would give away a book so casually. Can I? The other girl interrupted, her excitement bubbling over. She practically snatched the book from Gwendolyn's hand, her gratitude spilling out in a rush. Thank you so much. Don't mention it, Gwendolyn said breezily, waving off her thanks like it was no big deal. I was just browsing anyway. The girl quickly paid for the book at the counter before Jessica could object. As the two exited the store, Jessica finally grabbed the book from her friend, flipping it over with a skeptical look. Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone. She read aloud, her tone neutral. Then, after a pause, she added, written by Regal Seraphsail. That name sounds cool. Maybe I will read it too. You should, but only after I am done. Her friend shot back, holding the book tightly with an air of possessiveness. Hey, Jessica protested, reaching for it again. Their playful bickering faded into the distance, their voices growing softer as they stepped outside. Meanwhile, watching the scene, Gwendolyn's expression shifted entirely. The pride she had flaunted so effortlessly moments ago began to darken, replaced by an expression far more ominous. Her gaze lingered on the girls as they disappeared through the door, her thoughts visibly spiraling into something deeper and less flattering. It wasn't the book's popularity that bothered her. Oh no. It was the casual remark. Regal is cool. She seemed to completely sidestep the fact that with the book's success, Regal's name, and, by extension, her publishing company, was gaining traction. Her lips pressed into a thin line as her thoughts swirled. Then, with sudden resolve, she muttered under her breath, maybe I should just get my book back. No, you don't. Regal reacted sharply, stepping forward and catching her wrist before she could leave. His grip was steady, his expression a mixture of exasperation and disbelief. What's gotten into you all of a sudden? She turned to face him, her narrowed eyes betraying a flicker of embarrassment. Nothing, she murmured, her voice soft but entirely unconvincing. The hesitation betrayed her true feelings. Regal studied her for a moment, his grip loosening as he let out a weary sigh. Sometimes, I really can't figure you out. At that, her demeanor shifted once again. Like the snap of a rubber band, her smirk was back, confidence restored. That's part of my charm, Junior. She quipped, her tone playful yet enigmatic. Regal rolled his eyes, muttering under his breath as he turned away. Yeah, sure. Number 17. Chapter 17. I used to be his girlfriend. Hey, Gwendolyn, pull over to the side here for a second, will you? Regal said, leaning slightly forward in his seat. Gwendolyn glanced at him, her hand steady on the steering wheel. The convenience store? What? She asked, already easing off the accelerator as she reached for the gear shift. I want to pick up some refreshments for the next few days. Regal replied casually, motioning toward the small store ahead. Huh? Okay. She shifted the car into park. Regal opened the door and stepped out, but paused mid-motion. You can wait, Dash. Before he could finish, Gwendolyn unbuckled her seatbelt. Nah, I will come with you. Sitting in the car sounds boring. Suit yourself, Regal said, closing the door behind him as Gwendolyn stepped out as well. The two walked toward the store. As soon as Regal stepped through the door of the convenience store, Jordan, the store clerk, leaned casually against the counter, a smirk spreading across his face. Got kicked out already? Regal didn't respond, his expression carefully blank as he walked past Jordan and headed straight for the aisles. He methodically filled his basket with instant noodles, bread, and canned goods, the items piling up quickly, enough to last at least a week. Trailing behind at a more leisurely pace, Gwendolyn let her eyes wander over the shelves. Her brow lifted slightly at the sheer volume of food Regal was stuffing into his basket, but she didn't say anything. Instead, she drifted toward a display of novelty items near the counter, her fingers lightly brushing over a few trinkets as her interest lingered. "You seem familiar with the owner," Gwendolyn remarked, her voice light but probing, her gaze flicking toward Jordan. The man was slouched behind the counter, exuding the energy of someone who had long since mastered the art of doing nothing. The store was quiet, amplifying her words enough for Jordan to catch them. Jordan chuckled, the sound slow and amused, his grin widening as he propped his elbow on the counter. "Oh, that brat. He used to work here part-time until a few months back." Regal shot him a dry, unimpressed look over his shoulder, but didn't bother to reply. And as he expected, Jordan kept going. "Don't let him fool you, lady. He used to sneak snacks when no one was looking." Gwendolyn's lips twitched with the hint of a smile as she turned to Regal, who was now plucking a few more cans off the shelf. With his basket nearly overflowing, Regal strode to the counter and dumped his haul down with a clatter. "You are still going on about that? I left because I had better things to do. Like not working here." Jordan smirked, his eyes flicking between Regal and Gwendolyn with newfound interest. "So who's the lady?" Gwendolyn's eyes lit up with playful mischief as she leaned slightly against the counter, turning her attention to Jordan before Regal could cut in. "Actually," she began smoothly, her tone casual but deliberate, "I used to be his girlfriend, but he dumped me." Regal froze, one hand midair as he reached for his wallet. His other hand instinctively smacked his forehead in a classic facepalm. Jordan, eyebrows raised in genuine surprise, broke into a grin. "Man, you got some balls of steel to dump a lady like her." Regal let out a dry laugh, shaking his head as he finally pulled out his wallet. "Do you really believe her? She is messing with you. I mean, look at her. Does she seem like someone in their right mind would dump?" Gwendolyn's lips curled into a sly smile, her eyes narrowing as she tilted her head ever so slightly. "Oh, is that what you really think, Regal?" She leaned forward, her gaze sharp and teasing, her tone laced with mock challenge. "Tisk, all right, stop flirting in front of me." Jordan groaned with exaggerated exasperation, waving his hands dramatically. He handed over the bag of groceries, shaking his head. "Take it outside, lovebirds." Regal rolled his eyes, grabbing the bag with an air of feigned annoyance. Yeah, don't get jealous." Gwendolyn chuckled, leaning on the counter as the banter continued. "You know, I think I like this place. Nice atmosphere, good snacks, and a great sense of humor behind the counter. You have got good taste in former workplaces, boyfriend." "Oh, sorry, ex-boyfriend." Regal cast her a sidelong glance, his lips tugging upward as he struggled to suppress a smirk. Yeah, he wasn't going to let that slide. Time to do something about it. The door jingled as they stepped out, Regal walking ahead as Gwendolyn followed, her laughter trailing behind them. Jordan shook his head, leaning back against the counter with an amused grin. "Man, that guy's life must be one wild ride." Regal stopped a few steps from the car, the bags in his hands shifting slightly as he adjusted his grip. His gaze flicked toward Gwendolyn, who had also come to a halt, standing just a short distance away. The street lamp above cast a soft, golden glow over her, catching the loose strands of her blonde hair as they shifted in the breeze. For a moment, he forgot himself, his attention lingering on her. She was beautiful, just as he remembered from their college days, maybe even more so now. His chest tightened, but he forced himself to snap out of it. Memories of her antics, the playfulness, and the questions she left unanswered came rushing back. His expression hardened, and his grip on the bags tightened. Enough was enough. "All right, Gwendolyn," he said, his tone even but unmistakably edged. "What's your deal?" She tilted her head slightly, a faint smirk tugging at the corners of her lips. "My deal." Regal sighed, the tension in his jaw momentarily easing before returning as he continued. "I don't know what you were trying to do, but I need to say something." He paused, shifting his stance, as though steadying himself for what was about to come. "My whole life, I have managed not to fall for anyone," he admitted, his tone quieter but steady. "Sure, I would appreciate their looks or whatever, but I always kept a line. Never let it go beyond that." He hesitated, then added with a small, self-deprecating laugh. "I kept it that way because I never had the guts to actually say how I felt. So, I figured it was easier to just shut it all down. Less messy that way, you know? Less chance of wasting emotions on someone who might not feel the same. His eyes dropped for a brief second before meeting hers again, determination flickering in his gaze. And you know what? That worked. For years, it worked. Until now. Gwendolyn's smirk softened, her expression unreadable, but she didn't interrupt. Regal exhaled, the words tumbling out now. What I'm trying to figure out is, am I imagining this? Or are you hinting at something between us? He paused, glancing away briefly before adding with a hint of wry humor. Because if I am wrong, I swear I will die of embarrassment. You won't see me for a week, but after that, I will be back to my usual self, I promise. He half smiled, but it didn't quite reach his eyes. There was a long pause. Regal. Gwendolyn stood just as still, like she had turned into stone. Over the years, Gwendolyn had heard her fair share of confessions, the sweet, the awkward, the dramatic, and even the weird ones. But this was definitely the weirdest of them all. That was saying something considering the high bar that had already been set. Yet, somehow, she hadn't seen it coming. Not from Regal. Not so suddenly. They had started working together a couple of months ago, just a handful of weeks spent in late-night brainstorming sessions and countless hours fine-tuning the book launch. She had felt as attached to the project as he had. It was their shared thing. Their baby. Over that time, the back-and-forth professional banter had become their usual routine. The kind of dynamic that, after a while, left her feeling as though life had become monotonous, especially in the past few weeks. But then, something shifted. Gwendolyn noticed the small details, the way Regal's tone would change when he spoke to her, the way his eyes would linger just a moment too long when he thought she wasn't paying attention. It didn't take long for her to put the pieces together. Regal had once had a crush on her during their college days. Strangely, she felt elated by that realization, but it was fleeting. The elation quickly turned into disappointment. She could tell he had moved on from that old attraction, and it left her feeling oddly deflated. But she hadn't given up. No, she had been pushing him, teasing him, trying to coax whatever feelings he might have buried back to the surface. In hindsight, maybe she had gone too far today. The way she had teased him, playing her usual games without considering how it might affect him. Now here they were. Regal, standing in front of her, waiting for a response. Like I said, Regal began again, his voice a little more awkward now. If it's a no, no. Gwendolyn cut him off, her voice firm but laced with something else, an edge of vulnerability. It's not a no, you dummy junior. The words hung in the air. Regal didn't wait for another moment. The bag slipped from his hands with a soft thud, and in one quick movement, he pulled her into his arms. Gwendolyn froze, surprise flooding her system, but as his arms wrapped tightly around her, the warmth felt oddly comforting. Her face rested against his chest, her ear just above his heart, where she could hear its frantic rhythm. Regal's grip loosened slightly, but he didn't let go. Gwendolyn's fingers curled instinctively against his shirt. Before she could stop herself, the words slipped out. So what now? A kiss then? Her eyes widened in horror, heat rushing to her face. Oh God, why did I say that? She cursed herself inwardly. Her heart pounded as she scrambled to recover. I didn't mean that. But Regal wasn't embarrassed. Instead, he smiled, a lopsided grin that made his face light up. Gwendolyn's mind short-circuited. She bit her lip. She had always prided herself on keeping her cool, but in this moment, she felt like an awkward teenager again. Before she could think too much, Regal closed the gap between them. Her eyes fluttered shut as his breath caught, and without a word, they met halfway. It wasn't rushed, but it wasn't hesitant either. A soft, tentative kiss, fragile. She could feel his warmth, the hesitation in his kiss, as if he was waiting for her to pull back if she needed to. But she didn't. As the kiss continued, all the awkwardness, all the nerves, started to melt away. When they finally pulled apart, neither spoke at first. Gwendolyn opened her eyes to find Regal staring at her, a mix of wonder and disbelief playing across his features. So, Regal said, his voice quieter now, does that count as a yes? Her voice dropped, playful but certain. Yeah, it does. And you were stuck with me. For the rest of your life. Regal's grin returned, his confidence coming back in waves. Noted. Before the moment could stretch on any longer, A loud voice pierced the air, sharp and commanding. "Hey, you two." Jordan's voice boomed from the store's entrance, his frame blocking the doorway as he crossed his arms, glaring. "Take your lovey-dovey nonsense somewhere else. This is a store, not a movie set." Regal turned, irritation flashing across his face. "Mind your own business. You are just bitter because your wife left you, old man." Jordan raised an eyebrow, his expression unimpressed as he stepped forward. "Oh yeah? What was that? Care to repeat it, kid?" Regal rolled his eyes and waved him off like a pesky fly, stepping closer to Gwendolyn. Gwendolyn stifled a laugh with amusement as she offered a sheepish smile. "Sorry about that. We will leave now." She turned to walk away but paused midway, glancing back with a mischievous glint in her eye. "Oh, and for the record, I am not his ex anymore." With that, they have walked off. Jordan muttered something under his breath, throwing a grumpy wave as he retreated into his store. Regal sighed, turning to Gwendolyn as a sheepish grin replaced his earlier frustration. "That was just rubbing salt on him, Gwen. That wasn't my intention," she replied truthfully. He just shrugged his shoulders. "Well, anyway, I will drive." Gwendolyn nodded, handing over the keys, and within moments, the car was on the road. The air inside felt lighter, freer now. Number 18. Chapter 18. Still sure about this? 18 plus. Regal pulled into his apartment parking lot. The car came to a stop as the engine shut off, allowing the silence within the car stretched, thick, and charged. "It's late. Want to come up?" Regal finally broke the silence, his voice casual but expectant. Gwendolyn didn't hesitate. "Sure." Gwendolyn replied without missing a beat. A small smile played on her lips as she pushed open the car door before he could add anything else. Regal followed suit, stepping out and locking the car with a quick press of a button. Together, they walked toward his flat. The elevator ride was short. Once inside the flat, Regal flicked on the lights, letting the warm glow fill the room, and immediately tossed the keys onto the counter and turned to her with a faint smile. "Welcome," he said, stepping aside to let her in. "Why? Thank you," Gwendolyn replied, her tone light as she stepped inside, her eyes immediately taking in her surroundings. The small space was undeniably lived in, empty pizza boxes stacked on the counter and a few books scattered across the table. Regal locked the door behind them and walked further in, gesturing toward the full bed. "You can sit over there," he offered. Seeing her nod, Regal grabbed the bags and headed toward the cramped kitchenette. He set them down on the counter with minimal fuss, then quickly returned to the main room. Gwendolyn hadn't moved much, perched on the edge of the bed, looking around, perhaps processing the moment. Regal, though mindful of the guest, could help but let himself collapse onto the same bed beside her. The springs creaked in protest, but he didn't care. Today was over. Regal lay sprawled on the bed. He shifted slightly, his legs bent, his head resting loosely on the pillow. "Comfortable already, are we?" Gwendolyn remarked. Regal turned his head lazily, his crooked grin answering her challenge. "It's my bed. Why shouldn't I? Unless you're planning to kick me off." She crossed her legs, her fingers tracing idle patterns on the edge of the blanket. "Depends. Are you planning to keep hogging all the space?" "That depends too." Regal shot back, propping himself up on one elbow, his eyes sweeping over her with a smirk. "Are you going to keep sitting there, looking all pretty, or are you actually going to join me?" For a moment, she stayed still, then shifted. Her legs, tucked beneath her, swung off the side of the bed. With fluid motion, she shifted, her body sliding closer to his. She didn't hesitate. Her legs brushed against his, the space between them closing rapidly as she settled beside him. Her head rested on the pillow, near his, and her chest brushed against his side. Regal's pulse quickened as her presence intensified. He locked eyes with hers and felt something stir in him, closing the distance instantly. Gwendolyn's lips parted slightly for air, but Regal took the opportunity, deepening the kiss further, tasting the sweetness of her response, his hand moving to her back and pulling her closer. She didn't hesitate, her chest pressing firmly against his, her body yielding to his pull. It only took a second, but he finally pulled back, both of them breathless, their foreheads leaning against each other as they caught their breath. "Still sure about this?" he asked, his voice rough but steady. Her lips curved into a teasing smile, her eyes half-lidded. "If I wasn't, you would already know." And that was it. He didn't care anymore. The distance between them disappeared again, and their kiss resumed, deeper this time, as they gave in to the warmth and closeness that had built up between them. After the kiss, Regal trailed his lips down to her neck, teasing the sensitive skin there with soft, lingering kisses. The gentle contact left faint traces of wetness, making Gwendolyn moan softly, her body shivering with pleasure. Slowly, his hands moved to the buttons of her shirt, undoing one after the other, and in the process, his fingers occasionally contacting her bare skin sent a shiver down her spine. Once done, he smoothly pulled the shirt over her shoulder, revealing the soft, smooth skin. Beneath, her black bra cradled her chest, its straps resting delicately on her shoulders, holding her soft, full breasts. Despite the urge to dive in, he leaned in for another kiss, this one deeper, more urgent, trying to calm her fastened-up nerves. Gwendolyn, understanding his thoughts, tried to lose her tense muscles and give in to the moment, and in a search of distraction, she slid her hands under Regal's t-shirt. On the other hand, Regal's mind was occupied staring deep at the small cleavage visible over her bra, and a guess was immediately confirmed. She was a C-cup. It was just as he had imagined, and for some reason he felt quite elated, and more so because the sight was more captivating than he had anticipated. Noticing, his eyes Gwendolyn fully calmed, but still shy, slowly pulled her hands back, caught his wrist, and motioned it towards her chest. Getting the final signal, Regal removed his t-shirt and tossed it aside with little care. Then, he dove in with a kiss on her upper chest and slid his hands underneath the bra, gently cupping one of her breasts. Gwendolyn gasped, a surprised moan escaping her lips as she instinctively gripped his arm for support. Regal's fingers traced along the soft mounds before reaching what he wanted in the center of them, giving it a light pinch. Gwendolyn's face flushed crimson, her breath hitching as she felt the warmth spread across her cheeks. His hand still under her bra, Regal pressed her back hard onto the bed, giving her another deep and passionate kiss on her neck as she moaned under his touch. Meanwhile, his other hand danced near her navel for a few seconds, sending a shiver of anticipation through her with no sight as she closed her eyes. Slowly, it traveled lower, undoing the button on her pants and pulling them down all the way to her legs. In the process, her underwear was in full view, revealing the same texture and color as her bra. Regal backed away slightly, trying to get a better view of her curves and beauty. His eyes roamed over her, taking in her chest beneath the bra, her black panties, her thighs, and the curves of her ass. Unable to resist any longer, he closed in again, and they kissed each other once more, filled with intense desire. Their skin touched, brushing against each other. In the process, Regal's hand slid down from her abdomen, moving further down under her panties. His hand carefully explored the area beneath her panties. As he traced the sensitive skin, he could feel the wetness there. After a few more seconds of teasing, his finger finally slid inside. Gwendolyn's eyes widened in surprise as her moans deepened. He captured her lips again, his kiss deeper and more assertive this time, silencing the soft, breathy sounds she couldn't suppress. His fingers moved with deliberate care, exploring her with a tenderness that made her body arch instinctively toward him. Outside the window, the world remained unaware of their moment, the occasional flicker of streetlights casting fleeting shadows across the room, adding to the intimacy of the scene. Their breaths mingled in the quiet of the room, the faint hum of the city outside serving as a backdrop. Regal's hands moved with purpose, yet never in haste, tracing the contours of her body as if memorizing every curve. Gwendolyn's fingers found their way to his shoulders, gripping him lightly, seeking both balance and connection. He pulled back for a moment, his eyes locking onto hers, searching for unspoken words in the depths of her gaze. Her flushed face, coupled with the gentle rise and fall of her chest, was all the confirmation he needed. With a soft smile, he leaned in again, this time trailing kisses from her jawline to her collarbone, each touch igniting a trail of warmth across her skin. The dim light from the window highlighted the contrast between their bodies as they moved closer. Regal's hand slid along her sides, savoring the way she responded to every touch, while Gwendolyn's fingers traced gentle patterns on his back, her nails occasionally digging in just enough to leave faint reminders of their closeness. As they explored the unspoken connection between them, the outside world faded further into the background, leaving only the shared intimacy of the moment. Early morning. Regal blinked awake, gazing at the same ceiling he had gotten used to over the past 2 months, but what was foreign was feeling something warm stuck to the left side of his body. Despite everything coming together, the sensation was unfamiliar enough to draw his attention. His gaze dropped, a tangle of blonde hair sprawled over his chest, Gwendolyn's head resting on top of his chest. Memories from the night before rushed in, but he shoved them aside, his mind snapping to the present. Careful not to jolt her, Regal scanned his surroundings by pivoting his neck, and his long arms stretched to get the hold of his alarm to turn off and let the stillness continue. It was 4:25. Luckily, it was 5 minutes early before it rang out. His eyes once again shifted to the weight on his chest. Her relaxed face inches from his as her chest heaved up and down as her even breaths brushed against his neck. The thin strap of her bra clung loosely to her shoulder, dangerously close to slipping further. He shifted, slipping his arm under her head and sliding a pillow in its place. She stirred faintly but didn't wake, her breathing steady. He exhaled a short breath of relief and swung his legs off the bed in one smooth motion. The cool floor stung his feet, but he ignored it, running a hand through his disheveled hair. Glancing back, he caught the sight of her, golden strands of hair spilling over the pillow, the sheet barely covering her as she remained still. No time to linger. Regal pushed to his feet, grabbed a nearby towel, rested it on his shoulder, and slipped himself into the bathroom, getting another last glance of her before shutting it. Number 19. Chapter 19. Rewards. Regal pushed to his feet, grabbed a nearby towel, rested it on his shoulder, and slipped himself into the bathroom, getting another last glance of her before shutting it. He hung the towel onto another hanger, moved under the shower, and turned it on, letting the cold water hit his face. After a few more minutes, he was done bathing. A quick swipe with a towel to dry himself. Getting under his usual t-shirt and pants, he was out with a final glance at his wild hair only to give up fixing it. Just as he was out, another disorganized counter greeted him. However, this time he put on the gloves, cleaned it, and threw them into the trash cover. After he was done, he grabbed the coffee tin, scooped grounds into the machine, and hit the start button. The machine hissed as he yanked open the fridge. Eggs, bread, and milk were grabbed and dumped onto the clean counter. Crack, whisk, pour. Eggs hit the pan with a sizzle. The toaster clicked, toast popped up, and he caught it without missing a beat. Buttered and tossed onto a plate, the eggs followed right after. 2 mugs filled with steaming coffee joined them on the table. Regal leaned on the counter for half a second, eyes darting to the bedroom, which was really just the hall with a bed shoved against the wall. Simultaneously, his gaze lingered across the room. It was a single-room flat, with an open kitchen and a modest bathroom. What more could anyone expect from a bachelor's room? But now that I have saved up some cash, maybe I should move out? Regal thought. He had been contemplating the thought for a week as he was making some decent amount that would allow him to pay his rent and food from the donations he earns from it. And now that he also has income that will fold in from his Harry Potter venture, getting himself a single-bedroom flat shouldn't even be a problem. But would it be a waste? Regal wasn't into living in big spaces. He likes it when it is close. So for a single guy like him right? He isn't anymore. At that, his gaze landed on the figure still sleeping and onto the second cup of coffee that sat on the counter, waiting. He took a quick sip of his coffee, registering the taste of caffeine while leaning against the counter. However, soon his attention was shifted elsewhere. With a mental flick in his mind, he opened his system, and immediately, a translucent blue screen hovered mid-air, slightly tilted toward him. He navigated through the options, landing on the notifications section, while sipping his coffee moment to moment. As the tab loaded, several alerts blinked into existence. Notifications. Solo leveling web novel, rank A. Collect rewards, Y/N. Question mark. 30 days, 1 hour of accumulated rewards. Omniscient reader's viewpoint web novel, rank S. Collect accumulated rewards, Y/N. Question mark. 30 days, 1 hour since the launch. Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone book, rank S. Collect accumulated rewards. Y/N. Question mark. 31 days, 5 hours since the launch. Regal's eyes lingered on the notification tab, his lips curling into a faint smile. 31 days, huh? He muttered to himself. It had been a month since he last collected his rewards. Back then, his rewards had piled up to a good sum of 850 KEP. It had been exhilarating, right up until he dried nearly every bit of it on the second volume of Harry Potter. A purchase that, in hindsight, he wouldn't even need for another 6 months, unless Gwyn or Everleaf Press wanted progress updates earlier than expected. But still, by now he knew he made the right call. Risky? Definitely. But freeing up his pin had felt like cutting loose an anchor. After all, he still hadn't figured out a reliable way to earn another one. In the last 30 days, Regal had played a careful game with that one precious pin. He had watched many bulletin boards refresh, using the pin strategically, locking scripts that caught his eye, then removing them when a better one came along. He had done this dance repeatedly, shuffling between promising projects. But now, the question loomed. Which script would finally become his debut? The answer? It wasn't the most obvious choice. It wasn't even the second most obvious choice. No, Regal had chosen the most unconventional script of all. A bold gamble, but one he was determined to see through. But before that, he needs an EP to buy it. So, unable to contain himself anymore, he clicked on Collect. The screen flickered, the system responding immediately, shifting into a new interface as the process began. Ding. User successfully collected solo leveling rewards. Total view count 5,726,621 plus 7,804. 119 equals 13,530,740. Total EP earned 780,411. Your total EP is now 39,663 plus 780K equals 820,074. Regal let out an appreciative whistle. 820K, huh? The script I choose is rank B, and it costs 799K. So this should do it. Satisfied, he swiped back to the rewards menu and tapped on the second notification for. The system buzzed lightly, processing the numbers with its usual precision. Ding. User successfully collected Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint rewards. Total view count 3,902,081 plus 6,533. 919 equals 10,436,000. Total EP earned 653,390. Your total EP is now 820,074 plus 653.3 K equals 1 for 73 for 64 1.47 M. Regal simply nodded and immediately clicked on the third Y in the list, the one he had been saving for last. Ding. User successfully collected Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone rewards. Total readers count 362,563. Total EP earned 543,844. Your total EP is now 1.47 M plus 543K equals 2,017. 308. 2.01 M. 540K EP. That's it. Regal stared at the number, his thoughts drifting back to the 750K EP he had spent just to purchase from the bulletin board. It had been a steep investment, no doubt, but the returns weren't exactly shabby either. 540K EP for the month, along with solid hard cash. Maybe 700K EP next. Time. He mused aloud, tilting his head. The thought wasn't entirely outlandish. The read count kept climbing. The interest snowballed into something that felt almost unstoppable. Regal's eyes darted back to the numbers, trying to reconcile the rate, the EP to read count ratio, against what he had come to expect from his web novel days. The comparison was unavoidable. Web novels had their quirks, their charm even, but when it came to revenue, the difference? The scale. Books were an entirely different beast. In just a month, his latest release had raked in an astounding $400,000. A figure that felt surreal compared to the mere 20 grand he had eked out over 2 months of writing web novels. And that was counting every possible avenue, advanced chapters, donations, you name it. Still, Regal wasn't ready to dismiss web novels outright. Don't forget he rejected the contract offers. Otherwise, he would have definitely made some cash. Still, they weren't the cash cows that books were. Not yet, but they held a different kind of value. Massive value. A web novel that gained traction could be so much more. It was a gateway. Comics, merchandise, animation deals, they were all possible if the stars aligned. Of course, that was a plan for the distant future. Right now, he had to focus on the present. And the reality was simple. He needed both mediums to survive. Books provided hard cash, the kind that paid for everything from daily expenses to ambitious film productions. Web novels, on the other hand, were his EP lifeline, the fuel for his creative ambitions in this strange new system. 2 worlds, 2 streams, and 1 goal: to make a damn good movie. His eyes flicked back to the stats for. The read count stood at 362,563, but he already knew the exact number of books sold: 201,709 copies. So what did this mean? The read count was 1.5 times the number of books sold. That had to mean something. Does the system track multiple reads? Maybe it even factors in how often readers share their copies with friends. It was the only theory that made sense. Either way, it worked in his favor. If the system's rewards were tied strictly to the number of books sold, his EP balance would be a lot more depressing right now. Come to think of it, the name, Entertainment Point, wasn't random. The system wasn't just rewarding sales, it valued spread and engagement. How far the content reached. How much joy or excitement it delivered to people. Regal shook his head, dismissing the fleeting thoughts. He wasn't here to get bogged down in the details. With a flick of his wrist, he returned to the index menu, the interface sliding back into the background effortlessly. Index. Name: Regal Seraphsail. Items. Skill slots. Bulletin board. EP available. 2.01 million. Bulletin board. ? 6 hours 2 minutes and 48 seconds. Alright, it's time. Regal muttered to himself, fingers hovering above the bulletin board tab, his excitement sharp and focused. Without hesitation, he clicked it, ready for the next step. Bulletin board. Refresh time. ? 6 hours 2 minutes and 48 seconds. Movie scripts: Whispers of the Night. Rank C. Price 253 KEP. Steel Horizon. Rank B. Price 786 KEP. Following. Rank C. Price 1 MEP. Starlight's End. Rank F. Price 2.2 MEP. Web novel. The Silent Dawn. Rank A. Price 400 KEP. Books. Mysteries of the Forgotten. Rank F. Price 50 KEP. Private music album. Echoes in the Dark. Rank B. Price 530 KEP. Manga. The Last Kingdom's Fall. Rank A. Price 90 KEP. Force refresh 100K. Search token available 0. Pins available? Smiley face 1 in use. Regal's eyes skimmed over the window once again and landed on the unconventional script he had decided on as his debut project. Movie scripts. Following. Rank C. Price 799 KEP. Yeah, the script he selected for his debut project is. Admittedly, by no means was this the best script he had come across in the past month. In fact, until just a few days ago, he had fixed the pin on with a script. But then, this script showed up, throwing him into one of the biggest dilemmas he had faced since arriving in this world. After a whole day of weighing his options, he let the other script go. Not because he lacked the skills to pull it off. Not because he doubted his vision. It came down to one thing: affordability. He didn't just need enough EP to buy the script from the system. He also had to consider the funds to actually produce it. Sure, he had earned a solid chunk of cash from his book, but he couldn't afford to pour over $1 million into his debut film. Not yet. There was a harsh reality to face. Distributors wouldn't take a chance on an indie-produced film with a bloated budget. The risk would be too high, and no one would want to back it, no matter how good the product was. That's why I made it this point. In his previous life, was seen as the weakest film in Christopher Nolan's impressive portfolio. But Regal didn't mind. In fact, it made him excited. There is no doubt that the script's premise was undeniably unique. just as daring as Nolan's later directorial ventures. But the movie fell short in execution because of budget constraints and Nolan's inexperience as a director at that age. However, here despite the year 2010, there is no such film. Meaning, in this new world, he has the chance to shape it into something far more impactful with the funds he has. With the right direction and a few key adjustments, this film could become a box office hit, a critical darling, and the film that will be remembered as the iconic launch of his career. A confident smirk tugged at the corners of his lips as he pressed the purchase button. Ding. Purchase complete. Movie scripts following. Your total EP is now 1.21 M. The parched item will be stored in the items slot. Without wasting a second, Regal opened his items tab and saw the script waiting for him. Items following X1. A user can directly consume the book by clicking on it. Regal clicked on the consumable option, and in an instant, the familiar rush of new knowledge flooded his mind. It was the same feeling he had experienced before with his book and the web novels, everything clicking into place, all the information he needed coming together. He leaned back, closing the system with a satisfied sigh. The script was now embedded in his hands, or, more like, in his mind. But that was only the first step. Now came the real challenge, transforming his vision into a tangible reality. And reality? Well, it came with its fair share of complications. Big ones. Casting actors, renting equipment, hiring a crew, scouting locations, securing permissions, organizing schedules and rehearsals, filming, editing, marketing, and the biggest challenge of all, the distributors. Number 20. Chapter 20. Following? Casting actors, renting equipment, hiring a crew, scouting locations, securing permissions, organizing schedules and rehearsals, filming, editing, marketing, and the biggest challenge of all, the distributors. That was the roadblock that stood between him and success, the one that would make or break everything. Forget about the range of success. Getting it noticed was always the hardest part. Even the most talented indie films could end up languishing in obscurity if they couldn't secure the right distribution deal. The whole situation felt like a long shot. So many hurdles, so many unknowns. However, Regal couldn't help but feel a flicker of confidence as his thoughts shifted toward the skill section. Skill slots. Slot 1 director, rank master. Slot 2 writer, rank expert. Slot 3 drawing, rank novice. Unique skill insight. Switch slot cinematographer, rank novice. 00D, 00H.00M, left before another switch. Skill slots available 3, in use. Note user can awaken new skills by striving and reaching a minimum understanding and requirement of it. The additional skill, drawing, stood out as the latest entry. It was a skill Regal had unlocked after dabbling in sketching and painting for just a day and a half during his free time. Not that he had much patience for improving it through practice. It would take months, if not years, to raise it to anything beyond a rudimentary level. Why bother when he could simply pour EP into upgrades when the time came? For now, however, drawing had utility. Regal had swapped it into slot 3 in place of cinematographer for a simple reason. The current stage of his work required visual references, not camera knowledge. As production was still weeks away from moving to the sets, cinematographer would remain a wasted slot. Still, this switch slot timer at the bottom of the interface is something that can't be ignored. 00D, 00H, 00M. The cooldown had ended. Yep, the system not only has limitations of 3 skill slots, but it also has a cooldown to use switch again. If only he had the freedom to swap skills without the need to worry about their cooldown, the entire concept of limited skill slots would be rendered meaningless. Instead, he was stuck with his chosen set for the duration of the timer, requiring him to strategize each switch carefully. Thankfully, the cooldown was manageable, just 24 hours. A full day might feel restrictive in some situations, but for now, he could work within those constraints. With the skills at his disposal and the script already finalized in his mind, Regal was confident he could overcome the odds. Currently, his balance sat at 1.21 MEP. That left him enough to make significant upgrades to his skills. World Class. Master, upgrade, 5 MEP. Expert, upgrade, 2 MEP. Advanced, upgrade, 1 MEP. Intermediate, upgrade, 600 KP. Novice, upgrade, 200 KEP. Regal decided to begin by upgrading his writer's skill from advanced to expert. This would put it just below his director skill, which is one level below world class, requiring an astronomical 5 MEP to level up. Anyway, the upgrade to advanced cost him 1 MEP, leaving 210 KEP in his balance. From there, Regal turned his attention to his drawing skill. At its current novice level, the skill is barely functional and can be put to use. For 200 KEP, he could upgrade it to intermediate. After these upgrades, Regal will be left with just 10 KEP. It wasn't much, but he considered it an investment in his craft. And then there was this cinematographer skill. Regal planned to upgrade it to advanced, too, before the shooting began. The cost for this would be 200 KEP to reach intermediate, followed by 600 KEP for the jump to advanced, a total of 800 KEP. The reasoning was simple. Regal wanted to handle the camera work himself to slash the production budget. Hiring professional cinematographers, while tempting, wasn't feasible with the limited funds at his disposal. Besides, with his growing arsenal of skills, he was confident in his ability to deliver results without compromising quality. In a month's time, the earnings from his web novel and Harry Potter books would replenish his EP reserves, ensuring he could afford the upgrades without delay. Satisfied with his calculations, Regal initiated the upgrading process. The system chimed with a soft hum as each skill was enhanced. Ding. Upgrade complete. Writer. Expert. Master. Ding. Upgrade complete. Drawing. Novice. Intermediate. Your total EP is now 10K? A sudden jolt hit his mind. Knowledge flooded in, sharp, precise, overwhelming for a split second before settling into place. The difference in his writer skill was staggering. Ideas he had once struggled to articulate now seemed effortless, his creative vision sharper and clearer. In comparison, the improvement in drawing felt minor but sufficient for his immediate needs. Lost in thought, Regal barely registered the subtle movements on the bed. Gwendolyn stirred, her lashes fluttering open as she shifted groggily. Her gaze landed on Regal, standing by the corner, tea in hand, his mind clearly elsewhere. She murmured, trying to get his attention. Morning. Regal snapped out of his thoughts, quickly setting his cup aside. Grabbing a fresh one, he approached her. Gwendolyn stretched languidly, the sheets slipping slightly, revealing the delicate lace straps of her bra resting against her shoulders. Her tousled hair framed her face, and a teasing smirk played on her lips as she noticed Regal's momentary hesitation. Morning. He greeted her, handing her the cup and trying to keep his gaze focused on her face. But his resolve wavered. His eyes briefly dropped to the lace hugging her form, the subtle glimpse of matching black panties beneath the sheet almost undoing his composure. He cleared his throat and straightened despite the chaos in his head. I made breakfast. Finish your coffee and freshen up. Gwendolyn's lips curved into a sly smirk, setting the coffee aside as she leaned back, her sleepiness fading quickly as she spoke. Someone is putting in effort today. Maybe I should, too. Her hands moved deliberately over her body, tracing a slow, purposeful path. Her voice dipped into something more suggestive as she added, or would you rather taste the breakfast I made? Her hands slid up to squeeze her chest together, her lips catching between her teeth in a teasing bite that bordered on provocative. Regal gulped internally before getting himself together. He just walked towards her side and pinched her cheek firmly, pulling it just enough to elicit a small yelp. This girl. Gwendolyn simply laughed as she rubbed her cheek where he had pinched her. Seeing that Regal let out a soft sigh, sat on the edge of the bed, only for her to slide and wrap her arms snugly around his torso. What is it that got you so deep in thought about this early? She finally asked, resting her chin on his shoulder. Just an idea for a movie script. Regal didn't hide. Her eyebrows arched. A morning thinker, huh? Didn't peg you for the type. Couldn't sleep. Someone kept stealing the blanket. He shot back with a small grin. Gwendolyn chuckled, rocking slightly against him. You should have fought back. Maybe next time. Next time, huh? Her voice turned softer, playful yet curious. Regal glanced back, his gaze meeting hers. Yeah. A smile spread across her face. I would like that. After finishing her coffee, Gwendolyn stretched and made her way to the bathroom. The sound of running water soon filled the room as she washed up, humming softly to herself. When she emerged, her damp hair clung slightly to her neck and shoulders, the strands framing her face in an effortlessly alluring way. She had slipped into a shirt, one of Regal's by the look of it, but hadn't bothered with her skirt. The shirt was slightly oversized, though it barely reached her mid-thigh, leaving just enough room for glimpses of her panties whenever she moved, no matter how slight. And it was immediately clear she wasn't wearing a bra. The fabric of the shirt clung loosely to her figure, the natural curve of her silhouette evident with every step. She stood by the bed, buttoning up the last button of the shirt with a distracted air, her fingers moving lazily. Her gaze eventually drifted to Regal, who was seated at his desk, fully absorbed in his laptop. The rhythmic clicking of keys filled the room. Curiosity sparked in her eyes, and she skipped over lightly. Coming up behind him, she wrapped her arms loosely around his neck, leaning into him without disturbing his focus. Well, not for too long, though, as her damp hair and cheek brushed lightly against his as she planted a quick kiss there. "What are you up to?" she asked, her voice soft but curious, her eyes flicking to the screen. Regal's fingers paused momentarily before resuming. "Just putting some scenes out." Gwendolyn tilted her head, her gaze darting across the words on the screen. Her attention finally settled on a bold line near the top. Following, number 21. Chapter 21, 5 days. Following, Gwendolyn murmured aloud, her brow furrowing slightly. "That's the name." "Yep," Regal confirmed, glancing at her briefly before returning to his work. "The movie. Title." Her eyes rolled upwards with thoughtfulness. "Sounds mysterious. Is it about me? Following you around like this?" She added, eliciting a small, involuntary pause in his typing. "Not quite," he replied, smirking despite himself. "But if you keep this up, it might be." "Then better make it good, writer boy," she chuckled, giving him another kiss on the cheek, before backing off, her tone full of support and a tint of challenge. Regal nodded at her with a side glance, before turning back to work without any interruptions. After an hour or so, he pushed away from his desk and took a break together with Gwendolyn and shared a quick breakfast. The clock showed 7:37, still early, but the day was already in motion. Regal returned to his writing while Gwendolyn flopped onto the bed, positioning herself sideways so she could observe him. She picked up her phone, casually scrolling through the web novels Regal had just shared with her. He had been secretive about it until now, but after reading the synopsis, she chose to dive into ORV first. She had initially considered skipping to Solo Leveling, if she wasn't hooked by the first one, but fortunately, the story captivated her enough to keep her attention. She glanced at Regal occasionally, watching his complete focus in finishing the script. Time passed quickly. Another hour went by for Gwendolyn, alternating between reading and looking up to see Regal absorbed in his task. Then, her phone rang. Her fingers trembled slightly, tension rising. It was Maggie. The moment she answered, the sudden scream on the other end made her jump. Not giving herself a second to process, Gwendolyn quickly dressed, giving Regal a quick kiss on the cheek before hurrying out the door. "I will be back after work," she promised. Regal nodded, already absorbed back. 5 days later. The sky outside had darkened a long time ago. Gwendolyn sat cross-legged in the middle of the bed, her posture casual but her gaze intent. It wasn't difficult to discern what, or rather who, had captured her focus. Her eyes remained fixed on Regal, still hunched over his desk, lost in his work. 5 days. 5 endless days. Actually, even Regal himself had been taken aback by how long it was taking him to finish the script. After all, it had taken him less than 2 days to complete the first volume of Harry Potter. But he understood, nonetheless. He understood the subconscious boundaries he had set for himself while writing, following, imposing limits on what he could do in order to create something extraordinary within his means. He was constantly aware of the need to balance ambition with the practicalities of what he had at hand. When he wrote Harry Potter, though, things had been different. There had been no self-imposed limits. He hadn't cared if the story's scope was too grand or its scale too vast. His only concern had been to let his imagination run wild. But now, the circumstances were different. So, instead of stressing over the process, he allowed himself to move at his own pace, refusing to worry about those things. Coming back to Gwendolyn, her routine had shifted entirely these past 5 days. Office work, the usual grind until late at night, and then coming straight to Regal's flat, as if drawn by some invisible pull. Today was no different. She had arrived tonight, just past 1. Late, even by her usual standards. Recently, work had been a mess, leaving her drained, but she didn't complain. However, unlike before, simply passing out in her office or heading home, her car had instinctively found its way to Regal's flat. It wasn't something she had planned for, but ever since Regal had walked into her life, the predictability of her days had unraveled into something wholly unexpected. The control she prided herself on, the ability to compartmentalize, to keep her personal life and emotions neatly tucked away, was slipping. And the strangest part? She didn't mind. So, here she was, sitting on his bed, watching him work in silence. She shifted slightly, drawing her knees closer to her chest as her thoughts wandered. Was this how Regal usually worked? She knew the struggles of writers well. Working in the publishing field, she was no stranger to the challenges authors faced, the moments when words felt like a distant memory and inspiration was hard to grasp. But, in the last 5 days, she hadn't seen Regal falter in frustration once. Not once had his fingers hovered uncertainly over the keyboard. Not once had he stared blankly at the screen, lost in the dreaded void of empty thoughts. He existed in a world made up of his desk, his chair, and his laptop, breathing life into that space as though it were his very heartbeat. It was only for brief moments when he stepped away to eat, freshen up, or stretch his body a little, a task she made sure to help him with, coaxing him to take care of himself. And, when it came to sleep, she made him rest, though only for 5 hours at most, a demand he begrudgingly followed. She paused, a worry gnawing at the back of her mind. He wasn't going to burn himself out, was he? The idea settled heavily, and she shook her head as if the simple motion could banish the worry. It wasn't something she wanted to entertain, especially when she already noticed the toll it was taking on him, the faint shadows under his eyes, the tension in his posture when he finally tore himself away from the laptop after another long day. Her gaze shifted to the drawings scattered across the bed. She had just picked them up from his desk earlier, unable to ignore the mess he had left behind. If left alone, it might become an obstacle to his work, and she didn't want that to happen. According to Regal, these were his storyboards, sketches that captured the framing and blocking for the key scenes of his upcoming film. He had described them to her in passing, his tone dismissive, as though they were nothing special. But to her, they were more than that. Each of them looked like a painting. Yeah, the outlines were rough, the sketches made hastily with the same black pencil, but there was something about them. As a professional reader, her imagination was her greatest asset. She could conjure entire worlds from mere words, stitching together stories from fragmented ideas. And looking at these rough drawings, she could already picture the scenes unfolding in her mind. Maybe it was only about 50%, maybe 55% of what Regal envisioned. If he could even bring half of it to life, it would be something extraordinary. Her throat tightened slightly at the thought. She wanted to see it. Not just this project, but all of them. Every story Regal would ever tell. Especially their first shared creation, their first baby, as she had joked when the project began. The thought of watching it come to life, projected on the big screen, filled her with a quiet, almost desperate longing. It was about the dream she shared with him now. The dream of seeing something they had been part of, and the very reason they met come alive in the eyes of others. Regal, she called softly, her voice carrying a gentle warmth as she slid off the bed. Her bare feet made no sound on the floor as she walked toward him, a spark of excitement lighting her eyes. Regal didn't look up at first, his fingers still moving across the keys of his laptop. But she caught it, the brief pause in his movements, the way his gaze flicked toward her out of the corner of his eye. He had heard her. Number 22. Chapter 22. Finale. Despite not getting any answer, Gwendolyn caught it, the brief pause in his movements, the way his gaze flicked toward her out of the corner of his eye. Regal had heard her. "Give me a minute," he murmured, his voice hoarse from hours of work. Gwendolyn stepped closer, her gaze scanning him carefully. She didn't want to interrupt, but she couldn't stop herself from assessing his state. He didn't seem exhausted. No, he was pushing through, his focus too intense for that. But the air around him was thick with the kind of concentration that made everything else feel secondary. She lingered at his side, counting the seconds. 50 more exactly. Soon, his typing slowed down, as if approaching the finish line. And then, with one final tap, the words the Yendi appeared on the screen. Regal hit enter, sealing the moment in a soft click. Gwendolyn's breath hitched, and before she knew it, she was grinning from ear to ear. Finale, she exclaimed, her voice bursting with unrestrained glee. The pride and relief in her tone were palpable, spilling out in waves far greater than Regal's subdued satisfaction. Her excitement overwhelmed her, and without a second thought, she threw herself onto him from behind, wrapping her arms tightly around his shoulders. She didn't care about decorum or timing anymore. She was simply overjoyed, for him, for this moment, for everything he had endured to get here. Regal stiffened for a fraction of a second, caught off guard, but the surprise melted away almost immediately. A soft smile curved his lips as he turned his head, pressing a gentle kiss to her cheek. What are you so excited about? It was just a script compilation. Gwendolyn rested her face against his shoulder, her arms still securely around him. Of course I am excited. Do you have any idea how long I have been waiting here? Regal chuckled understandingly as he carefully pulled her into view. His hands guided her to sit on his lap, and she complied, settling comfortably against him. Her arms draped around his neck as if they belonged there. Regal reached up, his fingers brushing lightly over her cheek before tugging gently at her lower lip. He pressed his teeth lightly against her lip, the touch fleeting, before sealing the moment with a soft, lingering kiss. A small, almost involuntary sigh escaped her as her heart fluttered, warmth spreading through her chest. "Ugh," she breathed, her voice a whisper, tinged with affection and something deeper. Regal's gaze held hers, his eyes shining with quiet satisfaction. "Worth the wait." Gwendolyn smiled, her fingers threading through his hair as she leaned her forehead against his. Every second, a mischievous spark lit her expression as she tilted her head, her tone taking on a playful lilt. "So, when are you going to make the Harry Potter movie? You are not going to neglect our first baby, are you?" Regal huffed out a soft chuckle. Maybe my third or fourth film," he mused, as if it were a simple inevitability. Her brows lifted, amusement dancing in her eyes. "Only your third? You are making me wait again, huh?" He leaned back slightly, shrugging as if it were the most natural thing in the world. "I will need money, about 150 million, at least, to make a movie like that." Her expression shifted into one of mock incredulity. "Oh, just a casual 150 million. And how exactly are you planning to pull that off?" Regal's smirk widened as he gestured vaguely. "Simple. I will make my first film a hit, then the second one even bigger. The money I earn from those will go into the third. Or, by then, maybe a production house will back me. Who knows? Mr. Jr. makes it sound so easy." Gwendolyn teased, her voice dripping with playful skepticism as she leaned into him. "Easy? Nah." Regal's eyes sparkled with determination. "Doable? Absolutely." She shook her head, letting out a soft laugh as her fingers combed gently through his hair. "You have got some guts, I will give you that." Gwendolyn, by now, had already made up her mind. She was going to support Regal to the best of her ability, or, at the very least, never be the voice that discouraged him. These past few days spent watching him closely, observing his tireless passion and relentless drive, had only cemented her decision. He didn't just tell stories. It was the very essence of him, the way he breathed life into everything. Storytelling wasn't just what he did, it was who he was. As she mulled over these thoughts, she realized Regal had fallen asleep beneath her. His head rested gently against her shoulder, his breathing steady and soft. Her lips curved into a tender smile. 150 million, huh? She murmured, recalling the ambitious number he had tossed around so casually. Looks like I need to start saving too. She glanced at his peaceful face and sighed dramatically. Now how am I supposed to move this giant to the bed? A mischievous glint appeared in her eyes. She hopped off his lap and grabbed the armrests of the chair. Carefully, she maneuvered it toward the bed, the wheels rolling silently across the floor. Once they were close enough, Gwendolyn paused, bracing herself before tipping the chair just enough to slide him onto the bed like a sack of potatoes. Perfect landing, she said with a satisfied nod, brushing her hands together like a job well done. She climbed onto the bed beside him, snuggling into his side. Resting her head on his chest, she felt the steady rhythm of his heartbeat beneath her cheek. Her eyelids grew heavy as a wave of calm washed over her. "You are lucky I like you," she whispered sleepily before drifting off, her arm draped protectively across his torso. Next day, Regal sat up in his bed, swiveling slightly as his eyes roamed around his apartment. It was quiet now, the kind of quiet that only came after Gwendolyn had left for the day. Except it wasn't just his apartment anymore, or at least, it didn't feel like it. He looked around. His apartment, which should be giving off the vibe of a friendly neighborhood single bachelor room, is now giving off an entirely different vibe. He spotted a long strand of golden hair glinting under the light on the armrest of the couch. Another peeked out from the corner of his desk. Her presence lingered in the most unexpected places. The bathroom wasn't spared either. Every time he went in, there was the extra toothbrush standing side by side with him, as if mocking his former solitude. Then, of course, there was the matter of laundry. A delicate bra and matching panties hung near the window to dry, completely unbothered by the presence of their supposed audience. And as if all that wasn't enough, he opened one of the drawers at his desk to pull out a notebook and was greeted by the unmistakable sight of a makeup kit nestled inside, right next to his pens and sticky notes. Regal leaned back, exhaling a slow breath as he surveyed the changes with an amused grin. "Yeah," he muttered to himself. "This isn't a bachelor pad anymore." Seeing all this, Regal also made a decision. This place wasn't enough. Not for the two of them. Regal leaned back in his chair, rubbing the back of his neck thoughtfully. "Guess it's time to upgrade. Not just a few renovations or new pieces of furniture, but a real upgrade. Something bigger. A place that wasn't just his, but theirs." He nodded to himself, making a mental note. Step 1, finish the movie. Step 2, find a house. Something suitable for 2 people. Or maybe even 3, someday. With that thought, Regal rose up, stretching his arms high above his head. A satisfying crack of his knuckles punctuated the moment, a signal that his work, at least for now, was done. Copyright should be done in a few days. He muttered to himself, glancing at the desk where his bound script had once sat before he mailed it off to the Writers Guild. But now, by the end of the 5th day and into the 6th, more precisely, just past 2 a.m., he had finally finished his script. He recalled chatting with Gwendolyn for a while afterward, her voice a soothing backdrop as the exhaustion of relentless work finally caught up to him. And then, sleep. This morning, he had been roused from his slumber by the click of her heels echoing near the door, her hurried farewell as she rushed off to work. Still, none of that mattered now. He had nailed it. The script was complete. Bound. Finished, with all the dialogue just as he had imagined, including the storyboard. Every scene, every line of dialogue, every intricate detail, it was all polished to match the vision in his mind. He had poured every ounce of his creativity into it, stretching his direction and scriptwriting skills to their absolute limits. Especially the climax. Regal had agonized over those final moments, fighting to capture that perfect emotional high, that gut punch resolution that would stay with the audience long after the credits rolled. Number 23. Chapter 23. Art for Art's Sake. Regal's next focus was the casting for the film. The most important are the 2 main leads. These roles were the foundation of the entire film. So, they had to be strong enough to hold the audience's attention, commanding the screen in every scene. The story would make or fall based on their performances. Fortunately, Regal had already found one of the leads, Keanu Reeves, his sister's boyfriend. Yes, he had been in contact with Keanu for the past couple of weeks, and he somehow managed to tap him into thinking about acting for real. And luckily, Keanu will perfectly fit in for one of the leads. So, despite his tendency to go over the top at times, a side effect of his theater background, Regal was confident he could guide and get the best from him. He is the director of the film. That's his job. A craftsman who should be capable of extracting the best craft from 24 departments of filmmaking. But that wasn't the hard part. The real difficulty was finding the other lead. The character Keanu was playing was bold, charming, and stylish. a role Keanu could bring to life without breaking a sweat. But the other lead? He was an introvert, silent, brooding, and reserved. Still, he needed to be just as captivating as Keanu's character, someone who could hold the audience's gaze even in his silence. Regal needed an actor who could make quiet moments just as compelling as loud ones. Fortunately, the remaining characters were far simpler to cast. A female love interest, someone attractive and charismatic, naturally. A cop. No frills, just a solid, serious actor. Finally, a blackmailer, someone who could make the audience uncomfortable with a presence. None of these roles required much deep thought. But the another main lead? That was the real puzzle. Regal had to find someone who could play the quiet strength of the character while still holding the audience's attention. It was a tall order, but Regal was determined to get it right. After all, the film depended on it. Same time, Everleaf Press Headquarters. The office buzzed with a faint hum from the air conditioner as Gwendolyn flipped through a stack of documents. Her eyes scanned each page, darting over the lines while a pen hovered near her lips, occasionally tapping lightly as she paused to consider the figures before her. She was reviewing the financial breakdown of her company's recent venture, a resounding success. The total revenue stood at $3,426,633, generated from 201,709 copies sold over the past month. And after deducting the author's share, the remaining amount came to $3,029,762. $3 million, roughly, she murmured to herself, scribbling a quick note. Even after factoring in the printing costs, there was still $2.4 million left. That's a solid profit, she thought, allowing herself a small, satisfied smile. And if their projections were accurate, there was still more to come. Just then, the door to her office swung open, the soft creak breaking the room's quiet rhythm. Gwendolyn didn't bother glancing up from her papers. The figure strolled in casually, crossing the room without a word, and dropped comfortably into the chair across from her desk. The chair creaked slightly as the intruder leaned back, arms crossed, her expression tinged with skepticism, yet faintly amused. Of course, it was none other than Maggie. She had found herself with a decent amount of spare time lately, ever since delegating her receptionist duties to the new hire a few weeks back. So, Maggie, Gwendolyn began without looking up. Did you read the 2 web novels I suggested? Yeah, I did, Maggie replied with a shrug. They were good, for web novel standards. Gwen smirked. I know, right? But Maggie wasn't here to exchange pleasantries. Her gaze sharpened as she leaned forward. Gwen, what are you thinking of doing? You do realize the company is just starting to recover after years of struggling, don't you? I do, Gwendolyn said, her tone calm, her pen scratching against the paper. Do you? Because if you are thinking about expanding into color comics. Gwen's pen froze. She glanced up, eyebrows arched. Maggie pressed on. That's a completely different territory. It's not just about good writing. The visuals have to be outstanding. Maybe wait a year, or so. It's the safe dash. Safest bet? Is that what you are trying to say? Gwendolyn interrupted, finishing Maggie's words. Yes. Maggie didn't flinch. I get it, but I think it's worth the risk. We just took a risk 2 months ago. Maggie shot back, her voice rising slightly. And we are doing it again. Gwendolyn's response was cool and unyielding. Maggie exhaled sharply, rubbing her temples. I knew you would say something like this. Which is why you came prepared? Gwendolyn asked in a challenging tone. Maggie straightened, pulling out her phone. I did some digging. The results weren't in our favor. Gwendolyn's curiosity piqued. What's the issue? The author. He is not interested in collaborations or selling his work. He has refused exclusivity deals from major platforms. Hearing that, Gwendolyn's lips twitched. Maggie noticed but kept going, hoping logic would prevail. He is one of those art for art's sake types who don't play by the rules. For them, it's not about money. People like that pop up in the industry sometimes. It's weird, but it happens. Her words hung in the air, and Gwendolyn's fingers paused briefly on the stack of papers. Unbeknownst to everyone, Regal's unconventional approach to publishing was by design, a carefully calculated strategy to farm EP from the system. It had unintentionally spawned a wave of misunderstandings among outsiders. By now, many in the web novel industry had written him off as an eccentric rich brat, a self-indulgent author with too much time and money to care about. Traditional deals. Typically, such authors faded away quickly, lacking either the talent to sustain attention or the willpower to resist the allure of lucrative offers. But Regal was neither of those things. His writing was exceptional, and his concepts are unique to the point of being groundbreaking. And these are all factors that defied the stereotype, only fueling the confusion. Not that he would bother clarifying any of it, even if he were aware. Why would he? After all, those misunderstandings worked to his advantage. Meanwhile, Gwendolyn frowned slightly at Maggie's comment, though she quickly masked her expression. The casual remark about her boyfriend being referred to as weird didn't sit well with her. But since Maggie had no idea who the author really was or the connection between them, Gwendolyn decided to let it slide. Also, she knew Maggie noticed how weird she was behaving despite her doing her best, but did not confront her. So she needs to be careful of not pushing her away completely too. Only for now, though. Still, she couldn't resist adding, "What do you mean by weird? It's just love for their work." She complained with mild annoyance. "Call it what you want," Maggie said, waving it off. "But do you honestly think no one else has approached him for adaptation rights? If he had turned them down, what makes you think we would be any different?" She leaned forward, her voice firm. "So drop it, Gwen." Maggie waited for Gwendolyn's usual rebuttal, but she was certain she had won this round. But when she looked up, her face wasn't annoyed or defensive, it was smiling. No, smirking. Mischief danced in her eyes, and Maggie instantly felt a knot tighten in her stomach. "Gwen," she said cautiously, "don't tell me you." "Yep," Gwendolyn responded smugly. She raised a thumbs up with one hand and flashed a victory sign with the other. "You don't have to worry about the rights. I can get them whenever I want." Maggie's jaw dropped, her expression a mixture of shock and disbelief. "How are you so sure?" "Because the adaptation rights are as good as ours," Gwendolyn replied, punctuating her statement with a playful wink. She leaned back even further, exuding an air of complete self-assurance. Maggie stared at her boss for a long moment before letting out a frustrated groan. She rubbed her temples as though trying to stave off an oncoming headache. "Why do I even bother?" she muttered under her breath. Number 24. Chapter 24. Auditions. 5 days later. March 16th, 2010. "Hello there. I am Ben Azalart. Nice to meet you." Regal glanced up from his notes, momentarily caught off guard by the sheer force of Ben's enthusiasm, which seemed to fill the room the moment he walked in. "Hello, Ben. I am Regal." He gestured to the chair across the table and offered a polite, if somewhat strained, smile. "Please, take a seat. Here's the scene. No rush, take your time." Ben's eyes flicked to Regal, registering a brief surprise at his youthful face. Before brushing it off, without missing a beat, he flashed a quick grin and dropped into the chair, snatching up the script. His eyes darted across the lines, lips moving faintly as he rehearsed under his breath. Regal leaned back in his chair, observing the display with a measured calm. For a moment, he considered Ben's enthusiasm. It was refreshing, if nothing else, though the recent experiences had taught him to temper his expectations. The room was part of a small rundown theater Regal had rented for 3 days to cast the acting crew for his film. Following, he had meticulously planned for this, sorting through scripts, finalizing the audition posters, and spreading the word both online and offline. He had given exactly 6 days for the casting notice to gain traction, a timeline carefully balanced between urgency and reach. Now, it was already the second day of auditions. Barely a few minutes passed before Ben straightened, grinned again, and dove headfirst into his audition. When he finished, he looked at Regal with an eager expression, eyes bright with anticipation. Regal's face remained neutral, though his inner thoughts painted a more honest picture. The performance? It was something. Equals. Name Ben Azalart. Traits cheerful, resilience. Acting grade equals. Cheerful and resilient. Very admirable traits in this brutal industry, Regal mused, noting the determination in Ben's eyes. But acting? That was a different matter. Altogether, another one who is not, yet, ready trying to conquer the camera. Regal thought, fighting the urge to rub his temples. The auditions had been running for 2 days now, and they were starting to feel more like a test of his own endurance than a search for talent. The first day held promise. Plenty of hopefuls had flocked in, lured by the attractive pay hinted at in the gig description. But by the end of the day, Regal had realized none of them were camera-ready. Today, it was shaping up to be even worse. Despite a slight uptick in the number of candidates, the quality of performances had taken a nosedive. By the time the afternoon sun cast its muted glow across the room, every audition had blurred into a monotonous parade of mediocrity. None left even the faintest impression, let alone a spark of hope. And now Ben. His initial enthusiasm had been a rare highlight, a momentary respite from the drudgery. But enthusiasm alone could only carry him so far, and his performance quickly unraveled. Halfway through the lines, Ben stumbled over his words. Awkward pauses in between, each one dragging like a poorly delivered punchline to a bad joke. Regal forced a polite smile, suppressing the sigh clawing its way up his throat. Good work, Ben. We will contact you if there's a role that fits. For a brief moment, Ben's grin faltered. His expression flickered with a subtle disappointment, a crack in his upbeat demeanor that was fleeting but unmistakable. He knew. He had failed again, but just as quickly as it appeared, the moment was gone. Ben straightened his back, his voice as buoyant as when he had first walked in. Thanks. I would really appreciate that. Regal blinked, momentarily taken aback. Resilient, he thought. There was something almost admirable about the way Ben shrugged off rejection, even from someone as relatively insignificant as Regal himself. It wasn't forced or defensive. It was genuine, an unshakable optimism that wasn't laced with bitterness or pretense. Still, admiration alone didn't change the reality of the situation. Next, Regal called out, already moving on. After a few more rounds of auditions that added little more than a growing sense of disappointment, the door opened once again. A woman entered, her long black hair falling neatly to frame her face. Well, she got the looks, thought Regal. Every detail of her appearance was sharp and precise, as if her entire demeanor had been carefully curated to exude composure. Hello, she said curtly, with a stony expression. That was it. Regal blinked. No smile, no overdone pleasantries, just a cold, lifeless greeting. Hello, he replied, the awkwardness lingering for a moment before he shook it off and slid the script across the table toward her. Here are the lines. Start whenever you are ready. She nodded, a silent acknowledgement, and reached for the script without another word. As she moved toward the nearby chair, Regal assumed she was about to sit and prepare. But mid-step, she stopped. Turning slightly back toward him, she seemed hesitant, her lips parting as though she had just remembered something. Thank you, she said softly, her voice oddly stilted and unsure, like a child fumbling with newly learned manners. So she is nervous, Regal assumed. His gaze dropped to the script, trembling slightly in her grasp. Her fingers were quivering, just enough to catch his attention. A faint smile tugged at the corner of his lips. No problem. Would you like some coffee? He asked. Obviously, the offer wasn't just because she was attractive, though she certainly was. Regal prided himself on being a decent person, and if a little caffeine could help ease someone's nerves, why not offer? Her eyes stayed on him for a beat, before she finally gave a small nod. Please, I would like that. Perfect. You can continue, and I will get it sorted, Regal said, reaching for the small bell on his desk. As he rang it, he couldn't help but wonder if this time, the day might finally take a turn for the better. The sound had barely faded before the door opened, and in walked a middle-aged woman in a sharply tailored suit, clipboard tucked neatly under her arm. Her stride was brisk, her demeanor professional, exuding the air of someone who had long mastered the art of efficiency. Regal glanced up, smiling inwardly. The perks of hiring help. The sheer monotony of these auditions would have driven him up the wall if he had to handle them alone. So beforehand, recognizing his limits, he had enlisted someone with experience, someone who could take care of the logistical side while he simply focused on auditions. Her name was Samantha Cross, a recommendation from Maggie, Gwendolyn's go-to person for all things organizational. And no, don't ask why it just so happened to be another woman. Pure coincidence, Regal assured himself. Still, there was a small, additional voice that whispered, who hires a guy for this kind of work? Isn't that just common sense? It was a bias, sure, but he was self-aware enough to admit it. Yes, Mr. Regal? Samantha asked, her polite, professional smile perfectly in place. Miss Samantha, a coffee, please. Regal gestured with a slight tilt of his head toward the woman now seated and preparing for her audition. Samantha's eyes followed, taking in the scene. The woman was hunched slightly over the script, her focus entirely on the lines before her. Her fingers tapped nervously against the paper, betraying her unease. And make it strong, Regal added, his voice quieter, as though not to disturb the woman's concentration. I see. Samantha's sharp mind already filled in the blanks immediately. The coffee wasn't for Regal. Her gaze flickered back to the woman. The young woman was undeniably pretty. Pretty women, Samantha knew, often received these small courtesies, acts that, while harmless and unspoken, weren't strictly professional protocol, either. Still, she said nothing. Her thoughts, neatly compartmentalized, stayed where they belonged, private. With a nod, she turned on her heel and exited the room. Moments later, Samantha returned with a steaming cup of coffee in a tray. Fortunately, she had brewed a fresh batch earlier, anticipating such requests. Regal had made similar ones the day before, again not for himself, but for the participants. And no, not all of them had been women. It was a small, telling detail that had earned him a point or two in her book. Professionalism, after all, was a rare commodity in environments like these, where egos and ulterior motives often ran rampant. Still, even if that weren't the case, Samantha reminded herself, it wasn't her place to judge. This was her second day working alongside Regal. So, the job wasn't permanent, just a short-term gig to help manage the calling part outside the audition room. A small favor from a friend who had vouched for her, really. But even in that short span, she had observed enough to form a general impression. Regal was young, handsome, and clearly juggling the challenges of a demanding environment filled with potential distractions. Whatever his intentions were, they weren't her concern. She approached the table and placed the cup carefully beside the auditioning woman, who barely acknowledged it. She received a polite nod of thanks from Regal, and with the same quiet efficiency, she exited the room, leaving it steeped in silence once more. The woman remained focused, her eyes locked on the script as she reached for the coffee. She sipped it absently, never once shifting her gaze from the page. Her focus was commendable, her fingers tracing the edge of the sheet of scene paper. Finally, after 3 more minutes, she rose, setting the paper neatly back onto the table. I will start now. Then she announced. Regal gave a small nod of approval, and instantly his casual demeanor shifted. The faint neutrality in his expression hardened into something sharper and critical, ready to judge. Yet, it immediately unsettled her. Her fingers curled into a fist, knuckles whitening as her composure momentarily cracked. The coffee? The polite tone? She had misread them entirely. She had assumed it was more of the same pandering she had seen too often before. But now, studying his expression, it hit her. Regal wasn't here to sugarcoat anything. His quiet focus wasn't encouragement, it was expectation. If she didn't perform, she would be out. No sympathy, no excuses. The realization was sobering. She wasn't new to auditions. In fact, she had even landed a few roles before. But deep down, she knew why she had gotten those offers. Her auditions? Subpar. She has a stage fright, so despite her preparation, she always couldn't do her best at the audition. She had recently come to terms with that, but she was still in the process of overcoming it. And the roles she thought she really landed were not because of her acting. She only understood, after a few experiences, that those kinds of offers often come with unspoken agreements. Opportunities dangled in exchange for favors she had no intention of giving. And so she refused. Time and again. Each refusal came with consequences, doors slammed shut, opportunities lost. But she had chosen this path. If she couldn't earn her place, she didn't want it. That thought sparked something in her. A new determination hardened her gaze, sharpening her stance. Across the room, Regal noticed the shift. He noticed the change instantly. Hadn't she already seemed serious? What has shifted now? He kept his thoughts to himself, leaning back to observe. And then, she began. She was goodish. Regal would place her around A, acting guard, C. Not quite there yet, but she was definitely on the right track. She was already in the project, he decided. Continuing the search beyond this point would be unnecessary. Perfection, after all, was a mirage. There was always someone better, but chasing them would lead nowhere. Sometimes, You have to make a choice and stick with it. Still, something had caught Regal's attention during her audition. At the beginning, she was just okay. Her delivery lacked the sultry undertone the character demanded, and if she had continued at that level, she would already be on her way out. But as the minutes passed, something shifted. She began to settle in, and by the end, her performance carried a grounded, immersive quality. It wasn't her best, he could tell that much. Still, the potential was there. Maybe she could be a C+ grade talent actually. With a flicker of his eyelid, Regal opened the system panel in front of him. Name Violet Grace. Traits stoic, principled, performance anxiety. Acting grade B. Regal likes to think of himself as fair, not one to rush to conclusions. And he believed he was already being generous. He always gave candidates the benefit to prove themselves before relying on his system. With her stoic expression, he wasn't expecting anything extraordinary from the woman before him. But it seems he was wrong. The evaluation results were right there in front of him. Acting grade, B-. Regal nearly shot up from his seat in disbelief. Acting grade, B-. That was the second highest grade he had seen since Keanu, who was a beast of his own in Regal's book. His eyes drifted back to her. Stoic and principled, huh? He let the words linger in his mind, considering the first one. Stoicness is something that is definitely not the best first impression trait one would love to have in this field. Violet Grace. He repeated her name quietly to himself. He would remember that. And then, it hit him. He hadn't even asked for an introduction. Clearing his throat, Regal stood and extended a hand. Regal Seraphsail. She blinked, her stoic demeanor cracking ever so slightly. What? Regal gave a genuine smile. I would further like to discuss the contract details before we finalize anything. Her eyes widened, her composure faltering further. I passed. You did, miss? Straightening immediately, she regained her poise. Violet Grace. And I am glad to hear it. But before we proceed, Regal's words hung in the air, stretching just enough to keep her in suspense. Violet's lips twitched, a flicker of dry disappointment in her eyes. She already seemed to know what was coming, her expression faintly resigned, as if bracing for a predictable question. That wasn't your best, was it? Regal finally asked, watching her closely. Her reaction was subtle but telling, a slight shift in her posture. A spark of surprise quickly replaced with confidence. It's true. I know I can do a lot better. Good, Regal said, his tone approving. I intend to use your skills to their fullest potential. Violet returned the nod, her tone steady. I am looking forward to it. Regal's expression eased, clearly satisfied. I will contact you once the auditions for the remaining cast are complete. Please leave your contact details with the assistant outside. I will. Thank you, she replied, a faint smile, almost imperceptible, gracing her lips. With that, she turned and left the room, her composed aura returning, leaving Regal satisfied for finally moving somewhere with the casting. Number 25. Chapter 25, Script Readings. 11 days later, March 27th, 2010. Well, now that everyone is here, I would like to introduce myself again. Regal began, his voice steady yet carrying a subtle authority that naturally commanded attention. I am Regal Seraphsail. Thank you for making the time to join this reading session, especially considering that we haven't formally signed the contracts yet. Rest assured, I will have those ready by the next session. The auditions had wrapped the day after Grace's session. Since then, 10 days had passed, and Regal had fully immersed himself in the pre-production phase of the project. In that short time, Regal had meticulously scheduled 3 reading sessions. Today marked the first, with the next 2 set 2 days apart. The gaps weren't for leisure, however. They were a calculated buffer, time set aside to secure the final permits for the locations he had scouted, a process notoriously delayed by red tape. Additionally, there were contracts to finalize with the crew, tasks that could no longer be postponed if he intended to begin shooting soon. Seated around the table were 3 individuals of similar age, their expressions ranging from curious to composed, 2 men and 1 woman. Guess I will follow up. Keanu was the next to break the ice, his signature charm evident. I am Keanu Reeves. Looking forward to working with you all. And just a heads up, I am probably the one with the least experience here, so please don't mind me if it takes a little longer to catch up. He paused, then added, "Also, I would like to add, don't let Regal's polite demeanor fool you. When it comes to work, he goes hard. Be prepared." Keanu wasn't just making up stories to tease Regal. He experienced this firsthand in the last couple of weeks. He had been the first to be cast by Regal. The script had landed in his hands first, and Regal had put him through the paces like anyone else, with no exceptions. At Keanu's comment, light chuckling spread across the table, accompanied by a thin curve from Grace. Grace followed with a succinct introduction, her tone steady and formal. "I am Grace Violet. Pleased to meet you all." Finally, Andrew chimed in with a friendly smile. "Andrew Gleason. Nice to meet you, too. I take it you both already know each other." Keanu nodded. "Yeah, you could say we are related." Regal, not missing a beat, interjected with a smirk. Now, let's not get too ahead of ourselves with this relationship. Considering the obvious success of the film, I wouldn't be so sure how long it will be before you get dumped. If the film's a hit, Saren will probably cut ties because he will be too in demand to deal with. And if it flops, well, then he would be the one who ruined her brother's project. It seemed there was no winning. Regal's words painted a picture where, regardless of success or failure, Keanu's future wasn't particularly bright. Either way, he wouldn't be enjoying any carefree days anytime soon. Andrew raised an eyebrow, slightly bewildered but intrigued. "Oh, I still don't quite get how you two know each other. But if you are both this confident about the film's success, I guess I will take your word for it." Immediately following their introduction, the group delved into the process of reading through their lines and clarifying any doubts about the script. Regal had already provided each actor with their respective scripts, ensuring they were familiar with the material before this session. As the session unfolded, Regal found himself quietly marveling at Keanu's performance. Name Keanu Reeves. Traits kind, generous, empathetic. Acting grade A. Unique skill charisma. Just what Regal would expect from his grade, and his satisfaction only grew with each passing scene. "I owe my sister big time for this," he thought, silently acknowledging her role in connecting him with such a talent. The film, following, centered around the story of Bill Habit, portrayed by Andrew. Yes, Keanu isn't playing the main lead. Regal would say his character, Cobb, is the second main lead. He would have called himself stupid if he were to see anyone knowing full well of Keanu's acting powers cast him for the second main lead when the main lead is nowhere near his potential. However, being in the shoes of a director, he couldn't simply follow his emotions. Cobb, played by Keanu, required an actor who could embody effortless charm and confidence. His role demanded the ability to pull in the audience with a magnetic presence, making him both captivating and believable when delivering philosophical dialogues with a persuasive, self-assured tone. Regal knew Keanu could bring this nuance to life in a way few others could. On the other hand, Bill Habit's character was designed to contrast sharply with Cobb. Bill was a socially awkward, aimless man whose naivety and innocence defined his early interactions. His journey throughout the film involved a slow descent into paranoia and desperation. Andrew's portrayal needed to start with subtle nervous tics and fidgeting, physical cues to his lack of confidence. As the story progressed, he would need to shift into more erratic, anxious behavior, with moments of raw vulnerability as Bill's paranoia consumed him. The role demanded an actor who could deliver an emotionally resonant performance, connecting with the audience through authentic moments of doubt and inner conflict. Regal carved this contrast. Cobb's commanding presence versus Bill's fragility. It's what would drive the film. It wasn't about having a showy lead, but about creating a dynamic interplay between the two characters that would elevate the story. Regal knew he was demanding more effort from Andrew compared to Keanu, and he didn't shy away from it. He had seen enough to understand that effort was only part of the equation in acting. It wasn't always about who worked harder, but about the nature of the role itself and what it demanded. Yes, Andrew's role as Bill Habit was undoubtedly complex. It required a deep understanding of vulnerability, subtlety, and a natural ability to portray inner conflict. But complexity wasn't the only measure of a role's difficulty. Cobb's charm and confidence, Keanu's domain, were not something one could simply act. Charm wasn't built in rehearsal rooms or cultivated through countless retakes. It had to be intrinsic, woven into the actor's very being. Confidence had to radiate naturally, almost effortlessly, to make the character believable. And that's where Keanu comes in. Once polished, his presence could carry the weight of a man who could own any room he walked into, with a subtle magnetism that didn't need to be forced. It was the kind of quality that couldn't be taught or faked. It had to be lived. For Andrew, the complexity lay in layers. For Keanu, it lies in intangibles. Both roles were difficult in their own right, but Regal understood that pulling off Cobb was only possible with someone who embodied charm and confidence by nature. In that sense, Keanu wasn't just the right choice. He was the only choice in between them. Regal sighed to himself, glancing between the two actors as they continued their readings. This is going to work, he thought. I just know it. By evening, the reading session had concluded without a hitch. As the actors began to disperse, Grace approached Regal with a composed yet somewhat hesitant expression. "Regal, can I have a word with you?" she asked. "Sure," Regal responded, curious but accommodating. Grace wasn't one for idle chatter. If she had decided to approach him, it must have been something significant. "I will be off," Andrew called out, and already gathering his belongings and sensing the atmosphere, he decided to excuse himself from what seemed like a private discussion. "I will step out for a moment," Keanu added. He had been chatting with Regal earlier, but now stood up, giving the two some space before quietly leaving the room. But Keanu did give a thumbs up on his way out, much to Regal's dismay. For all the wrong reasons, he sighed in silence, knowing Keanu's usual flair for dramatics was oddly missing. Still, Regal couldn't shake a lingering thought. Keanu wasn't aware of his relationship, or, for that matter, even his sister Saren's. For a fleeting moment, he wondered just how many people actually knew about his relationship status. Only one name came to mind. As the door clicked shut, Regal turned his attention fully to Grace. "So, what's on your mind?" "It's about the contract," she began. "The contract?" Regal tilted his head slightly, unsure of what angle this conversation was taking. They had already discussed the terms, and by industry standards, especially for an indie project, he was being exceptionally generous with his pay for new faces. "Yes." Grace hesitated briefly before continuing. "Can we postpone signing it? You see, I have been contacted by a talent agency recently." Regal's eyes widened slightly. "You have? Congratulations." He offered her a polite smile, though a flicker of concern crossed his mind. This could complicate matters for him. Grace, sensing the underlying tension, quickly clarified. "But you don't need to worry. As agreed, I am fully committed to doing the film under the agreed terms. I just want to postpone signing the contract because the agency advised me not to sign anything without consulting them first." Regal was now even more lost. "Then why do you still want to postpone it? If you are already committed, what's the concern?" She sighed. "I haven't been able to get in touch with them for the past few days. I just don't want to sign without at least informing them." Regal studied her for a moment before speaking carefully. "So, you are saying you want to delay the contract purely out of respect for informing the contacted agency, but you still intend to honor our agreement regardless of their input?" "Yes." Grace nodded firmly. "I assume you will be doing the film, no matter what they say?" He asked again, seeking absolute clarity. "Yes." She confirmed again, without hesitation. Regal exhaled lightly, nodding. "Well, okay then. You're agreeing?" Grace blinked, momentarily caught off guard by how quickly he relented. "I am. That's what you wanted to ask for, right?" "Yes, but still, I wasn't sure if you would be okay with it." She admitted. "Well, I am already all in. Besides, I trust you won't go back on your word." Regal spoke. His confidence in her was apparent. "Thank you for believing me." Grace's voice softened, genuine, gratitude shining through. "Of course, just focus on giving your best for the film. I won't disappoint you," she promised, her resolve evident. "Anyways, what's the agency name that scouted you?" "Oh, they are called Iconic Talent Agency." Number 26. Chapter 26, Iconic Talent Agency. 2 days later. Iconic Talent Agency HQ. Christopher Bennett, a man in his mid-40s and the CEO of Iconic Talent Agency, sat comfortably in his high-backed office chair, exuding an air of practiced authority. Beside him stood and Whitmore, his ever-efficient assistant, holding a tablet in one hand and a small stack of documents in the other. "How did the university visits go?" Christopher asked, glancing up briefly from a set of papers he had been reviewing. His tone was casual but expectant. "Did you find anyone interesting?" "They went well," and replied thoughtfully. "I spotted a couple of promising individuals, but I will know more once I meet them in person." Christopher nodded, setting the papers aside on the desk. "Keep me posted. Not that I am holding my breath for any hidden gems out there anyway." "Yes, sir." N's response was brisk and without hesitation. Christopher's gaze shifted to a sleek leather portfolio resting on the corner of his desk. He reached for it, flipping through its neatly arranged contents until stopping at one particular page. "What about her?" he asked, his finger resting on the profile of a young woman. Her name, Violet Grace, was printed in bold letters beneath a headshot, accompanied by a brief summary. 24 years old, recent university graduate, and followed his gaze. "The contract was finalized a few days ago," she said evenly. "But with my schedule tied up by the university visits and your trip out of state, I only managed to reach out to her yesterday." Christopher, never one to waste time, suggested promptly. "Then we meet her and get it signed." It was an understatement to say Christopher wasn't looking forward to finalizing this deal. Lately, finding talent worth the investment had been an uphill battle, even for a fairly established agency like theirs. The bitter truth he constantly wrestled with was that their discoveries, once polished and ready, seemed to vanish the moment larger names started showing interest. This time, however, he hoped for something different, something lasting. He needed this to work, not just for the agency, but for the sense of accomplishment that would come from knowing they had helped nurture true potential. And paused for a moment before responding. "Well, about that," she said, her voice measured. "When I spoke to her, I found out she's already been cast in an indie film. She's been attending the reading sessions." The words indie film lingered in the air, shifting the tone of the conversation. Christopher's gaze narrowed slightly. "Is she the lead?" "No," and replied. "It's a supporting role, but she mentioned having decent screen time." Christopher nodded, a small sense of relief settling over him. At least it wasn't a lead role, meaning no blame either if the film flops. Still, his expression remained taut. That might still be a problem, and nodded, agreeing with the sentiment. "I thought the same thing." Christopher leaned forward, his voice growing sharper. "Didn't you say she wasn't ready to be cast? That she had performance issues?" And sighed. "Yeah, that's the case. We had even planned to get her acting lessons once the contract is signed." Christopher's fingers tapped on the desk. "Yet she still got the role?" he asked, his tone skeptical. "Do you know anything about the film?" "Not a lot. Just the title." And replied. Christopher raised an eyebrow. "And what's the title?" Kyra glanced at her, speaking the name slowly with a touch of emphasis. Following, Christopher leaned back in his chair, exhaling slowly as he mulled over the name. "Why does that sound like a creepy B-grade film?" And, sensing the tone, responded carefully. "Sir, from what I have seen of Grace in our brief meetings, I would like to believe that shouldn't be the case." Her voice was respectful but firm, expressing her confidence in the talent she had seen so far. "Well, if you are confident." Christopher frowned momentarily, then shook his head. "But still, it sounds like she's already signed on for this film. Nothing we can do about it now." And shook her head. "Actually, she hasn't signed anything." Christopher raised an eyebrow in surprise. "She hasn't? But you said she was already attending reading sessions." "She is," and clarified. "But when we agreed on the contract terms, I told her not to sign anything without checking with me first." Christopher's surprise deepened. "And she actually listened to you?" I was surprised too, and was clearly amused, especially considering how eager she sounded. "But yes, she waited and actually listened." Christopher's curiosity piqued. "Now that's rare." It gets even stranger. And continued to share the new details. "She said that if we don't approve of her participating in the film, she won't sign the contract with us. She is holding off, staying true to her word. Apparently, she promised the director she wouldn't back out." Christopher's expression softened as he leaned back, trying to grasp the strange nature of it all. "And the director believed her?" "Yes." And confirmed. She told him she wouldn't abandon her role. Christopher's expression softened, as if trying to understand the oddity of the situation. "And the director believed her?" And nodded. "He did." A low chuckle escaped Christopher, shaking his head in disbelief. "Now that is even rarer." "I agree." And added, a smile tugging at her lips. Christopher rested his fingers together, his mind clearly processing everything. Since when does Hollywood operate on trust? Are verbal agreements still a thing here? And chuckled lightly. Trust and showbiz don't usually go hand in hand. It's a rare combination, for sure. Christopher sighed. It's definitely unusual. And stayed silent, her expression taut. They didn't need to elaborate. The unspoken thought lingered between them, heavy and uncomfortable. Both knew there were reasons other than merit that sometimes dictated casting decisions. Reasons that often came wrapped in compromises and quiet whispers. The leniency of the director in this situation felt odd, almost absurd, especially since it's an indie film, as they often don't want to take chances. A part of them wanted to believe it was purely based on talent. But deep down, they both knew how unlikely that was. Still, they silently clung to a sliver of hope. Let this not be one of those situations. Maybe I should have stayed in contact with her, and murmured, almost to herself, her voice tinged with a hint of regret. Sensing the shift in her tone, Christopher decided to steer the conversation elsewhere. Enough about that. We still have a chance to pull her out if needed. When is filming set to start? And snapped out of her thoughts, nodding as she checked her notes. In about a week. Good, we have got time. Christopher's voice grew firm. Arrange a meeting with her immediately. I want those contracts signed as soon as possible. Once that's done, I will review the script, and if it makes sense, I would like it if you could also meet the director as well. And nodded. Understood. I will contact her immediately and make the arrangements. Do that, Christopher said, her tone taking on a more serious edge. We need to be prepared in case this film doesn't meet expectations. We can't let our discovered talent get dragged down by a poor debut. It's our responsibility to ensure she starts on the right foot. I will get in contact with her immediately. And replied. Christopher gave a slight nod in response, signaling his approval. His mind was already focused on the upcoming meeting. He was curious to find out what kind of people these two were. Would they rise above the standard mediocrity so common in the industry, or would they simply blend into the sea of so many other talents? Number 27. Chapter 27, Comics. April 4th, 2010. So, how is the new place treating you? Gwendolyn's voice crackled through the phone, intrusively. Wait dash. Can I even call it just a house? Seems like you have gone all in on this work-from-home philosophy. Regal chuckled, leaning back in his chair. Oh, now you are asking? It's been over 10 days since I moved in, Gwen. Are you always late to check in? There was a faint note of mock indignation in his voice, the kind of subtle complaint that wasn't entirely unserious. And Gwendolyn caught onto it immediately. She also understood the reason behind it. They had both been swamped with work lately, their packed schedules leaving little room for more than the occasional quick meetings. Regal let the pause linger for a beat, then added with a smirk she could. Practically here. And what's that I am hearing, jealousy? You could always get one for yourself, you know, considering how much you love napping in your office. Her laugh crackled through the line at that comment, but he didn't dwell on it. Resting his neck, his thoughts flickered to their first meeting in her not-so-professional appearance. That image had stuck with him, more than he cared to admit. Regal? Her voice snapped him back, impatient but curious. You there? Yeah. He replied quickly, clearing his throat. Still here. What were you saying? About your new place. Right, the new place. His gaze drifted to his surroundings. The new place was undeniably a step up from his previous flat. Spacious, almost to the point of excess for someone living alone. But, of course, it wasn't designed just for him. This was more than a home. It was part of his work, a blend of personal and professional. The building wasn't far from his previous apartment, but the difference in layout was striking. This flat had a proper kitchen, a living area, a bedroom with an attached bathroom, and, most importantly, his office. The first thing anyone noticed upon entering was the workroom. A long rectangular table dominated the space, surrounded by chairs, and a projector mounted on the wall. The room had seen its fair share of activity recently, serving as the venue for the final reading sessions. Papers, laptops, and empty coffee cups told tales of long hours and heated discussions. At the back of the space was a door leading to the living quarters, nothing extravagant, just practical and functional. For most visitors, the interstitial part of the flat presented itself as strictly a workplace, a space focused entirely on work. But once that door opened, the atmosphere changed. It was there his house truly began. Regal glanced at the clock. 8 hours. That was all the time left before shooting began, with yesterday marking the finish of 3 reading sessions he had planned. Anyway, Regal said, breaking the silence. I got an interesting message today. It's from a publishing company. Apparently, they are interested in buying the comic adaptation rights to the web novels. Huh. Gwendolyn's voice sounded deliberately uninterested. What's new about that? Didn't you say you have had a few offers before? Yep, nothing unusual. Regal replied, his tone equally nonchalant. For a moment, neither of them spoke, but then Gwendolyn let out a soft whistle. So what did you decide to do? Gwendolyn tried to sound offhand, but the words came out a little too carefully measured, betraying her thoughts. Though she was usually composed, the sudden shift in the conversation left her feeling unsteady. She had originally planned to address this outright, to ask him directly for the rights as she boated with Maggie, but when the situation came to bring it up to him, uncertainty crept in. Would he think she was using their relationship to her advantage? That thought alone sent her mind spiraling, filling it with doubt. So instead of tackling the subject head-on, she had decided to take a more cautious route, a professional one. As part of her plan, Gwendolyn had made Maggie send a collaboration email, not from her personal account, of course, but through Everleaf Publishing's official channels. The email had been addressed to the author Ly 12-0, rather than contacting him directly as someone she knew personally, just like any other companies approached and got rejected. By now, that email should have reached him. If the publishing company Regal mentioned right now was indeed Everleaf, then he was teasing her. And if that were the case, it meant he was fully aware of her little ploy and was dragging it out for his amusement. Nah, not telling. Regal responded with a sly grin, his voice holding just the faintest hint of mischief. Ack, just say it already. Gwendolyn's patience snapped as she burst out. Regal's grin only widened at that. Why so eager, Gwen? You seem awfully invested in this for someone who just acted like it wasn't a big deal. Gwendolyn groaned inwardly, trying to mask the flicker of unease that crossed her mind. The truth was, other than directing and writing, Regal had been quietly considering another add-on to his career, something that had been on his mind for some time now. He was nearing the completion of Solo Leveling, and in the middle of ORV, which had quickly gained traction, and was now drawing numbers that rivaled Solo Leveling. Soon, he was certain it would surpass it. It had been a slow burn for ORV compared to the quick rise of Solo Leveling. But for Regal, the potential of both stories in the comic world was undeniable. The thought of adapting them into comic writing felt like the next logical step, and that was the reason he even awakened drawing talent. For that vision to materialize, the groundwork had to begin immediately. The sooner the better. Regal had long wished for the dream of owning a publishing company, one that put creators first. The idea of holding on to rights and having control over his work wasn't just a business strategy, it was a principle. In an industry where intellectual property was often swallowed whole, owning was everything. Initially, it had been a long-term goal, something to tackle further down the line. Yet, meeting Gwendolyn had changed his perspective in more ways than one. Falling for her had thrown his carefully paced plans into overdrive. Suddenly, the idea of waiting didn't seem as appealing. The thought of building something meaningful together with her, both personally and professionally, was too enticing to ignore. But ironically, just like Gwendolyn, he was also a little hesitant in bringing up the topic. He knew Everleaf Press had only recently found its footing after weathering a difficult period. Gwendolyn's efforts in cashing out the success of HP had brought the company back into a stable position, and he didn't want to jeopardize that by rushing into something as ambitious as a new publishing venture. There was always the safer route, collaborating with another company for this one project. It would mean fewer risks for Gwendolyn and Everleaf. But Regal didn't like the idea of someone else reaping the rewards of what he created. If it were Gwendolyn, though, that was a completely different story. Still, he couldn't shake the feeling that bringing this up now might come across as selfish. Pushing the idea too soon, no matter how well-intentioned, didn't feel fair. Gwendolyn had her own plans and priorities, and he respected that. For now, he would keep things lighthearted. Well, at least that's what he thought. Leaning further back into his chair, he asked, "You wouldn't happen to have any inside information about this publishing company, would you?" He imagined the look on her face, eyes widening. which made him chuckle to himself. But that thought faded quickly. Now that the email had come through, everything changed. The hesitation he had been nursing just melted away in one swift motion. He didn't bother thinking that way anymore. It broke his reservation on relying on her in one full go. His attention shifted to the laptop screen, where an email from a certain company remained open, staring back at him. It seemed his girlfriend was just as ambitious in her own field as he was in his, a trait he found himself admiring more with each passing moment. What caught him off guard, though, was how perfectly this ambition lined up with Gwendolyn's own aspirations for Everleaf. When he thought about it, though, it made perfect sense. Gwendolyn, with her venturesome trait, was always looking to think bigger, to pave the way for a future that wasn't just reactive but proactive. She envisioned Everleaf not just as a player but a dominant force in new, uncharted territories, comics. And now, he realized, it was his turn to make it a reality. A flicker of focus crossed his face as his gaze drifted toward the laptop on the table. The screen displayed his author's email account, Lie 120, with a freshly composed message. His index and middle fingers rested lightly on the keyboard, poised over the Enter key. The cursor hovered over the paper rocket icon, the symbol of a message ready to send. Then, without hesitation, he pressed the key. The faint chime signaling the email's departure echoed in his mind as he straightened up, sliding one hand casually into his pocket while the other still held his phone. "Hey Gwen," he said, his voice calm but resolute. "Maybe we should stop beating around the bush about these kinds of situations, especially if it comes up again in the future." A soft smile tugged at his lips, equal parts teasing and sincere. "What are you Tal?" Creak. Gwendolyn began to respond, but her words were abruptly cut off as the door to her office swung open without warning. "Gwen," Maggie's unmistakable voice carried through the room, brimming with urgency. "Huh, looks like you are about to get busy. I will call you later, babe." "Wait." Regal, recognizing the voice and understanding what was about to happen, Regal chimed in and ended the call before she could finish her question. "Huh, looks like you are about to get busy. I will call you later, babe." Gwendolyn blinked, her brow furrowing in confusion. What is he on about? "Wait." Regal. "Tut." She tried to stop him, but it was too late. "TSK." Her tongue clicked before tossing her mobile onto the desk with an exasperated sigh. "Who were you talking to?" "No, wait, never mind that." Unable to catch Gwendolyn's annoyance, Maggie strode to her desk with a tablet in hand. "I just got a response from the author, Lie 120. She reported excitedly, tapping the screen for emphasis and holding it out for the party to see. Gwendolyn glanced at the screen, her interest peaked for a second. But her focus quickly shifted as her thoughts drifted to the so-called author's last line she was talking to, causing her to mutter under her breath with a frustrated pout. "That idiot. Playing around with me. I just wanted to wish him luck for tomorrow's filming, and I ended up doing everything but that." Her self-complaining was lost on Maggie, who was clueless about the situation and simply shrugged, unsure of the details but more than willing to move on. She was curious, sure, but the email in her hands was more pressing. Now, she had her own focus to shift to. Meanwhile, Regal stared at the now-blank email screen on his laptop, the cursor blinking like it was mocking him. Maybe I should have just explained it to her properly, he muttered, his fingers idly brushing the laptop's touchpad. A faint grin tugged at his lips. She won't actually bite me the next time we meet, right? The thought hung in the air, but Regal wasn't one to dwell. He gave his head a quick shake, as though tossing the notion out entirely. The deed was done, and there was no going back now. He reached for his wired earphones, plugged them in, and hit play on the song he had been listening to before the call. Number 28. Chapter 28. First day of filming, following, 1. April 5th, 2010. It's the first day of filming. Following, timeline covers approximately 2 weeks, or a little over a day. And Regal knew with the right planning and pre-production, the film could be shot over 30 to 32 days. So he did exactly that. The script doesn't require many expensive and extensive locations, making it simple to scout and get permits. Moreover, they are all indoor locations except for the few introductory shots of the main lead following strangers on streets. 4 to 5 apartments for the burglary scenes. A bar and a CAF where one of the two main leads and his love interest meet multiple times. nightclub for the heist and murder, and a prison cell for interrogation scenes. Coming to the present, the filming had been underway for over half an hour now, and if Regal had to describe how the shoot location was chaos. Random people start strolling into the scene. Extras couldn't stick to their cues, the camera constantly lost focus, and the actors couldn't carry out the performances through numerous takes. These things just didn't happen once. They kept on recurring. It was even more frustrating when Regal expected this to happen, and that's why he had started with simple crowd scenes. No dialogues, just monologues to be added later in post-production. Luckily, it slowly proved to be a wise decision as the inexperienced cast and crew began to find their rhythm. Mistakes became fewer, movements smoother, and coordination improved. Regal ticked off one scene after another. The day was almost coming to an end. Regal had breezed through the easier scenes, and now it was time for the main scene, one that required more than just managing the crowd. This was the moment when everything had to come together perfectly. Behind the camera, he adjusted the settings, his gaze flicking towards Saren. "You haven't seen your boyfriend act yet, have you?" he asked probingly. Saren's expression shifted, brows knitting as she processed the question. There was a subtle sting in her response. "No," she answered, a defensive edge creeping into her voice. She paused, wondering if her brother was simply teasing her or if he was trying to gauge her reaction as a director. Either way, the question rubbed her the wrong way. "What's that supposed to mean? You have been working with him for weeks. Shouldn't you know? Or are you already second-guessing your casting choice?" Regal's smirk widened, completely unaffected by her sharp tone. "Touchy, aren't we?" Saren's glare deepened, but he didn't miss the subtle tension in her stance. Beneath her snippy words and bravado, she was uneasy, her foot tapping an unconscious rhythm against the floor. For Saren, agreeing to handle costume design for the film was already a big leap. But with her brother as the director and her boyfriend as one of the lead actors, the stakes felt overwhelming, too much pressure to misstep. "You are tapping," he noted casually, his voice tinged with amusement. Her foot stopped instantly, and she crossed her arms, her glare sharp enough to cut glass. "Don't start psychoanalyzing me, Regal. Just stick to directing, and I will stick to costumes." "Fine," Regal said with a shrug, stepping back. Then, as he turned away, he tossed it over his shoulder. "You will see for yourself soon enough. Try not to let it throw you." "Throw me," she repeated with a scoff, but her voice wavered ever so slightly. This was going to be interesting. Regal offered her a knowing smirk, but didn't say anything more, turning back toward the set and leaving her simmering in a mix of irritation and curiosity. Buzz dash. His phone buzzed in his pocket. Fishing it out, he noticed an email notification from someone named Ludo. Immediately, a thought expectant washed over his face as he plugged in his headphones and tapped play on the attached file. For a moment, Regal stood still, letting the music fill his ears intently, as he focused on the beat and rhythm it was setting. After a few seconds, he removed one side of the headphones and murmured to himself, "This will do to set the mood, but it can still be better." Satisfied for now, he tucked the phone back into his pocket and returned his attention to filming. The location of the shoot was an outdoor street. The small crew moved around under the instructions of Darren, Regal's friend, who had secured his first acting gig when the system popped up a mission. But this time around, Regal had turned to him for help again, not just managing the actors, but even during the pre-production of bringing the crew and renting the equipment too. Of course, Regal paid him handsomely. Coming back, true to experience, Darren managed the extras, ensuring they followed the cues down to the seconds while maintaining order amidst their curious, controlled mayhem. In a quieter corner of the set stood the main cast: Keanu, Andrew, and Grace. Grace had finished her scenes for the day, simple, silent shots that required her to walk through the frame while Andrew, playing Bill, followed at a distance. Even though her part was done, she chose to stick around. Regal had mentioned that the upcoming scene would be the final one for the day. It would include dialogue. A first so far. This upcoming scene featured Keanu, who played Cobb, and Andrew. Spotting them, Regal made his way over. Keanu greeted him with a confident smile, exuding an effortless charisma that matched his character's polished, suave demeanor. His tailored suit only enhanced the look, making him appear every bit the part. Andrew, in contrast, was dressed casually, flipping through the script with quiet focus. It was the first time he had been handed a physical script that day, despite being involved in several key scenes earlier. Those had all been silent, with his actions captured from a distance in wide shots. Regal glanced between the two actors, breaking the silence. "So how is it going? Are you guys ready?" Keanu was quick to respond. "I am ready," he said, sounding easy yet assured. There was no sign of nerves, even though this scene will also be his first dialogue-heavy close-up. Regal gave an approving nod and shifted his attention to Andrew. "I am ready too." Feeling the gaze, Andrew for once looked up from the script and nodded. His expression was calm, though distant, not out of disinterest but pure focus. It was evident that Andrew had deliberately tuned out the surrounding noise, immersing himself in the role with singular determination. Regal didn't mind. He had witnessed Andrew's intense focus during auditions and table reads, and over time, he had come to respect the dedication Andrew poured into everything he did, not just acting, but anything he set his mind to. As a director, Regal had made it a priority to adapt to Andrew's process, ensuring he had the space and time he needed to deliver his best. Name Andrew Gleason. Traits: competitive, passionate, self-conscious. Acting grade B. Good. Regal nodded back. "I will prepare the shot and call you guys in." With that, he turned and headed back towards the crew, offering quick instructions as he moved. The next few minutes were a blur of activity, with equipment adjustments, final checks, and everyone settling into their roles. "Everything's set, Darren?" Regal called out, his gaze landing on his friend, who was in the middle of explaining the scene to a group of extras actors. Darren glanced up, flashing a confident grin and a thumbs up. "I have got it covered." Regal smirked, deciding to trust Darren for now. Satisfied, he gave one last once-over to the setup before turning back toward his rig. Since Regal was handling the camera himself, the director's chair sat vacant. It didn't bother him as much as he thought it would. This was where he felt most in control, hands-on, and fully content with every minute of work. The camera he rented for this project, a Sony Cinealta F35, and one other, which combined are the most expensive piece of equipment on set, more costly than what he was paying his main cast. That was exactly why he couldn't afford to hire a professional cinematographer, despite Darren's persistent objections. Of course, it was also because he is confident his advanced skill he upgraded recently will be enough. It is just that his workload will be a little hectic. By the time the final adjustments were made and the camera was perfectly positioned, the crew began to settle. Regal leaned over his rig, taking a sharp breath as his eyes locked onto the monitor. One final check. The frame was perfect. He walked back to the camera. "All right, you ready, boys?" His tone carried a teasing lilt, but his sharp gaze scanned the crew with an intensity that left no room for hesitation. To the team, it was an odd yet endearing quirk. Regal, not much older than some of them, casually calling everyone boys throughout the day. Still, they couldn't deny his authority. His confidence and clear direction ensured everything ran smoothly. As the routine demanded, each department signaled their readiness, one after the other, in a synchronized rhythm. Finally, it was his turn. "Cameras ready," he shouted. "Crowd in positions." "So the music." Darren. "Okay, quiet on set." Regal. Since it was an outdoor location, there was no need for artificial lighting, but the setup was no less intricate. This was it. A crucial scene. As the set fell silent, a wave of emotions washed over Regal. Excitement, pride, and a hint of disbelief collided within him. Years of late nights, setbacks, and stubborn determination had led him here. His film, his vision. It was ironic, really. After a day of filming, he realized it at this crucial moment, unfolding right before his eyes. It was a simple scene on paper. Bill, the main lead, trailing a mysterious stranger named Cobb, drawn to him by an undeniable curiosity. The tension simmered as Bill edged closer. Cobb noticed, and the tables turned. That was all. Scene 22, Bill's and Cobb's first confrontation. Extras, 6 people walking the streets, no dialogue, and one with a long shot, no dialogue. Bill, 2 lines of dialogue. Cobb, 1 line. Number 29. Chapter 29. First day of filming, following, 2. Scene 22, Bill's and Cobb's first confrontation. Extras, 6 people walking the streets, no dialogue, and one with a long shot, no dialogue. Bill, 2 lines of dialogue. Cobb, 1 line. Equals 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 equals. Despite its outward simplicity, the scene was deceptively ambitious. Regal had planned it as a single, 1-minute, 22-second long take. A single, unbroken shot that demanded flawless precision and focus from everyone on set. For a debut director, it was a bold, some would say reckless, move. Long takes like this had fallen out of favor in recent years, not because they were impossible, but because they were draining. Modern filmmaking offered easier alternatives. The sequence could be broken into manageable segments, filmed separately, and pieced together in post-production. It would save time, energy, and a fair share of frustration. Most viewers wouldn't even notice the difference. But Regal wasn't interested in taking the easy route. Not for this scene. The fluid choreography, the raw immersion, the authenticity that only a continuous take could deliver. Every step, every glance, every subtle shift in emotion had to flow naturally, uninterrupted. This wasn't about convenience. It was about creating something that felt real. And it wasn't just him who felt the pressure. The entire crew, though small, shared the tension in the air. All right. For one last time, Regal once again leaned into the camera, ready to follow the actors. 1, 2, and action. The command echoed, snapping everyone into motion. A few minutes before dash, Saren finished her final inspection of the extras' costumes before making her way to where the main cast was resting. In her hand was a small camera handed by Regal that had photos of Keanu and Andrew in their respective costumes. Apparently her task was to maintain something called continuity, a crucial part of ensuring that the costumes and the makeup looked consistent between shots. After each scene wrapped, she was responsible for taking updated photos to use as references for the next day's filming. As Saren approached, her eyes landed on Regal, who was finishing a conversation with Keanu and Andrew. Good. He nodded, informing them. I will set up the next shot and call you both in when it's ready. With that, he stepped away, immediately engaging in a brief conversation with someone named Darren. Meanwhile, Keanu and Andrew shifted their focus, visibly preparing to immerse themselves in their roles. Saren didn't waste any time. She moved closer to the duo, her eyes scanning their costumes, checking for any discrepancies or damages beyond what had been intentionally designed. Satisfied, she gave a slight nod of approval. Looks good. Thanks for cooperating, both of you, she said before stepping back. As she finished, Darren wrapped up his discussion with Regal and approached the duo, filling them in on their designated marks and movements for the upcoming scene. Saren took a step back, her task finally complete. Without a word, she moved to the edge of the set, letting the flurry of activity unfold around her while she quietly observed from a distance. It was then her eyes landed on Grace, who stood nearby, seemingly absorbed in what looked like scene notes. Saren's brows furrowed slightly in thought. Wasn't she done for the day? She clearly recalled Grace mentioning earlier that her scenes were finished and had even seen her remove her makeup. Yet, here she was, poring over the notes with a focused expression. Still, Saren didn't comment. She was far too tired after the non-stop moving around she had done all day. The thought of any further exertion made her shoulders ache. He better pay me well for all the work I did, or else he is going to die in my hands, she murmured, her frustration slipping out. Though she was grumbling about wrapping up her tasks, assigned by none other than her brother, the director, there was a faint sense of futility lingering in her mind. Most of the work was already completed, or more precisely, her brother had already taken care of it. He was obsessively meticulous about the costumes his actors wore. Precautions, double checks, detailed instructions. He handled it all even before the shoot began. Yet, despite that, she still found herself questioning. Was this normal? Would most directors go to such lengths? Or was her brother just absurdly fastidious, nitpicking over every small detail? The thought circled her mind briefly before she dismissed it with a small shake of her head. It wasn't her place to know, and frankly, she didn't care to find out. Her attention shifted back to Grace, still focused on the scene notes in hand. For a moment, Saren's gaze softened. She couldn't help but think, she is really beautiful. Her gaze lingered for a fleeting moment before her womanly instincts kicked in. Immediately, Her focus shifted toward her brother, standing behind the camera. Regal Seraphsail. Her brother was living his dream, and it was written in every movement he made and every glance he cast. It hit her then. This was the happiest she had ever seen him. Though he never smiled all day, she could tell it. The thought brought a faint smile to her lips. With that realization, the fatigue in her body and the lingering doubts in her mind melted away. If only for now. She watched him for a few more moments. Regal's eyes were glued to some intricate part of the camera, something she couldn't name or even pretend to understand. He had mentioned a couple of days before with Keanu that he was both directing and handling the camera work himself. It didn't seem like a big deal, definitely not the way Regal had casually brushed it off. Her gaze shifted again, this time drifting toward the actors on set. That's when her boyfriend caught her attention. She hated to admit it, but she recognized that same madness in Keanu's eyes, the same relentless drive her brother had for filmmaking. In the days leading up to the auditions and throughout the movie's preparation, he had worked himself to the bone. She had helped a little, though not much. In fact, she had assumed that her silence and patience were the best kind of support she could offer. Still, it was hard to ignore the parallels. The way he threw himself into every detail, every line, every moment, it was uncanny. Just like her brother. And just like someone else she knew all too well. They might have a passion for this world, but she knew how easily it could consume people. It wasn't as intense yet, not quite. But she could sense it, simmering beneath the surface. "What do you think of him?" Saren blurted out, glancing at Grace, who stood like a statue, her sharp eyes fixed on the activity on set with an unreadable expression. Grace didn't answer immediately. Her stoic demeanor gave away a flicker of hesitation, just enough for Saren to notice. So she's just nervous around new people. It didn't take long for Saren to piece it together. What had taken Regal half an hour of auditions to figure out? Dealing with people like Grace? That was her specialty. Rule 1. Don't give them a chance to retreat. Keep them talking, no matter what. It wasn't exactly a sophisticated strategy, more like sheer persistence, but it worked more often than not. Whom exactly? Grace finally responded, unsure. Both. Saren pointed out with a shrug. I am jealous of one, and I admire the other. Grace answered, in a measured tone, as if carefully considering each word. It wasn't hard to guess who belonged to which sentiment. Jealousy for Keanu and admiration for Regal. I meant their skills. Saren rolled her eyes in clarification. Grace tilted her head slightly. True, but wasn't my answer closer to what you really wanted to know? That stopped Saren in her tracks. Her eyebrows twitched as the realization hit. Grace had her completely pegged. Caught red-handed. Before Saren could respond, Grace added, You don't have to worry. Regal's far too focused on work to care about anything or anyone on set. Grace deliberately omitted any mention of Keanu. It wasn't lost on Saren that Grace was subtly steering the conversation away from him, likely because she had picked up on Saren's true concern. Keanu, it seemed, was never even part of the equation in this exchange. He was already out of market. Saren let out a warm laugh, shaking off the tension. That's just a nice way of saying he is a pain, isn't it? Number 30. Chapter 30. First day of filming, following, 3. Saren let out a warm laugh, shaking off the tension. That's just a nice way of saying he is a pain, isn't it? Grace didn't respond, but her silence spoke volumes, because Saren wasn't wrong. Don't worry too. Saren added with a wink. You will get used to him. If I can survive being his sister, you will be fine. Grace stared at Saren in silence for a moment, her expression unreadable, before turning her gaze back toward the set. Saren didn't let the quiet deter her. She had a knack for breaking through walls, no matter how stoic or reserved the person. It was just a matter of time. But what is there in him for you to even feel jealous about? He is just a simpleton. Saren quipped, looking at Keanu this time. Asterisk chuckle. For the first time a light smile escaped from Grace's mouth, which she soon covered up with her hand. If Regal had seen it, he would have likely burst in between, accusing Saren of somehow influencing his actress. But before Saren could push the conversation any further, a loud shout echoed across the set, cutting through the ambient noise. All right. Regal's voice cut sharply through the air, his eyes locked onto the camera lens as he adjusted the shot. 1, 2, and action. Saren glanced over at Grace, who, too, had fallen into quiet observation mode. The camera rolled, focused on the actors, Keanu as Cobb, Andrew as Bill. Meanwhile, Darren, having completed his report on the extras and confirmed the music track, took his place. With no role in this particular shoot, he carried out Regal's instructions, playing the track on loop at low volume as the scene began. The scene began with a wide shot of Cobb, played by Keanu, walking unassumingly and weaving through the thinning crowd. He wore a striking black suit, drawing occasional passers-by's attention, and similarly, Bill, played by Andrew, couldn't take his eyes off him. Magnetism. It was the only word Bill could use to describe it. The camera stayed tight on Bill's shoulder, capturing his subtle unease as he followed Cobb, silent but fascinated. As Cobb turned into a narrow street, the crowd faded away. The camera continued to track Bill, maintaining a close perspective as he pursued Cobb. And then, as though proving Bill's paranoia, Cobb vanished at the alley's rounded corner, disappearing behind a brick wall. Bill, his pace quickening, ran after him, the camera mirroring his urgency. But when he turned the corner, he froze. The alley was empty. The camera moved to a Dutch angle on Bill as he scanned his surroundings, his breath quickening, the silence amplifying his rising tension. Behind him. Then, a faint shuffle behind him made Bill turn. Just as Bill was about to react, a hand shot out, grabbing his arm and twisting it with brutalness. Thud. The camera moved to a close-up, zeroing in on Bill, his panic, confusion, and pain captured in vivid detail. His face was pinned against the brick wall. The force of the impact pushed the air from his lungs. The camera stayed over Cobb's shoulder, OSD shot, capturing his silence looming in the foreground, while focusing on Bill, the face of desperation and raw vulnerability. On the other hand, Cobb didn't speak. He didn't need to. His presence dominated the frame, his grip on Bill's neck unrelenting. He leaned in close, his grip on the back of Bill's neck unrelenting, keeping him pinned to the wall. The silence hung heavy between them, broken only by the frantic pace of Bill's shallow breaths. A misunderstanding. Andrew stammered as he tried to explain. It's a misunderstanding, I swear. Keanu as Cobb didn't flinch, didn't blink. He studied Bill like he was dissecting him, his cold gaze boring into him. Andrew, caught in the intensity of the scene, felt his pulse quicken, not just as Bill, but as himself. He had seen Keanu's focus during the read-through, but being on the end of fully receiving it, with the camera rolling, it felt like a completely different experience. The coldness in which Keanu inhabited Cobb was something Andrew hadn't fully anticipated. He had underestimated it. After all, Andrew had spent 2 years training at a professional acting school, not the top tier, but it was structured and formal. He had the technical knowledge, the craft, and the theory. Meanwhile, Keanu? A few theater gigs here and there, a bit of experience, but no formal film school background. Andrew had always thought that made the difference. He justified it, told himself that he was the one who had put in the work, the hours. But now, standing here, facing Keanu, was a performer who seemed to transcend the craft. All those thoughts seemed hollow. This wasn't just acting. Keanu wasn't pretending to be Cobb. He was Cobb, for this second, for this moment. For a brief, terrifying moment, the grip around Andrew's neck tightened, making it difficult to breathe. Then, as if Cobb had decided to grant him a sliver of mercy, the hold loosened just enough to let him gasp for air, but not enough to break free. Bill's heart hammered in his chest, and for a fleeting moment, he thought there might still be hope. A passerby's figure appeared at the far end of the alley. Bill's mind leaped at the possibility, his voice cracking as he called out, strained with fear. Help, help! The strangers slowed, their eyes flickering between the scene and Bill's pleading gaze. But there was no hesitation in their actions, only a momentary confusion followed by a dismissive shake of the head. They turned and walked away, leaving Bill to face his fate alone. His shoulders sagged, the realization settling in like cold stone. No one was coming. No one was going to save him. Bill's breath hitched, the desperation coming through. I was just observing. For research. It was a last-ditch attempt to explain himself, but the fear in his voice, the raw vulnerability, betrayed him. Suddenly, Cobb's hand tightened for a fraction of a second, just enough to make Bill's breath catch, before releasing completely. Bill staggered, but didn't move. And then, Cobb laughed. It wasn't loud, nor cruel. HAA. It was soft, almost tender, but it carried a weight that made Bill's knees feel weak, echoing in the alley, a sound that chilled more than it comforted. Andrew fought to reclaim the scene, his instincts pushing him forward. He turned, his eyes wide with a mix of fear and resolve, meeting Cobb's gaze head-on. Keanu didn't relent. His expression shifted ever so slightly, an almost imperceptible smirk, a flicker of amusement that sent a shiver down Andrew's spine. This was no longer just a scene. It was a battle. Andrew gritted his teeth and leaned into the moment, pushing the desperation in his voice to the edge. "You don't understand. I wasn't following you, Dash." "Step," Cobb interrupted with a single step closer, closing the space between them. The dominance was palpable, suffocating. But Andrew wasn't going to let himself be overshadowed. Cobb tilted his head, his voice dropping dangerously low. "Do you know what happens to people who get too curious?" Andrew didn't hesitate. His breath quickened, the fear mixing with defiance as he stared straight into Cobb's eyes. With a shaky breath, he whispered, "I found out." The tension in the air snapped, sharp and undeniable. Behind the camera, Regal's hands tightened their hold, his heart fully excited from the performances. Just as the scene reached its breaking point, the camera cut. Cut. Regal breathed, almost as though he hadn't realized he had been holding his breath. Andrew exhaled sharply, his chest rising and falling as the tension of the scene slowly began to ease. His body was still taut with the raw energy of the moment. Keanu stood motionless for a beat, his expression unreadable. After a moment, he gave a small nod, acknowledging the end of the take. Saren, standing off to the side, couldn't tear her gaze away. She also remained quiet, her thoughts swirling as she processed what she had just witnessed. For Grace, however, even with her usual stoic demeanor, a glint of smug satisfaction crept into her eyes. She glanced at Saren, her voice barely a whisper. "You got the answer right?" And Saren, finally breaking her silence, could only nod in agreement. "I did." Meanwhile, Regal jogged over to his actors, a satisfied grin tugging at the corners of his mouth. Without hesitation, he leapt toward them, his hands landing on their necks with hearty slaps. "That was fantastic, guys. Seriously nailed it," he said, his voice echoing with approval as he gave each of them a firm pat. Click dash. From the sidelines, Saren instinctively snapped a photo of the moment with the camera in her hand. She wasn't sure why. It was just one of those candid scenes that felt worth capturing. "Think we need another take?" Keanu asked, smirking as he tilted his head, partly to adjust under Regal's lingering grip. "Yeah, director, what's the verdict?" Andrew added, his tone playful but ready to go again if needed. Regal released a deep breath, stepping back to review the playback on the monitor. His eyes flicked between the screen and the actors before he finally spoke. "Nope. We are good." Keanu and Andrew exchanged grins, visibly relaxing as they rolled their shoulders, the adrenaline of the scene beginning to fade. Regal clapped his hands together, his voice cutting through the fading energy of the set. "All right, that's a wrap for today, boys. Go get some rest. You have earned it." The actors nodded, offering fist bumps before heading off, leaving Regal standing there with a satisfied grin and a glance towards Saren, who was still holding the camera. "You took a picture?" he asked, arching a brow. Saren shrugged, lowering the camera. "You look less annoying than usual. Figured it was worth immortalizing." Regal chuckled, shaking his head as he turned back toward the set. Number 31. Chapter 31, Wrap and Dinner. May 7th, 2010. Shot's okay, and it's a wrap for following. Regal's voice echoed through the small, enclosed prison set, signaling the end of the day's shoot and also the film's. The crew and cast burst into a collective cheer, their excitement palpable as the tension of the final take gave way to exhilaration. "Ho! Yah-ho-oh-oh!" Some cheered, and the energy was contagious. Laughter and shouts filled the room, as crew members reverted to their college student selves, tossing aside props and costumes. "Listen up, everyone." Regal clapped his hands to get their attention. "Let's get the gear packed, and here's the deal. I am treating you all to something special to eat. It's on me." Another loud cheer erupted from the crew. "You said it, sir," one of them called, as the group began packing up equipment with renewed energy. Despite the short time, 2 days over 30 days, they had worked together, and the bond within the team had grown into something meaningful. From the actors to the crew, there was a sense of mutual respect and camaraderie that filled the space. As the group worked, Tom, a man dressed in a police uniform, approached Regal, extending his hand. "Congratulations, Regal. I have got to head out, but it's been excellent working with you." Regal shook his hand firmly, his appreciation evident. "Thanks, Tom. You were fantastic. I am glad we got to work together." A couple of other men in similar police outfits followed suit, offering their congratulations before making their exit. Like Tom, they had only been part of the project for a few days, and knowing the wrap party wouldn't be a grand affair, they chose to bow out early. Regal gave them a nod, his voice warm. "If you are heading out, don't worry about packing. We have got it covered. Thanks for everything." The men waved as they exited, leaving the remaining crew to finish tidying up. Regal rolled up his sleeves and joined in, helping to pack up the set alongside his team. Among those staying to help were Keanu and Andrew. Andrew had a shoot today, which is only obvious since he is the main lead of the story. Keanu, on the other hand, was now like a familiar presence on set to Regal, always pitching in even when he didn't have scenes to film. It had become something of a norm for him. If there was work to be done, Keanu would be there, ready to lend a hand without hesitation. Then there was Simon Lombardozzi. Though Simon wasn't scheduled to film today either, he had shown up anyway. He played the blackmailer in the film, a tough, imposing figure with a shiny bald head and a menacing presence. But off-screen, Simon was anything but intimidating. Gentle, approachable, and he had developed a deep respect and love for Regal's work ethic. Despite having only a handful of scenes, Simon had taken to assisting behind the scenes whenever his schedule allowed. As the last prop was packed away and the space cleared out, only about 15 people remained, including Keanu, Andrew, and Simon. Grace was absent, her scenes already completed. Regal had heard she was attending an acting class, as required by the agency she had joined. However, she had promised to meet them directly at the restaurant for the celebratory dinner. After everything was wrapped up, Keanu approached Regal. His shirt was damp with sweat, but his expression was earnest. Without a word, he stepped forward and hugged Regal, the gesture laced with emotion. "Congrats, Regal. I mean it," he added, his voice thick with sincerity. Regal blinked in surprise before a smile spread across his face. He patted Keanu on the back, returning the hug. "Thanks, man. This wouldn't have happened without you." Keanu chuckled as he stepped back. "Right, Sir Director." "Congrats, Regal," Andrew chimed in, stepping forward to give Regal a friendly clap on the shoulder. "Yeah, kid. You were amazing." Simon, towering slightly over the others with his imposing build but gentle demeanor, nodded in agreement. "Chuckle, thanks," Regal replied, offering a fist bump. One by one, the crew members approached Regal to offer their congratulations. Handshakes, high fives, pats on the back. Each gesture carried their admiration and gratitude. Among them, two familiar faces approached simultaneously. Darren, Regal's friend, senior from university, and Ben, the same guy who had flunked out during the auditions but whom Regal had decided to give a small role, and surprisingly not. Ben had readily accepted. Both extended their hands toward Regal at the same time. Realizing that, their eyes locked briefly, and the atmosphere between them shifted, their expressions tightening with a flicker of annoyance. Regal immediately picked up on the tension between them. It had caught him off guard for a moment. Ben was the type who tried to genuinely get along with everyone, while Darren, though not unfriendly, had a more reserved approach. Still, their personalities didn't often clash, but this minor interaction seemed to underscore their differences. Deciding it wasn't worth addressing, Regal simply smiled and extended both hands, shaking theirs simultaneously. "You guys did great too," he said, his voice light, diffusing any lingering awkwardness. Ben's stiff posture relaxed almost instantly, a grin spreading across his face as he scratched the back of his head. "Yeah, thanks for the appreciation, and the role too." "Huh, what are you doing thanking him? Shouldn't it be the other way around?" Darren remarked, looking at Ben. "Yo, good work, Regal. I'm looking forward to the next one." Ben started, clearly ready to retort, but Darren had already turned his attention back to Regal. Regal nodded mentally, eyeing them warily as he released their hands with a parting remark. "Let's make the next one even better, all right?" "Of course." "Sure." Both men nodded. After the last of the crew had offered their goodbyes, Regal led the group toward the restaurant he had reserved for the celebratory dinner. The next day in his office and house marked the beginning of the post-production phase for the film. So far, the project has cost Regal around $368,000. That covered everything: cast and crew salaries, accommodations during the shoot, equipment rentals, and location fees. This left him with about $28,000 from the $396,000 he had received as a royalty payment from Everleaf Press. Even though his latest royalty payment was significantly larger, Regal was resolute in his decision to complete the film within the budget he had initially set. It wasn't about having more funds. It was about proving to himself that he could stick to the plan he had promised. But, at the same time, he was confident that the money he had planned for would be enough to see it through. Now, the remainder of his budget had to stretch far enough to cover the costs of post-production, which meant editing, sound design, scoring, and color grading. Each of these steps was critical to the final product, and there was no room for compromise. Then there was the bigger challenge, the elephant in the room: distribution. Regal leaned back in his chair, staring at the ceiling of his modest office as he weighed his options. Film festivals seemed like the natural route. The Big Five, Venice, Cannes, Berlin, Toronto, and Sundance, were known for attracting distributors and buyers. A premiere at one of these could make or break the film's success. But there was one tiny hiccup: timing. It was mid-May. Cannes was already in full swing, and the submission deadline had long passed. Venice and TIFF wouldn't kick off until late August. That left a frustrating gap of nearly 3 months, a dead zone of sorts. It was too late for Cannes and far too early to prepare for the next wave of major festivals. While smaller festivals were an option, they didn't carry the same clout or connections needed to secure a strong distribution deal. Attending those would likely drain resources without much return. Yet, Regal couldn't afford to sit idle. Waiting until Venice or TIFF felt like a waste of valuable time and momentum. He tapped his pen against the desk, the sound echoing in the quiet room as his mind churned. There had to be another way, a faster solution. If festivals weren't an immediate option, then has no option but to seek out a backer, someone who could help him secure a deal with a distributor chain. But to attract such a backer, he needed more than promises or rough footage. He needed a professional and final version of his film that could hold its own against industry standards. That should be his immediate goal. However, the road ahead was anything but simple. The first major hurdle was editing. At the moment, all he had was raw footage, a daunting 250 minutes of it. No distributor would waste a second glancing at that, let alone sitting through it. He considered renting an editing suite and getting it done by himself, but with his current editing skills, it would only lead to wasted time and money. True, he had somehow managed to awaken the editing skill, but he knew it wasn't nearly enough. The intricacies of color correction, sound synchronization, and pacing were far beyond what he could reasonably achieve alone. As he stared at the hard disk copy, which contains the raw footage that has the hard work of many, he can't let this become a Medicore product. Currently, his editing skill is at novice, and the best he will be able to afford to upgrade is to intermediate level if he collects the rewards. Anything beyond that would be a waste of EP he could better allocate for future purchases rather than wasting it upon only for basic. And, yes, Regal did call the intermediate level basic. Number 32. Chapter 32. Zach Barg. Currently, his editing skill is at novice, and the best he will be able to afford to upgrade is to intermediate level if he collects the rewards. Anything beyond that would be a waste of EP he could better allocate for future purchases rather than wasting it only on basic skills. And, yes, Regal did call the intermediate level basic. Ever since his recent jump in writing from novice to expert, he had had a chance to observe firsthand how much of a leap it truly was. The direct boost he got in direction, skill, as the sign-in bonus from the system, hadn't given him the time to properly adapt before. But now, he could definitely feel it, the huge gap of skills between intermediate and expert in terms of practical ability. It wasn't just a matter of 2 levels. The difference in practical capability was immense. And based on his growing experience, Regal had come to a conclusion. For any skill to meet industry standards, it had to be at least advanced. Luckily, Simon, the most experienced person he currently knew in the film industry, had come through with a promising lead. Yesterday, during the dinner party, he had casually mentioned to Regal that he knew someone who could get the job done affordably. Apparently, the editor was one of his friends from his early days making short films and currently owned a wedding studio. Regal had felt a pang of skepticism at the mention of a wedding studio. However, in the end, he had decided to give it a shot. Sure, the dude's current job wasn't a glowing affirmation, but Simon's confident assurance in his friend wasn't easy to ignore. Now, all he could do was hope that this editor is skillful and luck might have his side if he could also handle the sound mixing. That would be a godsend. However, editing wasn't the only thing hanging over Regal's head. There was still the matter of the film's score. Regal knew the importance of music, how the right notes could heighten a moment, turn tension into release, or add layers to an already emotional scene. Thankfully, unlike other tasks that had to wait until the film's completion, the score was something Regal could begin early in the pre-production itself. A few preliminary clips were enough to convey the film's theme, mood, and setting. A skilled composer could craft the soundtrack even before the movie was fully compiled, or, in some cases, even before filming began. And guess what? That's exactly what happened, and Regal was almost done. From the start, he had been searching for talented freelance composers, and thanks to platforms like MeTube, the process was surprisingly accessible. After reviewing numerous samples from many private artists, he stumbled upon a small comedic clip of a TV show he had binged before the fusion of his past life. Just as he tried to remember the show, Regal felt there was something about it that immediately caught his attention. It had an uncanny resemblance to a TV show from his past life called Community. Guess what? According to what he remembered, the music composer of that TV show was Ludwig Göransson. Regal double-checked, and sure enough, it was the same person. He had hit the jackpot. He is the same composer who had scored for Black Panther and Tenet, two of the most noted films, and also, he had even won an Academy Award for Black Panther. Regal wasted no time reaching out. Initially, Ludwig was taken aback when Regal contacted him out of the blue with the proposal to score a feature film. However, any doubts he had quickly dissolved once Regal shared the script and outlined his vision. Ludwig found himself genuinely impressed by the script, and his only concern became whether he would be dropped midway. Unknown to him, Regal had already decided and was more than happy to collaborate to work with this 26-year-old prodigy from the moment he heard the show's score. In fact, unlike with others, Regal didn't even need to rely on his insight, skill to recognize Ludwig's potential. It was evident in his work, and as a director, he could see it. That said, the collaboration wasn't all smooth from the beginning. The process was full of back-and-forth exchanges. They both sat through many sessions working on it, and when meeting in person wasn't possible, Ludwig would email compositions to Regal for feedback. Regal would then review, suggest revisions, and they would refine the pieces further. Over time, Ludwig adapted, gained a deeper understanding of Regal's thought process, and contributed his own creative touches to elevate the music. This collaborative process became a routine throughout the film's production, with evening sessions dedicated to the score. Their combined effort paid off, with most of the film's music now complete. The only task left was to compose the theme music for Keanu's character, Cobb. It was an essential piece, one that would encapsulate the character's journey. But given the progress they'd made so far, Regal was confident this final piece would fall into place. Then, there were the VFX shots. The good news was that Regal wasn't dealing with an explosion-filled blockbuster or a spacefaring sci-fi epic. There were only 18 VFX shots scattered across the film, a close-up of the protagonist's eyes, mirror reflection shots, a few pages flipping in a diary, and some ambient crowd effects. Small, simple, but not cheap. Regal exhaled sharply as he thought about it. Sure, 18 effects might sound small compared to the hundreds thrown into big-budget productions, but they still carried a hefty price tag. If he wanted professional work, it was going to cost him. He had to choose carefully. Going with a smaller, newer company seemed like the smartest option, one that wouldn't charge the sky-high fees of the bigger, established firms, but could still produce the quality he needed. But for now, he was on his way to meet with this wedding shoot editor. Simon, of course, was tagging along. But truthfully, Regal was feeling drained. The shoot had only wrapped up yesterday, and after dinner, he hadn't gotten home until late only to have a discussion with Ludwig. So, he hadn't managed to get any sleep afterward either. Instead, he spent the remaining night reviewing the raw footage. He jotted down notes for where he wanted to make cuts, not for the entire project, just the parts he felt absolutely certain about. Zach barked. He thought he had his life figured out. At 40, he ran a small photography studio, weddings and the occasional commercial shoot. It wasn't glamorous, but it paid the bills and offered stability for him and his family. He was content, with a supportive wife and 2 kids. It was stable, predictable even. But being predictable wasn't always fulfilling. What Zach truly loved, what fired him up, was editing. Not the routine adjustments for wedding albums or promotional slideshows. He longed for editing that told stories, the kind of work that could take raw, unpolished footage and transform it into something meaningful. That had always been his dream. Since he was a kid, he had wanted to work in films, shaping narratives with his own hands. But life had other plans. Dreams didn't pay the mortgage. Ambition didn't cover the hospital bills when his first child was born. So, before things could get too complicated, Zach did the sensible thing. He put his dreams on hold and focused on building a stable life. Even then, he didn't let the dream die completely. Whenever he could, he squeezed in editing gigs for indie filmmakers and short films. He had spent late nights finessing transitions or crafting sequences for people who couldn't afford to pay much. It wasn't much, but it scratched the itch. Then life, as it often does, got busier. His wife had 2 back-to-back pregnancies, and suddenly their home was in a constant state of chaos. Zach's nights were consumed by rocking restless babies to sleep, and his days were spent juggling the demands of the studio and trying to stay on top of bills. For 3 years, he barely touched an editing project, the real kind, at least. Opportunities came and went, having no choice but to turn them down. It wasn't until his youngest started kindergarten that Zach finally had a moment to breathe. And with that breath came clarity. It was time to go back to what he truly cared about. The truth was, he had always wanted to come back to it. Late at night, while the rest of the house slept, Zach kept his skills sharp. He read through books on editing, broke down his favorite film shot by shot, and analyzed every detail of the craft. He even shifted one of his PCs from his studio to his house and taught himself the latest software. Now, 5 years later, he felt ready to dive back in. Or so he thought. The problem? His old network of small-time filmmakers had vanished. Not physically, they had just given up. 3 years of rejections and false starts had drained their hopes. Zach couldn't blame them. Life moved forward, and the world didn't pause for anyone. But their departure left him stranded. That's when he got an idea, MeTube. The platform, launched in 2005, had exploded during the years he had been busy with family life. Now, 5 years later, it has become a behemoth, serving over 2 billion videos daily, with a relentless flow of new creators uploading content around the clock. Tutorials, vlogs, pranks, sketches, and short films, an endless stream of content, fueled an insatiable audience. For Zach, it seemed like the perfect opportunity. An ecosystem teeming with creators meant one thing: a constant need for editors. He dove in headfirst. Emails were drafted and sent. Forums were scoured and joined. He spent hours searching the platform for creators who might need help, carefully pitching his skills to anyone who seemed like a good match. Weeks rolled by. Nothing. Zach found himself sitting at his desk, staring at his inbox. 0 replies. Not even a courteous rejection. The doubt crept in, cold and relentless. Had he wasted all this time? Was it time to let go, just as so many others had? His fingers rested over the mouse, hesitating as he stared at yet another email draft, unsure if it was worth sending. His thoughts spiraled. He wasn't ready to throw in the towel, not after everything he had worked toward. But starting over was harder than he had imagined. Creak. That's when a sharp clang of the studio door swinging open broke through his haze. He looked up, already guessing who it might be. Through the glass of his cabin, he spotted a familiar figure. Simon Lombardozzi. Zach allowed himself a small smile. It had been years. They had met on a short film ages ago, Zach behind the editing desk, Simon in front of the camera. The chaotic shoot, and even more chaotic director had forged a quick bond between them, turning late-night grumbling into a lasting camaraderie. But life had a way of pulling people apart. Simon's call yesterday had caught Zach completely unexpectedly, despite that he couldn't deny the flicker of curiosity and maybe a little excitement. Now here Simon was, standing just inside the studio, still exuding that larger-than-life energy Zach remembered so well. However, he wasn't alone. Number 33. Chapter 33, Editing 1. Zach had been caught off guard but couldn't deny the flicker of curiosity and maybe a little excitement. Now here Simon was, standing just inside his studio, still exuding that larger-than-life energy Zach remembered so well. However, he wasn't alone. Trailing behind him was a young man, maybe in his early 20s, dressed in a hoodie and sneakers. The younger guy's eyes darted around the studio, taking it all in like he wasn't quite sure what to make of the place. Zach pushed back his chair and stepped out of his cabin. Simon. Simon turned, his grin spreading wide across his face. His massive frame seemed to fill the space, the overhead lights reflecting off his clean-shaven head. Zach, Simon boomed, pulling him into a bear hug that made Zach feel like his ribs might crack. As he stepped back, Simon smirked. Still hiding out in this little studio of yours, huh? Zach shook off the hug, still feeling his muscle ache a little. And you still look like you are auditioning to be the lead villain in an action flick. Got another movie gig lined up. Simon chuckled, his laugh deep and rich as it echoed through the room. Something like that, he said, jerking his thumb over his shoulder. Actually, I am here because of him. Zach noticed the younger man stepped forward, pulling his hands out of his hoodie pockets. He had sharp features and an air of confidence surrounding him despite being in a new location. But why is he wearing goggles indoors? Well, they do look cool. Zach was definitely weirded out. Regal, he said, extending a hand. Zach hesitated for a moment before shaking it. Zach. The pause was brief but noticeable. There was a reason for it. Regal's stare. Despite wearing shades, his gaze was steady, focused, and far too intense, like he was studying Zach for something specific. It wasn't a casual observation. It was deliberate and scrutinizing. What Zach couldn't have known was that he was only half wrong. Regal was indeed evaluating, but not in a personal sense. His skills. In front of Regal, a faint, semi-transparent blue screen floated in the air. It was visible only to him. ===. Name Zach Bark. Traits passionate, responsible, irascible. Editor A. Unique skill insight. ===. Seeing the rank. Regal's interest grew immediately. That is definitely near expert level for him. Anyway, irascible, huh? I could use it to gain an advantage, Regal thought. He kept his expression neutral, but his attention lingered on the screen, his gaze seeming fixed on Zach from everyone else's perspective. Simon, standing nearby, picked up on the awkward tension and nudged Regal sharply with his elbow. Regal blinked, snapping out of his momentary trance. He quickly realized how obvious he had been. Sorry about that, he said, his tone brisk but genuinely apologetic. Simon chuckled, stepping in to smooth over the awkward moment. He clapped Regal on the back and grinned at Zach. Don't let the quiet act fool you, Simon said with an easy laugh. He is a director, but sometimes it's like his brain's got too many tabs open. Zach blinked lightly, his expression unreadable at first. A director? Not an aspiring one or a wannabe, but an actual director? Yeah, I get it. Even though Zach's reaction was subtle, Simon caught it right away. But trust me, he has got the chops to back it up. Regal, unfazed, glanced at Zach and cut in. Actually, don't mind him. Got some time. Zach hesitated briefly before giving a slight nod. Sure. The three of them moved to Zach's cabin following his lead, settling in for a more proper discussion. As the conversation unfolded, Zach learned that Simon had landed a role in a feature film. Indie, sure, but Simon's excitement was palpable. Even after all these years, Zach could see the same fire in him, the same passion for acting that he had from the start. What was really unbelievable, though, was Regal. The guy couldn't be older than his early 20s. He didn't just direct the film, but he was also the cinematographer. Simon had gone on to explain how they had been hunting for an editor for the project, and during one of their discussions, he had apparently brought up his name. And that's why we are here, Simon said, wrapping it up with a satisfied grin. Zach leaned forward, resting his elbows on the desk. A flicker of uncertainty crossed his face, conveying this was not what he had been expecting, not even close. So, Zach started, his gaze falling on Regal across the table. You want me to be your editor? If you are good at it, then yes. Regal replied with a calm nod. Zach let out a deep sigh, shaking his head. It's not that simple, he said, his tone steady, the kind of patience you would expect from someone explaining a complex process to a beginner. Before you even think about the final cut, you need a lot in place, like the score. Regal didn't blink. I have got that covered, he said, reaching into his bag. He pulled out a hard drive and placed it on the table. Here is the score. Zach raised an eyebrow, clearly not expecting that. Regal's voice remained calm, though there was a sharpness to his words. You can handle the sound mixing, right? Or should I be finding someone else? Simon chuckled loudly. Told you, the kid is no joke. Zach didn't respond right away. His focus was entirely on Regal now. The air in the room had shifted. What had started as a casual meeting now carried an undercurrent of challenge. And for the first time in years, Zach felt a flicker of something he hadn't expected, excitement. Not just for the work itself, but for the challenge that was coming his way in Regal's tone. He could sense it, and Regal wasn't exactly being subtle about it either. Let's see what you have got, Zach finally said. He paused briefly before adding, but before I even think about letting you into my editing room, I want the script. Regal didn't hesitate. I don't mind. Simon briefed him about his working process, and apparently he was the type to only work if he liked the script first. Once again he reached down to the bag he had set by his chair, pulling out a neatly bundled stack of papers. Without a word, he slid it across the table to Zach. The quiet confidence in the gesture wasn't lost on him. From the beginning, Regal's tone had been slightly rough, bordering on provocative. It wasn't an accident. Simon had described Zach as a little short-tempered but rational, a man who valued substance over pleasantries. Regal had taken that into account, along with what his unique insight revealed. He understood that Zach wasn't the type to care for polite formalities or elaborate introductions. Zach, on the other hand, saw through Regal's approach immediately, and for once, he didn't mind being provoked. Still, Zach wasn't about to jump in blindly. He wanted to see the work first before commenting on anything. Yet beneath his guarded exterior, a familiar buzz stirred within him. Finally, a job. It had been too long since he'd worked on something substantial. In truth, Zach didn't care if Regal's film turned out to be a mess. Actually, a part of him almost hoped it would be. He had seen it all before. Young, ambitious filmmakers brimming with grand ideas but clueless about execution. He would spend countless hours sifting through their disjointed footage, piecing together something coherent from the chaos. But Zach thrived on that. The raw material, the imperfections, was where Zach found his magic. The more unpolished, the better. He relished the challenge of shaping watchable stories from scraps, uncovering potential where others saw none. What Zach didn't realize, though, was just how much this particular project would change him. Collaborating with Regal on this film wouldn't just be another job. It would be a turning point, a memory etched into the rest of his life. Regal, the young, confident upstart, was about to flip Zach's mundane world of editing wedding shoots into something far grander. In the years to come, Zach would find himself known as the second director behind some of the biggest high-budget films in the industry. For now, Zach pushed those thoughts aside and focused on the present. Without delay, he grabbed the script Regal had handed over and began to read. Number 34. Chapter 34, Editing 2. For now, Zach pushed those thoughts aside and focused on the present. Without delay, he grabbed the script Regal had handed over and began to read. That was the moment everything he thought he knew began to unravel. It started subtly. The script started off well, far better than Zach had expected. Still, he didn't let himself get carried away. Anyone can write if they have imagination, but not all can shoot what they wrote. To him, this script seemed almost too good, like it might end up wasted in Regal's hands. But then came the storyboards. When Regal laid them out in front of him, Zach's skepticism took its first serious hit. What's with these genius framing choices? And, gulp, these mirror shots. There is no way he could pull them off, right? Zach leaned closer to the script, scanning the meticulously planned sequences. He read many articles and research papers to know all too well the nightmares mirror shots could unleash on a production. The precise positioning, the potential for unwanted reflections, the sheer choreography involved. It was the kind of thing seasoned directors approached with caution, if at all. But the kid sitting across from him had laid out something entirely different. The notes detailed a quirky, almost unconventional approach to these shots, ideas that bordered on the audacious. Zach could see the creativity, bold, inspired, and just a little insane. Still, these were just words on paper. Theory. Could they actually pull it off in practice? However, one thing was certain. Someone who is capable of coming up with these techniques can't be an amateur. By now, Zach has acknowledged his writing skills and his imagination. Does he even need me? The question lingered in Zach's mind as he slowly closed the script. For the first time in years, he felt unsure about his own readiness. If Regal had truly managed to capture the shots the way they were framed in the script, then the responsibility of combining that vision would fall squarely on Zach's shoulders as the editor. Another thought surfaced. Do all indie projects operate at this level now? Had the entire industry evolved so drastically during his time away? Zach didn't have an answer. Not yet. But he would come to understand just how mistaken he had been. This project would set a new benchmark for him, recalibrating his perception of what raw footage and direction could achieve. Working on other films after this would feel jarring, a struggle to adjust to anything less polished, less visionary. It would take time, several projects, in fact, before he would find his rhythm again. By the time his realization hit, Zach would finally grasp the magnitude of who Regal was, the kind of filmmaker he got to work with on his first indie project. As Zach's doubts washed away, he took Regal and Simon were taken to his editing studio. He really wanted to see how Regal had translated his words into something more real. Zach plugged in the hard drive, quickly booting up the footage. Regal sat next to him, while Simon stood behind, arms crossed, watching the files populate on the screen. Zach skimmed through the folders, raw footage, audio tracks, temp score. He clicked on one, bringing up a clip. A shaky tracking shot of a dark alley filled the screen, footsteps echoing in the silence. Zach hit pause and glanced at Regal. This was shot by me, Regal said flatly, with no hint of pride or apology in his tone. Zach nodded, leaning closer to inspect the footage. It wasn't polished, but the framing had intent. He hit play again, this time letting the clip run longer. You have got a decent eye, Zach muttered, half to himself. Regal smirked faintly. Better than decent. Keep watching. Simon chuckled, crossing his arms. You two are like old dogs sniffing each other out. Just admit you are impressed already, Zach. Zach and Regal both turned their heads towards Simon, almost in sync, before turning back to the screen without a word. The message clear: don't talk, don't disturb. Zach started playing the unedited clips one by one, Regal staying close, chiming in with behind-the-scenes details or story notes here and there. The footage was rough, background noise, multiple takes. But Zach didn't skip a single clip, nor did Regal ask him to. There was an unspoken rule: watch it all. Each take, each frame, they both watched it all, absorbing every detail. Zach explained how he could fix things, tighten the pacing, and smooth out the rough edges, while Regal pointed out what he liked and what he didn't, but always kept it to the point. Every now and then, they would pause, pull up the score Regal had brought, listen for a few moments, then dive back into the footage. Meanwhile, Simon shifted uncomfortably in his seat. The back and forth between Regal and Zach was intense, and there was no room for him to jump in. Sitting too long in place, he started to feel bored. He could feel his eyes growing heavier by the second, the urge to move becoming unbearable. Without saying a word, he quietly stood up, gave a small nod to Regal and Zach, and slipped out of the room, trying to be as quiet as possible, though it didn't matter as they were too absorbed in the footage. 48 minutes into the footage, Zach finally hit stop. His eyes remained glued to the now-paused screen for a long moment before. He slowly turned toward Regal. When do you intend to start? How short on time? He asked. Regal immediately caught the underlying meaning. It wasn't really about the deadline. Beneath the guise of the question, Zach was signaling something else entirely. He was in. The realization brought a subtle grin to Regal's face, one that didn't escape Zach's notice. Whenever you are up for it. We have the world's time, but we just need to make sure it is done within a week. So, yeah, let's take our time. The corner of Zach's mouth twitched, almost betraying a smile. Let's dive in right now then. He knew now that his first client as a film editor was quite demanding. Regal nodded back. Yep, let's. Creak dash. Before either of them could say more, The door swung open with a creak, and Simon strolled in, carrying a crinkling bag filled with cans of beer and an assortment of snacks. "So how is it going?" he asked, his voice cheery, clearly trying to break the tension that had been hanging in the air. Zach shot him a sideways glance, raising an eyebrow. "You are a bit late to the party, don't you think so?" Simon grinned, tossing the bag onto the counter with a thud. "Hey, I am just making sure you guys don't work yourselves into the ground. Plus, I had to grab the essentials." Regal and Zach exchanged a quick look, then both let out a resigned sigh, sharing a silent understanding. They cracked open their drinks, taking a short break before diving back into the work. Soon the glow of streetlights outside signaled that night had arrived. The studio, once alive with energy, now hummed with the quiet intensity of long hours of work. They could have stayed up all night, and no one would have complained, but they all knew when to call it quits, at least on the first day. Zach stood up and stretched. "Got one last little patch-up to do. Should be done in about 30 minutes. Regal and Simon nodded, deciding to stay for a while longer. After all, they were the reason the work had been delayed. About 30 minutes later, Zach finished the small wedding clip he had left to polish, the last task before submitting it the next day. He turned around, expecting to find Regal and Simon still there. Simon was lounging in a chair, another beer in hand, but Regal was nowhere to be seen. "Where is Regal?" Zach asked, eyebrows raised. Simon snapped out of his daze, looking around. "Huh." He glanced over at the couch, where Regal was fast asleep, and his shades were now put off, revealing him to see a few dark spots under his eyes. He chuckled quietly. "He is still a kid, huh?" Zach shook his head with a smirk. "He has got more passion than most people I know." Simon took another sip of his beer, glancing at Zach. "So, is it good, man?" Zach knew exactly what he was referring to. "You have no idea," he said, the excitement clear in his voice. Number 35. Chapter 35. Things didn't work out. 27 days later. June 3th, 2010. Regal walked out of a commercial building. Behind him, Keanu trailed with a scowl etched on his face. He kicked his leg off in the air as he stepped onto the sidewalk. "Those bastards, to think they reject us without even a proper reason," he growled in deep annoyance. Regal continued to walk ahead, seemingly unbothered, but his bent back gave away his slight disappointment. "Want a Coke?" He stopped reaching a parking section and spotted a free bench and a vending machine in a corner. Keanu also stopped in his tracks. "Sure," then sighed and moved towards the bench. Responsively, Regal inserted a handful of coins into the machine, retrieved 2 cans of drinks, and settled himself beside Keanu, passing one to him. Both men didn't speak any words and unplugged the drink and gulped down a couple of sips. After a minute of silence, Keanu probed. "Seriously, Regal, it surprises me how you act as if it was no big deal." Regal responded, "This is my movie, man. I poured everything into it. Trust me, I am not exactly chill about this either." It was nearly their 3rd week of distribution hunting, which had started the very next day after 7 straight days of completing the editing work. In these 20 days, this marked their 9th rejection from a company. For companies hadn't even bothered giving them time to speak, let alone watch the film. 1 skimmed it, and 2 walked away halfway through the meeting and said the idea was trash, dismissing them away. And this last one, they stayed the whole meeting and even seemed a little invested looking at the script and a few clips. And that's exactly why Keanu was even more disappointed and couldn't understand why they rejected it with such nonchalance. It seemed more than a rejection. It was plain ignorance towards them, which he started only understanding recently. No-name filmmakers like Regal weren't supposed to come knocking with a finished product, expecting distribution. Aspiring directors were expected to slog through the ranks, work as assistants, gain experience, write scripts, take notes, and jump through hoops. Skipping those steps? It was an unspoken insult to the gatekeepers of the industry. Keanu sighed, cracking open his can. He glanced at Regal, who stood finishing his drink and staring in the direction of the company they had just left, his face oddly blank. "Hey, come on, boy." He reached out and gave Regal's hair a quick ruffle, like comforting a sulking kid. "If it's not Pixie Studios, it will be someone else. Don't let this get to you." Regal blinked and pulled back, smirking faintly. "Right, because you were the one throwing a tantrum a minute ago." Keanu shrugged, taking a sip. "It's called emotional versatility." Regal snorted, finally cracking a small smile. Emotional versatility, my ass. Drink your Coke. Keanu chuckled, doing the same as he lifted his to sip the drink. He caught something in Regal's eyes, causing him to roll his eyes in amusement. For all his failed attempts, Regal was unaffected. Whatever was brewing inside him wasn't sadness or disappointment. It was something sharper, something resolute. Buzz dash. Just then Keanu and Regal both felt their phones buzz simultaneously, their respective ringtones breaking the brief silence. In unison, they reached into their pockets to check the caller IDs. Keanu's face darkened the moment he saw the name on the screen, tension creasing his features, and similarly Regal revealed a subtle but noticeable shift, a faint lift in his expression. However, Keanu was far too preoccupied with his inner turmoil to pick up on Regal's reaction. The name flashing on Keanu's phone was his girlfriend's. Just yesterday, he had been boasting to her about this meeting, throwing around phrases like, "It's practically a done deal," and "all that's left is the signature." Now, with the meeting nowhere near what he had hoped, he could already imagine the fallout if he confessed the truth. The thought alone sent a chill down his spine. Determined to avoid both embarrassment in front of his future brother-in-law and the inevitable wrath of his girlfriend, Keanu hastily muttered, "You just take the call. Good luck." He stepped aside, putting some distance between himself and Regal. Regal gave a slight nod, acknowledging the excuse without much thought, and turned his attention to his own phone. Still seated on the bench, he let his gaze drift across the road to the bold, unmistakable sign of the distribution company he had just walked out of. The memory of the meeting lingered briefly, tinged with unresolved thoughts, but the vibrating phone in his hand demanded his attention. "Tut, what's up?" Regal said, his tone casual as he answered the call. "I should be the one asking that," came the quick reply, a hint of amusement lacing Gwendolyn's voice. Regal paused briefly before replying. "Things didn't work out." As if on cue, she chimed in, smoothly finishing his sentence. "For them, I suppose." "Yep, definitely for them," Regal echoed with a chuckle, appreciating her effortless way of lightening his mood. The words weren't exactly Gwendolyn's style. They felt more like something Regal himself would say or think. Their conversation continued for a few exchanges, the mood lightening with each word. By the time the call ended, Regal had regained some of his composure. "Yeah, see you," he said, ending the call and slipping the phone back into his pocket. Meanwhile, Keanu remained on his own call, his voice low and sharp as he tried to manage the conversation with a hissing emergency. He went as far as to cup the phone with both hands for added discretion. Regal glanced at him briefly and shook his head, a faint smile tugging at his lips as he leaned back on the bench. In truth, he was somewhat optimistic about his entire distribution concept, despite all the emphasis he made on the job's difficulty. It wasn't just blind hope, it was rooted in the new title he had recently acquired. Not in the game teams or his system's new feature. No, his title as an author. And not just any author, but a successful one. Yet, as days went on, he began to wonder if he had been deluding himself. All his new title was only worth sparing an extra second glance at him before dismissing it. Sure, it helped open a few doors, sometimes making initial meetings marginally easier. But more often than not, conversations inevitably veered toward his book, discussions of sales, popularity, or even requests for rights rather than his distribution ideas. It grated on his nerves. Lost in thought, Regal was pulled back to the present by Keanu's return. He approached with the weariness of a soldier who had barely survived a long and grueling battle. "Someone is getting chewed out, it seems," Regal remarked smirkingly. Keanu shot him a withering look, his frustration clear. He wasn't getting any sympathy here either. "Anyway, I am hungry," Regal said abruptly, springing to his feet with a sudden burst of energy that startled Keanu. The shift was jarring, but Keanu was happy. "Okay, let's eat something." "My treat," Keanu offered. "Now that's what I am talking about." Regal chuckled, already walking off ahead. Keanu stood there for a moment, watching the younger man's back as he strode ahead. A humbling sensation stirred within him. Regal was younger than him, yet his composure and determination were something else. He wasn't just patient. He was methodical, willing to take the long route if it meant achieving his goals. It stirred something in Keanu. He wasn't just frustrated anymore. He was impressed. More than that, He felt a growing urge to protect the quiet resolve Regal carried, to do whatever he could to help him succeed. Pixie Studio. Inside an office on the second floor of the building, an aged man leaned back in his swivel chair, rocking it with lazy precision. A small desk nameplate in front of him read, Brad Carter, Script Review Coordinator. His position wasn't a top-tier one, but one that definitely gave him the authority to reject projects on behalf of the company. Brad's expression was one of deep contemplation and smugness as he stared at the now empty seats. That movie is going to work. Brad's voice broke towards his assistant, John. John, standing behind him, froze, blinking in confusion. He stared up at his higher employer, unable to mask his bewilderment. If the movie was going to work, why reject it? Sir? Number 36. Chapter 36. You can go now. That movie is going to work. John, standing behind him, froze, blinking in confusion. He stared up at his higher employer, unable to mask his bewilderment. If the movie was going to work, why reject it? Sir? Brad ignored him, picking up a pen and idly tapping it against the desk. His tone remained indifferent. Contact the director and negotiate to buy the complete rights to the film. Keep it under $1 million. The lower the price, the higher the bonus for you. John gawked, unsure if he had misheard. $1 million. Brad's eyes flicked to John, his irritation breaking through. Do I look like I am joking? If the actual film is even half as good as the storyboards and clips, it will be worth it. Still reeling, John nodded quickly and made his way to the exit. Why, yes, sir. Right away. Oh, and John. The assistant stopped, turning back at the call. Don't let them know it was me. Keep my name out of it. Brad's warned firmly, leaving no room for errors. John nodded solemnly. Understood, sir. As the door clicked shut behind him, Brad leaned back in his chair, staring at the ceiling for a long moment. Seraphsail, he muttered under his breath. Do I know someone with that name? The words hung in the air, unanswered. His brow furrowed slightly, as if digging through distant memories. Then, with a slight shake of his head, he returned to the pile of unread scripts on his desk, the thought slipping to the back of his mind, for now. John, once outside, sighed to himself, before making the call, and was thankful that Regal and Keanu were still in the vicinity. The receptionist at the studio had jotted down their contact details earlier, making it easy to arrange a meeting. With a sense of unshowcased urgency, John set it up for as soon as possible, opting for a neutral location, not too far from the studio, to keep things discreet. Why do you think they contacted us again? Keanu asked thoughtfully, actually enjoying his brewing. Imagination. Regal leaned back in his seat, his calmness intact, though there was a flicker of something unreadable in his gaze. How would I know? Actually, Regal, despite not showing much emotions, he was kinda pissed after getting a call right after being rejected. However, pride doesn't make movies happen. Not when you are starting out. Once he is in a position where he can call the shots, maybe. For now, he values opportunity more than pride. Of course, there are certain boundaries to it. John arrived a few minutes later, scanning the area before spotting Regal and Keanu sitting at a modest outdoor CF table. He was surprised by how casual Regal seemed, his jacket slung over the back of his chair, an empty plate in front of him. Regal waved him over, gesturing to the seat across from him. John, right? You can take your seat. John nodded, a little flustered by his rather contrasting personality, but tried to keep his composure. The meeting spot had been Regal's call, not that he cared much where it happened, as long as it wasn't at the studio. It worked out perfectly for John, too, given the sensitive nature of his instructions. Ignoring the remnants of their meal lay on the table as John settled in. Thank you for agreeing to meet so quickly. He began, taking a professional stance despite the informal setting. Regal leaned forward slightly, resting his elbows on the table. You said you had an offer. Let's hear it. John hesitated under Regal's direct and unyielding stare. The young director didn't flinch, didn't rush to respond. He wondered if he already knew the game being played here. I actually read your script. John began, forcing enthusiasm into his tone. It was brilliant. And the visuals? Absolutely amazing. Thanks. Regal's curt response didn't match the flattery. His face remained unreadable, devoid of the gratitude or excitement John had expected. Keanu, sitting quietly to Regal's side, bristled. He was ready to jump in if this conversation took a wrong turn, having no intention of letting anyone walk all over them again. John, unaware of the storm brewing in Keanu's head, pressed on, his voice gaining a faux sincerity. I will try to convince my boss again. Maybe we can arrange a private screening next weekend. He was in a bad mood today, but if he is feeling more generous then, there is a good chance he will buy the rights. And don't worry about the money. I will push for a solid deal, something worth around $500,000 or even more if you are lucky. Keanu was completely baffled by the dude's rumbling and his face contorted at John's audacity. By the rights? Who said they were selling? And $500,000 at that? Regal wouldn't want it for all he cared. The words churned in his mind, threatening to explode out of him. He shot up from his seat, his chair scraping the ground. Hey! Before he could finish, a lazy groan interrupted him. Keanu turned sharply to find Regal leaning back in his chair, loosening his tie with a deliberate, almost dismissive motion. The younger man unbuttoned the collar of his shirt, dragging the tie down with a faint sigh. Man, Regal muttered, his voice tinged with exhaustion. So that was it. John blinked, confused. Regal straightened slightly, his tone dropping into something sharper. It wasn't even a 1% chance, was it? He gestured vaguely, as if waving off the entire interaction. If you are here to spew this nonsense, you could have done it over the phone. Why waste our time? John sputtered, his face darkening into threatening. Hey, do you even realize what you are throwing away because of your temper? You have got to be more patient if you want to succeed in this business. Keanu's eyes darted between Regal and John, his anger simmering just below the surface. 100 million. The words left Regal's lips with calm finality, slicing through the tension in the air. That's the money I will make from this movie. He added in clarification, his tone unshaken, as if he were stating a simple fact. John froze in confusion, then realizing what he meant, he broke into a stupid laugh. 100 million? He repeated, the ridiculousness painted all over his face. Even Keanu couldn't suppress his shock from the side. The 100 million mark was no easy feat. Even for veteran directors with big studio backing couldn't promise for certain, let alone an indie debut director. It is simply ludicrous. You are out of your mind. John sneered, shaking his head. What makes you think this dubious little film will even come close? Regal didn't flinch. His eyes locked on John's with a quiet intensity that made Keanu's pulse quicken. It wasn't arrogance in Regal's gaze. No, it was something far more unsettling. Confidence. Unshakable, unnerving confidence. Almost bordering on overconfidence. Keanu, against his better judgment, started to believe it too. The audacity of the number, combined with Regal's unwavering demeanor, planted a seed of possibility in his mind. John, however, was unimpressed. I thought you were a clever guy, but it turns out you are just a fool. He sneered, adjusting his jacket. Mark my words. You are going to regret this for the rest of your life. He gestured vaguely toward Keanu. And who is this clown? He looks more unhinged than you. Keanu's face drained, but did not act out. John scoffed, turning on his heel. If you ever come to your senses, give me a call. But don't forget to add, please, when you beg. He took a few steps before Regal's voice called out, firm and calm. John, right. John turned back with a smug smirk, clearly expecting Regal to fold right away. Keanu, on the other hand, shot Regal a confused glance. But the expression on Regal's face was not what John anticipated. No desperation, no regret, just an icy stillness. Regal pointed to Keanu without looking away from John. Remember his name. Keanu Reeves. John's face contorted in confusion, then irritation. But he still waited for a moment, only for Regal's stare to not waver. You can go now, Regal added dismissively. Keanu blinked, utterly dumbfounded. What the hell just happened? He muttered under his breath, watching John storm out steamingly. Number 37. Chapter 37. First screening. Same time. Iconic Talent Agency HQ. CEO office. How did the classes go? Think they will help? Christopher asked, his voice light but probing. Grace paused for a moment, her gaze distant. They were good. I am leaning toward the 1-month course. That makes sense. Christopher gave a thoughtful nod. We should probably hold off on auditions for now, unless something big comes up. Grace didn't answer right away, her thoughts seemingly elsewhere. I agree, she murmured, barely paying attention. Grace, Christopher pressed. You with me? Sorry, Grace snapped back. Christopher's eyes narrowed. All right, what's going on? Grace turned thoughtful at that, hesitating, but something changed as she exhaled slowly before meeting Christopher's gaze. She finally spoke. I know this might be asking a lot, but I need a favor. Christopher's face turned thoughtful. What kind of favor? It's about Regal and our film. Grace admitted, her voice steady but tinged with worry. I just got a call from Saren, and it seems he is having trouble finding a distributor. That's a tough break. Christopher nodded in understanding, but he kept his tone measured, adding, but we are a talent agency, Grace, not a distribution network. I know, Grace replied quietly, though there was a flicker of hope in her eyes. But maybe you could help. Introduce him to someone who can. Fingers drumming lightly against the edge of the table, Christopher considered the request. Have you two thought about going to the film festival? Plenty of connections there. Grace's shoulders slumped, and she shook her head. There isn't any major one anytime soon. Also, I think Regal didn't seem practically interested in the idea. Really? Why not? Christopher raised an eyebrow, clearly surprised. It's the easiest route if you think the film has potential, and if you get lucky, maybe even win something. That could seriously boost its reputation. Grace couldn't answer, her lips pressing together. Christopher's logic was airtight, and she didn't have an answer to justify her stand. Sensing the pause, Christopher leaned back, shifting the topic. Have you even watched it? The film? Grace blinked, caught off guard. No. A smirk tugged at Christopher's lips in response. So, you are backing it without even seeing it? I believe it will be good. Grace's tone immediately turned defensive about the film. Christopher turned thoughtful at that. Actually, unaware of Grace, Regal had invited him to a private screening this coming weekend. The intention behind the invitation was clear, remarkably similar to what Grace had just suggested. In fact, Regal hadn't cloaked his request in vague pleasantries. It was pretty straightforward and unapologetically deliberate. And Christopher appreciated that. He had only met Regal briefly during the contract signing with Grace, but that short interaction left an impression. Regal carried himself like someone who knew exactly what he was doing, someone with a sense of purpose and control. It was a rare attitude, one Christopher seldom encountered, and it had immediately stood out to him. Of course, there was also Regal's reputation as the author of the recent phenomenon, Harry Potter. That alone was enough to make him a figure worth paying attention to. Fostering a good connection with someone like Regal, or making him owe him something, was always a welcome opportunity for Christopher. And from the way Regal handled certain decisions, Christopher could tell he values and remembers the help and will definitely keep up to it later. For him, that kind of person was always worth knowing. Still, any of this doesn't matter if his product was mediocre. Even if it turned out to be exceptional, he doesn't have the capabilities to help him. All he will be able to do is connect him to someone who can, and the rest is again in his hands. Christopher shot back, amused. All right, here is the deal. I will watch the film. Then we will talk. Thank you. Grace's eyes widened. I was planning to do that even if you didn't ask for it. Christopher shrugged. He added, however, remember, I am not promising anything. It all depends on the film. Grace nodded confidently. I understand. Same day, evening. Sir, I have contacted Mr. Regal. While there are minor changes to the hosting arrangement, the screening will proceed as planned. And reported. Christopher gave a slight nod, processing the update. He understood what she was implying. Regal might not be present during the show. If he remembered correctly, this was the first screening, a debut director's film. For the director to skip such an important event, something more pressing must have come up. Is it another meeting with a distribution company? He wondered. It seems the trials are still going on. And added, breaking the silence. Who will be handling the session then? Christopher asked. And added, one of the main cast from the film. Keanu Reeves. Christopher was slightly surprised. Keanu, huh? He had done his homework when taking on the contract with Grace, digging into the key players behind the film. Keanu Reeves. It was his debut film, and he hadn't made a notable mark before this. As such, Christopher had set his profile aside for now. Andrew, another member of the cast, had caught his attention a bit more, but only marginally. In his books, neither had been significant enough to warrant deeper scrutiny yet. And for Christopher, the real assessment would only come later, when results mattered. Whatever, I hope the film turns out decent, because I am really in no mood to be flagged by this dude. Christopher muttered in a wishful tone as he stared at the contact he was dialing. It was saved under the name Stephen Hawking Jr. Sir, I don't think you will be able to make it to the screening. Just then, and added, glancing at her phone as a new message popped up. Next day, Sunday. Stephen Hawking, a young man in his early 20s, leaned against his car, staring up at the 4-story building with I emblazoned on it. His phone pressed to his ear as he waited for a response from the other line. Stephen, I am not in the office. Christopher's calm voice finally came through, and will be accompanying you instead. A frown tugged at Stephen's lips. His gaze narrowed at the building as if it had somehow betrayed him. How does that make any sense? You are the one who invited me. Are you done? If so, help me behave during the screening too. Christopher replied, brushing aside his complaints with effortless ease. Tut dash. Before Stephen could protest, he heard the click of the line going dead. TSK. I am not a kid. Staring at the screen, Stephen muttered. He shoved the phone into his pocket, the Preakness still simmering as he climbed into the driver's seat. Soon after, Anne appeared, striding quickly toward the car. She slid into the passenger seat, offering a polite nod as she buckled up. Stephen put the car in gear, pulling out onto the street. Got any idea what this film's about? It's an indie project, written and directed by Regal Seraphsail. He is 22. And replied, her tone measured. The film's title following. Stephen glanced at her, an eyebrow arched in silent question. And what am I supposed to do with that? You all could have just contacted the old man directly. Would have been simpler. And didn't answer, her eyes fixed ahead on the road. She understood the frustration but knew it wasn't her decision to make. No point in defending the process. Stephen's voice broke the stillness, low and frustrated. Damn you people. He huffed, his tone sharp. Don't ask me to be polite if the movie turns out to be shit. Before long, they found themselves standing outside a modest apartment building. Stephen adjusted his jacket, casting a skeptical glance at the structure. This is the place, right? Without answering, and moved ahead, pressed the buzzer, and waited. Yeah, coming. A quick, clear voice called from inside. Seconds later, the door swung open, revealing a striking figure, Keanu Reeves. His neatly combed black hair framed sharp features that drew their immediate attention. We are looking for Regal Seraphsail, and stated, her voice direct as she locked eyes with him. You have got the right place. Keanu nodded and stepped aside, gesturing for them to enter. Come on in. They entered, and Keanu closed the door behind them with a soft click. Regal is tied up with something, but don't worry. I will be handling the screening. Today, he explained, leading them into a sleek room, and took in the surroundings, the layout. It was the same space she had visited to sign Grace's contract for the film. However, there were some noticeable changes. The long table had been pushed to the side and leaned against a wall, its legs detached. All the chairs were neatly stacked on the opposite side. The projector, still prominently positioned, remained in place, and the door at the far end of the room was unchanged. In the center, though the arrangement was different, there was now a long couch flanked by two smaller ones on either side. Keanu came to a stop and turned to face them, extending a hand with an easy grin. Keanu Reeves, I am in the film you are about to see. And nodded, her expression neutral yet polite. I am Kyra. Mr. Christopher couldn't make it today, and in his stead, his guest will accompany me. At that, Stephen came forward and shook Keanu's hand. I am Stephen Hawking. Thanks for having us. Not a problem. Regal mentioned there would be two of you. I was expecting company. Keanu motioned toward the projector. Let's get started. I believe you will enjoy this. Thanks. Stephen could feel Keanu's easy-going demeanor, and that was enough for his curiosity to get the better of him. So, you are the main lead in the film? Keanu, who was making the final adjustments to the projector, gave a small, self-assured smile. Nah, second lead, actually. That caught Stephen off guard. Keanu had a presence that practically demanded attention. The idea of casting him as anything less than the lead felt off, especially for an indie film as they purely focus on getting as much attention. There was something about his aura that reminded Stephen of someone else he knew, someone with an unmistakable air of command. Obviously, Keanu didn't quite match up to that person, not even close, but Stephen felt the resemblance was there. Still, he held back his thoughts. Better to wait until after the movie. Keanu gestured toward the couch. Make yourselves comfortable. The setup is done, so we can start whenever you are ready. And exchanged a quick glance with Stephen before nodding. We are ready. Yep, me too, Stephen added, settling back into the couch. All right. Keanu moved across the room. He closed each window manually, ensuring the room was dark and distraction-free. The faint hum of the projector broke the quiet, and within moments, the screen flared to life, casting a soft, flickering glow across the room. Keanu stepped back, his figure framed by the light from the screen. All set, he said, his tone steady but charged with undercurrent excitement and nervousness. As the opening scene began to unfold, and Stephen let themselves remove any and every distraction, bringing their attention to the images on the screen. The room sank into stillness, save for the gentle whirring of the projector and the story pulling them in frame by frame. After exactly 97 minutes and some seconds, clap, clap, a single resounding clap filled the small room. Number 38. Chapter 38. I was lucky. After exactly 97 minutes and some seconds, clap, clap, a single resounding clap filled the small room. That was amazing. Too amazing. Stephen clapped and leapt from the couch the moment the credits rolled. His excitement seemed to overflow as he dashed toward Keanu, pulling him into an unexpected hug. It didn't matter that they had only met an hour and a half ago. Stephen's genuine admiration overpowered any hesitations. Glad to hear that, man. Keanu was caught slightly off guard but returned the hug back with a genuine smile, the kind that reached his eyes, almost slightly moistening his eyes but stopped. Despite his outward confidence all these past few days, a part of him had been desperate for any sign that their work would be understood, that people would get it. The weeks of harsh criticism and ruthless rejections from distributors had worn on him, no matter how much Keanu tried to mask it in front of Regal. But hearing Stephen, a completely unrelated person's raw enthusiasm towards their film, that was something else entirely. It was different. It felt real. It felt earned. Keanu knew just how much work went into making this film, especially for Regal, but seeing it come together, it felt damn good. Stephen finally stepped back. Still, his excitement didn't wane. Man, your acting was insane. I couldn't take my eyes off the screen whenever you were on. And those dialogues, wow. Every line had me hooked, like they were written just to make you think. And damn that climax. Stephen's voice rose slightly, his gestures animated. That twist. I never saw it coming. And the way it was revealed. Absolute genius. The direction, the build-up, the timing. It was all just masterful. Kyra, who had been still processing the film climax, nodded in agreement, finally coming out of her reverie. The film was definitely something special. You should be proud. There was a lot running through her mind. She usually isn't the type to be easily awestruck, but today it happened, and that means a lot in her book. Stephen huffed impatiently, cutting in. Come on, don't be so lame with your words. And couldn't help but sigh internally. She was already used to Stephen's unfiltered reactions, but they still had a way of making her feel secondhand embarrassment. He was the type to swing to extremes, whether in disappointment or joy. Then again, she supposed she couldn't entirely blame him. Despite his passion for the filmmaking process, Stephen was still young and hadn't yet been hardened by the industry's fake smiles and scripted compliments. He is still genuine, and in some ways, that was refreshing. I am so jealous of you, man. Stephen continued, his voice bubbling with admiration. Breaking into Hollywood with a film like this? You will kill it. Keanu chuckled, the sound tinged with modesty. I got lucky. For a moment, his eyes drifted to the now darkened screen. Meeting Regal had been a stroke of luck, there was no denying that. It wasn't just the opportunity, but the timing, the connection, and the unspoken trust that had come with it. Looking back, Keanu realized how lost he had felt just 3 months ago, unsure of his direction or what he truly wanted. But accepting Regal's offer had changed everything. In the process of working with him, Keanu had discovered a sense of purpose he hadn't even known he was searching for. It wasn't just about making a film. It was about finding something he could pour his heart into, something he could see himself pursuing for the rest of his life. He felt deeply grateful for Regal, especially after hearing the stories from Grace and Andrew, two of the most hard-working people he had come to befriend during this journey. Their tales of rejection, perseverance, and relentless drive had grounded him, making him appreciate the opportunity he had been given even more. But Keanu wasn't content to rely on luck forever, or even on Regal. No, he had made a promise to himself. He was going to carve out his place in the industry, not through luck, but through skill, dedication, and sheer effort. Meanwhile, Steven was caught off guard when Keanu said he was lucky. He could see it in his eyes. Keanu wasn't just being modest. It is what he truly felt. Steven didn't know why the other party felt that way, but one thing was certain. It reminded him of his own situation. At just 20 years old, Steven has big dreams to make it big in Hollywood. Unlike Keanu and many other aspiring people, he had the connections needed to get his foot in the door. No matter how much he tried to deny it, he understood that the ticket to his first movie would come easily. But still, he wanted to prove himself too, through acting and acting alone. And in Keanu's eyes, he saw the same drive. As Steven silently speculated, Keanu's resolve only grew stronger. The road ahead wouldn't be easy, but it was his to take. Steven dropped in off in front of her office, gave a quick wave, and drove off without looking back. After his conversation with Keanu, Steven had made up his mind. He would help them reach out to someone who could be the key to getting the movie released. Exactly the reason Christopher contacted him. Meanwhile, and stood still for a moment, as the car disappeared down the street, seemingly lost in thought. Then, she picked up her pace and headed toward the building. The office was quiet, the hallway dimly lit. The door swung open with a soft click, and stepped inside. The room was empty. Christopher's empty chair sat abandoned, its back facing the desk, and didn't let it bother her. She went straight to work. Stacks of paperwork cluttered the desk. Without a delay, she dived in, sorting through the mess, getting into the flow of the task at hand. 2 hours later, the door opened with a sharp click. Christopher walked in, looking drained. He sank into her chair, his shoulders slumped, barely acknowledging Kyra, who was now holding 3 papers. The silence between them stretched out, and waited. Christopher didn't say a word. After a few moments, he finally spoke. "So how was the movie?" "It must have been at least decent considering I still haven't gotten a call from Steven yet," ranting about how I ruined his eyesight, and adjusted the papers in her hands, taking a breath before responding. "About that? We might need to prepare 3 more contracts." Christopher furrowed his brow. "What are you talking about?" and blinked. "Sorry, I got ahead of myself." She paused, collecting her thoughts. "The movie was good, but I can't really say what its potential is yet, or how much it has." Christopher leaned back in his chair as he waited for more. She continued, "The acting is solid, and the direction is simply top-notch." "Did you meet the director?" Christopher asked suddenly. "No, he wasn't there for the entire screening." And replied, "As planned, Keanu Reeves handled it." "Keanu." Christopher mulled the name over before adding, "So what was he doing there anyway?" Apparently, after the filming wrapped, he decided to focus on improving his craft. He's also kept in regular contact with Regal, while the rest of the team occasionally checks in every now and then about how things are progressing. And explained, that was unusual. For an indie film, Christopher thought. Typically, once a project wrapped, people went their separate ways, some out of practicality, others out of sheer indifference. One person's passion or desperation might drive the project forward, but once the work was done, the connections usually faded. Grace had been the same way. "So," Christopher asked, his curiosity sharpening, "what is your impression of Keanu? Does he have potential?" And hesitated for a moment, as if weighing her words. "Honestly, I am completely floored by Regal's eye for talent. First with Grace, and now Keanu's a raw talent. It is the kind you rarely see. He has this presence, this charisma, that screams, superstar." The phrase, "eye for talent," reminded Christopher of someone, but he pushed the thought aside. Even so, it was impressive, almost uncanny, how Regal had picked up on it. If not for Regal's insight, it would have taken them much longer, through trial and error, to recognize Grace's struggles under pressure. They had only realized it after some time, and were now working to help her overcome it. Still, Christopher couldn't say for sure whether it was pure luck or Regal's actual instinct for talent. For now, all he could do was acknowledge it. "Interesting," Christopher said, the faintest flicker of surprise crossing his face. "And the others?" Andrew fit the role so naturally it felt like it was tailor-made for him, and said, "And Grace, she gave a performance I don't think even she knew she was capable of." Christopher's eyebrows arched, clearly intrigued. That's high praise. And number 39. Chapter 39, The Hawkings. Christopher's eyebrows arched, clearly intrigued. That's high praise, Kiera. For a moment, the room fell into a reflective silence. The person Christopher had initially dismissed as inconsequential had managed to earn such glowing remarks from someone as discerning as Kiera. That was no small feat. Finally, Christopher's face changed, replacing his earlier skepticism. So let me get this straight. Keanu Andrew Grace, he muttered, almost to himself. A rookie with no prior acting history, an indie regular with no standout work, and an underrated and underutilized actress. And somehow, they all delivered remarkable performances. And nodded. That's right. And it was a debutante director who managed to bring forth such talent together and turned a film better than the script we received? Christopher pressed, and nodded firmly. I know it sounds unlikely, but that's exactly what happened. Christopher's eyes narrowed as he processed the information. So, Stephen also liked it, and I take it he is planning to recommend it to his grandfather? I am positive. He looked pretty excited about it, and replied, a small smile tugging at her lips. Then we might not have much time. Christopher's voice dropped. He had invited Stephen to the screening for a very specific reason, to gauge its quality by himself and maybe help give the film a chance. If not, at least get the film released, whether that meant through film festivals or direct to DVD. There were no ulterior motives. He genuinely wanted to help, but it is also true he didn't take them completely seriously either or use his full connections. It was just that he hadn't believed the film would be any good or this good. Yes, Christopher read the script. The deal was simple. If Grace was involved, Christopher had to read it. When she expressed interest in working on the project, he insisted on seeing what she was signing up for. The script was good, no doubt. Grace had plenty of opportunities to shine, which was a rarity in such projects. That alone had made it stand out. But potential on paper rarely translated to reality, especially when helmed by someone so young and inexperienced. Even Grace's enthusiastic praise for the director hadn't swayed him. Sure, the kid had talent. His script writing showed promise, even if it might still turn out to be a fluke. But directing? His first film? That was a different beast entirely. Yet here he was, hearing Kyra, someone whose judgment he trusted, deliver glowing reviews. It was enough to make him pause. Perhaps he had underestimated them, especially Regal. Now, the prospect of the film being picked up by distributors seemed real, if the right person saw it first. If Stephen was impressed enough to involve his grandfather, the film might find itself in the hands of someone who could turn it into a serious contender. That possibility was more than good news. It was a lifeline, especially since one of their own clients had a part in the project. But there wasn't a moment to spare. The industry moved fast, and the risk of losing talent to competitors was very real. Tell me everything, Christopher said, his voice steady but urgent, and wasted no time, flipping through the papers and rattling off the specifics. The key players, the actors, the strategy. She was quick, and Christopher listened intently, his exhaustion momentarily forgotten as the details were being told. Next day, evening, Hawking's residency. Sir, Junior Sir wishes to meet you. He is waiting in the lounge area. A man in a professional suit announced, his voice crisp and formal. Stephen Hawking Sr., the one in power, didn't lift his eyes from the book in his lap, his face etched with age but still stern. That brat's here? What does he need from me? He wondered, but added, let him in. His voice is rough due to old age. As you wish, the man replied before leaving the room. A moment later, Stephen, or more accurately, Stephen Jr., walked into the room. He was the same one who just yesterday attended the private screening of Following. Yet, Stephen Sr. didn't acknowledge him, continuing to turn the pages of his book, his attention fully on the words. Stephen Jr., unbothered, crossed the room and sat on the couch. Minutes ticked by in silence, the only sound in the room. The faint rustle of pages as Stephen Sr. turned them. Stephen Hawking, or Stephen Hawking Sr., since there is another one with his name now. Nevertheless, the name echoes through Hollywood, a legacy that refuses to fade. He made his first mark at 20, landing a debut lead role in indie cinema back in 1960, which is still one of the most iconic indie films to date. However, nobody guessed that was just the start. From there, He built a career that changed the face of acting. With every role and film, Steven pushed boundaries, constantly redefining what it meant to perform. But like all stories, this came to a close. A decade ago, he retired from Hollywood, leaving behind the glitz and the noise. No regrets. He had no desire for the spotlight anymore. Yet, he couldn't fully disconnect from the world of film. The passion for cinema never left him. Even after retiring, he kept up with the latest releases, always curious, always watching. But recently, something has changed. He wasn't looking to return as an actor, not unless something truly exceptional came his way. But producing, helping new talent? That idea had started to grow on him. He had been reading indie scripts from people he trusted, but each one left him disappointed. None of it felt worthy of his name, of the legacy he had worked so hard to build. He wasn't going to settle for mediocrity. Steven had always been a man of principle, especially when it came to his craft. His reputation meant everything to him, and he protected it fiercely. But now, as he sat across from his grandson, Stephen realized that maybe his principles were part of the problem. Stephen Hawking Jr. Same name, but a strained connection. A gulf between them, filled with silence and unspoken resentment. If he were honest, Stephen knew the fault wasn't entirely his grandson's. It ran deeper. The distance between them started with his own failures as a father. And now, his grandson was paying the price for that neglect. Naming him after himself had been his way of seeking redemption, a quiet attempt to make things right. He had thought, perhaps naively, that the name might serve as a bridge, something tangible to connect what had been fractured, to mend wounds that had long festered unseen. But it didn't work that way. A name couldn't fix years of neglect. Now, their bond was too fragile to be saved by a title. What could he say? What could he do to fix it? After what felt like an eternity, though it was likely no more than 5 minutes, Stephen Sr. finally broke the silence. He asked, "So what do you want? It must be important if you have come all the way here." Still not lifting his head. His voice was calm but carried an edge, the kind of sharpness that demanded an answer without delay. "Well, I guess that's enough for permission," Stephen Jr. thought. So, instead of replying, he rose from his chair and walked over to the home theater system. He powered it on and retrieved the hard disk from the envelope he had been carrying. Stephen Sr. didn't comment on his grandson's behavior as he watched him open an envelope, and inside it was a film tape and a letter that seemed a contract. He wondered, but still maintained his silence. It wasn't the first time they experienced these kinds of moments. In fact, that is how they converse typically, and that is by actions rather than explaining personally. So he simply waited for whatever that was to come. On the other hand, Stephen Jr. put away the contract without the least bit of formality it deserved or he cared to give it. It is Hollywood, and nothing ever proceeded without some form of documentation. That is what the piece of paper reminds him of. But apparently the contract is called Film Content Viewing Agreement. It was signed between him and Keanu, who is representing Regal, when Stephen Jr. requested a few clips of the movie, a trailer. Keanu didn't decline, but immediately put Regal on the line. Regal, however, paused briefly before agreeing. "If this helps the movie," he said plainly, "then I am fine with it." And just when he thought it was proceeding smoothly, and, being her meticulous self, wasn't satisfied with how things unfolded. Watching Keanu hand over the recorders so casually, without securing any formal assurances, though she tried to temper it with the knowledge that he was still relatively new to the industry. Perhaps he genuinely didn't know better. Still, she expected. Regal, despite his limited experience as an author, would be more thorough, and she didn't even wish to entertain the possibility that Regal might also be unaware of such formalities. That is impossible. And rightly so, because Regal did, in fact, know the procedures. So she simply waited on the sideline, expecting Regal to include some reference to the contract in the accompanying message. But no such mention was made. For a moment, she was taken aback. Then, she remembered again. Regal was, after all, the same man who had agreed to Grace's verbal commitment to the movie, despite her delaying the signing of any official paperwork. In hindsight, and realized that expecting more from the men involved in this project might have been overly optimistic. Still, she had ensured the handoff was handled with a modicum of professionalism, though it earned her a few quips from Stephen Jr., who labeled her a party pooper and threw in a few other remarks for good measure. Meanwhile, Steven Jr. had finished setting up the system to play the short video. He had deliberately chosen this trailer instead of presenting the entire film. Steven Jr. turned around, his eyes darting curiously to his grandfather still seated in his chair, his expression unreadable, a perfect poker face. Steven Jr. could feel the sweat starting to bead on his forehead. The reason was simple. This brief clip was enough. For Steven Sr., it wasn't necessary to show more. Anyone else might need the full film, but not for him. Number 40. Chapter 40, Old Man. Same time, Regal's flat. Train dash. The doorbell rang. Keanu opened it almost immediately. Standing outside was Regal. His face looked tired. Neither of them said a word. Regal didn't wait for an invitation. He stepped in, brushing past Keanu, who quietly moved aside and shut the door behind him. Shoes off. Coat off. Dropping it over the back of a nearby chair. How did it go? Regal asked, his tone calm but edged with curiosity, his eyes fixed on the floor as if the question didn't need direct engagement. He was referring to the private screening that took place yesterday, but as Christopher had initially guessed it to be another distribution deal, it turned out to be something else entirely. At the last minute, Gwendolyn had called him in for a meeting regarding certain rights and international publication matters related to Harry Potter. And also the fact they want to meet the author personally. Anyway, that's for another time, as he completely wants to focus on following hit theaters. Regal knew it was a stretch to expect much from a talent agency, but there was no harm in trying. It went fine. They seemed to like the movie. No promises yet, but I am positive, Keanu said, leaning against the wall. What about you? Regal tossed his phone onto the table with a soft thud. It went fine. Well, I guess something is moving smoothly. Keanu chuckled softly. Train dash. Just then the doorbell rang. Again, Keanu glanced at Regal, who gave a small nod. Without a word, the other pushed off the wall and headed to answer it. Who is it? Keanu asked as he cracked the door open. Ah, your girlfriend. Ring any bells? A woman's voice came, sarcastic and sharp. Before Keanu could respond, Saren walked in, Regal's sister and his girlfriend. She strode past her still frozen boyfriend, the sharp clack of her heels echoing briefly before she kicked them off without care, sending them skidding across the entryway. Keanu let out a defeated sigh, stooping to gather the wayward shoes. He placed them neatly by the wall, his movements hinting, as if this weren't the first time Saren had left chaos in her wake. By the time he stepped into the hallway leading to more personal space, Saren was already sprawled on the couch, her critical gaze sweeping the room like a disapproving auditor. Lately, my boyfriend has been spending more time with you than with me. So why don't you two might as well start dating each other? Saren muttered, rolling her eyes as she flopped onto the couch. What are you doing here, Saren? Regal asked, barely glancing up from his seat. Saren tilted her head slightly. Huh, you look terrible. I look terrible because I feel terrible. Regal replied flatly, his voice devoid of any energy. Mr. Keanu Reeves. Saren suddenly called out, her voice louder. Keanu appeared from the hallway, his expression already weary. What now? He asked, bracing himself. For impact. You said you were helping Regal out, so I let it slide. But what are you even doing here? Saren began, her tone sharp. Stop. Regal interrupted, standing abruptly. I am too tired for this. Let's just go get something to eat. He didn't wait for a response. Instead, he grabbed Saren's hand with one of his and Keanu's with the other, yanking them both toward the door without ceremony. Regal's suit jacket hung abandoned on the chair. His phone lay forgotten on the table. Wait, hold on. I am still in my shorts. Let me at least change. Keanu protested, dragging his feet in a futile attempt to stall. We can just eat here. I will cook. Saren chimed in casually. Regal didn't stop. Keanu suddenly perked up. Actually, on second thought, going out sounds great. His voice held an unexpected enthusiasm that immediately raised suspicion. Saren squinted at him, her eyes narrowing. Keanu, I don't know why, but I don't like that look on your face right now. What do you mean? Keanu replied with a forced laugh, scratching the back of his neck. Regal ignored them both, his grip firm as he marched toward the exit, dragging them along. The door shut behind them with a definitive click, leaving behind a half-organized room and Keanu's dignity, somewhere near the neatly aligned heels. And Regal's phone was still lying on the table. They made their way down the street. an odd trio that garnered more than a few curious glances. Regal, still in his formal clothes, looked like a mismatched mannequin. His tie hung loose, his shirt was untucked, and he wore flip-flops that didn't even match, one navy and the other bright orange. Keanu, in knee-length shorts and a wrinkled t-shirt, resembled someone who had been forcibly yanked from a nap. His bedhead completed the look. Saren, to her credit, looked somewhat presentable, though her sharply furrowed brow and tight-lipped grimace made it clear she was questioning every life choice that had led her to this moment. "By the way, I left my phone and wallet inside," Regal said nonchalantly, as if commenting on the weather. "So, the bill's on one of you." Keanu's head whipped toward him. "Hey, you dragged me out in my shorts. I didn't bring my wallet either." Regal murmured, unbothered. "So that leaves." Keanu trailed off, looking towards Saren. "Saren," Regal finished, his tone as casual as ever. Saren stopped in her tracks, turning slowly to face them. Her arms crossed, and the sharp, judgmental glare she gave them could have turned stone to ash. The audacity and the sheer nerve to expect a lady to foot the bill after dragging her into this circus? Neither man flinched. Regal stifled a yawn, while Keanu scratched the back of his neck like a guilty teenager. Saren, however, wasn't ready to let it go. There was a far more pressing concern gnawing at her. "You two are acting way too in sync." She narrowed her eyes, her suspicion growing. "You are not actually dating each other, are you?" Keanu froze, blinking at her as if she had just accused him of committing a crime. She wasn't just annoyed anymore. Her concern seemed genuine. Her boyfriend? Dating her brother? The thought was absurd, wasn't it? "Sorry, I am not into men. Also, I already told you about Gwen," Regal said flatly, shrugging as though the entire conversation bored him. "Yeah, same here," Keanu added quickly, too quickly, his voice a little higher than usual. Saren's eyes darted between them, her expression unreadable for a moment before she exhaled sharply. "Good," she muttered, brushing past them with an air of finality. Regal's lips twitched upward in the faintest of smirks. "You are still paying, though," Keanu snorted, trying to suppress his laughter as Saren whipped around to glare daggers at them. Her eyes promised retribution, but she didn't argue. Instead, she stormed ahead, leaving the two men exchanging amused glances. Iconic Talent Agency HQ. Inside the office, tension hung thick in the air. "Is he still not answering?" Steven Jr. asked, glancing grimly out the window at the black car parked below. His fingers tapped restlessly against the window pane. Behind him, and was trying to connect to someone, her phone pressed tightly to her ear. Christopher sat at his desk, his expression unreadable as he watched the situation unfold. "No, he is still not picking up," and said, shaking her head. Shit, Steven Jr. muttered under his breath, backing away from the window as though the car could see him. "What about Keanu? Do you have his number?" Christopher asked, cutting through Steven's murmurs with a calm, deliberate tone. "We don't," and replied, "but Grace probably has it. I will call her." Without waiting, she began dialing again, her fingers moving swiftly across the screen. Christopher shifted his gaze to Steven Jr. "Why did you come here unannounced anyway?" Steven Jr. threw up his hands. "Oh, come on, Chris. You know how the old man is. Do you think he would let me anywhere near a phone?" I had no choice, before Christopher could respond, and pulled her phone away from her ear as she reported, her tone now tight. "She is not answering either. Probably occupied by her classes." Christopher exhaled slowly. "This isn't good." Steven Jr. glanced at him, anxiety written all over his face. "You don't say." Christopher didn't have a response to that. "I am done for," Steven Jr. groaned, bending his neck. "The old man is sitting out there in that car, waiting. If I tell him Regal isn't picking up his phone, nope. I can't. I won't. I don't even want to think about it. Actually," and started, her tone tinged with curiosity. "Why didn't you invite him into the office?" Steven Jr. groaned, rubbing his temples. "He said he didn't want to come in," and tilted her head. "Why is that? How would I know?" Steven Jr. snapped. "What's going on in that old man's head?" Christopher paused for half a second, a faint smirk tugging at his lips. "I think I know the reason." He grabbed his coat and headed for the door. "Anyway, let's go." "Go? Go where?" Steven Jr. asked, moving his hands animatedly. "To tell him that Regal isn't answering." Christopher replied dryly, shooting him a side eye as he pulled the office door open. Stephen Jr.'s face turned pale. So, you do want us all to die? You can go alone. I will stay right here and handle things, spiritually. Get up. You are coming too. Christopher ordered, already stepping out, and didn't hesitate, following close behind with a small shrug. Stephen Jr. groaned loudly, dragging himself off the ground. This is it. This is how it ends. With me getting chewed out in a parking lot. The hallway stretched ahead as Christopher and took the lead, with Stephen Jr. trudging behind, his pace slower than usual. This wouldn't have happened if the old man had just let me leave a damn message. He complained. Thinks the world revolves around his schedule. Soon, they reached the stairwell, and Christopher didn't wait and headed toward the black car parked just outside. The old man, Stephen Sr., hadn't moved an inch. As they neared, the rear seat window rolled down slowly, revealing his stone-faced figure inside. Stephen Jr. felt his throat tighten. We couldn't reach him. Stephen Sr.'s gaze didn't flicker. Is that so? Yes. He is not picking up. Stephen Jr. nodded weakly, trying to keep his composure. But we are working on it. Christopher, standing stiffly beside him, took a step forward. It's being handled. Just need more time. Stephen Sr. didn't say anything immediately, his piercing gaze unblinking. Then, after a pause, he finally spoke. Get in. Stephen Jr. froze. What tea? I said we are leaving. His tone lowered, like the decision had already been made. We? Stephen Jr. opened his mouth again, the words getting stuck in his throat. Still, he stopped himself, unsure of what else to say, as he glanced at his own car that was parked a few meters away. He should have known something was off. The old man had been watching the same movie clips over and over since yesterday, as if possessed by some obsessive madness. And as if on cue, the window rolled up with quiet finality, shutting down any chance for further discussion. The car remained motionless, as if the man inside had already made his judgment, and they were now nothing more than waiting figures outside. Number 41. Chapter 41, Stephen Hawking. We? Stephen Jr. opened his mouth again, the words getting stuck in his throat. He should have known something was off. The old man had been watching the same movie clips over and over since yesterday, as if possessed by some obsessive madness. And as if on cue, the window rolled up with quiet finality, shutting down any chance for further discussion. Knowing he had no choice, Stephen Jr. exhaled and climbed into the front seat of the car, shooting Christopher and in a reluctant but goodbye nod. The car began to move smoothly. Stephen slouched in his seat, completely unused to this type of situation. Behind him, his grandfather sat like a statue, hands resting on his cane, as if he were the ruler of this small, mobile domain. Where does this young director live? His grandfather asked suddenly. Stephen Jr. felt more trouble brewing inside that casual question. However, he at least confirmed something by now. If you liked the movie that much, you should have just said so. Why drag everyone around like we are on leashes? He cursed silently. Not far. Yet there was no such harshness as he answered. Let's go, his grandfather ordered, as if the matter was already settled. Stephen Jr. sighed inwardly. Okay. He gave the driver, seated beside him, a few quick instructions, and the car smoothly changed direction. Just as they were 5 minutes away, Stephen Jr.'s phone vibrated in his pocket. He pulled it out and glanced at the screen. Chris. He answered. What is it? His tone was whispery, pressing his hand over the speaker to muffle the sound, wary of his grandfather overhearing. I just got Keanu's number from Grace. Turns out Regal's out for dinner with him and left his phone at home. Christopher cut to the chase. Stephen Jr.'s heart plummeted at that. So you were saying he isn't at his office right now? Obviously, Christopher replied flatly. Stephen muttered under his breath. I am dead. Wait, don't tell him. Christopher started, but his realization was cut off by the driver's interjection from the other side. Should I take a right here, Sir Jr.? The driver asked for directions. Stephen Jr. yanked the phone away, his head snapping toward the driver. Yeah. No, wait, take the left here. His words tumbled out, all over the place. The driver nodded, and the car smoothly veered left as instructed, and Stephen Jr. returned the phone to his ear. Okay, text me Keanu's number. I will call you later. He cut the call and shoved his phone back into his pocket. His grandfather's eyes were locked onto the windows, gazing at the moving surroundings. Still, he felt an imaginary sweat sliding down his neck. Trying to distract himself and break the tension, he turned toward the window dash. However, his gaze caught on something. Wait, is that? Stephen Jr. thought of connecting the figure's structure he remembered, and immediately he ordered, "Stop here." Heading his call, the driver's foot hit the brake, and the car slowed, pulling over to the side of the road, stopping just in front of a convenience store. Stephen Sr. in the back remained silent, but his sharp eyes bore into the younger one, silently demanding an explanation. "I am hungry," he blurted out, reaching for the door handle. Without hesitation, he yanked it open. "I will grab something from the store." Before his grandfather could utter a word, Stephen Jr. was already out of the car. He didn't look back, didn't pause to see the other's reaction. He was taking the risk, on his own now. His feet moved quickly, his heart thudding in his chest, praying he was right. Just moments ago, as the car had been rolling, a flash of movement caught his eye. A familiar figure is stepping out of the convenience store. Please, let it be him, he thought, and quickened his pace. He wasn't sure if it was luck or fate, but either way, he couldn't stop now. Meanwhile, Regal was having his peace moment with his sister and her boyfriend, completely oblivious to the tension simmering. Their brief outing had created chaos in the lives of the three people. "So this is what you meant by dinner? A convenience store meal?" Saren shot Regal a pointed look with sarcasm as they walked out of the convenience store. Regal shrugged. "Hey, little sis, I am saving your money." Saren's eyes narrowed into slits, but before she could unleash a retort, Keanu wandered over, carrying a plastic bag overflowing with instant noodle cups. He grinned. "Good news, they had the spicy ones left." Regal nodded in affirmation. "Hoo-hum." Saren pinched the bridge of her nose, her patience teetering on the edge. "Why am I even here?" And just then, in the distance, Stephen Jr.'s eyes zeroed in on Keanu, relief washing over him as he spotted the familiar face with two others. Immediately, he broke into a run in their direction. He has found him. His stride only quickened at that as his gaze locked firmly on Keanu, not because he was the most important person, but because he was the only familiar face in the group. "Stephen." Keanu blinked in surprise. At that, the group also turned toward him, confused by someone's abrupt arrival. Stephen Jr. came to a halt just short of gripping Keanu's shoulders. His voice broke, carrying an edge of frustration. "Do you have any idea what kind of mess you have indirectly caused me?" Keanu frowned, clutching his bag of instant noodles. "What mess?" "I was just grabbing dinner." Before Stephen Jr. could respond, Saren stepped forward, placing herself firmly between the two. "I don't know who you are, but kiddo, you are being really rude." "For once, I have to agree with you, Saren." Regal chimed in, stepping up beside her. Young Stephen Jr. flinched slightly, taken aback by the sudden interruption, but he didn't argue. I apologize. I didn't mean to come off that way. I am just in a rush." With a deep breath, he turned his attention back to Keanu, regaining some semblance of composure. "Where is your friend, Regal? Is he with you? Wasn't he supposed to be with you?" He thought as Christopher informed him they were together. Keanu, still confused, pointed lazily over his shoulder. "Well, that's him." "Regal." Stephen Jr.'s gaze followed the gesture, landing on Regal, who raised an eyebrow, clearly puzzled. "You were looking for me. Probably caused some trouble again." Saren murmured under her breath with a teasing tone, trying to pull her brother's leg. Regal shot her a brief, almost imperceptible look. "Read the room, girl," he muttered, as if dismissing her comment. Stephen Jr., now face to face with Regal, pushed forward with a calm but direct approach. "I am Stephen." He introduced himself, offering his hand in a brief handshake. Regal accepted the handshake, not showing any emotion. "I take it you were the one who watched my movie at the screening yesterday?" Stephen didn't linger on the small talk. He cut to the chase. "Do you know Stephen Hawking, the actor?" "Of course I would know him." Regal finally chuckled at that, showing some emotion, clearly finding humor in the question. Even Keanu, and surprisingly, Saren, who had little interest in movies, knew that name. Was there anyone who didn't? Especially an aspiring director like him? Now that would be a crime. Stephen nodded. "Well, here's the thing. It's a bit absurd, but he is my grandfather." For a brief moment, The three of them simply deadpanned at the young boy, as if spouting utter nonsense. However, Regal's thoughts were immediately overcome as he used insight on Stephen Jr. And just like that, a flicker of surprise rose in him. But it quickly faded as he merely nodded. Okay. He wanted to know what he was supposed to do with that information. He watched your movie clip. Stephen pressed on, still unsure whether the other party believed him yet. Not just that, he liked it a lot and wanted to meet you. Regal was now fully piqued by Stephen Jr. responded. Okay. With the same answer, now wanting him to continue. Stephen Jr. leaned in with finality. He is currently waiting in the car behind. Keanu and Saren exchanged looks, trying to digest what they had just heard. Stephen Hawking, the two-time Oscar-winning actor. Was he actually waiting for Regal in a car? Or was this some elaborate joke? A scam? A setup? They couldn't quite wrap their heads around it and struggled to piece together the strange conversation. Neither of them could make heads or tails of it, and the sheer absurdity of it all left them momentarily speechless. What on earth was going on here? But Regal continued his unfazed act, which the duo could all well recognize. So what now? He asked. Keanu and Saren almost stumbled and simply wanted to facepalm at his lackluster response. Even Stephen Jr. flinched at Regal's unexpected response. Unsure whether the guy was playing it cool, was actually unfazed by the bizarre turn of events, or was simply treating him like he was a fool. But for now, Stephen Jr. just decided to push forward. If you don't mind, could you come with me to the car and have a conversation with my grandfather? This could also be helpful for you guys. Regal paused for a second, looking in the distance, his expression thoughtful. I don't think that's possible. Stephen Jr. blinked, confusion creeping across his face. He hadn't expected that response. Was it the absurdity of the situation that made Regal hesitate? Asking someone to get into a car with a complete stranger was already pushing the boundaries of normal. So, Stephen Jr. could understand the hesitation, but that doesn't mean it sat right with him. But what he was unaware of is that the reason Regal didn't exactly reject him. And soon enough, he would understand why. Because Regal smirked ever so slightly, an almost knowing glint in his eye. It won't be necessary. Stephen Jr. was about to ask what he meant, but stopped, noticing Regal's focus was elsewhere, on something or someone across the street. His figure emerged from a sleek luxury car, leaning on a cane, and every step he took seemed to command attention. Stephen Jr. was now fully surprised as his grandfather soon reached their spot, while his gaze fixed directly on Regal, unwavering and sharp. Regal, unperturbed by the intense scrutiny, met Stephen Sr.'s stare with the same directness. This is interesting. He thought, completely amused by himself about the luck he had today. Name Stephen Hawking. Sr. Traits: work-driven, perceptive, dominating. Acting grade SS. Unique skill: foresight. Regal took a step forward, but there was still some respectful distance between him and the other, who stood motionless. Want to talk? However, there wasn't anything formal as Regal asked and casually gestured towards the convenience store. Behind him. It's a decent place. Trust me. Feeling no disrespect from the young star, Stephen Jr. nodded in affirmation. Sure. Why not? However, Junior Stephen, standing a few feet away, couldn't hide his shock. His jaw practically dropped as he processed the exchange. He had no idea what was going on. How come they seemed like this was not the first time they were meeting? Alas, there wasn't even time for him to figure it out, as the next moment the two of them walked in the sync towards the convenience store. Number 42. Chapter 42. New Sun. Few minutes before. I am hungry. Stephen Jr. blurted out, reaching for the door handle. Without hesitation, he yanked it open. I will grab something from the store. Stephen Sr. watched in silence as his grandson stepped out, wondering if the sudden exit was an excuse to avoid traveling with him. Had the request made him uncomfortable? Unaware of the misunderstanding his actions had caused, Stephen Jr. continued toward the convenience store. It wasn't an unreasonable assumption on Stephen Sr.'s part. This was the first time they had spent more than 5 minutes together in close quarters. Despite how they spoke with a certain ease, it wasn't born of affection. It was simply the result of familiarity, one shaped by indifference rather than warmth, and by the little regard Stephen Jr. had for his grandfather's work. Still, Stephen Sr. wasn't one to jump to conclusions. He chose to observe instead, watching every movement with quiet scrutiny. Under his gaze, Stephen Jr. abruptly halted his walk toward the store, shifting his attention to a small group of 3 individuals. From afar, the exchange seemed valued, but the details remained obscured by distance. Nonetheless, he continued observing passively, his face betraying no particular emotion. Then something changed. His eyes narrowed sharply, his focus drawn to one individual in the group, a young man. A flicker of discovery stirred within him. For the first time in years since his retirement, his gaze sharpened, slicing through his usual stillness. Holding on to that feeling, he finally spoke. "Jackie." His voice is almost inaudible, more like a thought escaping rather than a question meant to be heard. "Why do you think Stephen Hawking became who he is today?" Anticipatedly, Jackie, the driver, and a skilled bodyguard, certainly heard it, and in response, his back stiffened, startled by the question and the timing. He swallowed. "Because of your talent?" Stephen Sr. nodded, the faintest glimmer of expectation crossing his face. "True," he admitted, his tone carrying both pride and a certain inevitability. Talent had indeed been a defining factor, a gift he had refined to its peak, one that required neither modesty nor pretense. He had reached a point where humility was unnecessary, if not outright dishonest. Genuine humility had its place. But not here. Not now. But there was more to it, wasn't there? He knew, better than anyone else, that talent alone was not enough. His eyes, they had always sought the light, relentlessly drawn to brilliance wherever it shone. Through those eyes, he judged people, places, moments, anything and everything. They had never betrayed him. No, it was always the other way around. Opportunities are always around the corner, he often told himself. All one needed was the vision to seek them out, to search for the faintest glimmers of light. But as the years passed, his need to search had faded. His eyes no longer roamed in restless pursuit. There was no longer a reason to chase fleeting sparks because, in doing so, he had become something far greater. He had become the light itself, a sun. Yet yesterday, after so many years, his eyes caught it once more, the light. At first, he thought it was just another flicker, a fleeting spark buried within the clips his grandson had shown him. But Stephen Hawking had been mistaken. This wasn't just another light. No, this was something else, something with the potential to grow beyond mere sparkle, potential to reach him, or perhaps even surpass him. It was a reflection of the self he had once been, a younger son, burning with unrelenting brilliance, with an insatiable hunger to define, to shape, to illuminate. The truth settled over him like an inevitability he had long refused to acknowledge. His time had come. The light he carried had blazed a path, but the world was vast, unyielding. It would not wait for an aging sun to burn indefinitely. Now his own glow was fading, and before him now stood the new sun, a star so brilliant it left him awe for the first time in decades. The world had already chosen. There could only ever be one sun in the sky, and today he bore witness to the dawn of the next. Drawn by an undeniable force, Stephen Sr. stepped out of the car. He needed to see it up close to confirm what he already knew. And then, their eyes met. A beat of silence. For a fleeting moment, it felt as if the sun itself had turned its gaze upon him. He had been seen. "Want to talk?" The young man's voice cut through the stillness, steady and confident, effortlessly reaching Stephen Sr.'s ears. He gestured casually, adding, "It's a decent place. Trust me." Stephen Sr.'s lips curved ever so slightly in a wry smile. "An eccentric type, huh?" He murmured the thought to himself. This kid was going to cause a lot of trouble. The kind that rattles the industry, shakes the foundations. Then again, trouble had always been the birthplace of brilliance. Sure, why not? With that, he started walking. Under the stunned gazes of Saren, Keanu, and Stephen Jr., the 2 men, Regal and Stephen Sr., moved in sync, heading toward the convenience store. Regal, utterly unfazed, slid his hands into his pockets. "So what's the deal? You like the movie or something?" Stephen Sr. let out a small, amused exhale at the directness. "I did." A few steps behind, Saren leaned toward Keanu, her voice barely above a whisper. "Is that really him? Stephen Sr.? As in the Stephen Hawking?" Her eyes never left the 2 figures walking away. Keanu gave a slow, stiff nod. Yeah, no doubt about it. I didn't expect to see him here of all places. Saren blinked, struggling to wrap her head around the gravity of it. I mean, it's not every day you run into a celebrity. Keanu let out a short chuckle, shaking his head. Yeah, it's even crazier if it is Regal. Saren smirked. This feels surreal. I mean, Steven Sr. What do you even say to someone like that? Keanu shot her a dry look. Apparently, he said deadpan. You say? So, you like the movie or something? Finally, Steven Jr. snapped out of his stunned daze as he noticed the two nearing the entrance of the convenience store. Immediately, he hurried forward, exasperated. What are you doing out here? He asked, his voice a bit higher than usual. If anyone recognizes you, it's going to be a nightmare to handle. Steven Sr. glanced at his grandson, his expression unreadable. He was calm, almost too calm, as if this was just another day. He's got a point, Regal added, nodding thoughtfully as he held the door open to the store. Let's head inside. Easier to talk when we're not causing a scene. Steven Sr. gave a small nod of agreement at the suggestion. Steven Jr. stared at them, his confusion mounting by the second. Wait, that's it. You're just going along with this. Before he could get an answer, Steven Sr. was already inside, stepping casually into the store, with Regal following closely behind him. Moving ahead, Regal called out to the person behind the counter. Yo, boss. Think we can close up a little early tonight? Oh, and we will need extra chairs. The cashier, who was mid-shift and clearly unprepared for this sudden turn of events, blinked in stunned silence. Oh, what? Steven Jr. stood frozen, his mind struggling to catch up with what he was witnessing. A cocktail of disbelief and frustration painted across his face. Behind, Keanu leaned toward him, whispering, Does this happen a lot? Or should we be concerned? Steven Jr. shook his head. If you are looking for logic with that old man, you're in the wrong place. Number 43. Chapter 43. Because I like it. Keanu leaned toward him, whispering, Does this happen a lot? Or should we be concerned? Steven Jr. shook his head. If you are looking for logic with that old man, you're in the wrong place. Despite his casual demeanor, Regal had never imagined he would meet the Stephen Hawking in person, especially not this early in his career, and certainly not after rushing out of the house, forgetting both his phone and wallet. But more than that, his acting grade, SS-. Honestly, he hadn't even known there was a grade beyond A, let alone something like this. But the more he thought about it, the more it made sense. This was a man who had earned every ounce of his fame. Yo, boss, think we can close up a little early tonight? Oh, and we will need extra chairs, Regal said confidently as he walked in. Hearing the familiar voice, Jordan maintained his hunch over the counter with a calculator and notepad, without even a look up. What are you still hanging around here for, brat? He asked. I have got a really important guest with me, Regal declared. Jordan snorted, still not looking up. Important guest? From your list of friends? Sorry, I am not seeing how those two things overlap. Regal frowned, striding over to the counter and leaning in slightly. Not funny. Good. I wasn't trying to be. Jordan replied flatly, jotting a quick note on the paper before finally glancing up. For some inexplicable reason, Regal and he ended up in a silent staring contest. Lastly, Regal's mouth twitched. Seriously, man, just look in the back. Stephen Hawking is here. Jordan raised an eyebrow, his expression still unbothered. If you need something, just spit it out. Don't waste my time with random nonsense. What is it this time? Need a part-time job? Huh. Did someone already kick you, OU? But as his gaze shifted past Regal's shoulder, the casual indifference on his face shattered. For people had entered the store. Two of them were familiar, part of Regal's crew. Jordan had met them during that film The Brat shot. Yeah, there were a few shorts Regal filmed in his convenience store. Jordan had been paid handsomely, so he agreed to let him use the place. So he recognized those two. But the other two? Strangers, at least, that's what he thought, until one of them, an older man, calmly removed the hat shielding his face. Jordan's stomach twisted. He knew that face. The man spoke first, his tone calm and courteous. I would like to apologize to the owner of this establishment for barging in so suddenly. Standing right there in front of Jordan was Stephen Hawking, and he was apologizing to him? The pen in his hand dropped to the ground. What did you do? He hissed, yanking Regal closer over the counter. Regal's expression flickered between smugness and irritation. Told you he was here. Jordan's reaction didn't surprise Regal. He knew the man was a huge fan. Stephen Hawking had a long 30-year career in Hollywood before retiring in the early 2000s, exactly a decade ago. And it was an undeniable fact that he was at his peak during 1975 to 1990, an era where he wasn't just an actor, but a superstar. Also, this was also the period he had amassed his most loyal base of followers. Not people like Regal or Keanu, who had only heard of his stardom, recorded clips, saw his films, read about his success. Jordan, though, he was part of the generation that had witnessed Stephen Hawking's rise firsthand. Jordan released Regal, cleared his throat, forced a polite smile, and turned to Stephen Sr. No need to apologize, sir. Customers are always welcome here. Customer, huh? Stephen Sr. murmured, a hint of surprise flashing across his face. Actually, just as Regal, the group around him is just as intriguing as him, though for reasons he couldn't entirely articulate. For once after many years, he didn't feel like the most important person in the room. There was no suffocating flattery, no excessive deference treating him like some fragile relic of the past. It was refreshing. And instead of some fancy restaurant, he was invited to a small convenience store the boy was familiar with. The whole situation was taking an unexpected turn. Was it the people around him that were remarkable? Or was it simply in his nature to draw the remarkable people to his side? Little sis, Regal said suddenly, there's an electric cooker in the back. We will need 5-cup no dashed. He paused, glancing around to count heads. No, make it 6 cups of instant noodles. I don't want this grumpy old man glaring at me while I eat. It was obvious who the grumpy old man was, Jordan. Regal then shot a look that practically screamed, please, at least 100 times before Saren finally started to move. I will help. Keanu volunteered. Regal waved him off. Nah, Keanu. Head outside to where the car's parked. There is a man out there. Ask if he wants anything to eat. Meanwhile, to the side, Stephen Sr. took note. So his name is Keanu. For a moment, he questioned himself. How did I miss it? But regardless of that, for now, Stephen could see it in Keanu too. The tiny spark, the faint glimmer of something more. Though it was faint, barely noticeable under the overwhelming radiance of the sun he was standing beside. No matter how brightly any other light shone, it was always overshadowed. Still, Stephen wondered how this man's journey would unfold. Would he be swallowed by that brilliance, or would he learn to withstand it? Then Regal added, on second thought, he will probably turn it down. Just tell him it was his employee who told you to give it to him. Got it. Should I grab whatever looks good? Yeah, sounds fine to me. Regal replied, darting a quick glance at Hawking from the corner of his eye, checking for any signs of disapproval. Satisfied, he clapped his hands together. All right, Junior, you are with me. Let's grab the table from storage and set it up. Junior? Stephen Jr. blinked, looking a bit confused by the sudden title. It didn't matter whether he liked it or not. Regal had already subconsciously decided that was his name now. He just liked how it sounded. It also gave him a newfound understanding of why a certain someone enjoyed calling him by a similar nickname. It's just too much fun. Meantime, Stephen Sr. gave his grandson a small nod of approval, a subtle signal to follow along. Before long, the two were making their way toward the storage area behind the counter. What do you tea? Jordan's voice rang out suddenly. He seemed to have only just grasped the reality of the situation. But before he could finish, Regal waved him off, speaking quickly. I will pay. Jordan shrugged, his business instincts kicking in. Okay. As Regal led the way, Stephen Sr. remained still, watching the chaotic scene with a faint smile, his curiosity piqued. This was far from what he had expected, but for some reason, it felt not so bad. A few minutes later, the setup was complete. The table was in place, surrounded by chairs, with snacks, steaming cups of noodles, and drinks neatly arranged on top. So, Regal, the film this brat started, actually managed to complete it already and is now ready for the release. Jordan asked, taking a big sip from his beer glass before placing it back on the table with a dull clink. Yep. Regal gave him a smug thumbs up. But how exactly did you meet Mr. Stephen in all this? Jordan pressed. I don't know that part either. Not entirely, at least. Regal shrugged nonchalantly. What was I expecting? Saren, his sister, muttered under her breath before groaning dramatically, and planting her face in her hands. Jordan, equally unimpressed, shot Regal a deadpan look. I think I can fill in the gaps. Keanu chimed in. He explained the chain of events, and it was, more or less, exactly what had happened. Huh, that's a little hard to believe, don't you think? Jordan said, skeptical. Sarah nodded in agreement, arms crossed. It is true. Stephen Sr. interjected. My grandson showed me a clip from the film. I liked it and decided to meet the person behind the story. He paused, glancing at Regal to check his expression, and maybe help out a little too. Regal didn't bother hiding his grin. That sounds great. Jordan snorted. Testing him is pointless. Regal's the kind of guy who loses all sense of shame once he thinks he is close to someone. Thanks. Regal replied, offering a shy, almost confused smile at the backhanded compliment. Throughout the exchange, Stephen Jr. remained silent, observing quietly. It was his first time seeing his grandfather this relaxed and casual. It was new and even a little disturbing. Not that he spent a lot of time with his grandfather. Then, Stephen Sr. turned to Regal, his gaze steady and neutral. Why did you want to make films? He asked out of nowhere. Keeping aside Regal's obvious talent, Stephen Sr. was curious to know one last thing. One thing that will determine his stance with him in the future. Why? Regal gives it a genuine thought. Even Keanu leaned in slightly, intrigued. Lately, he had found himself wondering the same thing. Why he enjoyed working on movies as much as he did. He wanted to put that feeling into words, and maybe even give a right name to label it. Regal muttered, racking his brain. Then, with a snap of his fingers, he grinned and said, because I like it. Yep, that's the best he could come up with for the reason behind his obsession with movies. Saren burst out laughing. It was the same reason Regal said when he was a kid. He really didn't change much, not as much as he looked like at times. Meanwhile, Stephen made his decision. He already did the moment he saw Regal, but now he was a little more determined. Knowingly or unknowingly, this event today marked the beginning of one of the biggest debuts a person could get into Hollywood. Number 44. Chapter 44, Red Studio. 2 days later, June 7th, 2010. Location, Red Pictures HQ. Deontay Maravich, the president of Red Pictures Distribution, sat in the dimly lit screening room, his gaze fixed on the screen as the climax of the film unfolded before him. To his right was Regal, the film's director. On his left sat Pete Hardy, film acquisitions executive of Red Pictures, the very person responsible for scouting potential films and conducting initial quality assessments before they reached the higher-ups. Ironically, it had been Pete who rejected this very film when Regal had first approached the company, hoping for a distribution deal. And yet, here they were now, watching it under vastly different circumstances. A few rows behind them, 2 older men sat in silence, observing the screening with an air of quiet authority. One of them is Stephen Sr., responsible for the screening. Beside him sat William Rush, the former CEO of Red Pictures, a man who had once overseen both the production and distribution divisions before they were split into separate entities. More than that, he was the founder of Red Pictures itself. Moments later, the credits rolled, and the lights came on. Deontay Maravich stood up, prompting Regal and Pete to do the same. He extended his hand toward Regal, offering a firm handshake, the second one today, after their initial meeting a few hours ago. That was a solid film, Mr. Regal, Deontay said evenly. I appreciate it. Regal replied simply. Meanwhile, the 2 older men slipped out of the room without a word. Their business here was done, and the rest was up to them to negotiate. Deontay turned to Pete. So Pete, what do you think? Was the film to your liking? His tone was neutral, devoid of praise or criticism, though beneath it lay an unspoken warning. He wasn't about to reprimand his own employee in front of an outsider, but Pete understood the subtext clearly. Pete stiffened. Definitely, sir. It was impressive. Standing beside them, Regal barely suppressed a smirk. Not out of pettiness. He wasn't the type to gloat over a previously rejected film now being reconsidered, but because the performance before him was so transparent. Deontay and Pete were playing their parts well. The firm but fair superior subtly corrected his subordinate in front of Regal to frame the past rejection as an oversight. At the same time, Deontay was carefully distancing himself from the original decision, setting the stage to renegotiate as if the rejection had never happened. It was a clever move. Regal could respect that. If anything, it confirmed one thing: they were interested. Still, though, he wasn't about to let them have it so easy. Well, everyone has their own preferences, Mr. Deontay. Can't really fault them for that. He said casually. Right. It wasn't the response Deontay was expecting. With a single sentence, he flipped the script. Instead of going along with Deontay's attempt to smooth things over, he subtly suggested that Pete still might not have liked the film, reinforcing that the past rejection was real and that this little performance wasn't going to change anything. It was a quiet but firm pushback. Deontay, unfazed, decided to keep up the act. He straightened slightly, slipping back into his professionalism. Now I see where the maturity in your writing comes from, Mr. Regal. Regal didn't say anything at the sudden shift. Birds of a feather, he thought to himself. That was the only thing that came to mind. After this, the three of them relocated to a more formal setting, a boardroom, where negotiations would unfold properly. They went over the details, the number of theaters, the promotional budget, and, most importantly, the profit distribution between the director and the distribution company. Regal has used the same strategy he used during his book launch. He is obviously taking the percentage-based deal. Ordinarily, unless the director sells the film outright, standard deals heavily favor the distributor, often taking 70% to 80% of share revenue. However, Regal wasn't looking for a quick payout. He was certain his film would exceed expectations, and with that confidence, he ensured he retained control, avoiding a full buyout. The boardroom, however, was much colder than he had anticipated, far less receptive than the atmosphere he had encountered when negotiating his book deal. The executives seated across the table assessed him with a precise, calculating intensity, their expressions shifting as they weighed the advantages and drawbacks of each point he raised. Finally, the lead executive, a sharply dressed man in his 50s, tapped a pen against a thick folder and spoke. We like the film, he said. We think it has potential. $5 million. Full rights transfer. Standard deal. $5 million. Regal had funded the film himself for $500,000. That meant a tenfold return on investment. He acted as if he were considering it, letting the weight of the offer settle in the room. His gaze drifted across the executives. None of them looked particularly tense. They thought this was already in the bag. They had been through this before, sitting across from indie directors who were eager to see their films reach a wider audience, desperate for validation from a major studio. Directors who would trade ownership for a lucrative payday without hesitation. They had Regal pegged as one of them, a self-funded filmmaker who had lucked into a strong film, just waiting to be bought out. The kind they could acquire for a few million, repackage, and turn for a profit. Alas, Regal wasn't one of them. He knew how this worked. If Red Pictures secured full rights for a relatively modest sum, they would control everything: distribution, box office revenue, streaming, and international markets. They would maximize its potential, reap the full rewards, and move on. The only problem? They were severely underestimating what they had. The numbers were already crystal clear in his mind. For Regal, this wasn't a $10 million film. It wasn't even a $50 million film. This was a $100 million film, and with the current stats running through his mind, it might even be worth a little more. They just didn't see it yet. So Regal played his role, a man seemingly conflicted, hesitant, unsure, and someone willing to take a gamble. Typically, indie films are bought outright for $1 to $5 million, giving distributors full control. So he put forth what he wanted. I appreciate the offer, really, but I was thinking more of a partnership rather than an outright sale. The executives exchanged glances. Performance-based meant they didn't have to commit to a high upfront payment. It also meant they kept control, at least for the initial earnings. But there is just one more thing. This wasn't what they planned. You mean a profit split? One of them asked, skeptical. I am willing to take a risk alongside you. Regal said, no big upfront check. I believe in the film. We split the earnings fairly, based on how it performs. That got their attention. He wasn't desperate. He wasn't pleading for a check. And that made them listen. Go on, one of them prompted. Regal knew if he started too high, they would shut him down. If he started too low, they would see him as naive. So he let them think they were winning. Something tired. He said, if it underperforms, you get the majority. If it overperforms, we both win big. He laid out the structure. If the film made less than $20 million, they would receive 75% of the box office, leaving him with roughly the same $5 million they had initially offered. If it landed between $20 million and $50 million, they would still hold the majority, 60%. Even if it surpassed $50 million, their share would remain at 55%. The tide would only shift if the film broke past $100 million. At that point, they would have to split it 50/50. A tiered system that protected the distributor heavily in the beginning. And they bit. They took the insurance rather than betting on the film reaching a fantastical box office performance. They were convinced the film wouldn't reach the upper tiers. We can work with that, the executives nodded. Even if it flopped or barely scraped past $15 million, they would walk away with a comfortable profit while leaving Regal with nothing. Then, just as they thought they had locked him down, Regal spoke again. One more thing, he said. Home entertainment and streaming, let's keep that simple. You can have 50% the first year. After that, it flips to 75-25 in my favor. After 5 years, I get full rights back. A pause. One of them furrowed his brow. You want full ownership after 5 years? Yeah. Regal shrugged, like it was an afterthought. I mean, indie films don't make much after a few years, right? I just want control for archival purposes. That was a lie, or at least the second part. It was true that most films made their biggest profits in the Blu-ray and DVD market during the first few years. But Regal was looking ahead. He knew physical media would decline. Streaming online platforms and OTT were the future. And by regaining full rights, he could release the film wherever he wanted and keep every cent of the revenue. Fine, one of them said with a dismissive wave. Nobody's gonna buy Blu-rays after the initial release anyway. Regal nodded. He had just secured millions down the line for free. And now there was only one last thing. He sat forward. One last point, marketing costs. We need a cap. At that, most of the executives who thought the deal was finished turned their heads and sank. You are saying we can't recoup marketing costs? No, Regal said, shaking his head. Let's cap recoupable marketing at $5 million. Anything beyond that will not be from my share. That line earned a few smirks. No problem. It was accepted pretty easily and almost amusingly. And Regal understood why. Hollywood accounting. It was a method built to keep filmmakers broke, where studios inflated marketing costs, piling on expenses so high that, on paper, a film never turned a profit. But that trick was usually reserved for major blockbusters. To them, his film wasn't even worth the effort. Good doing business with you, Regal said, sealing the deal with a firm nod. Likewise, the executives exchanged looks of satisfaction. All that was left now was to finalize the contracts with the lawyers and sign on the dotted line. Number 45. Chapter 45. Media and Critic Screening 1. After signing the contracts, the later proceedings were a smooth ride for Regal. The only major tasks left were finalizing the release date and structuring their promotional strategy around it. Admittedly, releasing an indie film directly into theaters was a rare move. Most independent films typically went through festival circuits, earning awards and recognition before catching the attention of distributors. Awards could serve as a crucial marketing tool, giving films credibility and something tangible to promote. However, Following had neither. No festival appearances, no prestigious honors. Luckily, Regal proposed something to the promotion team to compensate for it in an entirely different way, one that proved just as, if not more, effective. With their help, he crafted a tagline that immediately caught the industry's attention. The legendary Stephen Hawking makes his grand comeback as a presenter, this time alongside the brilliant mind behind Harry Potter. And just like that, the film had its hook. June 14, 2010. Soon, weeks passed, and the film, Following, was scheduled to hit theaters in 2 days. The trailer, a brief 1 minute and 23 seconds, had already made its way to MeTube. It didn't give away much. Instead, it teased just enough, a character's internal monologue revealing how a single day turned his life upside down. The protagonist, Bill, played by Andrew, spoke of his peculiar hobby of following strangers, leaving the audience curious and intrigued about the film's title and its deeper meaning. Promotions were modest, constrained by the film's limited budget. Every move had to count. And today, the stakes were high. Critics, journalists, bloggers, and influencers had been invited to a special media screening. These were the people whose opinions could either breathe life into the film's release or snuff it out before it had a chance. Today it was decided to conduct a special screening for the critic and media. Regal, along with a small team introduced by Deontay, identifies key critics, journalists, bloggers, and also influencers who align with the film's genre and target audience. They made sure to highlight the most interesting aspect. Following, presented by Stephen Hawking Sr. For an indie project with no recognizable faces or mainstream backing, this was huge, and decisions like this could shift the tides entirely, sparking some valuable initial interest and garnering reviews before the official release. Nonetheless, it can be considered a risky move. In today's world of instant reactions and trending hashtags, word of mouth spreads fast, too fast. If the response was negative, the fallout could bury the film before it even hit theaters. But what choice did they have? Without a hook, an indie film couldn't afford to dream of drawing attention. Luckily, Stephen Hawking's name was already doing some heavy lifting. People were curious, if not compelled, to give the movie a chance. Even this screening might not have happened at all if not for that name, and most probably critics wouldn't have spared it a glance. As the clock hit the scheduled time, the private theater buzzed quietly as the attendees settled into their seats. Stephen Sr. stepped onto the small stage at the front, his presence attracting attention without effort. "Thank you all for joining us on such short notice," he said. "I value your time, so let's not waste it. Please, enjoy the film." The lights dimmed. The projector flickered to life. A still hush blanketed the room as the film began. The film opens on a striking close-up of a young man. His gaunt face is framed by unruly hair, and his hollow eyes seem to bore through the detective sitting opposite him. His shirt, wrinkled and stained, hangs loosely on his frame, and his fingers twitch as if unable to settle. The detective leans forward, his voice steady but probing. "You're connected to a series of crimes, burglary, murder. Start talking." The young man flinches. His voice falters, teetering between desperation and dread and denials. I wouldn't. Moving forward, for minutes, the interrogation loops in a frustrating cycle, questions met with fragile denials. "Fine. Sit here and think about how deep you are in." The detective sighs and leaves the man. Alone in the haunting silence, the frame lingers on the young man, now identified as Bill. It started as curiosity. His voice breaks the quiet, soft but chilling. Then it became a habit. And then it became me. The camera zoomed in on his eyes, blank, unseeing, yet holding a weight that unsettles. The people watching the movie shifted in their seats, the oppressive quiet of the theater amplifying the tension. Then, seamlessly, the scene morphs into a flashback. Bill sits hunched over a corner table in a bustling CF, a battered notebook open before him. The room pans through the room in a few series of rapid cuts. Couples chat animatedly, laughter spills from groups of friends, baristas shout orders over the hum of espresso machines. Yet Bill is apart, still, isolated, untethered. His pen taps against the table in a mindless rhythm as his gaze flits between the strangers around him. Each glance lingers a moment too long, his eyes locking on details the casual observer would miss: the flick of a wrist, a shared glance, the fleeting twitch of a smile. His voiceover resumes, breaking the veneer of normalcy. I was a writer, or at least, that's what I told myself. But writing, it was just an excuse to watch. The camera zooms out, showing Bill's corner of the CAF as a world within itself, an invisible barrier separating him from the people he so intently observes. He shifts in his seat, his notebook scrawled with erratic, half-finished thoughts. Around him, the world moves, but he remains motionless, a solitary observer. A shared realization spreads through the theater. His loneliness isn't just visible. It's palpable, invasive, and unavoidable. The CAF dissolves into a montage, the shift jarring yet deliberate, pulling the audience deeper into Bill's world. Bill follows strangers through streets thick with noise and alleys cloaked in shadows. The voyeuristic shots are unsettling, the camera positioned from his perspective, mirroring self-imposed rules. Never too close. Never the same person twice. It started small. He narrates, the timbre of his voice darkening. A detail here. A quirk there. I was collecting pieces of their lives to fill the gaps in mine. The montage grows more erratic, footsteps echoing in narrow alleys, strangers' faces turning briefly toward the lens, unwitting participants in Bill's escalating obsession. His journal appears again, now filled with cramped handwriting and sketches. His entries are meticulous, almost clinical: habits, routines, relationships. The audience, transfixed, sees the shift. What began as a peculiar habit has become something darker, an obsession inching toward a precipice. The voiceover continues, now tinged with regret. At first, they were just subjects. Names didn't matter. Their lives didn't matter. They were stories, and I was just an observer. The final flash cuts to Bill's trembling hands, the notebook clutched tightly as he scribbles frantically. His face is illuminated by the dim light of a desk lamp, his hollow eyes fixed on the pages as if possessed. The screen lingers on his journal, lines upon lines of intimate details, strangers reduced to ink and paper, until the words blur into chaos. But the line between observing and becoming. His whisper breaks the scene like a sharp intake of breath. It was thinner than I ever imagined. The screen cuts to black, plunging the theater into silence. For a heartbeat, the audience sits suspended, breaths held, minds racing. Then the tone shifts abruptly. The scene erupts with vibrant noise, a bustling marketplace alive with chatter, clinking coins, and vendors shouting over one another. The camera tracks Bill as he weaves through the crowd, his eyes fixed on a sharply dressed man ahead. A man, Cobb, walks with deliberate confidence, his tailored suit and charismatic demeanor a stark contrast to Bill's hunched, awkward presence. Bill lingers at a distance, captivated. The audience doesn't need dialogue to sense his fascination. Cobb is unlike anyone Bill has ever observed. That day marks the breach of Bill's cardinal rule: never the same person twice. The next scene is laced with dread as Bill follows Cobb again. Cobb walks with the same deliberate stride, but there's a shift. His movements feel too smooth, too aware. Without warning, when he reaches the turn, Cobb halts. He turns, his sharp eyes locking onto Bill's. The theater collectively jolts. Cobb's lips curl into a smirk, a mixture of amusement and something more dangerous. The moment lingers, thick with tense lines between them. Before cutting to the next scene, they sit across from each other in a quiet CF. Cobb's charisma is magnetic, his laughter disarming as Bill stammers through his explanation for following him. Surprisingly, Cobb isn't angry. "You are writing?" Cobb repeats, his grin widening with disbelief. "That's the lamest excuse I have ever heard." The audience chuckles uneasily, sharing Bill's discomfort, but Cobb's light-hearted demeanor suddenly shifts. With a casual charm that feels rehearsed, Cobb leans back and introduces himself. "Freelance philosopher," he says with a shrug. "I break into people's homes to observe their lives. Better than a library, don't you think?" Bill stares, stunned. Cobb's audacity is both unsettling and magnetic, a combination that leaves the audience equally transfixed. "You want stories, don't you?" Cobb leans in, his voice low but enticing. "Come with me. I will give you the story of a lifetime." Lonely and desperate for purpose, Bill hesitates only briefly before nodding. The decision feels inevitable, a crossing of another invisible line. The screen cuts to their first burglary. The apartment is modestly furnished, and Cobb moves as if it were a gallery. The camera follows him, emphasizing his deliberate, almost artistic actions. Cobb beckoned Bill forward with a flick of his hand. "It's your first time, so let me show you a few things." Bill hesitated, awkward in his inexperience, but followed as instructed. Under Cobb's watchful eye, Bill began rifling through drawers and rearranging furniture. Each act felt strange, his hands betraying his nervousness as he moved. Following Cobb's direction, he placed lingerie in the kitchen and an incriminating photo in the desk drawer. "Why this?" Bill asked, his voice tight as he worked. "Ripples," Cobb replied with a smirk. "Every detail is a strike, not random but precise, designed to unsettle, to disturb." The camera focuses on Bill's growing unease as Cobb explains his philosophy. "We don't steal things. We steal peace. We are artists of chaos." The camera lingers on Bill's face, his unease growing with each word. His grip on his notebook tightens, his knuckles whitening as he rationalizes the scene unfolding before him. This is research, he tells himself. Just research. But the audience sees the cracks forming. Each glance, each subtle flinch, betrays his internal conflict, a struggle between his fascination with Cobb and the gnawing realization of the darkness he is stepping into. The scene ends with Bill trailing Cobb out of the apartment, the door closing softly behind them. The silence that follows is heavy, suffocating, leaving the audience braced for what's to come next. Number 46. Chapter 46. Media and Critic Screening 2. This is research, Bill tells himself. Just research. But the critics, journalists, bloggers, and influencers are all watching, and for now, the audience can see the cracks beginning to show. Each glance, each subtle flinch betrays his internal conflict, a struggle between his fascination with Cobb and the gnawing realization of the darkness he is stepping into. The scene ends with Bill trailing Cobb out of the apartment, the door closing softly behind them. The silence that follows is heavy, suffocating, leaving the audience braced for what's to come next. During their fifth heist, Cobb escalates the stakes by targeting a luxurious penthouse. Bill trails Cobb through the rooms, his moves as he absorbs every detail with growing discomfort. It's in the study where Bill stumbles upon it, a photograph, framed delicately, of a woman. She is beautiful but seemed haunted, her eyes distant, framed by soft waves of dark hair. She stands beside a man whose presence is as commanding as her silence is unsettling. There is a mystery in the air, a story that feels like it's been trapped in that single image, begging to be unraveled. Cobb notices Bill's gaze lingering on the photo and lets out a low chuckle, one that carries a dark edge. "Careful, Bill," he says, his voice casual but knowing. "These rich types will ruin you if you let them." Bill doesn't respond immediately. His mind is consumed by the image, the woman's melancholy, her air of tragedy. He nods mechanically, not really hearing Cobb anymore. A few days later, the city pulses with its usual frenetic energy. Bill, walking aimlessly through the streets, finds himself at a bar he has never been to before, a dimly lit, smoky place that reeks of whiskey and cigarettes. His eyes scan the room, and then he sees her. The woman. The same haunting figure from the penthouse photo. She is sitting at the end of the bar, nursing a drink, her beauty still untouched by the passage of time. Her gaze is fixed deeply on the glass before her. Bill hesitates, then makes his way toward her, his heart racing. "Mind if I join you?" She looks up, and for a moment, Bill feels like he has fallen into the photograph itself. The same distant sadness lingers in her eyes. "I am Sarah," she says softly, her voice like velvet. But there is an edge of weariness to it. A classic femme fatale, Bill thinks, drawn to her magnetism, but also sensing the danger. As the days pass, their meetings grow more frequent. At first, it's casual, just conversations, shared drinks, and fleeting glances. But Bill notices the change in her, a growing distress that she tries to conceal behind her charming smile. The cracks are starting to show. Then one night, in the same bar, Sarah leans in. "I am in trouble, Bill." She confesses. "My ex, he is a nightclub owner, Blackstone. He is blackmailing me. He has photos that could ruin me. If I don't get them back, everything I have worked for, everything I have built, it's gone." The audience feels a mix of intrigue and foreboding as Sarah pleads with Bill for help retrieving the photos, appealing to his sense of justice and budding attachment to her. Her soft-spoken words are like seduction, drawing both Bill and the viewers closer, making her seem like a victim worth saving. And in that moment, as the smoke curls around them and the city buzzes outside, Bill is no longer an outsider in his own life. He is a player in someone else's narrative. He nods back. Sarah smiles. Cobb warns Bill against getting involved with Sarah. She is trouble, mate. The kind that drags you down. Despite the warning, Bill grows distant from Cobb, spending more time with Sarah. And the audience sees a subtle shift in Bill. His once naive trust in Cobb falters as his growing attachment to Sarah takes center stage as he begins helping her plan the burglary. Cobb appears supportive but still expresses his disagreement. Then comes the break-in. The nightclub is a labyrinth of shadows and blaring music, and the camera follows Bill in tight, chaotic shots. His hands are shaking as he works the lock, his breath ragged, each sound amplified by the tension. The countdown ticks in his mind, the seconds stretching, each one heavier than the last. Then the alarm shatters the quiet, and it's like time itself freezes. The sound is deafening, and the adrenaline surges. The world blurs as Bill's heartbeat races in his ears. His escape is a blur of adrenaline and panic until Cobb, somehow, is there, pulling him to safety. "I told you she was trouble," Cobb mutters, but Bill doesn't hear him. His focus is on the box. Inside, he finds more than just incriminating photos. The cash, bundles of it. And Sarah, shown as the smooth talker, convinces him. He deserves it. She says it so easily, and Bill, clouded by his feelings for her, doesn't hesitate. It's his now. Bill did not meet Sarah after that. Though suspicious, caught in the infatuation, he ignores it. However, many in the audience thought otherwise, and soon the tension boils over when police raid Bill's apartment. The pounding on the door is thunderous, and Bill's protests are swallowed by the officers' commands, their hands rough as they drag him out. The camera lingers on the stolen money, photos, and jewelry. Then the other news hits him like a ton of bricks. Blackstone's dead, murdered, on the same day Bill stole his safe. The theater goes deathly silent. The weight of the revelation was unexpected, but their concern was mostly related to the inevitable. And as they expected, Bill's world shatters at that moment. He didn't know who the murderer was, but he knew he was too deep now, and it seemed like there was no way out for him. The scene cuts back to the present, oppressive white of the interrogation room. Bill's eyes are hollow, but he fights it. "I didn't do it. I don't know how I have the stuff." Then, slowly, bit by agonizing bit, the pieces of the puzzle begin to click together in his mind, each one landing like a heavy weight on his chest. The flashbacks hit hard. The time he met Cobb, innocently enough, at first. The friendship that seemed real, a lifeline in a world of chaos. But now, with hindsight's sharp sting, Bill realizes the truth. Cobb wasn't just his friend. He was the mastermind, the puppet master pulling all the strings, making Bill a pawn without even realizing it. Cobb's familiar face, the times he had invited Bill into his schemes, and each burglary they had carried out together, all of it fell into place. The items Cobb had stolen, the ones Bill had seen with his own eyes, are now sitting in his apartment, damning him. And then there is Sarah. Was she also his plan from the beginning? It all clicks. She wasn't just a victim. She was part of it from the start, a player in Cobb's game, working him like a fiddle. They had planned everything, leading Bill to steal the money, to get involved in the crime, ensuring he would be the perfect scapegoat for Blackstone's murder. He had been set up from the beginning, a pawn in their game. Bill slumps in his chair, the realization crashing down on him like a tidal wave. He can't explain the evidence. He can't undo what's already been done. And as the interrogator watches him, waiting for the confession, Bill's mind races, piecing together his betrayal. It was all a setup. He wishes he could take it all back, but now, with the walls closing in, there is nothing left to do but face the consequences. The audience, too, feels the sting. They have watched Bill and Cobb, two characters so starkly opposite, navigate this twisted path. They have grown attached to them, despite their flaws and their darkness. And now, this betrayal, it hits just as hard for them. The shattering of trust, the unraveling of everything Bill thought he knew. And then the detective asks the question that stops everything. Who is Cobb? Bill blinks, confused, trying to process. What do you mean, who is Cobb? He is with me every time. The detective's face is unreadable, but his words are like ice. There is no one with you during the burglary activities. What? A chill rushes through the theater. The collective gasp is almost audible. The scene fractures, the camera cutting between the interrogation room and flashes of past events, each one replayed with chilling clarity. Every moment Bill remembers, every time he swears Cobb was there, is now distorted. The once familiar face, the reassuring presence, gone? The camera zooms in on Bill, frozen in his actions, executing each part of the plan alone. There is no one with him. Not Cobb, just him. The space where Cobb, a partner, a friend, should have been is empty. And now, the full weight of it crashes down on Bill, the man he thought he trusted, the friend he thought he had, was never there. He has been alone all along. The audience is paralyzed, caught in the revelation of the moment, as Bill's world unravels before their eyes. What they thought was a labyrinth of lies, deceit, manipulation, and cruel betrayal is now revealed as something far darker. Bill's entire reality, his actions, his choices, his relationships, were all a mirage built on a fractured mind. His eyes widen in horror as the truth crashes in. The words form on his lips, but they taste bitter, impossible to accept. He realizes, with gut-wrenching clarity, that he is the architect of every crime, every misstep. His fractured psyche had created Cobb, the perfect scapegoat, an imaginary accomplice to carry the weight of his guilt. But it's not Cobb. It never was. As the surveillance footage flickers to life on the screen, the truth solidifies. Every burglary, every step taken in the dark, was his. It wasn't Cobb that planned. It wasn't Cobb that carried out the crimes. It was Bill, acting out the twisted role of someone else to justify his actions. And then the truth hits like a freight train. Bill, no, Cobb, was the one who killed Blackstone. It wasn't some accident. It wasn't a mistake. Bill's fractured identity had reached its breaking point, and when Blackstone caught him, the rage, the confusion, and the desperation all bled into the fatal act. The camera replays the earlier moments, but this time, the perspective has shifted. The audience sees Bill talking to himself, caught in a conversation with Cobb, a persona he had created but never truly understood. The chilling proof is impossible to ignore now. Bill was never speaking to Cobb. He was speaking to himself. His own mind split in two. Every moment, every interaction, was nothing but a desperate attempt to escape his guilt. The final blow lands as Bill's journal is shown in all its madness. The same words, written in two different styles, each more frantic, more desperate than the last. He had planted the evidence to implicate Cobb, believing that by creating this other identity, he could absolve himself of everything. Bill's breakdown is agonizing, raw, and visceral. The audience can't look away as he crumbles under the weight of his own unraveling mind. His cries echo through the room, but there is no one there to answer them, no one to take the blame. The truth settles on him like a vice, suffocating him with its clarity. And then, in the most chilling moment of all, Bill speaks the final line, his voice fractured, his soul bare. I didn't follow them. I followed myself. The words hang in the air, echoing through the theater as the screen blacks out. The audience is left in stunned silence, the weight of his confession reverberating long after the credits roll. As the rest of the cast and crew scroll onto the screen, the haunting score plays softly, leaving the audience in quiet contemplation. And as the credits rolled on for a minute, quietly, slowly the atmosphere shifted and the claps began. Critics stood, exchanging genuine looks of enthusiasm that said, "This was good, really good." Soon it turned into a huge applause rippling through the theater until it filled the space completely. Number 47. Chapter 47. Q&A. I didn't follow them. I followed myself. The words hang in the air as the audience is left in stunned silence. The weight of Cobb, played by Andrew, confessing reverberating long after the credits roll. Some sit motionless, absorbing the emotional and psychological toll the film has taken on them. Regal stole glances at the people around him every now and then during the whole session. Even with his confident demeanor, he couldn't deny the mix of excitement and apprehension coiling in his chest. And as the film concluded, Regal also released just how different this following version of his had been to the original in his past world. Regal had made a lot of changes, so many that calling them a lot almost felt like an understatement. In the script, he observed, many characters didn't even have a name. Like Keanu and Grace, their characters are simply referred to as the young man and the blonde respectively. But that was just the beginning of the reworks he did. While some of them were subtle, refining details, few were drastic, altering entire scenes from the ground up. In the end, the film was less about remaking, following, and more about reshaping it, taking its theme concept and threading his own vision into it. No doubt, it has been difficult, but Regal had given it everything he had. Still, what weighed on him the most was the climax, because that was where the biggest shift lay. The big reveal that Cobb wasn't real and that it had all been in Bill's head. The entire character, played by Keanu, was an illusion created by his own fractured mind. a manifestation of the kind of person he had always wanted to be in his life. However, Regal was surely interested in seeing people's reactions to it. And now watching it, as the scene went by, the shock on their faces was harder to read for him. All he could do was wait and see if that shock was a good thing or not. And as the credits rolled on for a minute, slowly the atmosphere shifted and the claps began. Critics stood, exchanging genuine looks of enthusiasm that said, "This was good. Really good." Soon it turned into a huge applause rippling through the theater until it filled the space completely. Phew, guess it worked. Regal let out a sigh of relief while sitting in the fourth row with the audience. Immediately, a staff member in the front row signaled toward him, time to move on to the next events. He stood, brushing his palms against his jeans before making his way down the aisle. At first, no one really paid him much mind, just a random guy heading toward the stage. But as he reached the front, some of the whispers changed tone. Hey, few heads turned. Then more. People started really looking at him, taking in his face, their eyes flickering with recognition as they saw the director badge on his chest. By the time he stepped onto the platform, the murmurs had become a low hum of conversation. Soon it was time for Q&A. The setup was simple, a long table, 3 chairs, and microphones lined up neatly. The moderator, a seasoned film journalist, offered him a polite nod as he took his seat. Steven Sr. was already there, being the center of attention with a humble demeanor. He turned slightly, smiling at Regal in a way that suggested he had anticipated this moment long before anyone else. Regal returned it with a subtle nod before settling into his chair. Steven Sr. took the microphone, seizing the moment. "Thank you all once again for being here today," he continued after a slight pause. "Now, let's not delay this any longer. It seems many of you have already noticed, but let me have the pleasure to introduce him. He is the director of this film, Regal Seraphsail." People nodded as their eyes now fully focused on Regal. It was no small feat to be introduced into Hollywood by such legend. The host let the reaction settle before continuing. There was another round of cheers and claps for the young director. Regal leaned into the mic. "I appreciate the introduction, Sir Stephen, but please do note that the pleasure is entirely mine." His words once again earned a couple of nods, while a few dismissed it as mere flattery. However, there was no denying that most of them were looking forward to the event. Moments later, it was time, and then the questions began. The first came from a reporter in the second row who raised a hand, then spoke. "Regal Seraphsail, right? Should I refer to you as the director of Following or the author of the recent sensation, Harry Potter? Which title do you prefer?" Regal didn't miss a beat. "Just Regal is fine. And as for the title, I don't mind either. They are both things I love doing." Another question followed without pause. "Right. I really enjoyed the film. But, if you don't mind me asking, you look incredibly young. What were your qualifications before stepping into filmmaking? And what made you transition from writing to directing?" "I am a fourth-year university dropout." Not minding the intention behind it, Regal followed in with a response. He was slowly getting used to it. "As for the transition, I wouldn't really call it that. Filmmaking was always the goal. Writing just happened along the way." A small murmur swept through the room, surprised by the reveal and his way of bluntness and matter-of-fact response. The reporter nodded. "So, what will happen to the Harry Potter series? Are you continuing to write? If so, how long are you planning to take that path?" Regal shook his head. "Of course I would continue. Writing gave me a way to tell stories when I didn't have the means to make films. It's something I will always do, but as I said, direction, that was always the end goal." "So," another voice spoke up, "did you have any prior experience working on other projects before this?" Regal gave a small shrug. "I shot a couple of short films back in college, but I never put them online. Other than that, no, this is my first real project." There was a pause as the reporters processed the information. However, another journalist was quick to jump onto the next question. Her notepad resting on her lap, she leaned forward. "Your film plays a lot with perception and reality. What drew you to explore themes of psychological fragmentation and unreliable narration? And if I may add, I noticed a similar narrative approach in your book, Harry Potter. What is your take on it?" Regal's lips quivered slightly, recalling a similar observation from Gwen before the book's launch. "If I were to analyze it in depth, I would say it was simply a coincidence. I agree both stories minutely follow similar themes like building up tense senses in entirely different mediums. He paused briefly before continuing. But honestly, I would go as far as to claim it as my style. It was all my circumstances at the time that dictated my choices. I had one goal: to make a film with whatever budget I had at my disposal. A follow-up came almost immediately. Oh, can we know the exact number? Around $500,000. He said it without hesitation. There were a couple of raised eyebrows among the crowd, surprised, perhaps impressed for an indie film with that budget to have achieved such rich quality. Many doubted if it were just a publicity stunt. Quacking, a reporter in the middle row raised a hand, her curiosity evident. I noticed your name listed under photography during the credits. Was that true? It's exactly as it is credited. Regal didn't beat around the bush for claiming his credit. I didn't have the budget to hire a professional photographer, so I had to step in myself. Thankfully, I had a good crew supporting me. Together, we made it work. Regal's response immediately shut down any lingering doubts. He indirectly pointed out that the crew he had worked with could vouch for him if proof was needed. The final reveal completely recontextualizes everything that came before it. A reporter noted, "How early in the writing process did you lock in that reveal? And did it change at any point?" Regal considered for a moment before answering. Actually, when I first came up with the script, I had a completely different ending. Originally, the betrayal itself was meant to be the climax. But after a lot of thought, I wanted something that would leave a stronger impact. So I reworked the final revelation to make it even more shocking. A journalist in the front row raised her hand. "Mr. Stephen Hawking, first, congratulations on your comeback." Stephen gave a light chuckle. "I wouldn't exactly call it that. But please, go on." "Of course." She nodded before continuing. "Your name alone brought a level of prestige to this film. When did you come on board to support this project? And did you see something special in this debut team?" Stephen Sr. tapped his microphone slightly before responding. "I regret to admit, I only joined this project toward the very end. By that point, the final cut, the same one you all just watched, was already locked in. And seeing it, I knew right away that I wanted to present it myself." Then, another journalist, flipping through their notes, spoke up. "Mr. Regal, this is for you. Given your background as a writer, would you say you are more drawn to storytelling or the technical side of filmmaking?" Regal's lips curved slightly, as if the question amused him. "Storytelling. Always storytelling. The technical side is just a means to an end. If I have to learn every tool, every camera trick, and every editing technique to get the story across, I will, but those things are never the focus. The story is." Stephen Sr. let out a light chuckle beside him, his tone playful. "Watch out for this young man's words. He is putting it nicely, but bluntly, he is saying he will break every rule in the book if it means making the film work." Another hand shot up, breaking the brief silence. "With the protagonist, Bill, following people around, are you indirectly supporting voyeurism?" The question hung in the air, but Regal didn't flinch. How about a no?" He said it with a casual air, as if dismissing the question as quickly as it had come. Before the room could fully absorb his response, another hand shot up. This time, an older journalist in the third row. "Following is a highly unconventional film in terms of its screenplay. What made you take such a risk with a non-linear narrative, especially for your first project?" "I didn't see it as a risk," Regal admitted. "I planned the screenplay to unfold that way. I thought, if you unravel it in a linear structure, it loses its impact. You are meant to experience the protagonist's reality the same way he does. Out of order, confused, piecing it together as it goes." Stephen Sr., seated beside him, chimed in. "And here I thought you just liked making people think too hard." That earned a ripple of laughter from the audience, easing some of the lingering formality in the room. The compliment between Regal and Stephen Sr. was clear, and the reporter took note. The back and forth between the two felt more like a private conversation than a public Q&A. A reporter, seemingly emboldened by the exchange, raised her hand. "We have been hearing rumors about you collaborating with Regal on his next project. Is that true?" It wasn't a fact. Obviously, there had also been no such rumor. But that question, asked now, was the moment the rumor would begin to spread. It was simply too rare for Stephen Sr. to back someone this openly, even in his prime. Especially so after many years of taking the break. Stephen Sr.'s face remained still. Let's stick to questions about this film, shall we? The crowd chuckled lightly, sensing the subtle boundary he had set. The questions continued, some technical, others about his creative influences. Regal answered them all in the same manner, but tried his best to never come off as arrogant. It wasn't just about defending his choices. It was about explaining why they mattered. By the time the session wrapped up, it was clear, whatever doubts had lingered before, they were gone now. The film had spoken for itself, and so had its director. Number 48. Chapter 48, Andrew Gleason. As the screening wrapped up with the Q&A session, slowly the buzz around, following, started trickling into the online world. Just so happens, a humble group of Stephen Hawking's fans noticed his name attached to a teaser clip circulating on social media, sparking curiosity that quickly spread to his fan pages on Twitter. At Quantum Junkie. Hey guys, did you hear? That Stephen Hawking is presenting a film, and it's hitting theaters tomorrow. At Sleepy Socks. For real? Why didn't I know about this earlier? At Spaghetti Mania. Doesn't matter. I am watching it. At Pixelated Pineapple. Same here. Not everyone shared the excitement, though. At Grumpy Gravy. I looked into it. Apparently, it's an indie film. I lost interest. Those films mostly suck. At Quantum Junkie. I mean, I don't blame you. But this is Stephen Hawking. I am giving it a shot just for him. At Sleepy Socks. Yeah, me too. If he is attached to it, there's got to be something special about it. Just as the conversation began heating up, things took a sharper turn. Influencers who had attended the special screening earlier that day started sharing their experiences and reviews, fueling the fire even further. At Galaxy Fanatic. Guys, just watched an amazing film presented by Stephen Hawking. It's called Following. Totally loved it. The claim raised a few eyebrows. At Spaghetti Mania. Fake. The movie is releasing tomorrow. Don't fall for it. At Techie Taco. No, it's real. They held a special screening for critics and media. I was there too. Check out this photo I took with the director and Stephen himself. Attached to the post was a clear image of the fan grinning beside a beaming Regal and Stephen Hawking. At Caffeine Overload. OMG. It's true. And get this. It was made with a budget of just $500,000. At Quantum Junkie. Alright, I have decided. I am watching this movie. Who's coming? At Caffeine Overload. Count me in. At Sleepy Socks. Yep, me too. Next day, June 14th, 2010. It was finally D-Day for Andrew Gleason. At 27, he had been chasing his dream of becoming an actor for what felt like forever. Hollywood, however, wasn't the shiny dream he had envisioned growing up. It was tougher, colder, especially for someone like him, a nobody without connections or a recognizable name. In 5 years, Andrew had hustled through countless auditions, hoping for his big break. Most of them led nowhere, and when they did, it was just another extra role, his face lost in the background, barely registering on screen. A handful of indie films had come his way, but none made a dent. One bombed so hard it was almost laughable, while another never even made it past post-production. Until last month, he had been at his lowest point, 5 years in, and his dream still felt impossibly distant. Then came the casting call. He found it one night while scrolling mindlessly through the usual listings. Nothing about it stood out. Nothing screamed opportunity. But at this point, why not? What did he have to lose? And that was it. Weeks later, the impossible happened. He got the part. Not as an extra, not as some nameless supporting role. He was cast as the lead. At first, he was sure it was a mistake, maybe some cruel joke. Him? The lead? It didn't seem real. That night, he couldn't sleep. Not until exhaustion finally took over, after the tears had come and gone, leaving him drained. Then he got his hands on the script. As he flipped through the pages, something strange happened. He couldn't put it down. The writing was sharp, and the plot was gripping. This wasn't just decent. It was great. Maybe he had been jaded by years of mediocre indie scripts, but even factoring that in, this one felt different. It had weight, depth, payoffs that actually landed. Regal, the writer and director, had crafted something that shouldn't have been possible for someone his age. And that was the catch. Regal was only 22, meaning 5 years younger than him. On top of it, this was his debut project. Could this guy really pull it off? Was Andrew being reckless, letting his desperation cloud his judgment? He tried not to dwell on the doubt, but it lingered in the back of his mind. Then filming began, and every bit of that doubt crumbled. Regal had an air about him, a sharp focus and clarity that Andrew had never seen before. On set, he wasn't just competent. He was in complete control. He has a knack for overcoming obstacles on the fly, adapting with a precision that feels almost instinctual. The way he manipulated lighting to create mood with limited resources, it was nothing short of brilliant. The crew was bare bones, 8, maybe 10 people, each juggling multiple roles. Some were college students looking for experience, while others were just in it for pocket money or a brief field trip into the film industry. No professional cinematographer, no assistant directors, no line producers. And yet, somehow, despite the chaos, filming wrapped in just 25 days as planned. Andrew still remembered scoffing when he first read the schedule. A month? For an entire feature-length film? It felt like a joke. He had been on sets where production dragged for years, buried under delays, poor planning, and logistical nightmares. He braced himself for the same mess here. But each day, the impossible kept happening. Scenes were shot, wrapped, and checked off with ruthless efficiency. No wasted time and endless reshoots. Slowly, Andrew's skepticism gave way to something else. Admiration. This was when he truly grasped the depth of Regal's commitment, a level of discipline and maturity far beyond what one would expect from someone so young. At 22, distractions were easy, and pressure could break even the most determined. Andrew had been there himself, struggling to keep his focus, unsure of his footing. But Regal? He was unwavering. A leader who set the bar high and made everyone want to reach it. What stunned Andrew even more was the sheer level of preparation Regal had done before filming even started. The attention to detail and the meticulous planning made Andrew question his own work ethic. He had grown used to the disorganization of indie sets, where schedules were loose and improvisation was often mistaken for efficiency. The contrast was striking. Regal's passion spread across the set like wildfire, infecting even the most inexperienced crew members. Most were college students, prone to mistakes, yet they weren't lazy. Regal's intensity commanded respect. His presence alone made them work harder, learn faster, and push past their limits. And then, there was the cast. Andrew found himself surrounded by raw, unpolished talent, the kind that couldn't be taught, only discovered. Grace, in particular, was a hidden performer. At first glance, she didn't seem like a leading lady. Her presence off-camera was quiet, almost unassuming. But the moment the cameras rolled, she transformed. Her performances carried a depth and sincerity that caught everyone off guard. It wasn't just good acting. It was the kind that pulled you in and made you feel something real. Yet, for all her brilliance in the most emotionally charged scenes, Grace had an almost comical tendency to fumble the simplest ones. Regal found himself giving her the most attention. A misplaced prop, a missed cue, an inexplicable blank out. Grace turned even the easiest setups into unexpected hurdles. It wasn't due to laziness, nor was it a lack of talent. If anything, it felt like she was so afraid of making a mistake that she inevitably made one. Still, Regal never seemed frustrated. He approached each hiccup with remarkable calmness, breaking down scenes, adjusting directions, and working through the moment until it clicked. And when Grace finally nailed a take, the result was undeniable, pure magic that justified every extra second spent. But none stood out more than Keanu, the actor playing the second lead. Keanu was a powerhouse. Every scene he was in came alive with an almost magnetic presence. His brilliance wasn't loud or overly dramatic. He didn't need to force emotion or stretch for attention. He simply had it. A glance, a pause, a single quiet word. He could turn the smallest moment into something that lingered, something that stuck with you. Andrew found himself captivated, watching Keanu perform. And in those moments, a realization hit him. A realization that stung. This was what he had been missing all along in Hollywood. Presence. Keanu had it in spades, an effortless aura that commanded attention the second he stepped into frame. Andrew? He hadn't yet figured out how to create that same magic. Still, during the shoot, there wasn't time to dwell on those thoughts. The filming schedule moved like clockwork, and before he knew it, they had wrapped the final scene. And the quality? It wasn't just passable. It looked like a mid-budget production. Andrew could hardly believe how Regal had managed to achieve so much with so little. Looking back now, Standing on the brink of the film's release, Andrew felt something stirred deep inside him. For the first time in years, there was hope. Not the desperate, wide-eyed hope that had driven him when he first arrived in Hollywood, but something steadier. This wasn't just another job, and this 50mm long screen before him was all the proof he needed. Proof that talent and vision could still shine through, even without million-dollar budgets or industry backing. Proof that maybe he hadn't been chasing a dead dream all this time. He was actually sitting in a movie theater. The morning show, right after yesterday's screening. He was supposed to watch it with the crew at the 10 a.m. show, but he couldn't wait that long. He needed to see it now, to experience it with an unfiltered audience, to feel their reactions in real time. So he had come alone. After this, he would meet up with the rest of the team. But for now, the movie was reaching its final moments. I didn't follow them. I followed myself. The words hang in the air, echoing through the theater as the screen blacks out. Then, a new name flashed on the screen that caught the eyes. Written and directed by Regal Seraphsail and team. The audience is left in stunned silence, the weight of his confession reverberating long after the credits roll. As the rest of the cast and crew scroll onto the screen, the haunting score plays softly, leaving the audience in quiet contemplation. And as the credits rolled on for a minute, slowly, the theater emptied. But there are always a few who stay behind. People too lazy to stand in line for the exit or those who make it a habit to watch the credits to the bitter end. And by the time the credits are near their end, only about 5 people remain. Of course, Andrew was one of few. Still sitting on the chair, looking at the now emptied seats, he could tell. Despite being an indie film, their promotions had clearly paid off. These are definitely more people filling the seats compared to other indie films he had worked on. It was the first show of the morning, on a Tuesday no less, an unconventional weekday for a release, unlike the usual Friday release. But those who came, they definitely enjoyed the film. He certainly did. If this momentum kept up, and word of mouth spread, there was a real chance this very theater could be packed in the coming days. At least, that was what Andrew was hoping for. And then, something completely unexpected happened on the screen. Even for Andrew. Yeah, even he had no idea what was going on. The screen, which should have gone dark, flickers back to life, and the camera cuts to a shot of Bill in prison. The scene slowly holds for a beat too long, too unsettling, before focusing on something even more ominous, Bill's journal. The few remaining souls in the theater lean forward, eyes locked on the screen. The final page of Bill's journal fills the frame, and written in Cobb's distinct handwriting, a chilling note appears. You needed me, Bill, and you will need me again. The screen cuts to black. However, immediately the screen flashes once more. The title appears in bold letters. Following back, a ripple of confusion and excitement runs through the few people left in the theater as a new layer has been added to the story, one that teases a continuation, a second part they hadn't expected. Meanwhile, as Andrew was the last to leave the theater, he muttered to himself, I didn't know there was a second part to this. And to his surprise, he was actually in that part of the movie. Number 49. Chapter 49, Reviews. Train dash. Train dash. Train dash. Keanu stood at the doorstep of Regal's homecoming office, his finger pressing against the doorbell constantly. A few seconds of silence passed, and just as he was about to reach for the button again, Calm down. Why are you in such a hurry? Saren's voice chimed in his ear, laced with impatience as his actions. Look at yourself before saying that. Keanu shot Saren a sharp look, biting back the obvious retort. Her breathing was slightly uneven, a clear sign of how fast they had rushed over. The so-called urgency of the news they carried had propelled them here without a second thought. Even so, her words made him pause. His pulse was hammering, sweat on his forehead, but beneath the adrenaline was something bigger, something too overwhelming to contain. Excitement, relief, pure, unfiltered joy, and he needed to share it with the one root cause for all of this. Creek, Regal, we did dash. Keanu barely got the words out before Saren yanked him back by the collar and clamped a hand over his mouth. Because the person who had opened the door wasn't Regal. More precisely, it was a woman with her blonde hair tied up. Good morning, Gwendolyn. Saren greeted smoothly, ignoring Keanu's muffled protests and restless fidgeting. Is Regal home? Keanu, momentarily stunned by the interruption and yanked by his neck, tried to mumble something under his breath. Fuck dash. He was about to murmur a curse. Language, Keanu. Saren warned lightly, removing her hand just as he straightened up, pretending he hadn't said anything at all. Meanwhile, Gwendolyn raised an eyebrow, leaning slightly against the doorframe. Her gaze flickered between Keanu's barely contained excitement and Saren's more composed, if not slightly breathless, demeanor. One thought crossed her mind. They look cute together. Yes, morning, Saren. And Keanu. Gwendolyn greeted them with a knowing smile. Momentarily, her eyes flickered briefly to the newspaper clutched in Keanu's hands, and just so she understood what this was about. He is sleeping, she added, stepping aside to let them in. Sleeping? Keanu echoed, confused. But the realization hit him almost immediately. From the time he had come to know Regal, he had always and only talked about either scripts, cinema, or occasionally food. He had barely seen him sleep for 6 hours a day, committing himself into every aspect of the film. Even last week was the same. Movie promotions, proposing ideas, monitoring every detail, and making sure nothing slipped through the cracks. He could guess that Regal had done his best until the very last moment, and had only stopped yesterday when the film finally hit theaters. Of course, he would be exhausted. Keanu hesitated, unknown guilt creeping in. He knew how much Regal needed this rest. But the success, the recognition, the praise they are finally receiving. He wanted to share all this excitement. Keanu, Saren, and Gwendolyn settled outside Regal's actual flat, the same room that was used for reading the sessions of the movie. They had decided not to disturb him. Saren's gaze drifted to Gwendolyn, who had just returned with 3 coffee cups on a tray, handing one to both her and Keanu before taking one for herself. While taking one for herself, despite the fact that she was already informed of their dating, it was only yesterday that Saren had officially met Gwendolyn, her big brother's girlfriend. She still found it a bit of a spectacle. How did he, of all people, manage to rope in someone like her? That being said, she wasn't particularly surprised to find Gwendolyn here. If anything, it made sense. Meanwhile, Keanu took a sip of his coffee, letting the warmth settle his nerves before carefully unfolding the bundle of newspapers with anticipation. So, excited about something? Gwendolyn was the first to break the silence, her face half hidden behind her coffee cup. Yeah, Keanu replied, his grip on the paper tightening slightly. The movie got some good reviews, so I wanted to see them with Regal. Gwendolyn hummed knowingly. She had been doing the same, scanning every article, lurking in forums, keeping track of any discussion surrounding the film. Huh, only with Regal? You are not going to share it with me? She teased, flashing a grin. It isn't like that, Miss Gwen. Just Gwendolyn. Or I wouldn't mind if it's Big Sis too. She corrected him smoothly, cutting him off before he could finish. Keanu hesitated for a second. The words Big Sis felt way too foreign, especially considering he had only met her for the first time yesterday. But Gwendolyn had a way of getting close to people a little too fast if she wanted to. He conceding with a quiet mutter. It isn't like that, Gwendolyn. Asterisk cough. Saren's very deliberate fake cough made them pause. Unfortunately, Gwendolyn wasn't one to let an opportunity slip by. Don't get jealous, Saren. She turned her attention to the other girl with a sly smile. You can call me Big Sis too. In fact, you are the first one to me. Saren blinked. She considered herself an extrovert in every sense of the word, but even she had to admit she couldn't quite match the woman sitting in front of her. So again, how did this woman end up falling for her not-so-extroverted and unruly brother? Before Saren could dwell on that thought any further, Gwendolyn suddenly stood up from her seat. Well then, let's see what these so-called critics are saying. With no further warning, Gwendolyn effortlessly settled, squeezing into the space between them, eyes flicking to the newspaper as if she had been part of this conversation from the very start. Rex Reed, New York Observer. A masterstroke of psychological suspense. Every frame drips with unease. Rex Reed praises the film's intricate storytelling and the way it immerses the audience in a world of paranoia and deception. He highlights how the film plants subtle clues about Cobb's true form, making it a rewarding experience for keen-eyed viewers. Keanu Reeves, in his striking debut as Cobb, is especially mesmerizing. His performance exudes effortless charm, making his character all the more unsettling upon rewatch. The way he plays someone both dangerously persuasive and utterly intangible is nothing short of remarkable. With its razor-sharp writing and hypnotic tension, Following solidifies itself as an unforgettable psychological thriller. But beyond the film itself, it's impossible to ignore the impact of Stephen Hawking as its presenter. His long-awaited return adds a level of prestige, making this debut from an unknown cast and director feel like an instant classic. Mesmerizing and remarkable, huh? Gwendolyn mused, reading aloud another excerpt while shooting Keanu a teasing glance. She turned the page, scanning it briefly before reading out a few more highlights. Keanu and Saren both leaned in slightly, their eyes following the paper as Gwendolyn continued. It looks like you really have been making waves and getting praised from all directions. Keanu coughed lightly, pretending to focus on his drink. It's just one review. Don't be shy. Richard Roper, Chicago Sun-Times. A rare, colorful noir-style masterpiece, tense, gripping, and filled with jaw-dropping reveals. He specifically applauds the cinematographer's balance between realism and paranoia, making the audience feel just as trapped as the protagonist. Gwendolyn nodded at that, her eyes scanning the review. He is right, she thought, remembering the incredible cinematography. It really did make her feel trapped. Peter Travers, Rolling Stone. An electrifying mind-bender that will make you question reality itself. Peter Travers celebrates the film's ability to reward multiple viewings, calling it one of the most cleverly crafted psychological thrillers of the decade. The layers of deception woven into Keanu's performance make Cobb a character you think you understand, until you don't. As for Grace, the female lead, Travers commends not only her beauty but also her spot-on performance. Few films pull off a twist that redefines everything before it, but this one does with surgical precision. Manohla Dargis, The New York Times. A mesmerizing descent into obsession, deception, and fractured identity. Manohla Dargis praises the film's meticulous pacing, allowing tension to build with each scene. The final shot will leave you reeling. But beyond its storytelling, this film is a statement, a debut that proves its young director and actors are forces to be reckoned with. It's rare for a film with no established stars to feel this gripping. David Ehrlich, IndieWire. A thriller that dares you to rewatch it, and rewards you for doing so. David Ehrlich focuses on the film's narrative structure, highlighting how each scene is filled with clues that only become obvious upon a second viewing. The fact that this is a debut film is almost shocking. There's a level of detail I only noticed on my second watching that was nothing short of astounding. The hints were right in front of the audience from the start, yet no one noticed them because of the brilliance of the cinematography. A particular mirror shot during one of the brawls was so obvious, but every moment felt deliberate. While the director and actors certainly deserve immense credit, let's not forget Stephen Hawking's contribution. His involvement added a level of prestige that elevated the entire project. Just then the door to the room opened. Creak. The door swung open, revealing Regal walking out from the room, looking like he had barely gotten out of bed. His hair was a mess, his hoodie slightly askew, and his eyes carried the unmistakable haze of someone who had been glued to a screen for way too long. Keanu's eyes lit up immediately. Regal, he started, his voice brimming with emotion, before cutting himself off. Regal blinked at them, eyes shifting between Keanu's barely contained enthusiasm and Saren's exasperated sigh and Gwendolyn sitting between the both of them. You two are here? He finally asked, feeling all the fatigue wash away. Number 50. Chapter 50. Title Token. Minutes before Regal joined Keanu and Saren. Regal's sleepy body stirred awake as his still hazy vision took in his surroundings. Raising his back, his head surveyed the room, instinctively seeking the familiar presence that should have been there before he closed his eyes. Instead, all that remained was a piece of roughed-up fabric, a remnant of the person who had occupied that space. He didn't dwell on it. With a quiet sigh, he sat up, stretched his limbs, and went about freshening up. A few minutes passed by, as he now sat at the edge of the bed. His damp hair clung slightly to his skin. Running a hand through it, he exhaled softly. All right, Let's check that message. He was not just referring to the stacked-up system notifications column, which he had not opened for over 3 months. But there is an extra one. It was a pop-up notification that appeared very recently, just yesterday, right when the clock hit the first show of the following, began in theaters for the audience to watch and judge. He remembered it vividly, the abrupt appearance of the system panel, without his conscious intentions. It was something that had only happened once before, and that was when the system activated for the first time. And now, it happened yesterday. Without another thought, he called up the system. A panel materialized before his eyes. Index. Name Regal Seraphsail. Items. Skill slots. Bulletin board. IEP available. 10K. Bulletin board. Question mark. 2 minutes and 48 seconds. Notification 4. His gaze shifted to the notification bar, the small number 4 standing out. He tapped it open. Notifications. Solo leveling web novel. Completed. 48 days ago. Collect rewards. Y/N. Question mark. 104 days of accumulated rewards. Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint web novel. Collect accumulated rewards. Y/N. Question mark. 104 days of accumulated rewards. Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone book. Collect accumulated rewards. Y/N. Question mark. 104 days of accumulated rewards. Following movie. Collect accumulated rewards. Y/N. Achievement available. Collect. Question mark. 1 day of accumulated rewards. Respectively, his 4 creations since arriving in this world appeared. The first 2, his web novels, Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint and Solo Leveling. The third is the book, Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone. And finally, his newest venture, his debut movie, Following, barely a day into its release. His eyes lingered on the first 2 entries. When it came to web novels, Solo Leveling had already reached its conclusion. Exactly 48 days had passed since the final chapter was published, just as the system indicated. He still remembered the moment the story ended. His fans erupted into a frenzy. Discussions flooded within the section of the audience corner, becoming the main topic of the forums and even reaching social media as readers dissected every last detail. Excitement, nostalgia, and a tinge of sorrow intertwined in their reactions. Regal had added fuel to the fire by casually showcasing his drawing skills, releasing the character sketches of almost all of the main characters into the public domain. That only made the fandom even more intense. Speculations about a comic adaptation had been circulating ever since, whispers growing louder with each passing day. But for now, Regal had chosen to keep things unofficial. He had to be particularly cautious of a certain company, WB Fiction. Or rather, an editor from that company, Gregor. The man had been persistent. Too persistent. Deal after deal, proposal after proposal, Gregor was relentless in trying to secure rights for Solo Leveling. It had become a little annoying. Still, Regal made sure to decline politely. As for Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint, it was still at its midpoint. If everything stayed on track, it would likely wrap up by the time he began shooting his second movie. Regal's gaze shifted back to Solo Leveling. Something about its notifications stood out from the rest. You can see an extra line. Completed. 48 days ago. So, the system also records the date of the series concussion? He murmured as if that made sense. However, he moved and collected the usual rewards, deciding to save the best for last. He had been postponing the reward collection process for a while now, stockpiling as much as possible before cashing in. It had somehow become a habit, part strategy and part guilty pleasure. There was a certain thrill in hoarding rewards and redeeming them all at once. An irrational reason, sure, but the logical one was simple. There was no pressing need for them right now. Of course, he didn't stop checking the bulletin board daily, though, to be honest, nothing particularly eye-catching ever popped up. It left him stuck in a cycle of keeping his one available pin occupied with anything remotely interesting, only to replace it later when something slightly better showed up. So overall, he didn't miss anything big. But now I think I have waited long enough. Regal tapped on the Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint, reward first. The panel shifted. Ding. User successfully collected Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint rewards. Total view count 10,436,000 plus 15, 251, 317 equals 25,687,317. Total EP earned 1,525,131. Your total EP is now 10K plus 1.5 M equals 1,535,131. Next, he clicked on the Harry Potter reward. Ding. User successfully collected Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone rewards. Total readers count 362,563 plus 521, 081 equals 883,644. Total EP earned 781,621. Your total EP is now 1,525,141 plus 781. 621 equals 2,306,762. And then to the next. Ding. User successfully collected solo leveling rewards. Total view count 7,804,119 plus 13, 251, 317 equals 21,055,436. Total EP earned 1,325,131. Your total EP is now 2,306,762 plus 1, 325, 131 equals 3,631,893. A total of around 3.6 MEP, huh? Not bad. The reward was impressive. In fact, if something else hadn't caught Regal's eye, he might have been celebrating jumping in joy right at this moment. But his focus had already shifted to this. Finally, his eyes moved onto the most intriguing part of the panel. Following movie. Achievement available, collect. And tapped on it. Ding. User collected the achievement reward, received for realizing his first movie in theaters. Ding. User received title token as the achievement reward. Check the reward in items. Title token. Was that another type of search token? Curious. He opened his item box to check its description. Items. Title token X1. Description, a one-time use item. The user can redeem this token to unlock the full set of a series, including all available parts under the same title. The user should have one part of the series with him to us this item. A user can directly use it by clicking on it. Regal's fingers hovered over the screen. His eyes scanned the description again, processing its implications. With this, things might finally get a little less complicated. There is a problem he had been putting off for a while. Search token. Regal had always expected, or at least hoped, to get one from the system at some point. And despite that not happening, he knew that alone wouldn't have solved his problem. A single token would only let him purchase one book at a time. If he wanted the entire Harry Potter series, especially the foreign market they were about to tap into, he would need 7 separate tokens just for that. Too inefficient. Too risky to wait for it. But the title token changed everything. With this, he could acquire an entire series in one go, so long as he had enough EP to cover the cost. But an entire series? Isn't that too vague? Regal stopped after collecting the achievement. He didn't collect movie rewards yet, as it has only been a day since its release, and he decided to collect it later. Just like that, he made his way out of the bedroom, stepping into the main hall. From there, he headed toward the only connecting door that led to his office. Coincidentally, the same entrance to the entire house. With a twist of the doorknob, he pushed it open. The rich aroma of freshly brewed coffee greeted him instantly, warm and inviting. His gaze shifted toward the room's occupants. Seated at the table, one on each side of Gwen, were 2 familiar faces. Before he could say a word, Keanu's voice rang out. Regal. The sudden call made his ears sting slightly. He blinked, rubbing one of his ears a little, and exhaled. You 2 are here? Keanu grinned. Of course we are. Number 51. Chapter 51. Talk Show. After 2 weeks. June 29th, 2010. The backstage was alive with movement, a chaotic symphony of voices, footsteps, and the hum of last-minute preparations. A crew member, clipboard in hand, approached Keanu, Andrew, and Grace with a quick, efficient nod. You are up shortly. Get ready, he said, barely breaking stride as he disappeared into the swirl of activity. Keanu tapped his thighs as he stood up. Andrew gave his shirt a quick tug, and Grace straightened her dress. There was no time for words. Seconds later, the booming voice of the announcer filled the space beyond the curtain. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to welcome our guests. Any guesses? Here they are, the main cast of the latest box office sensation. Following, presented by none other, the two-time Oscar-winning actor Stephen Hawking. Let's give it up for Keanu Reeves, Andrew Gleason, and Grace Violet. The audience in attendance applauded, breaking through the curtain like a wave. Without hesitation, Grace moved first, stepping onto the stage with Keanu and Andrew just a half step behind her. The transition from the muted world of backstage to the brilliant lights of the stage was instantaneous, almost disorienting, but none of them faltered. They waved briefly, not breaking stride, and slid into the sofa waiting for them. The cheers lingered for a moment before settling into an expectant hush. Wow, just look at this lineup. Jimmy Kimmel, the host, greeted them with a wide grin, settling into his chair across from the three. Welcome to the show. Thank you, Grace said brightly, while Keanu nodded and Andrew offered a quick wave to the audience. Jimmy rested his elbows casually on the desk, his expression lit with curiosity. So, this movie, what a buzz it's created. Everywhere I go, people are raving about it. Even I can't stop thinking about it. But let's be real for a second. Did any of you see this kind of reception? I mean, it started as a small indie project, right? Andrew let out a short laugh, shaking his head. Honestly, no. I never expected any of it. His tone was unassuming, almost apologetic, like he was still processing how things had unfolded. Grace straightened in her seat, her fingers laced together. I wasn't really thinking about how people would react, she admitted. I just focused on doing my part, helping the team however I could. It was about getting the job done and getting it to the audience. Keanu, relaxed but thoughtful, added, for me, I was always sure people would enjoy it. His confidence slipped past unnoticed, but he seemed to catch himself. But yeah, it's like you said, it's a small project. So I could never guess the scale of the masses it is resonating with. Jimmy leaned in, his eyes gleaming. I heard the budget was around $500K. Is that true? Keanu nodded, his expression serious. I know it's hard to believe, but yeah, that's what we worked with. Jimmy's face lit up with disbelief. 500 grand? That's insane. The production was top-notch. You would never guess the budget was that low. Keanu gave a small, appreciative smile. All credit goes to our director, Regal Seraphsail. He is the real genius behind it. Jimmy raised an eyebrow, clearly intrigued. That's high praise. So, how did each of you end up on this project? Let's start with Grace. His gaze shifted to her, catching her a little off guard. Grace blinked, her stoic expression briefly softening as she gathered her thoughts. She cleared her throat before answering, her voice steady. I saw the audition notice and decided to give it a shot. But, honestly, I have always struggled when it comes to the big moments. Nerves tend to take over, and I thought I completely messed it up during the audition of Following. She paused, before continuing. Somehow, Regal saw something in that performance, though. I still don't know why he chose me, but he did. Jimmy grinned. That's surprising, especially considering how flawless you were in the film. Makes you wonder what would have happened if he had passed on you. Grace's eyes held a trace of thoughtfulness. I am grateful he didn't. Andrew chimed in, his tone light. Mine's way simpler. I came across the audition randomly. I didn't expect much. I just went in, performed, and Regal liked what he saw. Next thing I knew, I was part of the team. Jimmy turned to Keanu, sensing a different kind of story. What about you, Keanu? Yours sounds like it's not quite as straightforward. Keanu chuckled softly, shaking his head. Not even close. Regal and I met through a mutual friend. And, on our first meeting, out of nowhere, he asked me to audition for his film. More like he offered me the role right then and there. He paused, looking slightly amused. All he knew was that I have had a couple of disastrous theater experiences. And somehow, that was enough for him. Before he even told me he was considering me, acting wasn't something I had ever thought about doing seriously. It all felt completely random. Jimmy leaned back, clearly entertained. So let me get this straight. Grace thought she bombed. Andrew walked in by chance, and you basically stumbled into it through a friend. And here you all are, starring in one of the biggest hits of the year. Sounds like Regal's got a serious gambling habit. The trio erupted in laughter while Grace's smile was a bit reserved. She did smile, all of them nodding in agreement, convinced this was the perfect example of a gamble. Keanu raised an eyebrow. I don't know about that. Jimmy shot him a curious look. What do you mean? Keanu leaned forward, his tone shifting. You asked how sure we were about the movie doing well, right? If you ask me, Regal never saw it as a gamble. He was completely certain it was going to be a hit. Like a madman. He smiled, shaking his head again. Maybe that's what it takes to pull off something like this. Producing, directing, even the camera work. From pre-production to distribution, he gave everything to this movie. A real madman. That caught Jimmy off guard. His eyes widened. Wait, the director of the movie, Regal, was also the producer and handled the camera work. Keanu, Andrew, and Grace exchanged confused looks. They didn't know that? Andrew spoke up, still a little puzzled by Jimmy's reaction. Yeah, it's true. Jimmy quickly tried to cover his ignorance. Well, there you have it, folks. It seems the movie Following wasn't just a fluke, it was always meant to be a box office hit. The word fluke seemed to set Keanu off, his right eye twitching slightly, though he stayed silent, letting the comment slide. Jimmy, sensing the reaction, quickly moved on. So, about the second part, when's it coming? Keanu and Andrew exchanged an awkward glance, as if unsure how to break the news. Before they could speak, Grace cut in. It seems she was also hurt by the host's word when he called their movie a fluke, though she didn't show it on her face. Her expression remained calm, but there was a slight edge to her words. There is no second part. Her statement hung in the air, leaving a heavy silence. Jimmy froze, his face a mix of confusion and surprise. Keanu and Andrew, however, shared a knowing smile, their reactions muted but satisfied. It was the same silence they had experienced when Regal first dropped the bombshell on them. Jimmy blinked, trying to make sense of it. Sorry, but the end credits. Didn't they show the title for part 2? Following 2? Grace's gaze was steady, but her voice didn't waver. There is no part 2. That was just a placeholder. Jimmy's mind raced, confusion spreading across his face. He had seen it happen before, movies announcing sequels, only for them to be canceled when the first one flopped at the box office. But this wasn't a flop. Following was a hit. So why would there be no second part? The more he thought about it, the less sense it made. And yet, there was something in their certainty that made him uneasy. It was as if the second part had never even been a possibility. But how could that be? Jimmy couldn't figure it out, but the trio before him seemed resolute. Andrew broke the silence. Actually, we didn't understand it either at first. We weren't told about any second part either. Regal just threw that title in at the last minute before the final reel was distributed. Jimmy frowned, his curiosity getting the better of him. But if there was no second part, why would Regal add it? Andrew paused for a moment, as though weighing whether to answer. Finally, he sighed and spoke up. We asked Regal the same thing after the screening. He just shrugged and said, I don't like low endings. I don't want my audience to leave with a dull feeling. And that was it. He just added it to hype things up a little. Grace nodded, but there was a hint of disbelief in her eyes. Please, don't mind Andrew. He is just trying to act like that's what Regal actually said. Jimmy was taken aback, still struggling to grasp the situation. He cleared his throat, trying to salvage the moment. I see. Guess we will just have to wait and see what happens. The interview ended soon after, the awkwardness lingering in the air. A few more questions were asked, but the atmosphere had shifted. Everyone seemed to be silently processing what they had just learned. Number 52. Chapter 52. Reactions. Same day dash. People poured out of the theater hall. Groups drifted together, some in pairs, others alone, all moving in different directions, some lingering to discuss, others already on to their next plan for the evening. Since the theater was housed inside a sprawling mall, distractions were abundant. Bright storefronts beckoned, neon signs flickered, and the faint hum of background music mixed with the steady murmur of the crowd. Near the theater's entrance stood a coffee shop. A handful of moviegoers stepped inside, some seeking a place to sit and unwind, others already there, stirring their drinks as they dissected what they had just watched. As time passed, the faces changed. New waves of customers cycled in, fresh from their screenings, while others trickled out, their conversations lingering in the air. But no matter how often the seats emptied and filled, The topic of discussion remained the same for most of the time. Near the counter, two men in their late 20s leaned against a tall table, their voices rising above the clink of cups. Okay, what the hell, man? I am still trying to wrap my head around that ending. Cobb wasn't even real. One of them rubbed his temples. The other laughed, shaking his head. Bro, that came out of nowhere. I was convinced Cobb was the villain. He did everything: crime, murder, and then bam. It's all in the guy's head. The protagonist was Cobb. I nearly dropped my popcorn. That last scene, the first man trailed off, shaking his head. The mirror shot. His face, ugh. A group of college students had claimed a corner booth, surrounded by empty coffee cups and half-eaten muffins. Their conversation was louder, the table shaking under their collective energy. I don't care what anyone says. A girl in a leather jacket declared, leaning back with a smug grin. Following is the best movie of the year. Period. Nah, that ending fried my brain. The guy across from her replied, his fingers tapping nervously on his cup. I swear I sat there for 10 minutes after the credits rolled, just staring. Like, Cobb's not real. How do you even think of something like that? It's so smart, though. Another girl chimed in, her eyes gleaming. Think about it. Cobb was just his guilt given a face. He did everything, but his mind couldn't take it, so it made Cobb up. That's dark. The fourth member of the group, who had been quiet until now, pushed up his glasses. Honestly, I felt like it was trying too hard. Don't get me wrong, the twists were good, but it felt like it was being clever just for the sake of it. 2 twists in 5 minutes? Little bit. What? The first girl snapped back, incredulous. That's what made it brilliant. You can still question things without being smacked over the head with 2 reveals. He argued, shrugging. But hey, I am in the minority here. Clearly. At a corner table, 3 friends sat together, 2 of them lounging lazily in their seats, scrolling through their phones, while the third was practically vibrating with excitement. You guys have got to watch Following. The one in the middle leaned forward, elbows on the table, his voice animated. I am serious. You don't know what you are missing. One of the other 2, without looking up, sighed. Dude, you have said that 3 times already. And I will keep saying it. He shot back, undeterred. The ending alone is worth it. It's insane. I can't even tell you how good it was. You are not telling us. That's the point. The second friend chimed in, eyes still glued to his screen. You were just ranting. Fine. I won't spoil it. But listen, after the credits, they dropped the title card for Following, Part 2. He paused for dramatic effect, grinning ear to ear. A sequel. Can you believe that? The theater went nuts. I thought people were gonna lose it. The first friend raised an eyebrow, unamused. Cool. Another movie to not watch. Come on, man. I am telling you, it's gonna be huge. I haven't been this hyped for a movie since, well, ever. Just then, another person approached their table, a smirk already playing on his lips. Yo, he greeted, pulling up a chair. So, you also watched Following, huh? Yeah, man. The moviegoer straightened up, practically glowing with enthusiasm. Have you seen it? Yeah, but... The newcomer leaned back, pulling his phone out of his pocket with a sly smile. Did you catch the recent interview with the actors? His excitement faltered slightly. What interview? Oh, you are gonna love this. With deliberate flair, he tapped at his screen and set the phone down in front of them. Here, watch this. Curiosity piqued. The 2 nonchalant friends finally looked up from their phones, leaning in just a little. The screen played a clip of the cast being interviewed, the actress grinning as she addressed the camera. There has been a lot of buzz about the end credits scene teasing a second part. The actress said, her tone teasing. But actually, there is no sequel. The director added that as a joke to make people leave the theater hyped. It's a one-off movie. The clip ended, the phone screen going dark. The friend who had seen the movie froze, his expression a mix of disbelief and betrayal. No way. You are lying. The newcomer smirked, clearly enjoying this. Felt the same way, man. That's why I wanted to share the pain. The other 2 friends, who had been disinterested only moments before, exchanged looks. Then they burst into laughter. You have been hyping up a sequel that doesn't even exist. The first friend said between laughs. Damn, that's rough. The second added, grinning as he leaned back in his chair. But you know what? Now I have to see what got you so worked up. The moviegoer slumped in his seat, staring blankly at the table. I feel like my heart just got ripped out. Sounds like it. The newcomer tucked his phone away, still smirking. At least we are all sad together now. As the laughter faded, the two who hadn't seen the movie glanced at each other again, their mild amusement giving way to curiosity. All right, fine, one of them muttered. I might actually go check it out. Yeah, the other agreed, grinning. If it messed you up that bad, it's got to be worth watching. The friend who had been so excited a moment ago groaned, shaking his head as the others laughed again. The hype he had tried so hard to sell had backfired, but at least now they were on board, even if it came at his expense. Keanu, Grace, and Andrew stepped into the room, fresh from the talk show. Grace, you nailed that interview. Keanu shot her a thumbs up, dragging a chair over with a scrape and flipping it around to sit backward, arms draped over the backrest. Despite the casual stance, there was a hint of irritation in his voice. Andrew and Grace took their seats beside him. Regal, catching the tension, asked, Huh? What happened? Andrew sighed. Keanu sulking because the interviewer called the movie a fluke. Regal's reaction was immediate, a loud, carefree laugh. Huh? That's all. He turned to Keanu with mock concern. Tell me you didn't lose it on live TV. Before Keanu could retort, Andrew cut in. Thankfully, he didn't. Regal nodded in approval. Good. The door swung open just then, and a sharply dressed man strode in, phone in one hand. He was the person that was appointed as the PR manager from the Red Pictures. Regal turned to him. So, how did it go? The man gave a small nod, a hint of satisfaction in his expression. It's done. The interview is scheduled for this evening. Regal's expression shifted slightly, approval flashing across his face. Nice work. He turned back to the trio. You heard him. We have got work to do. The man suddenly pulled a tablet from under his arm and handed it to Regal. Before that, you need to see this. Regal took it without a word, tapping play. At first, his expression remained neutral. Then, out of nowhere, laughter erupted from him, his shoulders shaking as he tried to catch his breath. Oh, you guys have to see this, he said between chuckles, sliding the tablet toward Grace. Grace hesitated, eyeing him warily. What am I looking at? Regal grinned, still recovering. Just watch. Grace held the tablet steady as the three of them leaned in, their reactions unfolding in real time. On the screen, a fan sat on the floor, gripping his head like his world had just crumbled. What do you mean there is no second part? He wailed at the camera. No sequel. I have been hyped for nothing. Behind the camera, the person filming snickered. Dude, you were so ready. You even gave a speech about watching it twice. The fan shot a murderous glare at the lens, his voice cracking. I hate you. I am seeing it again today. Alone. Andrew let out a short laugh. Grace remained perfectly composed, though the corners of her lips twitched ever so slightly. Keanu exhaled through his nose, arms crossed, but there was no mistaking the faint smirk tugging at the edge of his mouth. Regal leaned back, setting the tablet on the table with a smirk still plastered on his face. Well, he said, turning to the man beside him. Looks like we just found our next promotional clip. Number 53. Chapter 53, Harry Potter UK Edition 1. June 30th, 2010. Ugh, I am tired of these long flights. Gwendolyn groaned as she collapsed face first onto the plush hotel bed, her exhaustion evident. Regal, standing by the window, glanced at the illuminated cityscape outside. Well, at least the view here is nice, he muttered, as if the sight alone could soothe her frustration. Gwendolyn turned her head slightly. Right, I forgot. Creative people are built differently when it comes to sitting in one place for hours. I bet you would have worked on some script if they were to allow it. Regal smirked. Now, I know when to take a break. Especially since this is our first trip together. Yeah, if only it wasn't for business. Welp, can't forget why we are here. A brief silence settled between them. They had arrived in London, UK, their trip revolving around the official launch of the UK edition of Harry Potter. Regal still found it surreal that 5 months had already passed since its initial release. The book's success was undeniable, but was it truly on par with what he had known in his previous world? The numbers were larger. That much was certain. As far as he remembered, in his previous life, Harry Potter hadn't seen massive sales until its 3rd volume. Yet, in this world, his book was already a notable hit. The difference, he suspected, lay in his decision to launch it directly in the US from the start. In his past life, the US had been the largest book market, and by targeting it first, he had likely accelerated the process. Whatever the reason, he had already bypassed that slow, uncertain climb. Still, the real turning point was yet to come. Once the Harry Potter series had gained momentum, it had transformed into a cultural phenomenon, eventually crossing 120 million copies sold, and it was by far the youngest on the list, with at least a 20-year gap between it and the others. Even here, only 6 books had ever reached that milestone. Of course, the films had played a massive role in catapulting the series to legendary status. And that was something he had plans for. The real question was, could he achieve the same level of success in this world? Only time would tell. Regardless, the groundwork was already being laid. Over the past few months, the book had been translated into multiple languages, and tomorrow would mark its simultaneous release across several countries. Unlike a single-day event, this launch was spread out over multiple days, covering different regions. Regal would likely need to travel for promotion, starting with the UK, the most high-profile and culturally significant. Release. It made sense. Harry Potter was deeply rooted in British culture, and UK publishers had practically bombarded both him and Everleaf Press within the first week of its US debut, eager to claim it for their home market. Some had even expressed envy that a story like this had come from a foreign author rather than one of their own. But Regal pushed those thoughts aside. Yes, this was a business trip, but he had made sure to set aside an entire week in London, and he fully intended to enjoy some well-earned free time. It was rare for Gwendolyn to complain about too much work, which made her sudden groan all the more unusual. Just thinking about all this work makes me feel drained, she muttered, rubbing her temples dramatically. She wasn't thrilled about being called in right after Regal's movie release. She had tried to push it back, but her efforts had been in vain. In fact, they had been delaying this task for so long that it had become, frankly, disgusting. Still standing where she was, Gwendolyn suddenly stretched her arms toward Regal like a child waiting to be picked up. "Come on, Regal," she drawled, her voice laced with exaggerated weariness. "Share some of your energy with your lady here." Gwendolyn made no effort to move closer, simply holding out her arms expectantly, waiting to be indulged. Regal scoffed, but took a step toward her anyway. "So, you want me to recharge you?" he mused, stopping just within arm's reach. "Yes." She nodded, maintaining her dramatic stance, her hands still stretched toward him. "Preferably with minimal effort on my part." Regal gave her a dry look. "You realize you sound like a cat demanding attention, right?" Gwendolyn pouted at the delay. "Is that so? Then be a good human and fulfill your duties." He sighed but played along, stepping forward and wrapping his arms around her. She let out a satisfied hum, melting against him like a lazy feline finally receiving the affection she sought. "There, happy now?" he asked, resting his chin lightly atop her head. Gwendolyn murmured against his chest. "I could stay like this all day." Regal chuckled. "Yeah, that's not happening. You still have work to do, remember?" She groaned in protest, but didn't let go. "Just 5 more minutes, maybe 10 or 30. Regal shook his head, but he made no move to pull away either. "You are not exactly making this easy for me," he muttered, though his arms remained steady around her. After that, Gwendolyn finally released her hold, albeit reluctantly. She stretched her arms above her head and sighed before plopping down onto the bed. All right, let's go over tomorrow's schedule," she muttered, scrolling through her phone. Regal sat down on the edge of the bed. "Give me the short version. Launch event at noon, media prep at 10. Photo op, interviews, signing session, officially 2 hours, realistically 4. There is a publisher's dinner afterward, but attendance is optional." Regal sighed. "Optional, huh? That usually means highly recommended." Gwendolyn smirked. "Well, you are right." A brief silence followed before Gwendolyn chimed in. "Pre-orders look good, by the way. Sales projections are solid. Better than expected?" "Yup. UK press is hyping it as a homecoming." Regal nodded. "That will work in our favor." Now bedtime." She yawned. "If I collapse tomorrow, I am blaming you." Duly noted. She tossed a pillow at him. The next morning, the city was overcast, a typical London sky greeting them as they prepared for the event. The ride to the venue was smooth. Waterstone's Piccadilly, Europe's largest bookstore. Located in a grand Edwardian building, it was the perfect venue for the UK release. As expected, there was already a small crowd gathered outside the bookstore, mostly eager fans and media personnel. Inside, the event space was set up efficiently. A backdrop with the book's cover art stood behind the table where he would sign, flanked by stacks of freshly printed copies. Journalists and photographers were stationed nearby, ready to document the proceedings. Regal went through the motions, posing for a few pictures, answering the greetings, and then taking his seat for the signing. The turnout exceeded expectations. Fans of all ages came through. Few were even clutching well-worn copies from the US release, eager to get them signed. Others were first-time readers, drawn in by the growing buzz. As he signed book after book, he caught snippets of excited conversations, some about the story, others speculating on a potential sequel. By the time the event wrapped up, his hand was sore, but he couldn't deny the satisfaction of seeing so many people genuinely invested in his work. The next day was for interviews. First stop, the BBC Broadcasting House in central London. The historic building had been home to some of the most influential voices in British media. Regal recorded a segment for BBC Radio, discussing the book's themes and its unexpected international success. From there, they rushed to the Guardian's offices in King's Cross for a sit-down interview. The journalist, an older man with a skeptical air, probed deeper into his creative choices. Interviewer: Mr. Regal, before we dive into the questions, I would love to hear about your experience launching your book here and how the reception has been so far. Regal leaned back slightly, a small smile forming. Honestly, it's been incredible. 5 days in, and I am still taking in just how enthusiastic the readers are. Seeing their excitement firsthand has been a rewarding experience. A brief pause, then a slight shift in his expression. I have also taken the opportunity to explore the country a bit, with my girlfriend, no less. So I am glad the UK ended up being my first international stop. The interviewer nodded approvingly. That's great to hear. Now, I have to say, I absolutely loved Hogwarts and the magical world you have created. But why the UK? Why set your story here? Regal's expression turned thoughtful. Part of it was a challenge to myself, to see if I could authentically capture a culture I didn't grow up in. It pushed me as a writer, made me do my homework, and really immersed myself in the details. Judging by the warm reception so far, I would like to think I did a decent job. The interviewer let out a short chuckle, shaking his head. I have to correct you there, Mr. Regal. You did more than a decent job. Regal only nodded, glancing toward the recording device on the table as the interview carried on. There were still more questions to answer, more conversations to have, but so far, this trip was shaping up to be exactly what he had hoped for. Number 54. Chapter 54, Harry Potter UK Edition 2. Regal exhaled lightly, the corner of his mouth tugging up in amusement. Meanwhile, the interviewer flipped a page in his notebook before addressing the audience. For those who might not know, let me give you a bit more context. This young man here isn't just an author, he is also a filmmaker. In fact, his recent success with the film, Following, has been making waves. He took a moment to elaborate, offering details for viewers who might catch this interview later, seamlessly setting up his next question. And I have to say, Mr. Regal, I truly appreciate the effort you made to be here, especially when you are still tied up with the release of your debut film. Regal let out a breathy chuckle. Honestly, I would have preferred to do both properly if the dates hadn't overlapped like this. But it's my book. It only feels right to be here, promoting it firsthand. The interviewer nodded in understanding. Now, the reason I brought up your Hollywood background is because I am curious. What are the chances of this story expanding into other media? Comics are always famous in the US, and of course, given your background, a film adaptation seems like a natural step. Regal nodded in affirmation. I will admit, it's tempting. There is a lot of visual storytelling in the book, action, and layered world building which has the potential to translate well into a film. He tilted his head slightly. That said, my main goal is for the book to reach young readers first. If it grows beyond that, well, we will see. The interviewer raised an eyebrow, smirking. So, you are not ruling it out? Regal shrugged. Let's just say I won't be the one to stop it if it happens. The journalist chuckled, jotting something down before tapping his pen against the page. Fair enough. Now, let's talk about your readers. Have you had any particularly memorable interactions so far? Regal exhaled slightly, leaning forward. Actually, yes. On the first day of my book launch back home, there was this little girl, Lily, I believe. She must have been around 7 or 8, and for some reason, she was completely set on getting a copy of my book. The way she looked at it, like it was something truly special, really stuck with me. The interviewer's smile softened, already leaving a strong impression on young readers. That's a good sign. He flipped to a new page in his notes, then glanced back up. If you don't mind, can we go back a little back in the past? Do you remember your thought process while writing this book? Regal leaned back slightly, fingers tracing the edge of his sleeve. I have always had a habit of writing, really, since childhood. But at some point, that hobby grew into something more, though I couldn't say exactly when. A pause. Then, a quieter, more deliberate tone. 6 months ago, though, I hit rock bottom, financially and personally. Unlike before, I no longer had the luxury of writing endlessly without pressure. That was the first time I wrote with a real sense of urgency, a self-imposed deadline. I went all in, determined to finish this book and get it published. The interviewer's eyebrows shot up, clearly taken aback. 6 months? Are you serious, Mr. Regal? That means it didn't even take 1 month for you to write this book. No offense, but just how does your brain actually work, actually? Does stuff just pour into your mind magically? The journalist shook his head, still processing the speed at which the book had been completed. I got that a lot. Anyway, it's actually something like that. Stuff just does pour into my mind. Like magic. Haha. You have got quite the sense of humor, Mr. Regal. Regal tilted his head, feigning deep thought. Well, thank you, I guess. The interviewer's eyebrows lifted slightly, as if impressed by the candor. Mr. Regal, your book is centered around children, which makes me wonder, what made you choose that perspective? I assume you like children. Regal let out a small chuckle. Yeah, you could say that. I think there is a kind of pure, unfiltered naivety in children, something we all had at one point, but lose as we grow up due to circumstances. I suppose that's just part of adulthood. He shifted slightly, a more pragmatic tone creeping into his voice. As for why I chose to write about children, honestly, reach. Children's books have the highest potential to go global. So, if I am being completely transparent, it was a calculated decision rather than some deep creative epiphany. And, well, I suppose that's exactly the kind of adult choice I made. The interviewer let out a low whistle, shaking his head. Wow, that's one of the most honest and insightful takes I have heard. Regal chuckled, inclining his head slightly. Well, thank you. The journalist leaned forward, shifting the conversation. Now, about the writing process itself, do you plan everything out beforehand, or is it something that takes shape as you write? Regal exhaled. That's the hardest part of writing, honestly. The longer a book is, the tougher it gets to structure. Some parts are planned, but others, well, they come to life along the way. It's a delicate balance, but hopefully I can keep it. And getting it published, how difficult was that? Regal let out a short laugh. I would say I definitely lucked out. Everleaf Press, my publisher, was actually the first to accept my manuscript. But, of course, that's not counting the many other publishers I sent it to before that. In the end, I am just grateful they took a chance on me. The interviewer nodded. Well, we as readers are also thankful for Everleaf Press putting trust in you and in return giving us such a great book. And speaking of chances, have you started working on the second book? Regal's lips curled into a confident smile. I have, actually. If all goes well, it will be released around the same time next year. That's fantastic news. Now, before we wrap up, I have one last fan question. Some readers are worried that, since you are also a filmmaker, you might eventually shift your focus to directing and abandon the books. What would you say to them? Regal didn't hesitate. His tone was firm, resolute. That's simply impossible. I have already poured so much time and effort into this series, and I am not someone who lets hard work go to waste. So, rest assured, I am fully committed to finishing this story with the same dedication I started with. No compromises. The journalist smiled, clearly satisfied. That's reassuring to hear. Well, Mr. Regal, it's been a pleasure speaking with you. Best of luck with the series, and we will all be eagerly waiting for the next installment. Regal nodded, offering a polite handshake. Thank you. It's been a pleasure. And with that, the interview wrapped up, one step closer to solidifying his place in the literary world. 5 days later, July 6, 2010. By Monday, the promotional tour shifted from traditional media to a more direct fan engagement at Forbidden Planet, the UK's most famous sci-fi and fantasy bookstore. Located on Shaftesbury Avenue, the store was packed with enthusiasts of all things magical. Unlike Waterstones, this event had a more informal vibe. There was no structured press conference, just an open signing session and a short panel discussion. Fans asked questions ranging from lore speculation to his thoughts on potential film adaptations. Gwendolyn, who had been handling scheduling like a machine, finally showed signs of exhaustion. "I think this time it's me that should be sharing some energy," she declared. Regal, for once, agreed immediately. They carved out a day to experience London properly. They visited the British Museum, admired the crown jewels at the Tower of London, and took a detour through the bustling stalls of Borough Market for a proper meal. That evening, they caught a West End performance of the Phantom of the Opera at Her Majesty's Theatre. Gwendolyn, despite her initial skepticism, admitted it was worth the hype. The final major event was a formal dinner hosted at the Ritz London, a venue chosen for its blend of history and prestige. Regal met with senior executives, literary critics, and notable figures in UK publishing. There were discussions about future translations, upcoming print runs, and, more importantly, the growing demand for film rights. A few Hollywood agents had even flown in, eager to gauge Regal's interest. By the time they reached Heathrow Airport, exhaustion had settled deep in their bones. Regal slumped into one of the lounge chairs, exhaling slowly. Across from him, Gwendolyn scrolled through her phone, a satisfied smirk playing on her lips. "Well, our first baby has been spreading her wings. How does it feel to be a father?" she murmured without looking up. Regal blinked. Her, huh? He hadn't realized their baby was a daughter until now. Not that he minded. Shaking his head, he smirked. "Proud." Gwendolyn finally glanced up, unimpressed. "That's it? Just proud? For an author, your vocabulary can be embarrassingly basic." "Yeah? If you ask me, it's your vocabulary that needs revision." He shot back. Under his breath, he muttered, "Calling me a father out of nowhere." She stretched, unconcerned. "Too late. You are a father now. No take-backs. I don't recall signing up for parenthood." Regal pointed out. Gwendolyn acted, blinking and tilting her head, almost daring him to say that again. "I didn't quite catch that. What was that last part?" "Nothing." He gave up. She narrowed her eyes suspiciously, but let it slide. Soon after, their flight was called. Gwendolyn nudged him lightly with her foot. "Come on, superstar. Time to return to reality." As they made their way toward the gate, Regal took one last look at London through the massive terminal windows. The city had been kind to him, more than he expected. But as the plane loomed ahead, he knew this was only the beginning. The world was watching now, and he had no intention of disappointing. Number 55. Chapter 55, The Inheritance Cycle. Next day, July 7th, 2010. The unexpected blockbuster success of Following had sent shockwaves through the industry. While Regal and company basked in their victory, fueling the hype with celebratory promotions, the cast and crew were still struggling to comprehend the sheer scale of what they had achieved. While that was happening, behind closed doors, frustration simmered in places far removed from the glitz of box office numbers. Among them, the most disgruntled were Brad Carter and his assistant, John, both from Pixie Studios. Brad, a script review coordinator, sat in his office, fuming in silence. Outside, John stood just beyond the doorway, clutching a folder he had long forgotten the contents of. His mind was elsewhere, replaying a conversation he had once dismissed. $100 million. Regal words echoed in his head. He had already crossed the number at the box office, and on top of it, the run isn't over yet. Estimates say it's going to add another 50 million to that number. Regal's claims hadn't been arrogant. It had been certainty, the kind of unshakable confidence that, in hindsight, John had underestimated. He had spent the past week scrolling through article after article about Following, glowing reviews, analytical breakdowns, and retrospective articles calling it a lottery ticket for the cast and director. Lottery? That term made him scoff. Luck had nothing to do with it. This wasn't some fluke. It was a meticulously orchestrated triumph. Success wasn't always a matter of chance. Sometimes, it was crafted, executed, and forced into reality with ruthless precision. It is an undeniable fact that Regal had played the game and won, while John had been too blind to see it coming. Taking a regretful sigh, he pushed open the heavy door to Brad Carter's office. Brad sat stiffly in his chair. His gaze flicked upward as John stepped inside, sharp, cutting as the barely restrained fury in his eyes. This wasn't going to be a pleasant conversation, John thought. But then again, when was it ever? "Morning, sir." He greeted him. He didn't dare to say good morning. Expectedly, Brad didn't respond. Still, John continued to stand still in front of the now closed door, bracing for the inevitable. "Do you have any idea how badly we screwed up, John?" Finally, Brad's voice lashed through the room like a whip. A folder slammed onto the desk, papers spilling out in a chaotic mess. "You had one job. One damn job. Get that Greenleaf brat on board before they release the movie." John's jaw tightened. He had expected this. Brad's go-to move whenever things spiraled out of control was to find someone to pin it on. "I apologize, sir, but Regal was never interested in selling. He only wanted distribution. From the start, there was no deal to be made." Brad scoffed, waving a dismissive hand. "Bullshit. There is always a deal to be made. You just didn't try hard enough to find the right angle." "Sir," the CEO called. John added, completely hoping to redirect the topic. Brad's breath hitched. His nostrils flared, fists twitching like he was resisting the urge to throw something. His anger was volcanic, but for the first time, it stalled. Silence. Then, with a heavy exhale, he dropped back into his chair. John stood firm, composed. This was the only way to cut through Brad's tirades, dropping something heavier than his outrage. "Continue," Brad responded, turning quit. John gave a small nod. "The CEO assistant contacted us this morning for a meeting." "Meeting?" Brad questioned. John and Brad both exactly knew what this meeting was about. It is mostly probably about a full debrief report on what happened on Pixie Studio's recent box office venture. However, it won't just end there, as by now the information about Regal approaching the studio with the movie should have been informed, and obviously he wants to know how and why Brad let following slip right through their fingers. John couldn't help but wonder how many studios are going through the same process right now. Brad exhaled through gritted teeth and kicked the edge of the desk, sending one of the scattered papers fluttering to the floor. "Perfect. Just perfect. Now I have to clean up this mess because you couldn't do your damn job." John said nothing. The truth was too obvious to waste words on. He knew better than to push back further when Brad was like this. After a beat, Brad let out a bitter chuckle, shaking his head. That little brat turned an indie into a goddamn box office phenomenon. And we didn't even get crumbs. He exhaled sharply, rubbing his temple before leveling a glare at John. "Fine. Tell me exactly when the meeting is scheduled. Because like it or not, they were going to have to answer for this." "About now," John replied, glancing at the clock. "Be ready. Your mistakes are about to cost both of us." Brad snapped, jabbing a finger at John before storming off. "And trust me, the consequences won't be pretty." As the door shut, John let out a defeated breath, running a hand over his face before gathering the scattered papers. He needed to focus. But one thought refused to leave his mind. How the hell had Regal managed to pull Stephen Hawking into all this? When Regal rejected their offer, John had expected the kid to come crawling back, tail between his legs, once the realities of distribution set in. That was how this industry worked. Young, cocky filmmakers always made a show of independence until they hit the wall of logistics and funding. But this time, it was different. Regal hadn't just proved them wrong. He had flipped the entire script. They were the ones left regretting their decisions. The irony wasn't lost on him. The film industry has a very low success rate. Most projects flopped. Even those with promise barely broke even. But when a hit did land, it could secure a studio's future for years. One box office juggernaut meant more projects, more talent, and more power. Following had become that success, a once-in-a-decade phenomenon. If they had just played their cards right, pushed a little harder, secured that deal, the studio would have made it big. And John, he would have been rewarded, of course, if he hadn't been robbed of the credit first. Still, there was another layer to Brad's frustration, one that went beyond following success. Pixie had released a film the same week, a project Brad had personally championed. The film, Reborn, was an adaptation of the wildly popular first book in the Inheritance Cycle tetralogy, a property that had generated considerable buzz. Originally published in 2002, the novel had become a bestseller, amassing a huge following, particularly among young fantasy readers. On paper, turning it into a movie should have been a safe bet. Adaptations, after all, came with a built-in audience, a guaranteed baseline of ticket sales. Brad had played it safe at every turn, ensuring the marketing team leaned heavily into the book's fan base. The pre-release hype had been overwhelming, and that was the problem. The hype raised expectations. When Aragon finally hit theaters, it didn't just underperform. It crashed hard. Meanwhile, following soared, siphoning off audiences, dominating headlines, and rewriting industry expectations in real time. The contrast couldn't have been more humiliating for Brad, or more infuriating. John pressed his lips into a thin line as he finished organizing the scattered papers. He understood the frustration, but this wasn't his failure. Regal had outmaneuvered them at every turn, and Brad's refusal to see that wasn't his burden to carry. Not that it mattered. In Brad's world, someone had to take the fall, and that someone was almost always him. Same time, Regal stepped out of the theater, the night air doing little to lift the weight in his chest. Less than 25% occupancy in its first week. That was the cold, hard truth staring him in the face. It didn't take a genius to figure out what that meant. The movie was as good as dead. He could hear the disappointed murmurs around him, scattered fragments of critique from fans and casual viewers alike. Such a letdown. Not what I expected at all. They had so much material to work with. The comments didn't surprise him, but they stung nonetheless. The movie itself wasn't terrible. If anything, it had its moments. But somehow, it just didn't land. As Regal walked toward the parking lot, his phone buzzed in his pocket. He pulled it out, glancing at the screen. Keanu. Hello. Regal answered, his tone neutral. Hello? Where the hell are you? Keanu's voice came through, laced with irritation. You vanish without a word, and now you are not even picking up your phone. I went to watch a movie. Regal replied, stepping off the curb and into the night. Oh, still basking in your own success, huh? Keanu's sarcasm was as sharp as ever. Nah, not ours. Regal corrected. Then what? The other one. The one that dropped the Friday after hours. Aragon. Huh? How was it? Keanu asked, his tone shifting slightly. It was decent, Regal said after a moment. Decent? Then, that's definitely bad. Keanu's response came instantly. There was no doubt in his voice, no room for negotiation. It was a simple equation. If Regal didn't outright praise something, then it was bad. Keanu didn't know the specifics, and frankly, he didn't care to. He had long since grown accustomed to Regal's unfiltered opinions when it came to movies. Maybe it was because Regal was also in the creative field, someone who understood how tough filmmaking could be. Or maybe it was just who he was. Either way, he had no intention of debating it. He just equated it to his character, simply assuming. It is because he is also related as he is from the creative field and knows how tough it is to make a film. Well, hurry up and get back here. We are waiting. His voice came again. Yeah, I am on my way. Regal muttered before ending the call. The faint hum of wheels on asphalt pulled his attention. He turned to see a poster for Aragon, illuminated under the dim glow of the marquee. For a moment, he simply stared at it, frustration simmering beneath the surface before escaping in a quiet sigh. How the hell do you screw up a project like this? Not once, but in both worlds. He muttered, shaking his head in disbelief. Because this so-called Aragon was, in reality, none other than the same Aragon movie from his world. Yeah, same title, same train wreck. His gaze lingered on the poster for another second before he scoffed and turned away. Some things never change, do they? With that, Regal walked off, his mind already spinning with possibilities. Regal slid into the back seat of a waiting taxi. He gave the driver the address of the restaurant where the crew was waiting, then leaned back, his mind still buzzing with thoughts of Aragon. The film had been adapted from Aragon, the first part of The Inheritance Cycle, a novel he had read earlier that week to compare this world's version to the one he remembered. While the book itself had already made a few changes from Aragon, the movie had taken it to another level. Some changes were immediately noticeable. They butchered everything that made the book great. First off, They cut out key characters like Murtagh and Ajihad, both of whom played significant roles in Aragon's journey. On top of that, the protagonist himself lacked the depth he deserved. Aragon in the movie was just a typical, boring hero with no real development. The dragon Saphira? The CGI was awful, and she looked nothing like the majestic dragon from the book. The plot was rushed, especially the battle with the Empire and Murtagh's twist. It was supposed to be emotional, but it just fell flat. The world building, which was a huge part of the book, barely even exists in the film. The movie missed out on explaining the different cultures, history, and everything that made the world feel alive. Then there was the VFX, a critical aspect for a film of this nature. Instead of enhancing the high-octane action scenes, the visuals were jarring and poorly rendered, breaking any sense of immersion. It was as if the studio had tried to cut corners, hoping the novelty of the source material would carry the project. While the comparison between the novel and book was unavoidable, and Aragon came out looking like a cheap knockoff. The movie was a huge financial loss, and Regal doubted the studio would greenlight a sequel anytime soon. Number 56. Chapter 56. Look at him, finally taking his rightful throne. The taxi came to a stop outside the restaurant, pulling Regal from his thoughts. He stepped out, taking in the warmly lit façade and the lively chatter filtering through the glass doors. The entire crew was here, everyone from the lighting technicians to the lead actors. That was how he wanted it. Success wasn't the work of a single individual, and Regal understood the importance of recognizing every hand that had shaped the film. As he approached, laughter and snippets of conversation filled the air. Through the glass, he spotted familiar faces, their expressions relaxed, their smiles easy. The atmosphere inside was celebratory. Taking a steady breath, he pushed the door open. The moment he stepped inside, a sharp gaze locked onto him. Saren, his sister. She stood near the entrance, arms crossed, her signature look of disapproval firmly in place. "You didn't wear the suit I gave you?" she complained, her gaze sweeping over his outfit. Regal glanced down at himself. He already knew what she was seeing. A sleek, geometric print button-up, slim tapered jeans, and sneakers with a futuristic design. A decade ahead of its time, at least in this timeline. It was stylish, sure, but not quite the formal attire Saren had painstakingly chosen for the occasion. "It's not like we invited the press," he replied. By now, heads had turned, and the room collectively noticed his arrival. "Yep, that's definitely something Regal would say," someone quipped from the back. "No doubt about it." Another chimed in, laughter following soon after. And then, a playful shout rose from the crowd. "Don't worry, Regal, we don't judge you." Regal smirked, firing back. "Elias, you don't have a girlfriend yet, so your opinion doesn't matter." A chorus of exaggerated reactions followed. "Huh, huh, ha, yeah." Laughter rippled through the room, the energy shifting into something livelier, more infectious. Even the quieter ones found themselves grinning. "Hey, what does not having a girlfriend have to do with this?" The same voice called out, mock indignant. "There's a lot to do with it, man." Someone else chuckled. Another voice chimed in. "Wait, Mike, don't you also not have a girlfriend?" Meanwhile, Regal moved through the crowd, exchanging greetings and quick words with crew members. Saren trailed behind, her unimpressed expression firmly in place. Yet, even she couldn't ignore the effect Regal had on those around him. For all his rough edges, his presence subtly altered the atmosphere, steadying the energy while somehow heightening it at the same time. As Regal scanned the room, his gaze moved over the gathering, taking in every detail. On one side, Keanu stood at the center of a group, talking with his usual enthusiasm. Beside him, Andrew nodded along, occasionally chiming in. Off to the side, Grace stood in her usual quiet presence, observing the room with a calm demeanor. Simon, who had played a supporting role in the film, stood next to her, exchanging words with Zach, the editor. Tom, the middle-aged actor who had portrayed the police officer, leaned against a nearby table, a drink in hand and a relaxed smile on his face. Out of the corner of his eye, Regal also noticed Ben and Darren. There was still a bit of tension between them, but with drinks in their hands, it didn't seem like anything serious. As Regal made his way towards the center of the room, something caught his eye, a chair. Not just any chair, but a director's chair, placed right in the middle of the gathering. It wasn't anything fancy, No decorative details or flashy design. Just a plain, practical chair, yet it stood out, commanding attention in a way that felt deliberate. Regal arched his brow. What is this? Before anyone else could answer, Keanu broke away from his group, grinning as he approached. What? Feeling touched already? Simon smirked, jumping in before Regal could respond. It was Grace's idea, he said, nodding towards the quiet girl standing off to the side. You know, since you barely had a chance to sit in the director's chair during production, always running around with that heavy camera. Regal's gaze flicked to Grace. As expected, she said nothing, only glancing away as if the conversation didn't concern her. But the faint blush dusting her cheeks gave her away. Huh. Regal let out a half sigh, half laugh. Stepping closer, he placed a hand on the back of the chair, running his fingers over the smooth wood. Well, at least it's good to know someone noticed how much work I was doing. Keanu clapped a hand on his back. Don't get all sentimental on us now. You are already hard enough to deal with without adding emotions into the mix. Laughter rippled through the room, and Regal couldn't help but smirk. Yeah, no chance of that. I just didn't think you lot actually cared. Regal took a moment to look around at everyone, his crew, his team, the people who had worked tirelessly to bring following to life. He was never one for grand gestures, but something about this, the simplicity of it, left an impact. Finally, Regal added, All right, let's see if this chair is as comfortable as it looks. Hooray! Whoa! The moment he sank into it, the crew erupted into cheers, some clapping, others tossing out playful jabs. Look at him, finally taking his rightful throne. Keanu teased, lifting his drink in an exaggerated toast. Regal smirked, leaning back with exaggerated ease. All right, enough of that. We're here to celebrate. Someone hand me a drink. Simon was already a step ahead, holding out a bottle. Figured you would ask. Here. Taking it, Regal pushed himself to his feet, raising the bottle high. To all of you, for making following what it is today. Cheers. Cheers erupted again, louder this time, as the crew toasted, clinking glasses, bottles, and even plastic cups together. To Regal, someone called out from the back. To following, Andrew added, his voice carrying over the crowd. Grace and Zach had joined the circle now, and Grace shot him a sidelong look. You barely lasted a minute in that chair. Yeah, well, Regal said, holding up the bottle with a shrug. I work better on my feet. Spoken like a true workaholic. Zach muttered, shaking his head. The atmosphere remained charged with energy, conversation flowing freely as laughter and stories passed between them. Regal moved through the crowd, exchanging nods and words of appreciation with Keanu, Andrew, Grace, Simon, Zach, and Tom, the people who had poured their time and effort into the film. Then, a vibration in his pocket. He pulled out his phone, glancing at the screen. An unknown number. He hesitated for a moment before slipping it back into his pocket. Tonight wasn't about business, it was about them. Just as he was about to turn away, his gaze landed on someone standing off to the side. When did he get here? Long blonde hair, a polite but somewhat reserved smile, one that barely concealed how out of place he looked. Ludwig Granson. Regal frowned slightly. He had made sure to greet everyone, yet he was certain Ludwig hadn't been here earlier. Without a second thought, he set his drink down and made his way toward him. Ludwig blinked, visibly caught off guard as Regal approached. Hey, Ludwig. Guess your sense of time is even worse than mine. Regal greeted him with an easy smirk. A few people nearby glanced over, briefly curious about who Regal was talking to. But from his casual tone, they quickly assumed the newcomer must be someone important to him. Ludwig let out a short chuckle. Yeah, my bad. Had some last-minute sound mixing for the next episode. Regal waved it off. Nah, I am just messing with you. He turned back toward the others and raised his voice. Hey guys, I know it's late, but this here is Ludwig Granson, the guy behind the music for Following. A brief pause, then recognition clicked. Oh, welcome to the crew, man. Yeah, good to finally meet you. Dude, your work on the film was amazing. Ludwig's shoulders relaxed a little as he nodded in appreciation, his smile becoming more natural. But the initial burst of greetings faded just as quickly as it came, leaving behind an awkward silence, the kind that happens when people finally meet someone they have only heard about. Even Regal's closest crew, including Keanu, had never actually met Ludwig in person, They had praised his work and acknowledged his contribution, but he still felt like an outsider. Unlike the rest of them, he hadn't spent a month together on set, sharing late-night shoots, inside jokes, and exhaustion-fueled bonding. Regal picked up on it immediately. Without missing a beat, he clapped a firm hand on Ludwig's back and nudged him forward. "All right, I have got an idea." Ludwig barely had time to process before Regal continued, ignoring the questioning looks. "Let's have Ludwig sing a song for us." Ludwig's head snapped up. "Wait, what?" Regal was already moving. He pulled out his phone, shot a quick signal to the DJ, then turned to Saren. "Saren, record this for me, will you?" Before Ludwig could object, a mic was shoved into his hands. "Sing." He stared at it, then at the expectant faces around him. "Yeah, man. Let's have them hear what they missed in the film." Regal's voice carried a knowing edge. And just like that, Ludwig understood. The song, the one they had poured their hearts into, the one meant for following, was only to be scrapped at the last minute for many following reasons. Budget, deadline, and most importantly, Regal couldn't find the voice for it, a professional vocalist. He had fought for it, argued with Regal, frustrated that something so important had been tossed aside. Regal had promised it would make it onto the DVD release. Ludwig had agreed, not out of certainty, but out of hope, because he didn't want this song, his best work, to gather dust in some forgotten folder. Something about Regal's lyrics, the way they bled into the film's characters, had moved him in a way he couldn't quite explain. It was rare to find that kind of synergy, and he wanted people to hear it. And now, apparently, they would. The awkward tension from before had shifted, curiosity and anticipation filling the space instead. Even Keanu, who had been quietly sizing Ludwig up from the side, leaned in with interest. The DJ queued up the track. A familiar hum filled the speakers. Ludwig hesitated for just a second, then stepped forward, adjusting his grip on the mic. The first chords hit, stripped down. The murmurs died. The air tightened. Then Ludwig's voice, low and tentative at first, cut through the silence like a whisper against static. "Ooh, stop." His voice was soft at first, barely above a whisper. "With your feet in the air and your head on the ground. Try this trick and spin it, yeah? Your head will collapse. But there's nothing in it. And you'll ask, 'Oh, where's my mind? Oh, where's my mind? Oh, where's my mind?'" Ludwig's voice carried through the room, no longer tentative. The words lingered, more than just lyrics. They were a question that had no real answer. "I think I am alone now. The crowd has gone home now. I think I am alone now. The crowd has gone home now. Oh, where's my mind?" The melody settled over the crowd like a slow, rolling tide. This was the soul of the song, the version that never made it into the film, stripped of studio polish, left raw and aching. As the song neared its end, the DJ looped the outro, a dissonant, feedback-drenched riff humming through the speakers. The room vibrated with it, a stark contrast to the smooth, radio-friendly score that had made it into the final cut. Ludwig's voice dropped to a whisper, the edges frayed, trembling. "Oh, where's my mind? Oh, where's my mind? Oh, where's my mind?" Then, silence. For a heartbeat, the entire room stood still. Then, one clap. Keanu. Another. And another. The applause swelled into a roar, rippling through the space, turning into a standing ovation that shook the floorboards. A voice from the back rang out, clear and insistent. Ludwig stood there, frozen, the mic still in his hand. Regal lunged forward, slapping him on the back with a grin. That was freaking awesome. But Ludwig wasn't looking at Regal. His gaze locked onto Saren's phone screen, catching the faces in the crowd, teary, awestruck, connected. The moment the applause began to fade, Keanu stepped closer, his expression still caught between disbelief and something close to reverence. "That's the song you cut." Regal grinned, nodding. "Not for long. DVD release. Promise." Ludwig swallowed hard, his throat tight. The song wasn't forgotten anymore. Song name, Pixies, Where's My Mind? Chapter 57, New Project. Next day, July 8th, 2010. Regal sat in his office, this time, a real, fully functional one, not just a glorified workspace crammed into a corner or entrance of his house. Yep, he had finally moved out. Again. Also, it had been 2 days since he got back from the UK. Today makes it 3 weeks and 2 days since, following, hit theaters. Just yesterday, They had wrapped up the crew's success party. Of course, none of the biggest names had shown up. Both Stephen Hawking Sr. and Jr., Deontay Marovich, the president of Red Pictures, and two more, Christopher and his assistant, Anne. Not that it was unexpected. If those heavyweights had shown up, the whole atmosphere would have been different. The rest of the crew might not have been able to enjoy themselves as much, and honestly, even the big names themselves would have had to keep things a little more restrained. It was like some unspoken understanding. Even Gwen hadn't made it, though her reasons were completely unrelated to the others. Now, 3 weeks after the release, Following was still going strong at the box office, already cemented as a massive success. Current total? $139 million. According to the contract, Regal's cut sat at a hefty $37 million. And by the end of its run, projections put the final total at least $150 million. That was what the so-called experts were saying. But if you asked Regal, it was going to hit $200 million, which meant his share would be around $50 to $55 million. The thought alone made him grin. He could already picture the look on Deontay's face when the numbers kept climbing. That petty bastard, Regal muttered, smirking to himself. He would have loved to bask in his success a little longer, to let the reality of Following's triumph sink in. But there was no time for that. His next project was already looming on the horizon, and he knew, without a doubt, that the stakes this time would be much, much higher. Since the film's release, the offers had poured in. Most of the medium-range studios, even a few major players and names that had once dismissed him outright during the pre-distribution phase. Now, their emails and calls flooded his inbox daily. Their sudden change of heart wasn't surprising to anyone. Everybody in the industry knew there are no enemies in Hollywood, and even if there were, success always rewrote those relationships. Now they approached him with eager pitches, pretending their previous skepticism had never existed. Their words dripped with flattery, their tones warm and inviting, as though they hadn't shut the door on him months ago. Alas, Regal had no patience for pretense. At every meeting, he laid out his terms, his voice calm but firm. If you want me on board, I need complete creative control. If that's not something you can do, feel free to back out now. That single statement sent most of them packing. The majority reacted with exasperation, their thinly veiled irritation seeping through their polished smiles. Just one hit, and he is already this arrogant? What does he think he is? A veteran auteur? Regal was again not oblivious to their skepticism. He knew full well that what he was asking for was unheard of for someone with just one film under their belt. But he didn't care. He wasn't about to let anyone dilute his vision, or worse, seize control of his work entirely. He had seen it happen too many times. Brilliant films wrecked by overbearing producers and directors forced into creative compromises that gutted their original intent. Regal wasn't closed off to suggestions. He valued constructive input. But the final call, the ultimate decision, it had to be his. So, one by one, the studios walked away. Even those who stayed tried to negotiate, offering partial control instead of full creative freedom. They dangled tempting deals in front of him, sweetened with larger budgets and access to elite resources, but always with strings attached. Regal wasn't interested in those strings. He maintained his polite but firm response. I will be in touch if I have a project that fits us both. It was a courtesy, nothing more. He had no intention of calling them back. He was fully aware that his demands were bold, even reckless, for someone still proving themselves. Following, success was a step forward, but it wasn't a guarantee of future control. The industry was fickle, one misstep, and everything he had gained could be taken away. If he wanted to make the rules, he had to prove why he deserved to. That meant his second film would likely be another independent project, produced by himself, just like the first. This time, however, he wouldn't be working on a shoestring budget. He had earned enough to push the boundaries further. His growing reputation meant better access to resources, a larger scale, and a more ambitious vision. And he already had something in mind. Leaning back in his chair, Regal stared at the blank cork board on the wall, a canvas for his ideas. A small smirk played on his lips. He wasn't just planning to match the success of Following with it. He is looking to surpass it. Staring from the concept, each frame, every decision, he would make it undeniably clear why his creative freedom wasn't just a preference, but a necessity. Then, the door to his office swung open. A woman stepped inside. She was dressed in a crisp, tailored secretary outfit. Regal glanced up, expecting who it was. Samantha Cross. Yes, he had simply hired her. She had proven herself during the grueling audition process of his first film, not as an actress, but as someone who could manage the chaos of production with precision and efficiency. More importantly, she had something Regal valued above all else: reliability. Regal's system panel flickered into view, displaying Samantha's profile in crisp detail. Name Samantha Cross. Traits: diligent, balanced, earnest. Management S+. More than capable. Regal thought, watching as she entered the room with her usual composed efficiency. Since taking over the endless stream of business cards and offers flooding his inbox, Samantha had proven indispensable. Regal didn't need to hover. She handled everything with finesse. Let me guess? Another one turned away? He asked, reclining in his chair. They couldn't meet your terms. Samantha confirmed, setting the pile of files on his desk. Once I laid out the conditions, they declined and left. Regal nodded. Thanks. A flicker of understanding crossed her face before she returned to her professional poise. That being said, some are still persistent. A representative from Pixie Studios is particularly interested. I have sorted out the most promising contacts for your review. Glancing at the files, Regal felt a familiar sense of relief. With Samantha managing the front lines, he could focus entirely on what mattered: his next film. Anything else? He asked, studying her expression. For any signs of urgency. Nothing pressing. She tapped her tablet shut. All right. Thanks, Samantha. She nodded briskly and turned to leave. As the door closed behind her, Regal exhaled, shifting his gaze back to the floating system panel. Time to claim his rewards. Leaning back, he let a smirk tug at his lips. The anticipation never got old. For now, Regal already has a total EP of 3,631,893 in his pocket. Notifications. I solo leveling. Completed. I omniscient reader's viewpoint web novel. Collect accumulated rewards. Y/N. Question mark. 24 days of accumulated rewards. I Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone book. Collect accumulated rewards. Y/N. Question mark. 24 days of accumulated rewards. I following movie. Collect accumulated rewards. Y/N. Achievement available, collected. Achievement available, collect. Question mark. 25 day of accumulated rewards. One thing immediately caught his eye. After solo leveling wrapped up its serialization, the system had stopped tracking its EP and accumulation days. It made sense. The system couldn't endlessly generate points for the same project. Regal shifted his focus to the pending rewards from Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint and Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone, feeling a flicker of expectation. Recently, while uploading a chapter, Regal had observed that the former had seen a noticeable spike in views, likely due to solo leveling fans. Shifting over. Meanwhile, Harry Potter was performing as expected. It had entered the worldwide market and was gaining traction fast. From what Gwendolyn had told him, the book was doing exceptionally well. Overseas sales had already hit 59,000 copies in the first week, while domestic sales still reached 3,000 within this week. Without hesitation, he tapped the collect button for both. The numbers on his balance shifted instantly, EP flooding into his account at a rapid pace. Ding. User successfully collected Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint rewards. Total view count 15,251,317 plus 226, 735 equals 18,478,047. Total EP earned 322,673. Your total EP is now 3,631,893 plus 322. 673 equals 3,954,566. Next, Regal clicked on the Harry Potter reward. Ding. User successfully collected Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone rewards. Total readers count 521,081 plus 65,090 is equal to 586,171. Total EP earned 97,635. Your total EP is now 3,954,566 plus 97. 635 equals 4,052,201. That's 4M EP now, he muttered. And finally, the movie. Ding. User successfully collected following rewards. Total watch count 18,012,671. Total EP earned 9,006,335. Your total EP is now 4,052,201 plus 9,006. 335 equals 13,058,536. Regal stared at the total, blinking in disbelief. Damn, 9M just from the movie? That puts me close to 13M. That's insane, or maybe not. He wasn't expecting such a jump. But after collecting rewards so many times, he had started to notice a pattern in the EP distribution. X 0.1 for web novels, X 1.5 for physical copies, and now X 0.5 for movie watches or ticket sales. Movies were clearly the most lucrative, if done right. Regal leaned back, arms crossed, deep in thought. So what now? A lot of ideas were running through his mind, but one thing was certain. He needed to max out his director's skill from master to world class. That alone is going to take up almost 50% of this EP. And then there was his writer skill, 2M to push it from expert to master, and another 5M if he wanted to max it out completely. Then there was drawing, still stuck at novice. He couldn't afford to ignore that, because his next project is going to require a lot of storyboarding for people to understand what he was imagining. Regal exhaled, shaking his head with a smirk. Yep, I really thought I was overpowered for no reason. Skill slots. Slot 1 director, rank master. Slot 2 writer, rank expert. Slot 3 drawing, rank novice. Unique skill insight. Now for the second achievement collection for the movie. I wonder what it will be like this time. Regal navigated to the Achievements tab, his eyes scanning the available rewards. He still remembers the title token he got. Following movie. Achievement available, collected. Achievement available, collect. With a tap, the system chimed in. Ding. User collected. The achievement reward for crossing 100M box office for the first time. Ding. User received skill slot X1 as the achievement reward. Note it is directly activated. You can now use an extra skill. Regal exhaled, rubbing his temples. Few guessed that means more EP is about to disappear with a new skill added for upgrade. He tried to hide his evident disappointment. Sure, he is happy that he will get to have 4 skills activated at every given time, but he was hoping it would be something else. Title token. Exactly. Because unlike the first time when he chose the script from the bulletin board, this time he already decided what it will be. Anyway, rightly enough, his skill slots updated in real time, displaying a fresh empty slot. Skill slots. Slot 1 director, rank master. Slot 2 writer, rank expert. Slot 3 drawing, rank novice. Slot 4 empty. Unique skill insight. Finally time to buy the script. At least this won't be burning a hole in my wallet. Regal swiped open the bulletin board, his fingers gliding past the endless listings, scripts, books, novels, and even music albums. He barely spared them a glance, his focus locked on a specific movie script. It has the rank E on the list, with a symbol hovered beside its title. No kidding. He is purchasing the lowest rank script for his next film. And of course, the film was a failure. It wasn't just a failure either. It was a spectacular failure. Despite the massive mixed buzz, the movie had crumbled beneath the weight of its own ambition, leaving behind nothing but disappointed fans and scathing reviews. Poor creative choices, questionable execution. There had been doubts from the start, and in the end, the skeptics had been proven right. And yet, after careful consideration, this was the script Regal had chosen. He knew the risks. The stigma alone would be enough to drive most away. But that was precisely what made it interesting. There was something about its potential, buried beneath its flaws, that made his pulse quicken. Movie. Death Note. Rank. E. Price. 305 KEP. I am not digging my own grave, right? Hope not. With a tap, the system processed the purchase. Yep, it's the same Netflix version of Death Note. Huh. Ding. User successfully purchased Death Note script. Huh. Regal wasted no time. He immediately opened the item bar and consumed the script. A long 10 minutes of silence. Then, dog shit. Absolute dog shit. His expression twisted in disbelief. This is the biggest piece of trash I have ever seen. The script is butchered in every possible way. No wonder nobody liked it. And this is exactly why he wanted the title token. But now he had to make do with this blundered script. Actually, is this script even going to be any help? He wondered. Number 58. Chapter 58. Phenomenal box office run. 1919, days later. July 27th, 2010. Deontay Marovich, the president of Red Pictures Distribution, sat in his office, his gaze fixed on the stack of papers before him. Across from him stood Pete Hardy, the company's film acquisitions executive, the same two men who had watched Following with Regal that day. The report detailed the film's box office performance over the past 6 weeks. His expression? Unreadable. Following wasn't just a success, it had exceeded all expectations, achieving a level of commercial triumph that neither he nor any other board member had foreseen. And that was precisely the problem. They hadn't foreseen it. Deontay felt like a man who had been handed a feast, only to watch it slip from his grasp and shatter before he could take a single bite. Frustrating and maddening. Yet, there was nothing he could do. Because in the end, he had lost a battle of wits against a young man not even half his age. It was a complete defeat. He muttered. His gaze shifted across the room to the man lounging comfortably on the sofa, William Rush, the former CEO of Red Pictures. You knew about this, didn't you, Mr. Rush? The older man nodded. His expression did not change. To some extent, yes, but I didn't expect it to reach this level. Stefan got one over me again this time. By the end of his sentence, his voice carried a hint of irritation, not because of the financial setback, but because he had lost to Stefan. Deontay sighed, exhaling a small breath. He had no interest in getting caught up in the long-standing rivalry between those two. Meanwhile, Pete Hardy remained still, like an immovable statue, unfazed by the tension in the room. Deontay's eyes lowered once more to the papers in his hands. The movie was released on a Tuesday. Not exactly the most desirable day for a launch, at least not for a distribution company of their scale. But they didn't have much of a choice. Because later that same week, another major film was set to release under Pixie Studio. A completely different genre, sure. No direct competition. But still, avoiding that clash was the smart move. Since Tuesday wasn't exactly a prime movie-going day, with most people buried in work, the expectations were modest. But then, there was that name, Stephen Hawking. His involvement as presenter carried far more weight than even their own marketing team had anticipated. Regal, the young director of the movie, and with the help of their Red Pictures marketing team, knew exactly what they were selling, and they played their cards accordingly. They went all in on Hawking's name, using it as the driving force behind their promotional push, leveraging curiosity to pull eyes toward the trailers. And it worked. By the time the morning screenings started, theater seats were filling up at an impressive rate. Occupancy hovered between 50 to 60%, an incredible feat for a film with fresh faces. Simultaneously, early reviews from critics who had attended the Monday screening were already making waves online, hailing the film as a must-watch. Momentum built throughout the day. By the time evening shows rolled around, Following started gaining traction. Social media exploded with reactions. Positive word of mouth spread everywhere. On the same day, by evening the occupancy shot up, hitting a staggering 70 to 76%. By nightfall, one thing was certain. Following had made its mark. Day 1, total, $1.2 million. It was an unexpected start, but no one, critics, audiences, or even the team behind it, could have predicted what was coming next. Not even Red Pictures. Deontay flipped to the next report. His eyes scanned the numbers. The number of Day 2 was even better. The film grossed $2.8 million, with theaters packed from morning until late at night. Word of mouth spreads significantly, boosting attendance. Social media hashtags trend, and people rush to see the film with friends. Evening shows sold out across multiple cities, prompting exhibitors to add extra screenings for Wednesday. By day 3, demand had forced a theater expansion, 50 more screens, bringing the total count to 650. And the momentum didn't stop. The film raked in another $3 million. Deontay murmured, staring at the figures. It is twice the opening day numbers. On day 4, Friday, the film continued its impressive momentum, despite the arrival of a major new release that same day. Following, held its ground. Ironically, the competing film's own pre-release screenings had backfired spectacularly. Criticism poured in, and to make matters worse, audience reactions after the official release weren't any better. Disappointment spread quickly, dimming the hype around the big-budget contender. Meanwhile, Following thrived. With no other film commanding attention, the indie breakout remained the center of discussion. It had pulled in another $3.3 million, maintaining a 70 to 78% occupancy. The film is still being driven by strong buzz and positive media coverage. Offices and college youth buzz with conversations about the film, leading to steady evening shows. Saturday, day 5, the theaters were once again expanded to a total count of 700. The occupancy was at a peak over the weekend with 70% and even 90% in a few cities. Praise for its gripping performances and unexpected twists dominated social media, with late-night screenings added to accommodate the surge in interest. By the end of the day, it had grossed $4 million. But something even more significant was happening. Viewers who returned for a second watch found themselves appreciating the film even more. Subtle details they had missed the first time became clear, deepening their admiration for the director's craft. Adding to that, the film was also released internationally, increasing the theater count from 700 to 1,000 within 2 days. The first weekend, day 6, Sunday, following, had pulled in another $6 million. International media also starts reporting the phenomenon, further fueling ticket sales. Families and younger viewers also begin attending, expanding the audience base. With its total earnings now at $20.3 million in just 1 week, the film had completely recouped its production and marketing costs, and then some. Deontay stared at the figures, exhaling slowly. It's already recovered its max estimated revenue, and added another $4 million on top of that. He muttered, "Yep." According to their initial estimation, the movie's overall potential was around 16 M, which it recovered in its first week. And this was the time big names in Hollywood finally noticed the film's massive success. And it didn't stop there. He added, flipping to the next page. But by then, it was already too late. Following wasn't just a hit, it was a full-blown phenomenon. As the film's momentum grew, so did its theater count. In its second week, the number of screens soared to nearly 1,500. Audiences poured in. Lines stretched outside theaters. Additional late-night screenings were scheduled just to keep up with demand. By the end of the weekend alone, Following had grossed $16 million, and with another $14 million from weekdays, its second week total climbed to $30 million. For an indie film, these were unheard of numbers. In its third week, it had reached a staggering 2,500 screens, the highest domestic count for an independent film in recent years. Occupancy remained strong, averaging 75 to 80%, with theaters still reporting sold-out shows in major cities. By the end of the week, the film had amassed another $40 million, cementing its place as one of the most successful low-budget films of all time. Only in its fourth week did the film begin to show signs of slowing down. A few markets tapered off, and newer releases claimed some screens, bringing its theater count down to 2,200. However, demand remained high, with an occupancy rate of 65 to 70%. Following ended the week with $28 million. As expected, by the fifth week, theaters began reducing screenings. The count dropped to 1,800, yet the film remained a must-watch for those who had missed out earlier. Even with the decline, it added another $18 million to its total. Currently, the end of the sixth week is running with a total of 1,000 screens and an occupancy of 50% to 55%. Official figures were yet to be finalized, but early estimates pointed to another $12 million added to the tally. So with that, the film's total domestic earnings soared to a whopping $148.3 million. Adding in the $54 million from international markets outside the US, the total climbed to $202.3 million. And that wasn't all. There were still revenue streams from DVD sales, digital distribution, and other channels yet to be factored in. A more than 12-fold return on investment. But as Deontay stared at the numbers before him, a bitter truth settled in. If only they had secured a larger share of the profits. If only they had controlled more of the distribution. This is our own loss. Well played, Regal, well played. He muttered under his breath. That was all he could say, to acknowledge. Because no matter how unfair the deal had been, numbers don't lie. Number 59. Chapter 59, Drafting Death Note. July 27, 2010. Regal sat over his desk, surrounded by stacks of reference materials and scattered notes. It had been over 3 weeks since he had returned from the UK. His eyes were fixed on the 2 script drafts displayed on his laptop, the result of 3 grueling weeks of work. His workspace was a mess, but it would have been worse if it weren't for someone's work. Anyway, he didn't like to be bothered with something like that now. On the screen, the drafts sat side by side, demanding his attention. One was labeled trash. The other is decent. The first was precisely what its name suggested, the exact copy version of the Netflix's Death Note movie script he had received from the system. Other than the changed US setting and a few names, it was an exact copy, not a period, not a comma out of place, and that was the problem. For now, he moved on. Instead, he clicked open the second file. This version was different. It is written from the ground up, and also it resembled the anime version far more closely than the live-action script ever did. He had to rely on his memory, his writer, skill, and no small amount of sheer creativity to reconstruct step by step as faithfully as possible. Thus began the process of conceptualizing the scenes. Characters, their relationships, background, and their motives, piecing them together sensibly, and ensuring every crucial moment hit just as it should. It took him nearly 2 weeks and 3 days to get satisfied with the version. He only stopped when everything felt right. Or at least, it would have, if not for one glaring issue. Regal's eyes flicked to the page count at the bottom of the screen. Script length, 312 pages. He exhaled sharply, rubbing his chin. 3.5 hours. That's the estimated runtime of the film if shot as it is. Obviously, that was too long. For example, following final draft was exactly 115 pages. And no feature film could afford that runtime, not unless he wanted to gamble on a duology movie, which he wasn't very keen on options for him. He needed to cut it down to 120 pages at the very least, and that meant making tough choices. All right, Regal murmured, pulling up his notes. What has to stay? The non-negotiables. The plot and scenes made the story what it was. And just like that, the real work began. He trimmed off any scenes that didn't leave any impact or help the plot move forward or the main character's establishments. Similarly, his eyes flicked across the pages of his script, scanning for the moments that defined the story, the ones that couldn't be sacrificed. Light's first kill, his rebirth as Kira. There is something spellbinding about his breakdown moment, the tension, his mistrust of the power of the book, and its claims, but clear intrigue to try it. And finally, the sheer gravity when he realized that it was indeed real. In addition, the fact that there is an eerie creature, Ryuk, claiming to be Shinigami, following him around. Regal believed it would be the final nail for the audience to be completely immersed in the movie's dark and twisted theme it set, and will continue to follow. Without these, the entire foundation of the story would deteriorate. He tapped his fingers on the table as he even began to imagine the iconic background score as he suddenly jumped onto another iconic scene, the potato chip moment. It had become a meme, but beyond that, it was a masterclass in deception, a perfect showcase of Light's cunningness and his ability to notice the slightest changes in his surroundings while adapting to the most disadvantageous situation of being watched in his own room. If done right, it could be one of the most gripping moments of the film. Ops, I got carried away. Regal thought of checking himself back and returned to defining the plot of the whole film. Light and L, their first encounter. Kira versus L, their first confrontation through the television. Their battle of wits was the very heart of Death Note. At least one major showdown between them had to be kept intact, preferably one that captured their ever-escalating psychological warfare. Then came Naomi Misora's death, one of the tensest, most thrilling moments in the series, a testament to Light's ruthlessness and brilliance. There were a few more key moments, but those were the ones he knew, without a doubt, had to stay. His fingers did not hesitate as he started typing, shaping a version of the script that kept the essence of Death Note intact while cutting away the excess. The focus would be sharp, Light and L's psychological chess match. The moral ambiguity of Light's actions would remain front and center, forcing the audience to constantly question where their sympathies should lie. With that settled, he turned to what needed to be revised. The subplots, few arcs involving secondary characters like Misa, Nier, and Mello, would have to be compressed or restructured. The anime had the luxury of time, but a film couldn't afford to stray too far from the central narrative. Filler interactions, no matter how charming or atmospheric, had to go. Anything that didn't push the plot forward would only slow things down. The same went for the extended investigations. While they added depth in the proceedings, the film demanded a much tighter pace. As the process continued, Regal found himself growing more confident. This version should work. Of course, there is still a lot to do. The reason most adaptations, not just anime, in general, and most any form of adaptations fail, he knew, not only due to poor execution. It was the overwhelming shadow of their original counterparts. Similarly, the Death Note, even before it was released, received a negative response from a section of fans due to their streak of corrupting the original, and unfortunately their fears came true. The original had already set the bar so impossibly high, it left the live-action version to struggle beneath the weight of expectation, marginally falling short of the vision fans held in their minds. But in this world, there was no Death Note, meaning no decades of nostalgia cementing a definitive version in people's hearts or a towering standard Regal had to match. That alone lifted half the weight from his shoulders. In fact, this drove him to make it even more of a masterpiece. His eyes flicked to the clock, still a few hours until midnight. He could feel the dull pull of the heaviness of his eyelids creeping in, but resting now or breaking his current streak wasn't an option. There was too much left to do, and for some reason he felt like he could do it now regardless of the exhaustion. Pressing his back against his chair, he stood, stretched, and chewed a chocolate bar to shake off the stiffness. The city lights outside flickered against the window, a faint glow spilling into the dim room. Not moments later, after trying out different postures, he sat down again, fingers hovering over the keyboard as he immersed himself in the script. He began fine-tuning the pacing, ensuring each scene transitioned seamlessly into the next. Now, all that remained was ensuring the script fit a tight 2-hour runtime. Every scene, every line had to serve a purpose. Nothing wasted. The pacing had to be relentless, tension building with each moment, driving the story forward without a single misstep. In his mind, he could visually see all the scenes all unfolding. Light's calm, calculating demeanor. L's unorthodox, yet razor-sharp methods. Ryuk's detached amusement as he watched everything spiral into chaos. The world of Death Note was vivid in his mind, and as the hours passed in a blur, he worked tirelessly to bring it to life. Regal was so focused that he didn't notice a new icon popping up on his system panel. It lingered there for a second, blinking expectantly, before he brushed it off without a second thought. He wasn't in a state to check anything else. Not now. His only priority was writing. When he finally looked up, the first rays of dawn were breaking over the horizon. The dim glow of his laptop screen paled against the soft golden light spilling into the room. His fingers slowed down, moving for a moment before completely halting, muscles stiff from hours of typing. The script was coming together, and the rough edges were smoothing out, piece by piece. It wasn't perfect yet, but it was beginning to take shape, not just as a story, but as an experience he wanted the audience to feel. So done. A voice broke the silence. Regal snapped his head toward the sound. Gwendolyn stood by the door, arms crossed, one brow slightly raised. There was something in her hand, a script? Regal thought, but she closed the file and set it aside, her focus entirely on him. Wah. No. When did you even get here? He was caught off guard by her sudden appearance, pushed back his chair, and rubbed the drowsiness from his eyes as he stood up. Ads by Pub Future. He saved the file with a slow breath before stepping away from his desk. His back ached from sitting too long, but the sight of her standing there made him forget the fatigue for a moment. With a small, tired smile, he walked over to the other side of the table, toward her. As soon as he was within reach, she wrapped her arms around him in a warm, lingering hug. Regal didn't hesitate to return the gesture. "You look a little worried?" After a moment, he murmured into her ear while studying her reaction. Number 60. Chapter 60. World Class. As soon as Regal was within reach, Gwendolyn wrapped her arms around him in a warm, lingering hug. Regal didn't hesitate to return the gesture. "You look a little worried?" After a moment, he murmured into her ear while studying her reaction. Gwendolyn pulled back just enough to give him a look that practically screamed, "Are you stupid? If anything, I should be the one asking that." She muttered, a slight edge of annoyance in her tone. Gwendolyn wasn't wrong. She had been standing there for almost an hour, leaning against the doorframe, quietly observing. Samantha had warned her before she stepped in. Regal's busy. He is in the zone. But even with that in mind, she hadn't expected this. It wasn't the first time she had seen him immersed in something, especially when it came to writing. His passion was part of what she loved about him. But this time, it felt different. He looked even more distant, like he had completely removed himself from the world around him, locked away in a space where the world around him didn't exist. Even she. That realization stung more than she expected. A world where they weren't together? As if, even before, when Regal was fully engrossed in his writing, he would still respond if someone called him, especially if it was her. Yeah, sometimes it took a few moments, but he always reacted, always acknowledged her presence in some way. But this time, Gwendolyn hadn't even tried to call him. No, she couldn't. She wanted to, had even opened her mouth to say his name, but something stopped her. She already knew the answer. He wouldn't respond. Or maybe he might. But what if he didn't? The mere thought of it unsettled her. She didn't wish to test it. She would rather not confirm the feeling gnawing at her. Anyway, to the feeling of Gwendolyn having, Regal was indeed in the world of his own creation, and her guess couldn't be any more right about it. Because that was exactly what had happened. Regal had completely entered the world of his writing. He hadn't noticed when it happened, hadn't even realized he had slipped into that space. But as he wrote, he had felt his characters more vividly than ever before. Every action, every thought, every shift in emotion, they weren't just ideas on a page. They were real, more real than they had ever been. And Regal might actually have an idea of what happened and the reason behind it. His gaze flicked to the floating panel that had been lingering in his peripheral vision, barely acknowledged until now. With a quiet breath, he finally brought it forward, scanning the screen. It was his system skill panel. For the first time in a while, there was something new there. There is additional information beside two main skills of his after he upgraded them to max level with a chunk of 10M total. Yep, he finally decided to just go for it and upgraded the two skills, and he could already say that it was one of the best decisions he had ever made. Skill slots. Slot 1 Director, rank, World Class, inactive. Slot 2 Writer, rank, World Class, inactive. Slot 3 Drawing, rank, Expert. Slot for Cinematographer, rank, Intermediate. Unique Skill Insight. World Class. Rank skills have special activation conditions, and their effects remain unknown until triggered. While in their inactive state, they still retain their World Class ranking but do not function at full potential. Additionally, World Class skills cannot be swapped out for any other skill, regardless of rank. Regal's fingers hovered over the panel before he dismissed it with a sigh. So, that's what it was. He thought, connecting the dots. The system, cryptic as ever, had apparently activated something while he was writing. He hadn't noticed it at the time, too absorbed in his work to care about anything else. But looking back, it was obvious. He hadn't just been focused. He had been consumed. Time, exhaustion, even his surroundings, everything had faded away, leaving only the world of his script. The characters weren't just figments of his imagination. They felt alive, their emotions tangible, their choices inevitable. It was too real, and that was unsettling. But it also took his writing to the next level. Furthermore, despite how much he trash-talked the Netflix adaptation of Death Note, Regal couldn't deny that it played a role in getting him into this world. In fact, he strongly believed that the world-class rank of writer skill only activated because he had purchased and observed that version of Death Note. It wasn't about how wrongly the characters were written. Rather, it produced him a path to enter the world and build a framework with. From there, his past life memories added to his writer skills came into play, allowing him to tweak the characters, refine their behaviors, adjust the plot, and ultimately craft a version that aligned far closer to the one he remembered. Of course, this is all still his theory, but the likelihood of it being true was high. Sigh, Regal exhaled slowly. He would leave this mystery for his future self to figure out. Currently, he had something more important to deal with. There is nothing to worry about. I am perfectly fine, he said, offering a reassuring smile. Gwendolyn's arms remained crossed, her expression unimpressed. Yeah, she wasn't buying it. With a smirk, he reached out and pinched her nose between his thumb and index finger, tugging it left and right. She let out a small groan, swatting at his hand but not actually pulling away. Before she could protest, he leaned in, pressing a soft kiss to her cheek, then another on her forehead. That should do it. He took a step back, watching as she rubbed her nose with a huff. That wasn't going to cut it, she muttered, though her tone lacked any real bite. Before he could respond, a sudden knock echoed through the room. Both Regal and Gwendolyn turned toward the entrance, only to frown in confusion. The door was already open. Who knocks on an open door? Of course, there was only one person who would. Samantha. Regal sighed. Come in, he commanded, his voice rough from hours of silence. Samantha stepped in, holding 2 cups, one with coffee, the other with tea. Gwendolyn walked over without hesitation, plucking the tea from Samantha's hand with a content sigh. Oh, this tea was meant for me, right? Samantha, she chirped, already taking a slow sip before anyone could object. Regal, standing on the back, said with a light sigh again. Thanks for the tea and coffee. Samantha arched a brow, her expression flat. Yeah, you are. Welcome. Gwendolyn, fully aware of the silent criticism directed at her, shifted slightly behind Samantha, cradling the warm cup between both hands. Then, with a completely unrepentant expression, she stuck out her tongue in dismissal. Regal, of course, just chose to ignore it, for now. Samantha's sharp eye took in his disheveled appearance and the dark circles under his eyes. You didn't sleep, did you? She said, handing him the coffee without waiting for an answer. Didn't have time. Regal simply took the cup gratefully. But I made a lot of progress. Samantha's gaze drifted toward the screen, then to the 2 thick stacks of drafts on the table. She could tell he had definitely made progress, though in what exactly, she wasn't entirely sure. I can see that. But you won't be any good to this project if you collapse before it's done. Regal chuckled, his eyes betraying his otherwise confident tone. I will rest once it's finished. I wonder who your girlfriend is, Mr. Junior? Gwendolyn chimed in, her tone light, but teasing. Huh? A blondie who is way more emotionally mature than this childish version of herself right now. Regal shot back with a smirk. Not funny. Gwendolyn shot him a look. Samantha, uninterested in their love quarrel, eyed the 2 stacks of freshly printed pages. One was noticeably thinner than the other. Is this what you are working on? Yep. The initial 2 drafts. The smaller one is just trash, though, Regal informed. So you do? Realize it's bad? Gwendolyn remarked, arms crossed. For a second, I thought you let success get to your head and just wrote whatever nonsense came to mind. I even came up with a solution, hit you over the head, and yell, what are you even writing? In your ears. I am such a caring girlfriend, aren't I? Gwendolyn wasn't exactly idle while sitting around for the past hour. She had taken the liberty of skimming through the so-called trash draft. And while reading it, only one thought kept circling in her mind. There's no way this was written by Regal. Like no way. Her mind refused to entertain the thought. It was that bad. She had been careful not to use the word trash outright, not because she disagreed with the assessment, but because, as a publisher, she understood better than anyone. No matter how bad a piece of writing was, you never outright disgraced it in front of the creator. If there were issues, you pointed them out constructively. And if it was beyond saving, you simply stepped away from the project if possible. The premise is just as excellent as Regal's first film. Actually, she believed the note-killing, or death note, concept, and ability to kill simply by writing a name, was exceptional. But seeing how the script wasted such potential with a lackluster protagonist was simply too unregal for her. The script even ignored the most basic rule: follow the rules you set for yourself. And there was no way she could believe Regal thought it made sense. Luckily for her, he really didn't. I know what I wrote, Regal said. The first version, completely raw, without any revisions, had been hammered out in just a day and a half. The second draft was finished just last night. So for now, he had printed both. The first draft, trash, it had been more useful than he was giving it credit for. Not in the way one would typically hope, of course. It was his no-go list. A reverse bucket list of everything he shouldn't be doing. A clear reference of mistakes he needed to avoid at all costs. Meanwhile, the second draft was the foundation for the third draft, a much shorter, refined version he is currently working on. Samantha crossed her arms, glancing from the script to him. You realize this could double as a doorstop, right? He countered. I am trimming it down. Samantha suggested thoughtfully. Why not split it into 2 parts? Or better yet, turn it into a television show. A series? Her suggestion caught Regal off guard. For a moment, he stared at her. Of course, Regal had indeed considered the option. However, in this world, the concept of television shows, or in the future, what will be retermed as web series, are still in their infancy, except for a couple, and it could be said they are far from the cultural phenomenon they would become. Yet here was Samantha, already recognizing its potential. Meanwhile, Gwendolyn leaned against the table, her focus entirely on finishing her tea before it cooled. The conversation between Regal and Samantha slipped right over her head. It isn't out of disinterest in the topic, but simply because filmmaking wasn't her area of expertise. Is it too long? What's the issue? Isn't that better? From a novel publisher's perspective, length was rarely an issue, as long as the story progression was engaging. And for her, longer simply meant more to enjoy. Of course, she understood that movies had runtime constraints, and that's exactly why she preferred to stay put rather than making offhand comments. You have thought this through, haven't you? Regal said, a touch of admiration slipping into his tone. Samantha added humbly, it's an emerging market. It might not be mainstream yet, but it's worth considering. Regal seemed thoughtful. Not for this project. Splitting it into 2 parts would water it down, and a series? Sure, one day, but not now. Samantha studied him for a moment, her smile widening. She liked working with people who could see the bigger picture, and Regal was clearly one of them. Can I read the script? She asked hopefully and curiously, trying not to step out of her bounds. Regal raised an eyebrow. Samantha's interest seemed genuine and evident, seeing how she abandoned her professional zone. Trust me, that's very rare. She had been around from the first week of working on the script, meaning exactly 2 weeks from now, watching as Regal locked himself in this room, working from dawn to dusk. Occasionally, she would catch glimpses of his storyboarding sketches, rough, imperfect lines that somehow conveyed vivid imagery. And whenever she did, she was mesmerized by how unique they were. If you don't mind, she added, her tone light but expectant. Regal just shrugged his shoulders. He nodded. Go ahead. Samantha smiled, already reaching for the script. As she flipped through the pages, her expression shifted, curiosity turning into fascination. Wait, let me read it too. Gwendolyn chimed in, setting her now empty cup down. Regal smirked remindingly. Be sure to take back your comments. I am hoping so too. With that, the first draft was left untouched as Samantha focused on the newer version. Regal leaned back in his chair, deciding to relax for a while. Number 61. Chapter 61. Death Note. Regal smirked remindingly. Be sure to take back your comments. I am hoping so too. With that, the first draft was left untouched as Samantha focused on the newer version. Regal leaned back in his chair, deciding to relax for a while. Immediately after getting Regal's permission, Gwendolyn and Samantha began reading the script, Decent, the title of this latest draft. Unlike Samantha, Gwendolyn had already read the first version, and now, barely 10 pages into this one, she quickly understood why Regal had named the first draft trash. It definitely made sense. Yep, this is what I was expecting from Regal. Furthermore, is this boy even the same protagonist from before? She questioned internally as she spotted the obvious changes in the character named Light Tuner. He was no longer timid and dumb, unlike the first version. If Regal had somehow read Gwendolyn's thoughts, he would have immediately understood why she felt that way, because he had the exact same thoughts. In fact, He still wondered how the adaptation writers assumed fans would just let it slide after reducing Light's character to an absolute fool. His once intellectual presence was completely gone, and whenever faced with any sort of confrontation, he crumbled like a bloody leaf. Nothing like the real Light, who exercised brilliance at every turn. In the anime and manga, Light was a genius. He had intelligence, looks, and charm, everything a typical wimpy protagonist wanted to be. But despite all that, the moment he got his hands on the Death Note, he didn't hesitate. He owned it. He walked the path of ultimate power, proclaiming himself a god. Yet here, Regal couldn't understand why this damn script was filled with so much meaningless carnage, and what the writers were thinking, playing innovatively with grotesque death scenes. The kills were so gratuitously gory that, rather than being disturbing, they ended up being unintentionally laughable. Regal, as a devoted fan, knew that the original Death Note never fixated on the gruesome deaths of its victims. Kira's hand was swift and decisive. His victims suffered a heart attack, a silent, terrifying inevitability that served as his calling card. A god of the New World did not need excessive bloodshed to establish dominance. Light was not some deranged butcher reveling in carnage. He was a calculated executioner, dealing punishment in a manner befitting his own twisted sense of justice. Those final 30 seconds of agony before death, that was enough. That was his message. This script, however, these kills were never worthy of Kira. They didn't align with Light's philosophy, his code of justice, however twisted it may be. As time passed, both Gwendolyn and Samantha remained utterly absorbed, oblivious to the fact that more than an hour had already slipped by. By now, Gwendolyn was completely impressed, and, more importantly, ready to admit her loss in their little challenge. She had no qualms about conceding after seeing Regal address the most infuriating flaw from the first version, the Death Note itself. Fascinating and fantastical as it might be, she had viewed the note as a survival tool or a means of manipulating one mind, not a grab bag of divine superpowers. Yet in the first version, Regal had made the cardinal mistake of failing to follow his own rules, using the note as nothing more than a blunt instrument, wielded recklessly and without restraint. The moment Light faced a hurdle, no matter how minor, the rules would conveniently change, as if the writer himself had struggled to keep up with them. That made it far less compelling. Then again, it made sense. The protagonist in that version wasn't bright enough to use it effectively. His social and intellectual shortcomings were too apparent, dragging the entire narrative down with him. Whereas, in this version, the protagonist was dangerously cunning. His intelligence was no longer in question. He wasn't floundering or relying on plot conveniences to outmaneuver his enemies. Yet, even with a team of highly skilled detectives on his tail, his powers still lacked true constraints. And that, Gwendolyn thought, was exactly why the Death Note's rules were so important. They were the limiting factors, the very things that forced the protagonist to adapt, to refine his strategy, to push his intellect to its limits. Comparing both versions, she couldn't help but wonder, why even bother writing the first one? Samantha, on the other hand, hadn't read the first version. So unlike Gwendolyn, she wasn't approaching the script with any comparativeness. Instead, she was completely immersed in the Death Note concept and its central theme. And, hands down, this was one of the most controversial takes she had ever seen in a script. What is justice? Is it the swift punishment of wrongdoers and the promise of a world without crime? Or is it due process, a system of checks and balances to prevent abuse of power? No matter how many times she read it, she couldn't fully reconcile her own views on justice, punishment, and authority. This question was explored not only through the conflict between Kira and the task force, but also through the philosophical musings of several other characters. But, despite being such a morally debatable topic, Regal had handled it with remarkable restraint and maturity, and that is to never give an answer. To Samantha, that was absolutely brilliant. Regal wasn't trying to declare who was right or wrong, and even if he had tried, she doubted it would ever be a settled question. Instead, it was a question that persisted throughout his writing, woven into every turn of the story. And there was more. The opposing theories of justice weren't just abstract concepts. They were embodied in the two central figures of the script, Light and L. Even with their constant clashes, their characters weren't simply set up as opposites. If anything, they were parallels. More similar than different. Each other's only intellectual equal. Each had their own definition of justice, their own unwavering conviction. And it was this pursuit, their relentless drive to see their justice prevail, that fueled their inevitable conflict. For Samantha, this entire dynamic was exceptionally well written. But now, as she turned another page, she found herself wondering, how does this end? On the other hand, Gwendolyn was still in her zone, constantly comparing the two versions. Her character was definitely changed, and definitely for the better. Gwendolyn frowned as she read through the rewritten version of Misa's character. But why did she seem to become so passive? The first version had been a complete disaster. Misa had been little more than a convenient scapegoat, a tool for the protagonist to lean on whenever he was cornered or forced to make a tough decision. But this new version? Now, she was no longer a mere plot device. But, despite that, she still didn't feel like a fully realized character. She lacked presence. She lacked depth. She didn't seem to have much of a personality beyond loving Light, coming off as a self-centered airhead. But Gwendolyn also considered that maybe that was just the kind of character she was meant to be. Perhaps her personality wasn't missing. It was simply shallow by design. If Regal had heard Gwendolyn describe one of his favorite waifus like that, he would have chuckled, then promptly brushed it off. Because to him, Misa was lovable. She was an icon. Regal still clearly remembered how many people had loved cosplaying as the beloved idol-turned-killer. And why wouldn't they? She was blissfully ignorant of the knight in shining armor's cruel intentions, yet sweet as sugar in her unwavering devotion. That charm, that endearing ignorance, was what made her so memorable. What did the adaptation do to ruin that? He didn't even want to talk about it. Sure, Misa wasn't an airhead, but she also wasn't given a real backstory. Her characterization didn't go beyond murderous hot chick. The moment she learned about the Death Note, she was all in. She played the anchor for Light, the one who reassured him whenever he faltered. But why? Despite being a central character, a love interest, and arguably the closest thing the film had to an antagonist, the script never explored her motivations, her interests, her internal struggles. She existed for one clear purpose: to divert any blame from Light. And because of that, Light never fully broke bad. Regal still remembers some of the darkest choices Light made in the anime, like the premeditated murder of an entire FBI team, which were also some of the most important moments in Kira's development of a self-conception as a harsh and unyielding god. When Light chose to kill Agent Ray Pember and then use him to eliminate the rest of the team, it marked a clear departure from the boy who once claimed he only wanted to rid the world of true criminals. Even though he had already attempted to kill L, the calculated murder of 12 FBI agents hit different. It was a turning point. It was a defining moment for Kira, proof that he was willing to eliminate enemies, not just criminals. That was the moment Light stopped justifying his actions with idealism. That was when he truly became Kira. From then on, anyone who stood in his way, not just L, was an enemy of justice. But in the film, Light never went there. Misa did it for him. Misa killed the FBI agents. Misa killed Watari. Misa even wanted to kill Light's own father. It was a complete contrast to the original. "Okay, I think it got late, ladies," Regal finally called out, glancing up from his seat. The two women before him were still glued to the script in their hands, completely absorbed. Samantha was the first to snap out of it. "Huh," she blinked, then quickly shook her head. "Sorry about that. The script was just too good." "Well, thank you." Regal smiled, brushing it off. Meanwhile, Gwendolyn was still in another dimension. The flip of the paper echoed through the room as she finally shut it, her gaze lifting to Regal with a look of pure anticipation. Regal knew that look. He had seen it too many times before. "Sai, what is it?" "Nah." Regal. She took a step forward, clasping her hands together and tilting her head just enough to play cute. "Why don't you just make a boo?" "Nope. Not happening." Regal shut it down immediately. "You didn't even let me finish. Gwen, you are a really greedy publisher. You know that. So, what about it? You don't like it." In the background, Samantha gave Regal a knowing nod before quietly slipping out of the room, leaving him to deal with the conversation she knew was coming. Number 62. Chapter 62. Unique Skill. Polyglottery. Next day. Notifications. Following movie. Collect accumulated rewards, Y/N. Achievement available, collected. Achievement available, collected? Question mark. 22 days of accumulated rewards. Regal's eyes lingered on the 22 days notification. It had been exactly 3 weeks and a day since he last collected his rewards. Guess it really has been that long. He murmured, rubbing his chin. Checking his current balance, a new set of numbers flashed before him. EP available, 1,058,536. Little over 1 million. Regal sighed. 3 weeks ago, he had around 13 million. But that had quickly vanished when he upgraded 2 of his core skills to world-class rank. Skill slots. Slot 1 director, rank, world-class, inactive. Slot 2 writer, rank, world-class, inactive. Did he regret it? Not one bit. Even though some of the world-class effects required specific conditions to fully activate, conditions he still hadn't figured out, the base improvements alone were in a league of their own. He had never felt clearer in his craft. Both direction and writing had become something unique to him. Regal still remembers what happened yesterday when Gwendolyn had dropped by and he was immersed in writing the script. The skill had activated to its full potential, and the sensation had been unforgettable. He didn't just see the script anymore. He understood it on a deeper level. It was more than words on a page. It was real, disturbingly real. For a moment, he had felt like he was inside that world, as if he might never leave. Though, maybe he was exaggerating. Either way, the skill helped him write, and that was all that mattered to him right now. Let's just collect this reward for now. Shaking off his thoughts, Regal decided to move on. This would be his second time collecting rewards from following, and possibly his last. The movie was already in its 6th week, nearing the end of its theatrical run. It was almost time to say goodbye to his first film. Ding. User successfully collected following rewards. Total watch count equals 18,012,671 plus 4,599 for 31. Total EP earned equals 2,299,715. Your total EP is now 1,058,536 plus 2,299, 715 equals 3,358,251. Right, 3.3 million. Regal muttered. It is within what he had expected. The film had made 150 million in its first 3 weeks. And following that, it still performed well in its 4th, but the inevitable drop in its 5th and 6th weeks overall added 52 million since then. A 75% decline. A steep drop on paper, but honestly, the industry had predicted worse. Just as Regal was about to close the panel, the system screen, one that should have disappeared or at least remained idle, suddenly shifted again. There is more. A new notification popped up. Ding. New accomplishment recorded. User film, following rank up. Rank C. Rank A. Ding. User is rewarded a unique skill, polyglottery. Polyglottery enhances language acquisition speed, comprehension, and fluency across multiple languages. Regal blinked. Wait, is this A? Did this mean he could just learn any language like that? Hold on. Can someone even have 2 unique skills? Even Stephen Hawking only had one last time I checked. He sighed, shaking his head. This system keeps getting more and more mysterious. Without wasting another second, Regal pulled up his skill slots to check the updates. Skill slots. Slot 1 director, rank, world class, inactive. Slot 2 writer, rank, world class, inactive. Slot 3 drawing, rank, expert. Slot for cinematographer, rank, intermediate. Unique skill insight. Unique skill polyglottery. Note. Word class skills cannot be swapped. Train dash. Train dash. Just then, his phone rang on the table. Regal picked it up immediately. Yep. What's up, Simon? Don't give me that. You are the one who called me over. Came Simon's casual voice from the other end. Regal leaned back. Where are you? There was a reason for asking. If Simon had already arrived, Samantha would have let him know by now. Where else? Your office. Right on cue. A knock came from the door. Regal pulled the phone slightly away. Yeah. As expected, it was Samantha. So they are here. Just send them in. Regal said. Moments later, Simon and Darren stepped inside, led by Samantha. Right. Darren was here too. Regal had invited them together. The five of them moved over to the lounge area beside Regal's desk, settling into their seats. After a bit of small talk, Regal got straight to the point. Darren blinked, tapping his ear like he was checking for interference. I need a second opinion here. Did he really just say he wants both of us as line producers for his second film? Simon chimed in, arms crossed. Actually, I have a more important question. How do you keep coming up with these weird titles? First, Following, and now Death Note. Darren shot him a flat look. That's your takeaway from all this? Obviously. Simon deadpanned. Priorities, my guy. Then, as if something had just clicked, his eyes widened, and he snapped his fingers. Wait, hold on. Regal's joking about the budget, right? No way he's actually pulling in 50 to 60 million. He let that number hang in the air for a moment, then exhaled. Right. Darren exchanged a glance with Regal. Regal, unbothered as ever, simply gave a small nod. That's the gist of it. This wasn't a decision he had made lightly. After a lot of thought, he had finally brought in these two, Darren and Simon, because he needed them on board. Darren, his senior from college, had experience handling extras on set and was skilled at assembling the right people for a proper film crew. Back when Regal was working on Following, it was Darren who had helped him scout the locations, get the permits, gather the crew, and even rent the film equipment. And then there was Simon. Other than his mid-acting powers, among them, he was the most experienced in the filmmaking business. His expertise was invaluable, and his involvement would be crucial in making this project work. Darren let out a long breath. This guy? He was reckless back in college, but now? I don't even have words. Regal understood Darren's and Simon's reaction. 60 million, that was a huge amount. If we are talking about pure scale, then it was 1/20 times the budget of Following, which had barely scraped by at 500K. Man, just how much did Following rake in for you to throw this much cash around now? Simon let out a low whistle. He shook his head. And you really have no concept of savings, do you? Simon didn't know exactly how much Regal had made from Following, but he was certain it wasn't more than what Regal was now planning to invest in his second film. And the worst part? From what Simon knew, Regal had done this before. He had poured everything he earned from his book into his first film. Now, he was doing it again. Throughout the conversation, Samantha remained silent, not because she didn't have anything to say, but because she had already said her piece. Before reaching this point, Regal had already discussed his plans with the people in his closest circle, more precisely, Gwendolyn, Keanu, Saren, and her. Though, discussion might be a generous way to put it. It was more like Regal was informing them of his decision rather than asking for input. When he laid out the rough budget for Death Note, Saren had tried to talk him down, but, as expected, it hadn't worked. About Gwendolyn, Samantha didn't even want to bring her up. Forget trying to talk Regal out of it. She had looked like she was ready to invest in the film herself if he happened to be short on cash. In the end, the numbers they were looking at now were the inevitable result of that so-called conversation. Are you sure about this, Regal? Simon asked, this time with a tone of finality. Sure as always. Regal smirked. Simon exhaled, eyeing him for a moment before shrugging. All right, I am in. Faster than expected. But then again, it was a tempting offer. Simon had done his part, tried to warn Regal, but as expected, it hadn't worked. So that was that. Despite all his concerns, deep down, he believed that, if there was anyone who could actually pull this off, it was Regal. Simon had worked on countless films and short projects, but nothing had ever given him the same feeling as working with Regal. Back in their younger days, they would shoot random short films together, purely for the love of filmmaking. He had felt that same passion on Regal's set. And, well, the pay was great too. Regal had always been the type to reward people generously. In fact, after the success of Following, he had given bonuses to everyone who worked on the film, no exceptions, from the lead actor to the lighting crew. I don't even have a choice. I owe him too much to say no. Darren muttered. Regal arched his brows. You're still hung up on that? That's exactly why I didn't call you first. I didn't want to give you time to overthink it. Leaning back slightly, he added, just do it if you want to. Samantha and Simon exchanged glances but stayed silent. There was definitely something unspoken here, but neither of them chose to call it out. A brief pause. Then, ugh, whatever. Let's do this. Darren exhaled sharply before standing up and extending a hand toward Regal. This time, I won't leave you on your own. Regal let out a small chuckle. HAA. Group hug, guys. Before anyone could react, Simon stretched his arms wide and yanked both Regal and Darren into a crushing bear hug. Crack, crack, crack. Did you just dislocate something? Darren wheezed. I am out. I quit. I quit. Regal exhaled in a slight pain. Ugh. Don't worry, Darren. You will get used to it. Darren's expression twisted in horror. Get used to it. That's even worse. Number 63. Chapter 63, Superstar. 10 days later. August 7th, 2010. Regal had wrapped up the final draft of his second film, Death Note, just a week ago and was now heading into the pre-production stage. Casting the two main leads had been on his mind long before he even started writing the script, but so far, he hadn't locked in anyone. Though when it came to the role of Light, he already had someone in mind. A bit of a risky choice, but something about it felt right. Since Darren and Simon were now on board, preparations for auditions were already underway. Still, that was a problem for another day. For now, Regal was on a break. Yep, that too, a full week off. He figured he deserved that much while pre-production chugged along in the background, at least to the extent that it could without him. But alas, today was the last day. He had spent the past 6 days with his girlfriend, his sister, and her boyfriend. They even went on a double date at one point. And today? Today was supposed to be for himself. Or at least, that's how it should have gone. But before long, boredom crept in, and he found himself calling around, seeing if anyone was free. That anyone turned out to be Keanu. Yeah, Gwen was busy too. With Keanu over at his flat, the two were deep into a late-night gaming session, controllers in hand, the room dimly lit aside from the flickering glow of the television. Regal's newly bought PS3 was proving to be the perfect centerpiece for the duo's evening. Empty beer bottles and a half-finished bag of chips littered the coffee table, silent proof of the hours they'd already poured into the game. The rhythmic clicking of buttons filled the space, occasionally broken by bursts of laughter, curses, and cries of defeat. Damn it, Keanu spitted the curse, gripping his controller tighter. How the hell did you play that? Regal smirked, leaning back against the couch. He took a slow sip of his beer before setting it down. Tisk, you thought you could beat a pro with years of experience. Keanu shot him a glare. You mean years of cheesing mechanics? Regal only chuckled. Call it what you want. A win is a win. Actually, the experience Regal is bragging about is not from this life. It was from his previous life. But that isn't the point now. Keanu groaned, but was quick to recover. One more. He gripped his controller ready to dive in. All right, but I need another drink first. Regal pushed himself off the couch, stretching briefly as his back gave a satisfying crack after hours of sitting. Want anything? Snacks? Keanu responded offhandedly, fully focused on the replay flashing across the screen, while absent-mindedly eating the last chip from his packet. Got it. Regal had already reached the fridge door, opened it, and hunched over grabbed another beer as asked. Once done, he pulled out a bag of pretzels from the shelves before heading back to the couch. Plopping back into his spot, he tossed the snacks to Keanu and began setting up the next match. As the game loaded, Keanu broke the silence. Hey, Regal. His tone was casual, but there was something deliberate about it. Can I ask you something? Shoot. Regal replied, still focused on adjusting the game settings. Keanu hesitated. I have been getting some movie offers lately. What do you think I should do? Huh. That got Regal's attention. He set the controller down, his gaze shifting toward Keanu. Movie offers? What's the issue? Keanu leaned back, running a hand through his hair. Lately, it's been a weird few months. After the success of Following, I have been getting a ton of audition calls. And don't get me wrong, I am thrilled. But he trailed off, his expression clouding as he searched for the right words. Regal didn't interrupt. This wasn't just casual conversation. He knew Keanu well enough to understand that this wasn't about bragging. If anything, Keanu was grateful for the opportunities coming his way. Regal had even encouraged him to take a role in a medium-budget film just to experience working on a set of that scale. That was the one and the first movie Keanu had signed on after Following. Keanu exhaled and leaned back. The roles, they all feel the same. Flat, uninspired. Or worse, just another version of what I did in Following. I don't want to get stuck doing the same thing over and over. Regal considered that for a moment. How was the set? Keanu had wrapped filming just 2 days ago. That meant he had gotten a first-hand look at a larger production, even before he did. So, Regal was curious about his take. Keanu's lips curled into a faint smile. The scale of it all was huge. The crew, the resources, way beyond anything we had on, following. Everyone knew their job, and everything ran smoothly. But at the same time, it felt a little empty, like people were just going through the motions. It wasn't our kind of set. Regal gave a slow nod, prompting him to continue. I mean, when the cameras were rolling, it was fine. That part still felt right. Acting still feels like what I am meant to do. Keanu hesitated before adding. But the rest of the stuff? The politics, the distance, the way people act. It's draining. And then there is Saren. I have barely had time for her. I don't want to lose what I have with her, even if it means walking away from some of this. Keanu finally looked up, meeting Regal's gaze. So, what do you think? Is it worth it? Should I just take whatever comes my way and deal with it? Regal leaned back, crossing his arms. The room fell silent except for the faint hum of the PlayStation. For all the bluntness in his words, he never spoke carelessly when it came to the people he cared about, especially not about something like this. And he understood what Keanu was feeling. Spending the past 4 months around him, maybe it was his own instincts as a director kicking in, but Regal had always been sharp when it came to reading people. So he noticed Keanu was a mix of idealism and relentless self-reflection. An INFP to his core, a dreamer, someone who moved through life guided by emotions and principles rather than cold hard logic. He sought meaning in everything, valued real connections, and struggled with anything that felt hollow or performative. Hollywood, with all its facades and power plays, would never sit right with him. But Regal also knew one thing for sure. Keanu loved acting, or at least started to. Not for fame, not for money, but for the stories, for the way it allowed him to express, to communicate something real with masses. He wasn't the type to walk away just because the environment wasn't perfect. He would fight for it. Regal exhaled, his voice even. Keanu, you are just starting out. Don't waste energy stressing over things you can't control. Not yet. Save that for when your name actually carries weight, when you can change things instead of just dealing with them. He met Keanu's gaze, firm but not unkind. For now, just focus on the work. Pick roles that mean something to you. Put everything you have into them, and let the rest play out. Enjoy this stage while you can, because when you make it to the top, you will have even more to think about. Keanu didn't respond right away, letting Regal's words settle. His gaze drifted, thoughtful but no longer clouded. Regal let the silence stretch before smirking. And what are you even worried about? Getting a flop under your belt? He continued, his smirk widening. Seriously? I am still here, and I? Worst case, if you bomb, we will just make another movie together. I will turn you into a superstar. So just freaking do whatever you feel like doing already. Keanu exhaled a laugh. Superstar, huh? Huh. With that arrogance, I can't afford to flop. Who knows what kind of disaster you might cook up in the future. I might end up having to save your career instead. Regal shrugged. Sure. I will keep that in mind. The conversation lulled, but this time, it wasn't heavy. Keanu seemed lighter, like he had shaken off some of the weight pressing down on him. After a pause, Regal shifted gears. Anyway, have you decided on which agency to go with? Keanu sat up a little. Yeah, I am leaning towards the one Grace is with. I think they would be the best fit for me. Also, I kinda like their persistence. Regal tilted his head. Grace's agency, huh? What was their name again? Keanu sighed, exasperated. Seriously? You can't have forgotten. Their CEO personally helped us out because Grace asked her to. That's how Steven even got involved. Regal held up his hands in mock surrender. All right. No need to bite my head off. Just making sure you weren't second-guessing. Keanu rolled his eyes, but didn't press it. I hope it works out. But what about you? Wouldn't it be easier if you joined an agency too? Regal snorted, leaning back with a grin. Don't even get me started. Samantha already complains daily about the endless calls from agencies trying to reach me. She's practically fuming every time I bring it up. He stretched, cracking his neck. Honestly, hiring her was the best decision I have made. She handles all that nonsense so I don't have to. Plus, having separate contact details? Absolute lifesaver. Number 64. Chapter 64. The God of Death in Making. Next day, August 8th, 2010. Los Angeles, California. Regal sat in an unfamiliar coffee shop, waiting. He ordered himself a cup of coffee, the bitter aroma filling his surroundings in the quiet space in the corner. The warmth of the mug seeped into his palms, grounding him as his mind churned through what lay ahead. His so-called break had ended yesterday, so it was all work from now on. And the reason he was here right now? That, too, was work-related. Regal's decision to bring Darren and Simon on board as official line producers was already bearing fruit, because they understood one fact, that this wasn't just about making a movie for any of them. This wasn't just about making a movie for them or for Regal. This was about proving themselves as more than a one-hit wonder. $55 million. That was the budget they had settled on after long, back-and-forth meetings and a couple of friendly arguments. $20 million would be CGI, REUC, REM, effects. $15 million would be cast and crew salaries. $15 million, production, sets, filming. $5 million, post-production, editing, music. Total budget estimate, $55 million. Darren, especially, had been adamant about keeping things in check, making sure every dollar spent was necessary, serving either the script or the overall quality of the film. Honestly, seeing Darren this serious brought Regal a deep sense of relief and happiness. It had been a while since Regal had seen him invest in something. Maybe not since their first short film, when they were just two ambitious film students with nothing but passion and a camera. Coming back to the present, Regal sat in the quiet corner of the CAF, waiting. He glanced at the time, 9:45 a.m. The meeting with the VFX teams wasn't until 10, but he had arrived early to prepare. This was going to be one of the most crucial steps in bringing Death Note to life. The team he chose wouldn't just be responsible for REUC, they would shape the entire visual language of the film. He sat as the laptop in front displayed concept art of him. The laptop screen in front of him displayed the latest concept art. REUC, his long, skeletal limbs stretched in the dimly lit render, his jagged grin frozen in something between amusement and menace. The glowing eyes felt like they were staring straight through the screen, mocking him. This damn Shinigami had cost him weeks of arguments with Darren. It was regarding its budget. As the clock struck 10, the CAF door swung open, and two men stepped inside. Their eyes scanned the room before locking onto Regal. They made their way over, moving with the casual confidence of people who had seen it all. Leo Wart and David Scott, founders of Unique FX, a mid-sized VFX studio. The two men settled into their seats across from him. Leo, slightly scruffy with a well-worn leather jacket. David, clean-cut with a precise, almost calculated demeanor, was the balance to that chaos. After the initial greeting, Regal went straight to the point. "Shall we begin?" "Of course," David replied smoothly, leaning forward just enough to show he was engaged. Regal wasted no time. He turned his laptop toward them, revealing an image on the screen. It was a detailed sketch of a figure perched on a streetlight, an apple in hand. The figure exuded an unsettling presence, a blend of intrigue and menace. Leo's reaction was immediate. "Wow, that guy is seriously creepy." David nodded in agreement, his brow lifting slightly as he studied the drawing. Regal offered a small smile. "That's REUC," he explained. "A Shinigami. He is called the god of death." David tilted his head thoughtfully. So kind of like a Grim Reaper?" "Close enough," Regal said, nodding. "But there is more to him. This character is part of my next film. I came up with the concept based on Japanese folklore." "Japanese folklore?" David echoed, glancing at Leo, who seemed equally intrigued. Then, addressing Regal, he asked, "So what is our job?" "Let me start with the basics. This is the script for the project I am working on." Regal slid a neatly bound manuscript across the desk. Its title, Death Note, was written in bold letters on the cover. You can read it when you have time, but for now, I will give you a quick rundown. Leo picked up the manuscript, flipping through the first few pages. "Death Note? Is that some kind of a diary?" Regal nodded. "Nope, but it is central to the whole concept." He started off giving a brief. "Here is how it works. In this world, Shinigami maintain the balance of life and death. They do this by writing names in their death notes. When a name is written, the person dies, and the Shinigami gains the remaining years of their life. David nodded back as he processed the concept. Interesting. So they are extending their own lives by ending others. Pretty much. Regal confirmed. The Death Note is a powerful tool. If a Shinigami writes a human's name in the book while picturing their face, that person dies. The method of death can be specified, but if it's left blank, the default is a heart attack within 40 seconds. Regal continued, maintaining the flow. The story begins with a Shinigami named Ryuk. Unlike most Shinigami, he is bored. The Shinigami realm is a dull, lifeless place, and he is curious about humans and their behavior. So he drops his Death Note into the human world, just to see what happens. The Death Note falls into the hands of the protagonist, and what follows is a mix of moral dilemmas, power struggles, and the unraveling of what it means to hold that kind of power. David leaned forward, studying Regal with an expression that hovered between curiosity and amusement. Honestly, Regal had somehow become a surprising bonus cameo in their lives. A few months ago, he had reached out to Unique FX for VFX work on his indie film. Nothing out of the ordinary. It was common for their startup to take on private commissions and small freelancing gigs. And despite the project being a feature film, what Regal requested had been relatively minor. So they took the job, finished it, moved on. Only, the budget he gave them, the time frame he set, it was actually reasonable. After over a decade of dealing with impossible demands, tight-fisted producers expecting Hollywood-grade effects on a shoestring budget, or worse, clients with no concept of VFX limitations, Regal had been a rarity. A filmmaker who knew exactly what he wanted and didn't treat them like an afterthought. And then, as if that wasn't surprising enough, the damn indie film actually worked. Not just worked, it blew up. It became the sleeper hit of the year. For Unique FX, it was an unexpected win. Their name was now attached to one of the most talked-about films of the year, even if their involvement had been so small that they almost forgot about it, until the credits rolled and their inbox started filling up with inquiries. Regal had been a wild card in their deck, the kind you don't see coming until it changes the entire game. So, David asked, trying to get themselves on the same ground. So, you want to create a full CG model of Ryuk and animate him? Regal looked back at him, clearly calm and confident. Yeah, that's the idea. Leo, who had been quietly processing the idea, finally spoke up. I can tell you seem pretty knowledgeable about VFX and CG techniques. He said, but why didn't you think of motion capture? Or even better, why not just use prosthetics? You could pull it off, right? I mean, Hollywood has come a long way with that stuff. Regal paused for a moment, already racing the same suggestion for the nth time he couldn't remember. Despite being relatively still quite foreign technology, motion capture, a blend of CGI built around human action, is indeed making its presence felt in live-action films from the past couple of decades in Hollywood. And another option. It is unanimously agreed that Hollywood certainly mastered the craft of prosthetics and makeup. For a character like Ryuk, it wasn't out of the question. His sharp cheekbones, skeletal features, and glowing red eyes, they are all indeed inhuman. But he still looks like a human with 2 legs and 2 hands, and that's what it matters. So it's logical and almost too easy to just go the prosthetics route. Ryuk's elongated limbs, spiky hair, and that skull-like painted face could be recreated with makeup and prosthetics. With a little bit of CGI to enhance the supernatural elements, the glowing eyes, his eerie, weightless movement, or some of the more intense actions that might be impractical for real-life prosthetics, it would be a workable option. But that was exactly where the argument between him and Darren had started. Regal had a completely different vision. He exhaled slowly, giving Leo and David a long look. We can go that route, sure. But here's the thing. I want Ryuk to feel timeless. I want him to have this mystical, otherworldly quality that doesn't fade over the years. Imagine the way people still think of Santa Claus. That kind of mythical presence. It is exactly what he spilled out. If Regal chose to cast an actor for the role, it might strip him of that aura. Sure, either with motion capture or with prosthetics and makeup, Ryuk would look great for the scenes. But it's not the same. Eventually, an actor would still only be that, an actor. Regal knew he was being stubborn, but he had his reasons. I mean, for his defense, even the MCU from his previous world, who are known for their majority of least human characters played at least partly by a human actor, chose to make Ultron from Avengers: Age of Ultron, built in fully CGI. However, if thought about, it makes sense. Ultron's entire persona is built around his contempt for humanity. So creatively, it is perhaps fitting that he is completely CGI. And sure, maybe the MCU wasn't the best example of artistic integrity anymore. But even at their peak, when they had the freedom to go practical or digital, they made creative decisions that fit the character. So if it meant spending extra millions on CGI to get Ryuk right, if it meant pushing the VFX team harder to nail the perfect balance of realism and the unnatural, then fine. That was why he hadn't taken those big studio offers. Because if he had, they would be the ones deciding what was best for the movie. And lately, something else has solidified that belief. Watching the applause roll in, not just for the headliners like Keanu and Andrew, but even for actors in what were essentially extended cameos, the police officer, the blackmailer. Regal felt something deeper than pride. Fulfillment. And that was when it hit him. He liked seeing good talent get its due. Not because of a billion-dollar marketing push, not because of a viral gimmick, but because they earned it. Because they delivered performances that left an impression. Of course, there was always that exception. A character popped into his mind instantly. That one case where an actor in a suit wasn't just a guy in a suit. David exhaled, shaking his head with a half-smile. I still don't completely get your reasoning, but I think we can make it work. The challenge is going to be making him feel real, like he belongs in this world, even though he shouldn't. Leo nodded slowly, and making him look damn creepy while doing it. Regal smiled, glad the discussion was taking shape. Number 65. Chapter 65, Casting Light. 2 days later, August 10th, 2010. Where are you? Regal asked, his voice calm as he sat in his office chair, phone pressed to his ear. Just parked in the cellar. I will be up in a minute. Came the reply from the other end. All right, Regal said before ending the call. He turned to Samantha, who was standing nearby, arms loosely crossed. Giving her a brief nod, he said, You heard him. Rising from his chair, Regal stepped out of the cabin, with Samantha following closely behind, her clipboard tucked under her arm. A moment later, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from the hallway, and Stephen Jr. appeared. He was a wiry man with an air of nervous energy, dressed in a blazer that seemed slightly too big for his frame. His eyes darted around the room before landing on Regal. Mr. Regal. He greeted. Regal waved a hand dismissively, gesturing toward the table in the center of the room. Just Regal is fine. Stephen chuckled nervously as he moved to the seat. If you don't mind, then. Regal. As Stephen took his seat, Samantha remained standing by his side. Regal leaned against the edge of the table, arms crossed, sizing up the man in front of him. So, Stephen, he began, his tone direct but approachable. We haven't really had the chance to sit down and talk, have we? Stephen nodded, a small smile appearing on his face. Yeah, I really wanted to congratulate you on your success, but it seemed like you were already too busy. Regal leaned back slightly, his expression softening. Well, if you ask me, it felt like the opposite. I have been meaning to thank you for the help you gave during the release of my movie. Stephen blinked, caught off guard by the sincerity in Regal's words. So, let me properly say it, thank you. I won't forget what you did. Stephen's face flushed as he fumbled for a response, clearly unprepared for the heartfelt gratitude. No, it was nothing, really, just doing my part. The movie deserved it. He paused before adding, his voice picking up a spark of enthusiasm. In fact, I love the movie, brilliant work. Oh, Regal leaned back, intrigued. What did you like about it so much? Stephen's face lit up, the earlier nervousness giving way to genuine excitement. The detailing. Every time I watch it, I find something new, little things that connect to the bigger picture. It's like peeling back layers and discovering more each time. Regal chuckled, a faint but genuine smile crossing his face. The details, huh? That was deliberate. I wanted to create something you could keep coming back to. From there, the conversation snowballed. For the next half hour, the two of them went back and forth, Stephen eagerly sharing his favorite moments and insights, while Regal peeled back the curtain, explaining the thought process and behind-the-scenes details. It felt like a genuine fanboy moment for Stephen, and Regal found himself unexpectedly enjoying it. There was something refreshing about seeing someone so invested in the work, someone who saw and appreciated the effort that went into it. Samantha, standing quietly nearby, allowed herself a small, approving nod. Regal smiled faintly, watching the man's flustered reaction. At that moment, he finally understood what Keanu had meant when he said, "That kid's stupid, just like you. Or maybe a bit less stupid than you, but stupid for sure." Regal sighed inwardly. Keanu, in his roundabout way, had basically called him an idiot, too. Sure, it should have been an insult. But coming from Keanu, it didn't quite sting the same way, because he hadn't meant it in the usual sense. It wasn't about intelligence or competence, it was about character. That unpolished, almost naive earnestness that didn't quite fit into Hollywood's carefully manufactured cynicism. Everyone in the industry knew how things worked. It was cutthroat, manipulative, and unapologetically opportunistic. And those who didn't, they were either chewed up and spat out, or, more commonly, labeled naive idiots for not understanding what they were stepping into before diving in head first. But according to Keanu, there was another category entirely. The ones who did know, who understood exactly how the game was played, every dirty trick, every unwritten rule, and still chose to believe in the ideals they knew would betray them in the end. Keanu called those people stupid, and honestly, it was kind of hilarious. If a random person overheard him talking, they would assume Keanu was some Hollywood veteran, a man who had seen it all, someone deeply embedded in the industry's tangled web of secrets. The irony? Keanu was still relatively new to all of this himself. Still, there was something about his perspective that stuck. Maybe because he said it with such casual confidence. Maybe because once you heard him out, it was hard to argue with his logic. And it was Keanu who had arranged this meeting in the first place. Regal wouldn't have been able to just call Steven up and ask him to come over. They weren't that close yet. Sure, maybe Steven would have shown up anyway. He seemed eager enough. But Regal preferred to let Keanu handle the setup. It just made things simpler. Anyway, aside from thanking you, I had something else in mind when I called you. Here, Regal began, leaning slightly forward. Go on. Steven's demeanor shifted instantly, his posture straightened, and his eyes sharpened with focus. Regal raised an eyebrow at the change, but decided not to comment on it. This might take a while, Regal said, tilting his head slightly in thought. Coffee or tea? Tea, Steven answered without hesitation, his shoulders relaxing just a little. Samantha, observing the interaction, took the cue and excused herself gracefully. I will get it sorted, she said, leaving the room with a quiet efficiency that spoke volumes about her knack for reading the moment. Regal watched her go, then turned his attention back to Steven, a faint smile tugging at his lips. Let's get started, he said. Steven gave a smile and a nod. After that, Regal began to ask a few random questions about him. Like, how many friends does he have? What type of food does he like? His hobbies? Regal made sure that his questions were mostly in the not-too-personal zone. Steven answered them all easily, without overthinking. In this process, Regal asked, So you are currently doing an acting course? Yep, and I am doing great. Good. When does the course wrap up? In a month. Steven replied. It's a 9-month program. And after that, Regal probed lightly. Straight into movies? Yeah, Steven said, his tone matter of fact. First, I will need to sign with an agency. Not really worried about that. Once they know who I am, there will be plenty willing to take me in. He wasn't boasting, just stating a fact. And getting my first opportunity should also be easy, he added, his voice carrying an unshaken confidence. It was obvious, Steven knew exactly how this worked. He understood the privilege of his position and had already made peace with it. There was no false modesty, no attempt to spin it into some underdog narrative. Just a quiet acceptance of reality. And Regal liked that. He didn't have an issue with nepotism itself. What irritated him was when people tried to justify it, tried to pretend they had struggled the same way as everyone else, when they clearly hadn't. Talent? That was another conversation. But for now, before he got to the real reason for this meeting, Regal gave Steven one last assessing look. Before finally getting to the real reason for this meeting. Name Stephen Hawking. Jr. Traits aspiring, dramatic. Acting grade B+. Unique skill locked. Light tuner. The version Regal had written was, without a doubt, an exact mirror of Light Yagami from Death Note. A role that demanded not just good acting, but a presence, a layered, psychological depth that could command the screen. Could Steven Jr., with his acting grade, B+, actually pull it off? Regal had done his research before calling him here. Nothing too invasive, just an overview of his professional choices and some background work. He had watched a few of Steven's performances, some publicly available on MeTube, others sourced through Christopher. His conclusion? Under my direction, he can do it, but not without extensive pre-shoot workshops. Still, that wasn't what made Regal consider him. If anyone asked why him specifically, why take a risk on an unknown actor, despite the weight of his lineage? Regal's answer would be simple. Steven Jr. wanted to step out of the shadows. There was something intriguing about watching a man attempt to carve his own path under the colossal weight of his grandfather's legacy. That was what made Regal curious, especially that locked feature. Regal exhaled lightly and leaned forward. Anyway, I called you here because I have a role for you. I am in. Regal blinked. I am in. Steven repeated, unwavering. You are offering me a role in your next project, right? I will do it, no matter how small. Regal raised an eyebrow, momentarily caught off guard. You don't even know what the script is about. Not to mention, wasn't this supposed to be his debut? He was just going to throw himself into a project without even knowing what he was signing up for. It doesn't matter, Steven said, as if the answer was obvious. I like your work, and I believe you're going to make great films. I just want to be part of it. At that moment, Steven Jr. had no idea just how much he would regret not listening to the script when he had the chance. Number 66. Chapter 66. Auditions for L. 2 weeks later, August 24th, 2010. Iconic Talent Agency, HQ. Christopher sat in his usual spot, glancing up as and placed a file on the desk. Here are the details of the actors from our agency who match the criteria for all the roles, sir. He flipped it open. The pages contained a diverse lineup of actors and actresses spanning different ages and levels of experience. But they all shared one thing in common. They were part of his agency. Send the list to Regal's assistant. He nodded, letting his gaze linger on a few familiar names. Yes, sir, and replied, already prepared with the duplicate. Christopher kept flipping through the pages, his eyes narrowing slightly. The auditions should be underway by now. That should be the case, unless something unexpected happened, and replied matter-of-factly, well, nothing to do but wait. He shut the file with a decisive tap. Ideally, some of our people will make the shortlist. Today marked the start of auditions for Regal's next film. Hey, and this wasn't some minor supporting role. This was for the second lead. Of all the talent agencies, IDA was the only one Regal had personally invited to submit actors in advance. The rest had been left scrambling when the open casting call was announced. Christopher wasn't about to take that favoritism lightly. Frankly, he still regretted not securing roles in Following when he had the chance. Even the smallest parts in that film had brought recognition to their actors, something exceedingly rare in this industry. A single scene in a critically acclaimed film could do more for a career than years of forgettable projects. Make sure our agents overseeing the auditions understand that if a role is offered, they secure it. No second-guessing unless there is a damn good reason not to. His tone left no room for argument. Right. There was no way he was making the same mistake twice. There was still time to prepare for the remaining roles, but for now, all eyes were on the second lead. Once Regal sent over the final breakdowns and additional details, his actors could tailor their approach accordingly. It was an undeniably advantageous position for IDA. His relationship with Regal had been good ever since the success of Following, and Christopher intended to keep it that way. And why wouldn't he? Regal had given him 3 incredibly talented actors, and even turned them into names worth remembering. It was mutually beneficial to stay on good terms. Still, Christopher wasn't foolish enough to think that personal ties alone could secure a role. No matter how well they got along now, or in the future, talent was the only thing that truly mattered. Talent still had to speak for itself. That's how Regal operated. Let's just hope it goes well. He smirked faintly. Apparently, we're not the only ones paying attention to this project. I hear some big names are circling the lead role. And arched a brow, but stayed silent. Same time. It was the location where auditions were being conducted. Once again, Regal had booked the same theater, the very venue where the cast of Following had been chosen. A fitting place. Only, this time, things were different. He had more help, more time, more resources, and, most importantly, real backing, himself. At the location, a team of 4 was running the show. Since it was the first day, the auditions were more like open tryouts. Anyone who met the basic criteria from the casting call could walk in and perform. The available roles were straightforward. Male, age range 19 to 24. Female, age range 18 to 23. Nothing more, nothing less. Auditions had been running for an hour now. Regal and Simon sat inside, watching and deciding, while Samantha and Darren managed the crowd outside. Inside, an assistant helped with props and lines. That was the setup, efficient, streamlined, no unnecessary complications. Unlike Regal's first film, the turnout this time was massive. And why wouldn't it be? The requirements alone were enough to pull in a flood of hopefuls. No prior experience needed, no agency backing required, and an absurdly good paycheck. Then there was the name attached to it. Not just any director. A writer and director whose first film had shattered records, becoming the highest-grossing indie debut ever. And if that wasn't enough, the final push, a budget of 30 to 40 million. More than enough to turn heads. Even the bigger agencies had taken notice, reaching out and offering their special participants. Regal's response had been simple: everyone must audition. No exceptions. Inside the theater, the 6th candidate stood on the small, elevated stage, a rehearsal sheet in hand. Obviously, he was auditioning for the male role, but beyond that, no other details had been provided. Even the audition process itself was unconventional. "How good are you with sweets?" Regal asked. The candidate blinked. "I am cool with them." "Good. See the cup on the table." Regal slid a blank sheet of paper forward. "Take a seat and answer our questions while playing with it. Also, you are free to have those candies." "Okay." Regal's eyes followed him closely, the way he sat, how he held the empty coffee cup. Then, Simon took over, asking a series of seemingly random questions: his name, hobbies, past experiences, and expectations. The whole exchange felt less like an audition and more like an interview aptitude test. After a while, "Okay," Regal said, tilting his head. "Change how you are sitting. Try crouching." More requests followed in quick succession. Finally, after 3 more minutes, the audition wrapped up. "Thank you. We will be in touch." A polite rejection. Despite Regal's masking face, Simon's unimpressed expression was enough to confirm the outcome. The candidate, now visibly defeated, left the room, and as soon as the door shut behind him, the assistant stepped in, rearranging the props and candies. Outside, Darren and Samantha kept the process moving, checking names, handing out scripts, preparing the next candidate for the waiting area. "Next," Samantha called out. And so, the auditions continued in the same manner, with the same unconventional methods for assessing candidates. "Can you arrange those chess pieces?" The confusion on the candidates' faces was constant, but they followed his instructions regardless, sometimes asking hesitant questions, sometimes just doing as told. Regal watched closely. The way they held the coffee cup, moved the chess pieces, the slight haze in their gaze, and the laziness in their voice modulation. Even something that simple could reveal a lot. Right now, he was searching for his L. Stephen Jr. had already been cast, not as L, but as Light. It was break time, and Simon noticed something unusual, though, at this point, it really wasn't unusual anymore. Regal was flipping through a stack of papers, his expression oddly focused. "What's that?" Simon asked, curiosity getting the better of him. "Huh? This." Regal glanced up, a cookie in one hand and a sheet of paper in the other. "I am trying to learn a new language," he said casually before taking another bite. Simon stared at him, his face practically spelling out, "Seriously?" Regal met his gaze with an expression that read just as clearly. "Yep, seriously." Simon deadpanned. He officially did not care anymore. Anyway, after a short break, the auditions resumed. Samantha went back to managing the crowd outside, with Darren assisting her. Another candidate walked in, performed, and left. Another rejection. Samantha called for the next candidate. Another rejection. Then silence. Regal waited and waited. No one stepped in. Just then, muffled voices from outside reached his ears. At first, a low murmur, then an escalation. Raised voices, sharp tones cutting through the usual murmuring of the waiting area. The commotion only grew louder with each passing second. Regal exhaled, pushing back his chair. "I will check it out." Simon followed as he opened the door. The moment it was halfway open, the sound, previously dulled by the walls, hit them full force. "Shut the hell you." Few minutes before, the audition stretched on until lunch. Outside, the remaining candidates stood around, some chatting, others anxiously waiting. Those who had already auditioned left with mixed reactions, most walking out roughly 5 to 6 minutes after entering. Among them stood a young man with curly black hair, leaning against the wall. "I should be next, right?" he wondered, watching a brown-haired guy disappear inside. It was already noon. In 3 hours, more than 20 people had gone in, yet over 30 still remained, including him. At least the audition team had been considerate enough to give them a short break. Some seemed surprised by this, though he wasn't sure if that was unusual. He didn't know anyone here, and truth be told, he didn't know much about how auditions typically worked. One thing was clear, he felt out of place. Everyone around him looked more experienced, their confidence and poise making it seem as if they barely met the role's age criteria. In contrast, he suspected he was probably the youngest one here. Even now, he still wondered how someone like him had ended up at this audition. After all, he had just been signed to a major talent agency barely a month ago, fresh out of graduation, with no real experience to his name. As he thought that alone was a big thing, he was surprised to learn that their head talent manager asked him to attend the audition. On top of that, the film was being directed by Regal Seraphsail, the youngest talent to make his mark in Hollywood. He just couldn't believe. "You? What are you doing here?" A sudden, all too recognizable voice cut through his thoughts. His eyes snapped up. Danny Cart, the audition manager. He recognized the man immediately, but the hostility in his tone threw him off. "What does he mean? Why am I here?" "I am here for the audition, sir," he answered respectfully. Danny's expression twisted with a venomous look. "Are you messing with me? Who gave you permission?" "I was told it was from you, sir." "Me?" Danny's glare darkened before he pulled out his phone, stabbing at the screen. The call was picked up immediately. No greetings, no pleasantries, just a sharp demand. "Who did you send for the audition?" The voice on the other end responded, but he couldn't make out the conversation. Danny's expression, however, only grew more irate. Then, "You fool. It's not Timothy Chalamet. I asked you to inform Matthew Charpentier." The entire waiting area fell into stunned silence. So much so, over the phone, the apology was audible. Sorry, sir. Just shut up. I will deal with you later." Danny barked before hanging up. Number 67. Chapter 67. You like sweets? The entire waiting area fell into stunned silence. So much so, over the phone, the apology was audible. Sorry, sir. Just shut up. I will deal with you later." Danny barked before hanging up. He turned back to Timothy, eyes blazing. "You heard that, right?" "Excuse me." Samantha interrupted sharply. "Please do not cause a commotion here." Her tone was calm but firm as she turned toward the young man, now known as Timothy Chalamet from Danny's shout. "You are next on the list. Please proceed inside quickly." "Sorry, ABO." Timothy barely managed to offer an apology before Danny cut him off. "No one is moving anywhere." He stepped closer to the door, nearly blocking the entrance. Samantha had a guess of what was going on, but she couldn't just allow someone to walk in on an act like this, so she tried to reason with Danny, but it was getting nowhere, and tension only stretched between them until Danny was mid-outburst. "Shut the hell you." When the door behind him had cracked open, making him stop, all eyes flicked toward the new figure stepping in. Some random kid? Danny barely spared him a glance, irritation flaring. He didn't care. Or maybe he just didn't care enough to register who the person actually was. His focus was on one thing only, getting his actor, Matthew Charpentier, this role. This was his career on the line. He had already been pissed, frustrated from trying and failing to pull strings with Regal's team, pushing for Matthew to be handed the lead role outright. The audition was supposed to be a mere formality, nothing more. After all, he was Danny Foster. He worked for Angle Agency, one of the top 5 agencies in the industry. When he first heard about some no-name director, one with only a single film under his belt, trying to produce a $50 million film independently, he nearly laughed. At the same time, he saw an opportunity. An easy claim. He hadn't bothered following the director's debut. He barely cared that it had been a hit. To him, this entire process was a joke. He had come here expecting business as usual, a routine. The role was as good as his clients already, because there was no way some indie filmmaker would turn down an actor from his agency. Not when Matthew's talent was, in his opinion, more than enough for a film of this scale. Meanwhile, behind that very door, Regal's eyes sharpened slightly as he took in the scene. His gaze barely lingered on Danny before shifting to the young man beside him. Lean, sharp-featured, and effortlessly composed. He has tousled, wavy black hair, a little too perfect to be unintentional. Timothée Chalamet. Yep, the same American-French actor who acted in Dune as the main lead. His current expression seemed neutral with traces of unease lingering beneath it, and Regal could guess he is the center of the commotion. However, Regal skillfully masked his recognition and turned to the other figure in suit. No doubt, he is the cause of the commotion. Regal guessed. This is all because of you, Timothy. Provingly, Danny continued jabbing a finger at Timothy. Then, as if his anger demanded a physical outlet, his hand twitched, rising toward Timothy's face. What the hell? Regal's eyes snapped to the motion instantly. Why is it that every time he meets a famous actor from his past world, someone's always trying to punch him? Though, to be fair, the first time, he was the one who almost threw the punch. Before anyone could react, Regal moved. With an easy, almost lazy motion, he pushed the door fully open and stepped out. Except in doing so, he accidentally shoved it straight into Danny's back, making him lurch forward, thrown off balance. In the end, his hand swiped through empty air, missing its mark entirely. Immediately, he stumbled, barely catching himself, then spun around, face twisting with fury. What the foo dash? He stopped mid-sentence. Not because of Regal, but because of the shadow looming over him from behind. A towering, bald-headed man stood there, arms crossed over his broad chest. Even by Hollywood standards, he looked like someone who could take down 4 people without breaking a sweat. Danny faltered as he took an instinctive step to the side. Finally, he caught himself quickly, straightening his suit. "Are you the one in charge here?" he demanded. "Because this is absolute bullshit. What kind of shitty management is this?" Regal barely spared him a glance. Instead, he turned to Samantha, who stood off to the side, looking distinctly unimpressed. "What's going on? And where is Darren?" he asked, his tone calm despite the commotion. Samantha sighed. "Darren's onto something urgent." Then, with a glance toward Danny, she added, "As for the situation, this man is blocking other candidates because his client, the one who was actually supposed to audition, still hasn't had his turn. Then strike out the name and send in the next candidate." Regal didn't waste another second, already turning back toward the audition room. "That is not going to work." The agent, Danny, cut in, his tone dripping with indignation. "The role belongs to my client." Regal stopped mid-step. His face twitched slightly before he turned back, leveling the man with an unimpressed stare. "And who exactly decided that?" His voice was calm, but there was a sharp edge to it now. The agent scoffed. "Kid, do you even know what agency my client is from? There is no way some no-name people who came to audition today can compare to the level of talent we produce." He looked at all the people waiting for the audition to continue. Regal let out a slow, measured sigh. Another guy too wrapped up in his own ego to let anyone else get a word in. "All right then," he said, feigning interest. "Who is this supposed big shot?" "This Bart." Danny gestured vaguely toward the empty space behind him. "He joined our agency only a month ago. My incompetent manager screwed up, and now we have got the wrong guy here instead of him. So his own team made a mess of things?" Regal almost wanted to laugh. Well, that worked out just fine for him. It went something like this. The manager in question was supposed to bring his client, Matthew Charpentier, to the audition today. But thanks to his assistant's screw-up, the wrong person got the details. Instead of Matthew receiving the script and time slot, it was sent to the guy standing here now, Timothée Chalamet. So when the manager showed up, expecting his client to be here, the one who actually arrived was Timothy. And now, here they were, with tempers flaring and egos bruised. Regal turned to the young man who had been standing silently this whole time. "What is your name?" The young man, who had been caught up in the exchange, finally spoke. "Timothée Chalamet." Regal nodded. So, are you interested in auditioning? Timothy exhaled, just slightly. I was, until this happened. Before Regal could say anything, the agent cut in again. Don't even think about it. You are still nowhere near talented enough to land a role in a high-budget film like this. Regal finally snapped. Dude, can you shut up for 5 minutes? The surroundings stilled for a beat, but Regal had already moved on, turning to Timothy as if the previous conversation had never happened. You like sweets? Huh? Sweets? Timothy blinked, visibly thrown. I mean, I can act like I like them if you want. Regal's grin spread wide, so wide that Simon, standing beside him, actually flinched. That look, Simon knew it too well. He had seen it before, but never quite like this. From the moment Regal's eyes had landed on this kid, something had changed. They were practically shining. And now, with that ear-to-ear grin, it couldn't have been more obvious. This was exactly the kind of answer Regal wanted. It was never about whether an actor actually liked something. It was about whether they could make people believe they did. He said, still grinning. You were next on the list anyway, right? Come in now. Show me just how much you can act like you like sweets. Timothy tilted his head, lips curling slightly. Huh, I can die for them. After that, Simon barely registered what happened next. One moment, Regal was chewing out that insufferable agent, and the next, he was grinning like a kid who had just found a rare collectible. It was eerie. Regal didn't get excited. Ever. But here he was, eyes practically gleaming as he watched Timothy step into the audition room. Timothy moved with an effortless ease, like he wasn't stepping into a high-stakes audition, but just another conversation he was mildly interested in. Regal, still grinning, leaned back in his chair, and the next few minutes passed in a blur for Simon at least. Simon rubbed his temple. Where the fuck did this kid even drop from? Number 68. Chapter 68. Pixie Studio again, huh? 2 days later. Christopher glanced up from his desk, eyes full in front as he studied Regal. Director Regal, to what do I owe the pleasure? Regal tilted his head. Figured I would drop by? Haven't had the chance to properly thank you for your help with following release. Christopher arched a brow. And the best time for that just happened to be while you are knee-deep in auditions and pre-production. Regal shrugged. Multitasking. Christopher exhaled through his nose, shaking his head. Fine. Consider me formally thanked. Then, after a beat, he added, and now, if you don't mind, what's the real reason you are here? Regal smirked, unapologetic. Okay, you got me. I also wanted to check in. Make sure my actors are being treated well. Christopher sighed, crossing his arms. You couldn't do that on a phone call? Regal didn't respond. Instead, his eyes glanced around the office before he asked vaguely. Speaking of which, where's Grace? Christopher barely had time to register the question before the door swung open. No, practically slammed open, with enough force to rattle the frame. Both men turned. It was Grace, and she